Chapter 1: 1,000 Foundations. Blue Star. Lingyun City. Lingwu University. Lin Chen, clad in a black robe, sat cross-legged in his chamber, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him, forming a miniature vortex above his head. Bang! A faint sound emanated from within Lin Chen, causing the small vortex to dissipate. He opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. Having traversed this world for 3 years, this marked his 1,000th failure in establishing a foundation. Once an archaeologist on Earth, he inadvertently triggered an ancient furnace within a grand tomb during an expedition in the 10,000 Great Mountains, only to find himself transported to this realm. Upon regaining his senses, this world had once mirrored Earth, replete with resplendent modern civilization and vast technological advancements. Alas, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, modern civilization was obliterated, leaving the surface riddled with wounds and fragmented. Terrifying monsters emerged, wreaking havoc, and even more dreadfully, a majority of humanity mutated overnight, transforming into mindless, flesh-eating husks. In the struggle against these monsters and the undead, humanity inadvertently activated their genetic locks, becoming awakening ones. These awakening ones possessed formidable powers, capable of contending with the monsters, heralding a glimmer of hope for humanity. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen conjured an ancient furnace before him. The furnace, rusted and weathered, stood on 3 legs, its inscriptions obscured, emanating an overall crimson hue. This furnace was the root cause of Lin Chen's journey to this realm. In the 3 years since his arrival, the furnace had only revealed its extraordinary nature once, bestowing upon Lin Chen a secret art known as the Qi refinement technique, which included methods for foundation establishment, but thereafter, it had remained silent. The Qi refinement technique consists of 9 levels. Utilizing this technique, Lin Chen had swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level within merely 2 months, with the next step being foundation establishment. Regrettably, he had failed 1,000 times over the past 3 years. Could it be that I am too eager? Lin Chen mused, realizing that he must momentarily set aside the pursuit of breakthrough. He had indeed been attempting to establish a foundation almost daily, manifesting a degree of impatience. Lin Chen, today is the graduation assessment at school. You mustn't be late. An urgent voice resounded from outside his door. Go ahead, I shall join you shortly, Lin Chen replied as he stowed the furnace away. Each year, Lingwu University conducted an assessment for its students. Only those who passed 3 assessments could graduate, qualifying them for admission into more prestigious institutions, while exceptionally outstanding candidates might receive special acceptance. In the square, students from the elite, intermediate, and ordinary classes gathered. Upon Lin Chen's arrival, many gazes turned towards him, some curious, others puzzled, but most laced with derision. The reason for their mockery was clear: Lin Chen was the sole ordinary student among a throng of powerful awakening ones. Lin Chen, over here! A slender young man from the ordinary class waved at him. This young man was Wang Yi, Lin Chen's only friend at Lingwu University. Just as Lin Chen began to approach Wang Yi, a burly figure from the elite class stepped in front of him. The robust man scrutinized Lin Chen for a moment before scoffing. Indeed, just as the rumors suggest, a complete waste, Lin Chen replied calmly. So what? The burly man sneered. Someone sent me to issue you a warning. It would be wise to refrain from harboring any thoughts about Sister Su Xianer, or else I shall break your legs. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Su Xianer was indeed the former girlfriend of the original owner. 3 years ago, she unlocked her first gene lock, becoming a celestial awakened, and was subsequently tested to possess a heavenly talent, joining the elite class. The original owner, having a rather lackluster talent, was deemed incapable of becoming a celestial awakened, leading Su Xianer to propose a breakup. The original owner, unable to withstand the crushing blow, succumbed to despair, which ultimately paved the way for Lin Chen. It was rumored that Su Xianer had been directly admitted to a more prestigious institution, thus exempting her from the current assessment. Lin Chen disregarded the burly man and strode directly toward Wang Yi. You worthless fool, how dare you ignore me? The burly man felt humiliated by Lin Chen's indifference and, consumed by rage, swung a punch at him. The fist carried a terrifying force, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Lin Chen, be careful! Wang Yi's expression changed dramatically, realizing it was too late to intervene. Lin Chen, an ordinary person, was in grave danger of being struck down. Just as Lin Chen was on the verge of being obliterated by the punch, an overwhelming force erupted from the square. Silence, a deep voice enveloped the entire square, and countless individuals felt an immense pressure. The burly man immediately halted, casting a cold glance at Lin Chen, saying, "You're lucky this time, but next time, fortune may not be on your side." Lin Chen had brushed off his threats, and it was evident that the burly man would not let this go easily. The earlier punch had not elicited any visible reaction from Lin Chen. He remained silently among the crowd, saying nothing. However, his demeanor gave off an impression of utter frustration. Upon witnessing this, the crowd expressed their disdain, even the students from the ordinary class instinctively distancing themselves from Lin Chen, as if afraid of being tainted by his aura of defeat. "Are you all right?" Wang Yi inquired with concern. Lin Chen shook his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Wang Yi glanced at the burly man from the elite class and whispered, "His name is Zhao Biao, possessing profound talent and at the later stage of the first level of celestial awakening. His strength is not to be underestimated, so do exercise caution. Within the human body, there exist 9 gene locks. Unlocking the first grants one the status of a celestial awakened, and with each subsequent lock that is opened, one's strength can multiply. Celestial awakened individuals are classified into 9 levels, each further divided into early, mid, and late stages. Talent is categorized into 4 grades: heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow. The higher the talent, the greater the number of gene locks one can unlock. Generally speaking, yellow talent is the lowest, typically allowing only the first gene lock to be opened, while accessing the second is exceedingly challenging. Profound talent can unlock 3 gene locks. Earthly talent can unlock 5 gene locks. Heavenly talent can unlock 6 or more gene locks. As for Lin Chen, he fell into the category of formless talent, below yellow, unable to unlock even a single gene lock. However, in the grand tapestry of fate, absolutes are rare. Sometimes talent is not the sole criterion for strength, and there are always exceptions. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in the square, adorned in a starry robe, emanating an unfathomable aura. The middle-aged man, with a stoic expression, cast a glance over the 3 classes and declared, "I am Feng Wuhan, hailing from the Starry Academy, a peak-level 6th tier awakened. I am wholly responsible for your assessment this time." "Ah! A peak-level 6th tier awakened, from the Starry Academy." A collective gasp resonated among the crowd. Within the entirety of the Spirit Martial University, the most formidable individual is the Dean, who is merely a 4th tier awakened, yet this man stands as a true powerhouse at the peak of the 6th tier. The Starry Academy is regarded as one of the highest institutions on the Blue Planet, a place yearned for by countless awakened individuals. If the Spirit Martial University imparts theoretical knowledge, then the Starry Academy teaches practical skills, guiding students on the path to becoming stronger. Chapter 2: The Assessment of the No Man's Land. All eyes in the room were filled with reverence as they gazed upon Feng Wuhan. Amidst the crowd, there stood one person remarkably composed, Lin Chen. It was fortuitous that his calm demeanor caught Feng Wuhan's attention. Feng Wuhan scrutinized Lin Chen, perplexed. He felt no trace of the aura of a celestial awakener emanating from him. Why, then, could this seemingly ordinary individual maintain such tranquility in the face of his imposing presence? Without further contemplation, Feng Wuhan turned his gaze back to the assembly, producing a crystal. "Do you all know what this is?" he inquired. "Spirit crystal!" the crowd exclaimed in unison. The spirit crystal harbors formidable power and is an essential resource for the cultivation of celestial awakeners. Moreover, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the spirit crystal serves as the universal currency in this world, enabling the acquisition of numerous valuable items. The only means of obtaining spirit crystals is through the hunting of monsters and zombies. Feng Wuhan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is a spirit crystal. The task for your assessment will revolve around these crystals. You will be dispatched to the No Man's Land, and the minimum requirement is to return with 1 spirit crystal. The more crystals you bring back, the better your performance will be. The top 3 candidates in this assessment will earn a direct admission to the Star Academy. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. The prospect of entering the Star Academy was the most coveted reward. Their eyes shimmered with determination as they eagerly prepared for the challenge ahead. "I will undoubtedly secure a place in the Star Academy," Zhao Biao declared confidently. His fists clenched with resolve. The others remained silent, yet their eyes sparkled with fervent ambition. Observing the heightened enthusiasm among the participants, Feng Wuhan calmly stated, "I must emphasize 2 points regarding this assessment. First, the duration of the assessment is 3 days, and there will be no surveillance throughout. I will only consider the final results. Second, the dangers involved are immense, with the specter of death lurking at every turn. If you are afraid, you may withdraw and wait for next year's assessment. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted to one of eerie silence, as the participants exchanged glances filled with apprehension. No surveillance. Only results? Was this an implication that any means necessary could be employed to obtain spirit crystals, even if it meant eliminating fellow candidates to seize their crystals? Zhao Biao let out a chilling laugh, sensing the pressure mounting among the others. Initially, they believed their adversaries were the zombies and monsters. Now it seemed the true foes might be one another. If you fear for your lives, you may choose to withdraw. No one will mock you in the face of death. You have 30 seconds to decide, Feng Wuhan continued. Humph. A decade of honing my skills has led to this day, only cowards retreat. What is there to fear? Even if it costs me my life, I shall fall in battle. The allure of the Star Academy is simply too enticing to forfeit. As the 30 seconds elapsed, not a single individual chose to withdraw. Zhao Biao fixed a cold stare on Lin Chen, a smirk playing on his lips. To my surprise, you, this worthless being, have chosen not to back down. Your parents sacrificed their lives for your admission to Lingwu University, yet you fail to appreciate the gravity of their sacrifice. Had your parents been alive to witness your lack of understanding, they would likely have been driven to despair. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a surge of anger. Ready to retaliate, but was swiftly restrained by Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his head and cast a glance at Zhao Biao, silently warning him to cherish the remaining time he had, for it was limited. Lingwu University is not accessible to just anyone. Even the ordinary classes are not open to all who wish to enter. The original owner of this identity secured a place at Lingwu University due to the immense sacrifices made by his parents in defending the city. A fact that had rendered him the target of ridicule from many. Ha! Useless! Seeing Lin Chen's silence, Zhao Biao quickly lost interest, muttering a curse before dismissing him entirely. Feng Wuhan, observing the lack of withdrawals, spoke calmly, "Your courage is commendable. In 10 minutes, a military aircraft will arrive to transport you, so prepare yourselves." 10 minutes later, a military aircraft whisked them away. The aircraft moved with remarkable speed, swiftly exiting Lingwu University and heading towards the uninhabited zone. Inside the aircraft, the group was fully armed. After the initial adrenaline faded, they regained their composure. One student, filled with trepidation, turned to Feng Wuhan and asked, "Teacher Feng, where is our assessment location?" "The uninhabited zone is merely a general term. Beneath it lie numerous sectors," Feng Wuhan replied coolly. "G City." Gasp! At the mention of G City, the faces of the group turned ashen. G City is one of the first cities to experience the resurgence of spiritual energy and has been sealed off for nearly a decade. No one knows the current state of affairs within. Many teachers at the school have described G City as one of the most perilous forbidden zones. They had anticipated that this assessment would lead them to a more explored uninhabited zone, but G City felt no different than courting death. In an instant, a sense of dread enveloped them, and regret began to take root in their hearts. Feng Wuhan observed their expressions and remarked, "I had warned you earlier. Your bravery has led you here, and now you have no opportunity for retreat." "Captain, we have arrived at G City," the pilot announced loudly. Feng Wuhan addressed the group. "Survival begins now. Your first task is not to retrieve spiritual crystals, but to survive for 3 days within G City. Zhao Biao, let us form a team. Strength lies in numbers. I am Huang Shang from the Heaven class. Those wishing to team up should act swiftly. I come from the ordinary class. I seek the assistance of the esteemed members of the Heaven class. Our Earth class is not to be underestimated." Recognizing the daunting nature of this assessment, where a single misstep could cost them their lives, they resolved to form teams. Before long, they had completed their group arrangements. "Lin Chen, join our team," Wang Yi said to Lin Chen. Wang Yi, why invite him? He is merely an ordinary person and will only be a burden to us. Indeed. This assessment is no jest, whether we can succeed is already uncertain. Adding him will only heighten the difficulty. If you insist on including this useless individual, then you may leave our group. The members of Wang Yi's team were exceedingly displeased. They had no desire to carry a burden. Fine. If you want to leave, then so be it. Wang Yi retorted angrily. Lin Chen shook his head and said to Wang Yi, "You should team up with them, I prefer to act alone." Wang Yi paused for a moment, then replied solemnly, "Lin Chen, this is not the time for jesting." For an ordinary person like Lin Chen to venture out alone was tantamount to courting death. It was hard to imagine surviving even a single hour, let alone 3 days. Lin Chen assured him, "Rest assured, I will find a safe place to stay for 3 days." His intention was to carry out a killing, wishing to shield Wang Yi from witnessing too much. However, as Wang Yi opened his mouth to say more, he caught sight of Lin Chen's resolute gaze, which brooked no refusal, and he could only offer a wry smile. "Boss, we are 800 meters from the ground," the pilot announced. Chapter 3, The Sacrificial Mission. With a resounding boom, the cabin door swung open. Feng Wuhan addressed the group. "The assessment officially commences. Prepare for parachuting." "I'll go first," exclaimed one of the awakening beings, glancing at the outside world before leaping without hesitation. For an awakening being, an 800-meter jump posed little challenge. Thud. 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 One after another, individuals exited the aircraft, successfully deploying their chutes and descending. When it was Zhao Biao's turn, he made a throat-cutting gesture towards Lin Chen before vaulting out. The team led by Wang Yi followed suit, leaping into the void. Lin Chen and Wang Yi remained as the last two. Lin Chen advised Wang Yi, "Do everything possible to survive, and trust no one." He had witnessed enough tales of survival in apocalyptic settings. The human heart could be far more intricate and terrifying. "I understand," Wang Yi nodded earnestly. "Stay alive." With that, he leapt into the unknown. Calmly, Lin Chen positioned himself at the door, selecting an optimal spot before decisively jumping. Feng Wuhan paused for a moment, taken aback. This individual. While most chose to jump at the outskirts of Ji City, he opted for the city center. After 10 years of confinement, the heart of the city teemed with monsters and zombies. Survival for an ordinary person within was akin to scaling the heavens. Was it ignorance? Feng Wuhan raised an eyebrow. However, a mere ordinary individual did not warrant excessive attention. "Chief, Ji City is exhibiting unusual activity. These youngsters alone may struggle to handle it," the pilot remarked. Feng Wuhan replied calmly, "A team from the academy has already been dispatched." Bang! A heavy sound echoed as Lin Chen successfully landed. He surveyed the city before him. Enormous fissures marred the ground, moss spread across the terrain, and formerly towering structures lay in ruins, reduced to crumbling walls. Abandoned vehicles, once driven by the living, lay scattered, decayed and covered in a thick layer of dust. The entire city was eerily silent. Lin Chen understood that danger lurked in unseen corners. In the shadows, countless eyes fixated upon him, poised to rend him to shreds at any moment. He closed his eyes. During the flight, the once dormant furnace within his mind stirred anew after 3 years of silence. The rusted furnace revealed an inscription: "The first sacrificial mission of the Hellforge has commenced. Mission details: hunt down 1,000 zombies and complete the sacrifice, incineration. Success will reward the martial skill, Xianyu seal. Failure will strip the furnace master of their cultivation. Xianyu seal." Upon seeing this reward, Lin Chen felt a twinge of desire. He possessed the peak strength of the 9th layer of qi refinement but lacked any martial skill. It was akin to guarding a treasure mountain while being unable to access its riches. With a martial skill, he could fully unleash his power. A martial skill was indeed of paramount significance to him. For other candidates, the task of hunting 1,000 zombies was unfathomable. For Lin Chen, however, it posed little difficulty. Whoosh! Suddenly, a glint of cold light shot towards Lin Chen. He casually tilted his head. The cold light whizzing past his ear and embedding itself in the wall behind him. It was a dagger. Oh! To my astonishment, you, this worthless being, have managed to evade this strike, which exceeds my expectations. A mocking voice resonated through the air. A seemingly unremarkable man appeared before Lin Chen. Lin Chen scrutinized his opponent, remaining silent. The man, with a hint of amusement, declared, "I am Zhang Hai, from the heavenly class. Remember me, for I am the one destined to end your life." With that, a terrifying aura erupted from him as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Lin Chen, exerting his full strength. As a mid-level awakener, he believed it unnecessary to employ his utmost power against an ordinary person, yet, he reveled in the thrill of crushing mere ants with overwhelming force, finding a peculiar satisfaction in it. During his parachute descent, he intentionally delayed his parachute's deployment in search of Lin Chen's figure, only to be taken aback when he discovered that his opponent had jumped into the city center. As Zhang Hai's fist neared Lin Chen's head, a sinister grin spread across his face, eager for the blood-splattering scene that would ensue. However, his smile quickly vanished. Bang! Zhang Hai's body was suddenly sent flying like a kite with its string severed, crashing violently against the wall, which crumbled under the impact. With a mere flick of his hand, Lin Chen summoned Zhang Hai's neck into his grasp. Cough, cough. How is this possible? Zhang Hai, drenched in blood, gazed at Lin Chen in sheer terror. He was a mid-level awakener yet had not even grazed Lin Chen's clothing before being struck down by an overwhelming force. Wasn't Lin Chen supposed to be a worthless fool? How had he suddenly grown so formidable? In that moment, Zhang Hai was engulfed by an abyss of fear. He realized that everyone had been deceived. Lin Chen was not a mere waste, but rather a wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing. Lin Chen remained silent, tightening his grip slightly. Zhang Hai struggled desperately, his heart racing with dread as he sensed Lin Chen's intent to crush him to death. Lin Chen, please, do not kill me. I am an elite of the heavenly class. If you take my life, the school will not let you go. Ah! Lin Chen, I beg you, spare me. If you do, I will reveal to you who orchestrated this ambush against you. Lin Chen relaxed his grip slightly, regarding Zhang Hai with an indifferent gaze. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Hai dared not withhold the truth any longer. In a panic, he divulged. Zhao Biao has issued a stern warning to everyone in the heavenly class: whoever encounters you must strike ruthlessly. He promises generous rewards, and as far as I know, he is merely acting on behalf of someone else. Crack! Before Zhang Hai could finish his sentence, Lin Chen abruptly snapped his neck. Zhang Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with confusion, he had revealed everything, so why had Lin Chen still chosen to kill him? You came to kill me, do you truly believe you could survive? Lin Chen spoke coldly. If you can act, then do not waste words. Roar! The commotion attracted the attention of the zombies in the city, sending waves of chilling howls through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Dozens of zombies surged toward this direction, their decayed bodies revealing exposed bones within. Their sparse hair hung limply, and thick, black veins coursed along their necks. Their countenances were pallid and gaunt, with fierce, bloodshot eyes that glimmered ominously. Sharp fangs poised to rend their prey into shreds. They had not savored the scent of fresh blood for an extended period. With a chilling roar, the zombies lunged viciously at Lin Chen. In both strength and speed, these creatures surpassed ordinary humans by several folds. They were oblivious to pain, proving to be exceedingly formidable. During the initial resurgence of spiritual energy, countless individuals met their demise at the jaws of these fiends. Following a bite from a zombie, an ordinary person would succumb to transformation within a minute. Awakened individuals possessed a stronger immunity, allowing them to endure a bit longer, however, without special antidotes. They too would ultimately succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie. Yet, such antidotes were prohibitively expensive, rendering them unattainable for the average awakened individual. In this era, zombies cast a long shadow over countless lives. For ordinary people, the The best course of action upon encountering a zombie was to flee for their lives. Chapter 4, Utter Terror. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared before a zombie, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Like a watermelon bursting, the zombie's head exploded. The skull serves as the weak point of a zombie. If it remains intact, the creature can evade death. Can even a fraction of my strength not be withstood? Lin Chen pondered, contemplating the depths of his own strength, which he himself could not fully comprehend. To this day, he had yet to find a reference point for his power. One thing was certain: the pinnacle level 6 awakened from the Star Academy, Fenghuan, was undoubtedly no match for him. To Lin Chen, the aura emanating from the opponent felt feeble. Zombies possess no fear. As Lin Chen dispatched one of their kind, the others were not deterred, rather, they lunged at him with greater ferocity. Bang! 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 Lin Chen continued to unleash his fists. A minute later, dozens of zombies lay slain. Ding! A luminous spirit crystal fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen summoned the crystal into his grasp. According to the collective experiences of countless awakened, the probability of obtaining a spirit crystal from defeating a zombie is 1%. This implies that by vanquishing 100 zombies, one might acquire a single spirit crystal. The likelihood of obtaining crystals from other monsters tends to be slightly higher. Awaken can cultivate using spirit crystals, and Lin Chen could do the same. Lin Chen gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground, raising an eyebrow. The sacrificial task for the hell furnace essentially entails casting zombies into the furnace for incineration. The current location is not ideal for summoning the furnace directly, and relocating these zombies elsewhere is not within Lin Chen's considerations. For the sake of caution, it would be prudent to abandon these dozens of zombies for now. Lost in thought, Lin Chen overheard a conversation and sought refuge in a concealed spot. Soon, a group of over a dozen individuals appeared, led by a man with an ominous demeanor adorned with earrings. This individual, seemingly named Huang Shang and hailing from the elite class, sparked a flicker of recognition in Lin Chen's mind. Captain, Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai is dead, one team member exclaimed. Terror etched across his face as he pointed at Zhang Hai's lifeless body. He covered his mouth, fearful of drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Zhang Hai was not particularly noteworthy within the elite class, yet he had some renown. His demise here naturally instilled a sense of panic among those present. Having parachuted in less than 10 minutes ago, the reality of death had already struck. Indeed, Ji City was perilous. Huang Shang frowned and remarked, "This Ji City is fraught with danger, teeming with zombies and monsters. Is it not normal for someone to perish?" Moreover, Zhang Hai was a useless individual. His death was well-deserved. Not so simple. A woman clad in tight black attire stepped forward from the group. She examined Zhang Hai's body and asserted, "Zhang Hai's bones are shattered, clearly crushed by tremendous force, and his fatal injury is to the neck, having been directly snapped." She then scrutinized the surrounding zombies, stating, "These zombies were likely slain by the same individual, their methods are ruthless, and their strength is formidable." A mysterious and formidable presence lurked in the vicinity. "We must hasten our departure lest we become his targets," Black Fox intoned solemnly to Huang Shang. Huang Shang, unfazed, replied, "Black Fox, you are being rather alarmist. With our numbers, should we truly fear a single adversary? He is merely a late-stage awakener, far from the likes of that waste, Zhang Hai. I am unafraid." Black Fox remained composed, stating, "The scent of blood is too pungent here, a horde of zombies will soon descend upon us. If you wish to linger, be my guest. But I shall not accompany you." Upon hearing this, Huang Sheng quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and gritted his teeth, "Let us depart at once." Lin Chen observed Huang Shang and his companions as they fled, a subtle smile gracing his lips as an ingenious sacrificial plan began to formulate in his mind. He stealthily followed in their wake. The once silent city was abruptly disrupted. More terrifying zombies awoke from their slumber. Not long after Huang Shang's group departed, they found themselves encircled by over 20 zombies. "Captain, what should we do?" The team members clutched their weapons, their faces etched with panic. Despite being awakening warriors, they instinctively feared the undead. Huang Sheng commanded, "Fight our way through. Kill." With a surge of power, he and Black Fox charged ahead. The others, seeing this, had no choice but to brace themselves and follow suit. Lin Chen stood atop a tall building, silently watching the struggle below. His expression was impassive. A dozen or so awakening warriors, battling against more than 20 zombies, seemed utterly constrained, their combat experience lacking. Huang Sheng and Black Fox were marginally stronger, but only just. Both were late-stage awakening warriors, and one would think that dealing with a mere 10 or 20 zombies would pose little challenge. Yet, they appeared to be exerting considerable effort. The strength and speed of the zombies dwarfed that of ordinary humans. They felt no pain, and unlike humans, they lacked awareness. This meant they did not understand the concept of evasion, charging forward relentlessly. In such circumstances, as long as one could accurately strike their heads, they could be dispatched with relative ease. This should not have been difficult for the awakening warriors. "Ah! Don't come any closer. You beasts, get away from me. Captain! Save me. I don't want to die." Before long, 3 team members were overwhelmed and brought down by the zombies. Overwhelmed by terror, they felt utterly drained, unable to muster even a modicum of strength. "Ah!" Their chilling screams echoed as the zombies feasted upon them. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air as the remaining members bore witness to their comrades being gruesomely dismembered, the ground stained crimson with blood. The gruesome reality sent shivers down their spines. "Why are you still standing there? Move!" Huang Shang bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that sent a zombie flying before he burst forth into the fray. Seeing this, the others dared not linger any longer, panic driving them to follow in haste. Thus began their desperate flight from the apocalypse. The horde of zombies behind them grew ever larger, swelling from a mere handful to dozens, then hundreds. It was as if they had disturbed a nest of zombies, and they were relentlessly pursued. "Curse it! Curse it!" As Huang Sheng fled, he bellowed in frustration, cursing the damned assessment for its sheer brutality. Faced with a horde of zombies, he felt a rare surge of self-doubt regarding his own abilities. Were he granted another chance, he would unequivocally decline participation in this trial. The allure of a spot at the Starry Academy was undeniable, yet one must possess life to savor such an opportunity. "No more complaints, there is a church ahead. Let us seek refuge within," spoke Black Fox with a resolute tone. With a resounding crash, the group hurried into the church, sealing the heavy doors behind them. Exhaling deeply, they found the church eerily empty, devoid of any zombies, and only then did they allow themselves a moment of relief. Chapter 5: The Seal of the Dark Moon. Thud. 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 The relentless pounding on the church doors by the zombies sent pulses racing among the gathered individuals. The rhythmic knocking intertwined with their anxious breaths, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere. Huang Sheng took a sip of water, casting a glance at his companions. Out of the original 15, only 12 remained, a grim reality indeed. With heads bowed, their spirits were dampened. Mere moments into the assessment, they had already suffered such a staggering blow, leaving them regretting their participation. One moment, their teammates were alive and spirited; the next, they were devoured, and none could ascertain if they would be the next target of the ravenous horde. Suddenly, a sound pierced through their collective thoughts. "Who?" The Black Fox reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively reaching for his weapon. A mysterious force descended silently, and before Black Fox could draw his armament, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The same fate befell the others. Once they all lay prostrate, Lin Chen finally revealed himself, slowly approaching the church doors before flinging them open. Roar! A teeming mass of zombies surged forth, enveloping Lin Chen in an instant. Humph! With a cold snort, A terrifying power erupted from him, sending the zombies flying in every direction. With a leap, Lin Chen ascended into the air. Buzz! The essence of heaven and earth surged toward him in wild abandon. Lie down! A spirit-infused palm print descended from above. With a thunderous crash, hundreds of zombies were sent sprawling to the ground. Yet, they were not vanquished, they quickly rose, howling in a frenzy. These zombies, impervious to pain and possessing formidable vitality, would not perish unless their brains were attacked. Ha! Lin Chen remained unfazed, his fists clenched as he plunged into the throng of zombies. Half an hour elapsed. The interior of the church was now a chaotic heap of zombie corpses, the floor slick with a layer of putrid blue blood. The hunt for the 1,000-headed horde had concluded. Lin Chen's black attire bore stains of zombie blood, yet his exertion had not been excessively taxing. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a furnace materialized in the air. This furnace was more enigmatic and grand than its predecessor, standing 3 meters tall with a 2-meter diameter. A fiery, blood-red blaze erupted from its mouth, capable of incinerating all, exuding a terrifying aura. Even Lin Chen felt the oppressive might of the furnace at that moment. This furnace had become quite unsightly. Buzz! As the furnace trembled, a formidable suction emerged. The bodies of zombies were drawn ceaselessly toward the furnace's opening, where the mysterious flames consumed all. The once resilient forms of the zombies were reduced to nothingness beneath that inferno, instantly incinerated. Lin Chen observed in silence. As more zombies were sacrificed, the once blood-red flames gradually transformed into a chilling, ethereal blue, emitting a hissing sound. The furnace, previously marred by rust, now gleamed anew, free from its former blemishes. Ancient and enigmatic runes and patterns adorned the surface above, extending from the body to the feet of the vessel, exuding an aura of primordial grandeur that instilled an inexplicable sense of reverence. The sacrificial rites continued unabated, and the furnace emitted an increasingly terrifying aura. As Lin Chen felt an overwhelming pressure looming over him. Minutes passed, and finally, the last zombie's form was consumed by the flames. Mission accomplished. Reward, Xian Yu Seal. A powerful martial technique was suddenly imprinted within Lin Chen's mind. He closed his eyes, taking a full 3 minutes to fully assimilate the technique. Feeling as if he had mastered it for centuries, effortlessly adept, ready to be unleashed at any moment. The Xian Yu seal comprised 4 lunar seals. One could only manifest the first 2 during the Qi refinement stage, while the latter 2 could only be realized after reaching the foundation establishment stage. When perfected, the 4 seals combined could unleash a cataclysmic force. With the Xian Yu seal in his possession, even when faced with stronger warriors, Lin Chen felt emboldened. For the past 3 years, Lin Chen had concealed his prowess, opting instead for cautious development, knowing that those who remain low-profile often live the longest. Moreover, this world was far more complex than it appeared. The Qi refinement level did not guarantee safety. In a ruthless hierarchy where the strong preyed upon the weak. The old order had long been shattered, and the new rule was dictated by sheer force. Only by continuously enhancing his strength could he ascend to the pinnacle and truly seize control of his destiny. Lin Chen understood that his future did not lie within the Lingwu Academy or Lingyun City, but in the distant, more mysterious realms beyond. It was time to leave this place. With a deft gesture towards Huang Shang and the others, Lin Chen turned to depart. A minute later, Huang Shang and the others gradually regained consciousness. What happened? Huang Shang shook his head, bewildered by the sudden blackout. Blood. Ugh. One member awoke, horrified by the sight of zombie blood, and immediately retched. Black Fox's eyes widened as she took in the scene, the chapel floor drenched in zombie blood. A clear indication that at least 1,000 zombies had been slaughtered to yield such a volume. What transpired while they were unconscious? And why had they fallen into darkness? The unknown is the true source of terror. Black Fox felt her scalp tingle, vaguely recalling the silhouette she had glimpsed before succumbing. Damn it! We must leave this repulsive place. Huang Shang grimaced at the stench surrounding them, eager to escape. Upon exiting the chapel, Lin Chen found himself before a villa in the city, relatively well preserved compared to other buildings. The villa's door was secured with a heavy iron chain. With a resounding crack, Lin Chen struck the chain, shattering it. With a powerful push, he swung the door open and strode confidently inside. The villa was in utter disarray, a scene of chaos. The table lay overturned, the sofa was torn to shreds, leaving only tattered strips of fabric, and the tiles on the walls had shattered, scattered across the floor. The photographs that hung askew appeared on the verge of falling. On the ground rested a fire axe, coated in a layer of dust. In the nascent days of the resurgence of spiritual energy, this weapon was unparalleled. Lin Chen bent down to retrieve the fire axe, finding it still serviceable. Utilizing this tool to dispatch zombies would certainly prove more efficient than relying solely on his fists. As Lin Chen pressed onward, two shadowy figures lurking in the darkness lunged at him with alarming speed. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen had anticipated their assault. He swiftly rose and swung the fire axe. The two zombies collapsed onto the ground. The fire axe was indeed a formidable instrument, Lin Chen mused to himself. After securing the door, he ascended to the second floor of the villa. The second floor was equally chaotic, with only a scattered skeleton lying upon the floor. The villa boasted a third floor, but its door was locked. With a forceful crash, Lin Chen broke open the door to the third floor. The sight that awaited him was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 6: The arrival of night. Before Lin Chen lay a luxurious swimming pool, adorned with opulent decorations and surrounded by an array of fitness equipment. Numerous shelves, reminiscent of a supermarket, were laden with an abundance of food. This city had been sealed off for nearly a decade, and to his astonishment, he discovered such a well-preserved haven. Approaching the pool, Lin Chen noticed that the water within was surprisingly untainted, not stagnant. He murmured, recalling that at the onset of the revival of spiritual energy, water resources had suffered immense pollution, leading many to perish from thirst. Fortunately, in the ensuing years, the water quality gradually improved. Covered in grime and blood, Lin Chen decided to take a bath. Suddenly, a faint yellow blur lunged towards him. "Little creature, can you hide no longer?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly, instinctively reaching out. With a sharp clap, he swiftly captured a yellow-haired Shih Tzu. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog widened its round eyes, appearing somewhat fierce yet adorable. Lin Chen examined the pup in his grasp. It was a familiar Chinese rural dog, surprisingly unmutated. After the revival of spiritual energy, many animals had undergone fierce transformations overnight. However, this dog seemed peculiar. Confined on the third floor for what must have been years, it appeared small yet aged. After petting the dog for a couple of minutes, Lin Chen tossed it aside. "Go play, little one." The pup landed gracefully, promptly retreating to a corner of the shelves, peering out with a fierce glare at Lin Chen. Lin Chen produced a spirit crystal and tossed it towards the dog, saying, "This is compensation for occupying your space." The little dog, sensing the value of the crystal, leapt up and swallowed it whole, collapsing shortly thereafter. Soon, a surge of powerful energy erupted from within it, causing its yellow fur to shed and new hair to sprout forth. After his bath, Lin Chen felt utterly refreshed. He glanced at the little dog, which lay motionless on the ground, yet emanated an extraordinary aura. "You are quite fortunate," Lin Chen mused, disregarding the pup as he began to explore his surroundings. This was indeed an excellent location, suitable for a camp. To his surprise, he discovered bottles of red wine on the shelves, a delightful find. While other food items had surely spoiled, the alcohol remained intact. As night descended, terror awakened. The city now teemed with peril. On the rooftop, Lin Chen reclined with a glass of red wine, legs crossed, calmly surveying the moonlit, ravaged cityscape. Endless hordes of zombies had emerged from their slumber. And in this desolate city, some were frantically fleeing, while others trembled in fear, with some succumbing to the jaws of the undead. A palpable sense of dread blanketed the earth, reminiscent of the initial revival of spiritual energy. The darkness may be terrifying, But how could it compare to the fear dwelling within the human heart? In a narrow alley, a man and a woman were locked in a desperate struggle for survival. "Black Fox, you wretched creature, you would kill me over a mere spiritual crystal? Are you even human?" Huang Shang glared at Black Fox, his body battered and spirit utterly dejected. Once a team of over a dozen, now only he and Black Fox remained. The fact that she would resort to lethal force for a single crystal filled him with a furious desire to rend her to pieces. Black Fox understood the peril of verbosity for villains, thus she remained silent, brandishing her dagger with determination. Both Huang Shang and she were late-stage awakening practitioners, under normal circumstances. She could not hope to defeat him. However, having previously launched a surprise attack that grievously injured him, she now possessed absolute confidence in her ability to finish him off. Damn! Huang Shang recognized his dire predicament. Prolonging this confrontation would surely lead to his demise. Adhering to the age-old strategy of retreat, he swiftly made for an escape. "You vile creature, once I escape this place, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death," Huang Shang gritted his teeth as he declared. Naturally, Black Fox would not grant him the opportunity to flee. With her dagger in hand, she pursued him relentlessly. 10 minutes later, a piercing scream echoed through the alley. Blood sprayed as Huang Shang's throat was severed. Black Fox extracted the coveted spiritual crystal from his lifeless form, a serene smile gracing her features. With this crystal, her examination would pose no challenge. Yet, her ambitions extended beyond mere assessment. She coveted a place at the Star Academy. In her eyes, dealing with humans was infinitely simpler than contending with zombies. On the other side of the street, hundreds of zombies were fervently chasing a group of people. "Head of the family, you go ahead, we shall hold them off," they shouted, preparing to confront the monstrous horde. "Ah, save me!" The piercing cries echoed incessantly. Tang Hu, cradling a box, witnessed the relentless demise of his subordinates. Pain welled in his heart, yet he did not linger. He dashed into an alleyway in an instant. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as a zombie lunged at Tang Hu from the shadows. Bang! Tang Hu drew a handgun. In the wake of the awakening of spiritual energy, firearms had become a rarity, difficult for the common person to procure. He pulled the trigger, and the zombie's head exploded in a shower of gore. The gunshot attracted other zombies lurking in the alley. Bang! 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 The gunfire continued unabated. Before long, Tang Hu, bruised and battered, lay on the ground, surrounded by ravenous zombies. "It seems tonight, Tang shall not escape death," he mused bitterly, raising his handgun, which contained but a single bullet saved especially for himself. "Alas, I have failed to bring back the exotic fruit for Mu Qian. Farewell, Mu Qian. Farewell to this world," Tang Hu murmured. As the head of a prominent family, he found himself merely an ordinary man, a lamentable fate. Just as he prepared to end his own life, the surrounding zombies suddenly collapsed en masse. A young man clad in black emerged, wielding a fire axe, cutting through the horde with terrifying ease. To him, the fearsome zombies were as inconsequential as cabbages, effortlessly severed with each strike. In no time, the remaining zombies lay defeated at his feet. Tang Hu's eyes widened, his expression vacant, clearly stunned by the scene before him. He had first-hand experience of how terrifying these zombies could be, yet this young man effortlessly dispatched them as if he were merely chopping vegetables. This young man was truly formidable. Lin Chen cast only a fleeting glance at Tang Hu before turning to leave. The night was indeed the perfect time for hunting. "Wait!" Tang Hu called out as Lin Chen prepared to depart. Lin Chen paused in his tracks. Tang Hu, with great difficulty, looked at Lin Chen and said, "Young man, I do not have long to live. Before I pass, may I ask for your assistance?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen continued to move forward. One of the survival rules in the apocalypse was that villains perished due to excessive chatter, while heroes fell prey to unnecessary involvement. I can offer you a reward," Tang Hu said, his face pale. At the mention of a reward, Lin Chen halted and turned back to face Tang Hu, replying coolly. First, tell me what the reward entails. Chapter 7, Disturbing My Mind. Tang Hu, extracting 2 spirit crystals and an ancient bronze token from his person, remarked. I shall not elaborate on the value of these spirit crystals. As for this token, it was acquired through fortuitous circumstances, its specific utility eludes me. Yet I sense its significance is far from trivial. Lin Chen scrutinized the token, perceiving a rich aura of spiritual energy emanating from it, indicating its extraordinary nature. What is it that you wish for me to do? He inquired, accepting the spirit crystals and the token. Tang Hu exhaled in relief, stating, I am Tang Hu, head of the Tang family in Lingyun City. I implore you to deliver this box to my daughter, Tang Muqian. Within it lies a rare fruit and a letter. Rare fruit? Lin Chen was no stranger to such items. At the edge of the uninhabited zone, enshrouded in a thick gray mist, peculiar fruits hung from certain trees. It was rumored that consuming these fruits would bestow immense benefits. However, the dangers lurking within that gray mist were formidable, teeming with terrifying beasts that even the mightiest of awakened ones dared not approach. Thus, few had ever obtained such fruits. And he was astonished that this individual had managed to acquire one. Are you not concerned that I might abscond with the rare fruit? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Tang Hu sighed, I have no other recourse. Lin Chen lifted the box and declared, Very well. I shall ensure that your belongings reach your daughter. Thank you. Tang Hu expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Tang Hu collapsed. As Lin Chen prepared to depart, a menacing aura surged from behind him. And a shadowy figure lunged forward, brandishing a dagger. Yet, just as the dagger was a mere 10 centimeters from Lin Chen, an overwhelming force intercepted it, halting its advance. With a resounding crack, the dagger shattered, and the shadowy figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Blood spewed forth. The black fox struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across her face. As a late-stage awakened one, she had unleashed her full power, yet failed to inflict any harm upon her adversary, instead sustaining severe injuries while her opponent remained unscathed. Who would believe such a tale? Lin Chen, it appears everyone has been deceived, you are no mere fool. The black fox remarked, her expression darkening. Having seen Lin Chen wielding spirit crystals, she had intended to kill him and seize his treasures, only to discover that he was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Her mind raced with confusion. How could the seemingly useless Lin Chen possess such strength? Had he been feigning weakness all along? The more one knows, the swifter one's demise, Lin Chen mused, approaching the black fox with a fire axe in hand. If he were truly the inept individual she believed him to be, it would have been he who perished moments ago. Thus, he would not show mercy to those who sought his life. As Lin Chen advanced, the black fox felt an icy dread wash over her. Severely wounded and at her weakest, any attempt at resistance was clearly futile. She bit her lip and, in a desperate act, shed her tight-fitting attire, revealing a pair of ample curves that swayed enticingly. The black fox licked her lips and enchanting said, Lin Chen, if you spare me, from this moment on, I shall be yours. I will fulfill your every desire, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. But before she could finish, Lin Chen swiftly struck her down. A steel needle clattered to the ground from her sleeve. You disturb my peace of mind, cursed be it. Lin Chen remarked with indifference, collecting the spiritual crystals from the black fox's body before departing hastily. In the dead of night, amidst a horde of zombies, it was the perfect opportunity to gather more spiritual crystals, a vital resource for cultivation. At midnight, Lin Chen appeared on the street, his body smeared with blood. In his left hand, he carried a black bag, while in his right, he wielded a serrated fire axe. After several hours of carnage, the fire axe had fulfilled its ultimate purpose. 120 spiritual crystals, a commendable harvest, Lin Chen murmured. It was time to return, cleanse himself, and indulge in some well-deserved rest. Unexpectedly, a chilling voice pierced the air, I can't believe you, a worthless fool, are still alive. What do you have in that bag? Show me. Emerging from the alley was a powerful man clad in black, his expression grim, his gaze fixated on the black bag in Lin Chen's grasp. Song Lingfeng. Lin Chen replied, his demeanor unfazed. Song Lingfeng, a prodigy of the heavenly class and one of the 10 elite students at Lingwu University, was a formidable force and intermediate second-level awakener who had previously triumphed over a higher-level opponent. His reputation was formidable, earning him the favor of the school's mentors. Furthermore, he was the legitimate son of the prominent Song family in Lingyun City, with a mentor at the university who was his uncle, making him an individual of considerable status and strength. Intriguingly, he was also a suitor of Su Xianer. Song Lingfeng had issued multiple warnings to Lin Chen to steer clear of Su Xianer. Were it not for the intervention of the school's mentors, Lin Chen might have already met his end. In comparison, Zhao Biao seemed insignificant. Lin Chen had not anticipated encountering Song Lingfeng here. It would be advantageous to eliminate this pesky fly in advance. Lin Chen wished to end Song Lingfeng's life, and Song Lingfeng harbored the same desire for Lin Chen. A glint of malice flickered in Song Lingfeng's eyes as he prepared to strike when a cool voice interrupted, "Do not waste time here." 7 or 8 individuals emerged, led by a tall, ethereal beauty with skin like jade and a cold demeanor. Shi Feishue, the granddaughter of the dean of Lingwu University, was renowned alongside Su Xianer as one of the university's 2 greatest female prodigies, possessing supreme talent as a peak second-level awakener. Logically, like Su Xianer, she had been exempted from this assessment and had no need to participate. Song Lingfeng reigned in his murderous intent, arrogantly addressing Lin Chen, "Rest assured, I shall not kill you, for it would soil my hands. Although you have stumbled upon luck and managed to survive a day in this wasteland, completing the assessment is utterly beyond your reach. After all, a fool remains a fool, no matter the stroke of fortune." The imperial consort, Shi Fei, spoke with an air of indifference, "Let us proceed." In response, Song Lingfeng extended a middle finger towards Lin Chen and remarked, "Pitiful wretch. I hope you do not perish in the next 2 days, for that would render things exceedingly dull." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He had contemplated obliterating Song Lingfeng on the spot, yet in that moment, he resolved to spare his life temporarily, intending to annihilate him after delivering a resounding rebuke. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Chen observed a man pursuing a woman down the street. To his surprise, both individuals were familiar to him, hailing from the ordinary class. The man sneered, "Zhao Qian, you vile creature, always pretending to be aloof in class. I have pursued you for so long, and you have not even spared me a glance. Now that you are in my grasp, I shall ensure that your suffering is beyond measure." The woman, filled with terror, continued her frantic escape. When she spotted someone ahead, her heart leapt with hope, but it quickly sank when she recognized that it was Lin Chen, the very embodiment of ineptitude. "Lin Chen, save me," she cried, though her instincts compelled her to run towards him. Despite his status as an ordinary person, to Zhao Qian, he represented her sole lifeline. She swiftly concealed herself behind Lin Chen and, with a fierce determination in her eyes, urged, "Lin Chen, quickly stop Wu Hao." Chapter 8. Deserving of death, she did not seek for Lin Chen to thwart the adversary, rather, she implored him to buy her a fleeting moment to escape. Alas! Zhao Qian thrust her hands forward, only to discover Lin Chen rooted to the spot, immovable. "Ha! I never imagined it would be you, this useless wretch. I've long held disdain for you, perish." Wu Hao sneered, channeling all his might into a single strike aimed at Lin Chen. Just as the blow was about to land, Lin Chen seized Zhao Qian, positioning her before him as a shield. Boom! The strike collided with Zhao Qian's chest. Put! She coughed forth a spray of blood, her heart's pulse shattered, leading to her untimely demise. It was likely that even she could not have foreseen such a fate. She had intended for Lin Chen to serve as her shield, yet the outcome had taken a tragic turn. Lin Chen casually discarded Zhao Qian's lifeless form to the ground and sullenly declared, "Wu Hao, you deserve a fate most grievous for harming a fellow classmate." Without granting Wu Hao a moment to respond, Lin Chen unleashed a devastating strike, a terrifying force erupting forth. With a resounding crash, Wu Hao was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, dead beyond resurrection. Having concluded this grim task, Lin Chen entered the villa with an inscrutable expression. After a refreshing bath, Lin Chen took a glass of fine wine to the window. The city lay in ruins, fraught with peril. Terrifying zombies and mutated creatures roamed freely. And even the trees and vines had transformed into formidable threats. To them, human flesh was the most exquisite sustenance. On this night, one could only speculate how many lives would be extinguished. Lin Chen mused, this assessment is indeed grotesque, many will struggle not just to pass but to survive. Yet, all of this seemed to bear little consequence for him. As he savored a sip of red wine, a hint of contentment graced his visage. While others clamored for survival, he indulged in the pleasures of life, leaving the other assessors in a state of despair. Regrettably, they were oblivious to his tranquil scene. It is time to rest, Lin Chen decided, selecting a random spot to recline, unperturbed by the environment. In the past, he would have meditated through the night. But now he opted to take it slow and adjust his mindset. After countless failures in foundational cultivation, he sensed his impatience had been his own downfall. Though cultivation is a path against the natural order, one's mental state is paramount. Perhaps with a refreshed outlook, a single night as slumber might lead to a breakthrough. The following morning, a resounding roar jolted Lin Chen from his slumber. Roar! Within the villa appeared a massive dog, towering over 2 meters. Exuding an imposing presence akin to that of a regal lion. Its neck was adorned with a fiery mane, radiating an aura of dread that instilled great intimidation. Lin Chen, however, was not overly startled. He casually splashed water on his face and tidied a few belongings before preparing to venture outside. A new day beckoned for continued hunting. For others, this city, G-City, represented a hellish, treacherous abyss, yet for Lin Chen, it was a land rich with treasures, a splendid opportunity to amass resources for cultivation. As for the assessment, he had never truly regarded it with any seriousness. Upon seeing Lin Chen's intention to depart, the large dog eagerly wagged its tail and followed closely behind. Yesterday, it reaped tremendous benefits from Lin Chen. The astute creature had already discerned that accompanying Lin Chen would yield even greater rewards, particularly the crystals that could foster its continuous enhancement. In a sense, the large dog had transformed into a mutated beast, its prowess and intelligence elevated to an entirely new echelon. Do you wish to accompany me on a hunt? Lin Chen inquired, glancing at the dog. Woof! The dog wagged its tail vigorously, its eyes glimmering with anticipation. Very well, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. He regarded the dog and proposed, how about you follow me from now on? The solitary path of cultivation could be exceedingly lonely. Having a companion would indeed be a delightful alternative. Woof! The dog affectionately nudged Lin Chen's face, clearly in agreement. Since you have no objections, it is settled. Let us embark on our hunt. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. With that, he departed with the dog, now named Hong Hong. As they stepped outside the villa, Lin Chen abruptly halted. Surrounding them were countless zombies, numbering in the thousands. Surprised by the sheer volume, Lin Chen commanded, Hong Hong, attack their heads. Without hesitation, he plunged into the throng of zombies. To him, these were not terrifying creatures, but rather resources for cultivation. Roar! Hong Hong comprehended Lin Chen's directive and swiftly lunged forward. Its towering 2-meter frame and colossal claws swiftly brought down a zombie, crushing its head beneath its weight. Before long, a dozen zombies charged at Hong Hong. It opened its mouth, and with a sharp sound, several streams of fire erupted forth, incinerating the horde in an instant. Excellent work! Lin Chen praised, observing that Hong Hong exceeded his expectations. Even a late-stage awakener would likely falter against such a formidable companion. After all, who could resist a dog that breathed fire? In contrast, Lin Chen unleashed his own ferocity. A terrifying aura erupting from him. His fists struck like thunder, the winds howling around him as the zombies fell before him like mere cabbages, easily obliterated. The stench of blood splattered as zombies toppled, their bodies accumulating on the ground. In no time, all the zombies in the vicinity lay vanquished. With a collection of crystals in hand, Lin Chen had acquired yet another invaluable resource for cultivation. It is worth noting that for an average awakener, the power contained within a single spirit crystal could sustain their training for over a month. Hong Hong gazed longingly at the spirit crystals in Lin Chen's possession. "Fear not. I shall give them to you upon our return. If you consume them now, you'll only end up sleeping," Lin Chen gently remarked. Reluctantly, Hong Hong averted its gaze. "Let us proceed." Lin Chen led Hong Hong eastward. The number of zombies was increasing significantly. Lin Chen observed that the undead were exceedingly numerous along this route, with thousands upon thousands appearing at every turn. Even he, a peak chi refinement practitioner, felt a hint of pressure in this moment. In his previous life, there was a film titled Zombie Siege, and he was struck by a similar visceral sensation. The area was teeming with zombies, stretching endlessly in every direction. The ground entirely dominated by the undead, with only the sky remaining safe. Yesterday, there had not been such a plethora of zombies. It seemed that something had transpired. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With a swift motion, Lin Chen appeared atop a tall building. From this vantage point, he could see that the streets surrounding him were completely overrun by zombies, their roars echoing menacingly, instilling a profound sense of dread. It appeared that these zombies were surging toward a singular direction, as if drawn by some mysterious force. "I will go investigate the situation, you stay here and be safe," Lin Chen instructed Hong Hong. Chapter 9: The Silver Moon Corpse King. In a grand theater, millions of zombies surrounded the building, creating an impenetrable barrier. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the undead were abundant, and their numbers continued to swell. It seemed as though some mysterious entity within the theater had lured them here. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the sky. A military aircraft appeared overhead. With a swift motion, a dozen figures leapt from the plane, landing steadily atop the theater. There were a total of 15 individuals, each exuding an aura of terror, with the weakest among them being a 5th-level awakener. Among them was a woman who led the group. Clad in silver battle armor, she stood tall, her long black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Her skin was as pale as snow, her beauty unparalleled, and her demeanor exuded an air of cold mystery. "Commander Yi." A shadow flickered, and Feng Wuhan manifested above the theater. Upon seeing Yi Jianjia, Feng Wuhan's gaze sharpened. Her strength was even more inscrutable, instilling in him a sense of immense pressure. Yi Jianjia, a commander from the Star Academy, was rumored to be a formidable 7th-level peak awakener with unfathomable power. Yi Jianjia nodded at Feng Wuhan and said, "Delay invites change, let us first deal with the creatures inside." "Understood," Feng Wuhan replied gravely. With a resounding crash, Yi Jianjia struck out, creating an opening in the theater's roof, and the group immediately descended within. As they entered, Lin Chen made his appearance. "With so many zombies gathered here, could it be that a zombie king has emerged within?" Lin Chen pondered internally. He was not surprised by the evolution of zombies. After all, wasn't he that the premise of many films in his previous life? Suddenly, the hell furnace within Lin Chen's mind began to tremble. A message materialized before him. Second sacrifice mission of the Hell Furnace initiated. Mission objective: hunt the Silver Moon Corpse King and complete the sacrifice. Success reward: Shadow Demon Mask. Failure consequence: recovery of the Xianyu seal. Already the second mission? Lin Chen felt astonished, yet more than that, he was exhilarated, for as long as missions continued, he could grow ever stronger. Although he was unaware of the Shadow Demon Mask's special properties, he was certain that creations from the furnace were anything but ordinary. The timing of this mission was fortuitous. It was evident that the Silver Moon Corpse King lurked below. However, he had no intention of confronting the Silver Moon Corpse King immediately. After all, he was uncertain of its true strength and decided to let Feng Wuhan and the others probe the depths first. As Yi Jianjia and her companions entered the theater, they encountered 4 bronze zombies. The aura emanating from these 4 was terrifying, far exceeding that of the zombies outside. Yet these bronze corpses were not their target. Their objective lay within the rusted coffin guarded by them. With a ferocious roar, the 4 bronze zombies locked their blood-red eyes onto the humans. Their gaze filled with insatiable bloodlust, and they lunged forward with a speed and strength that far surpassed that of the external zombies. In terms of prowess, they should rival the second-tier awakener, if not surpass them. Yi Jianjia's gaze was icy as she swiftly appeared before a zombie, delivering a powerful flying kick. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and the head of the copper corpse was obliterated. In an instant, her figure shifted again. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding blasts echoed as 3 copper corpses met their demise. Yi Jianjia stood before the crowd like a goddess of war, demonstrating her formidable strength. Lin Chen, concealed in the shadows, observed this spectacle, pondering whether she could contend with the dread entity within the coffin. After vanquishing the 3 copper corpses, Yi Jianjia commanded the onlookers to retreat. Step back. I shall open the coffin. Wind Wuhan and the others immediately complied, their expressions tense, prepared to act at any moment. With a swift motion, Yi Jianjia positioned herself at the coffin's edge. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within. The coffin lid hurtled towards her with terrifying force. Humph! Yi Jianjia scoffed and struck out with her palm. Boom! The lid shattered under her blow. Be careful! Wind Wuhan's voice rang out as a silver figure shot forth from the coffin, racing towards Yi Jianjia. The Silver Moon Corpse King emerged, exuding an aura of dread. Yi Jianjia reacted with remarkable speed, transforming her palm strike into a punch, unleashing a torrent of force. As her fist connected, gusts of wind surged, causing cracks to form in the surrounding walls, unable to withstand the tremendous pressure. Boom! The punch struck the Silver Moon Corpse King squarely in the chest. However, Yi Jianjia's expression shifted as she realized her strike had failed to repel the creature. Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her fist, as if she had struck a block of mysterious iron. The bodies of ordinary zombies were already incredibly resilient, yet this was a corpse king, whose hardness was truly formidable. Roaring with fury, the Silver Moon Corpse King retaliated with a powerful slap, sending Yi Jianjia flying several meters. Spitting blood upon regaining her balance, she wore a grave expression. Her silver armor, crafted from special ores combined with materials from various monsters, had been shattered by the king's blow. The strength of the Silver Moon Corpse King was indeed terrifying. Attack! Wind Wuhan and the others immediately launched their assault on the Silver Moon Corpse King. A barrage of powerful strikes rained down upon it. The Silver Moon Corpse King, seemingly enraged, glared with bloodshot eyes. In an instant, it vanished from sight. A chilling scream pierced the air as a 5th-tier awakener was gruesomely torn in half, blood splattering everywhere. Wang Shidi. The onlookers were overwhelmed with grief at this harrowing sight. This beast possesses immense strength, everyone, be cautious, Wind Wuhan urged, his voice solemn. The Silver Moon Corpse King casually discarded the body of the Celestial Awakener, his gaze shifting to Feng Wuhan. A sense of resolve enveloped Feng Wuhan. Yet he exhibited no trace of fear. His hands formed a unique gesture, unleashing a formidable aura that stirred a tempest, shaking the very earth. Wind Blade Slash. Feng Wuhan leapt forward, advancing rather than retreating, as a sharp, curved blade surged from his hands, imbued with an unstoppable force of slaughter, slicing swiftly towards the Silver Moon Corpse King's head. Sensing a hint of peril, the Silver Moon Corpse King instinctively raised his left hand to shield his skull. Having evolved into a Corpse King, it had attained sentience and could naturally perceive threats. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted. The Wind Blade Slash failed to sever the Silver Moon Corpse King's arm, instead leaving a minute scar upon it. A trickle of silvery blood oozed from the wound, cascading onto the ground. Sizzle! The earth was corroded, releasing billowing clouds of smoke. The Silver Moon Corpse King glanced at the injury on its arm, then turned its attention back to Feng Wuhan. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Feng Wuhan was propelled backward like a cannonball, colliding violently against the wall, which crumbled into ruins.
Brother Wuhan, gasped the onlookers in astonishment.
Chapter 10, The Celestial Opening of Xuandu. The Silver Moon Corpse King had no intention of sparing Feng Wuhan. It appeared before him, seizing him with a powerful grip, then opened its maw to reveal its menacing fangs, seemingly eager to taste the blood of this insignificant creature. At that moment, Yi Jianjia emerged from behind the Silver Moon Corpse King, delivering a forceful kick to its head. The strength of this strike was formidable,
surpassing Feng Wuhan's previous gale blade by an astounding magnitude.
The Silver Moon Corpse King sensed the imminent threat and immediately released Feng Wuhan, turning around to retaliate with a fierce punch.
Boom!
The clash of two terrifying forces reverberated, shaking the ground beneath them. The Silver Moon Corpse King was sent flying, crashing through the stage of the theater, yet its resilient form remained unscathed. Rising once more, it lunged at Yi Jianjia like a ferocious wolf. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Jianjia's eyes. Crack! A subtle sound emanated from within her, and suddenly, her aura surged dramatically, propelling her from the pinnacle of a level 7 awakener to a level 8 awakener, and the escalation did not cease there. Early stage level 8. Mid-stage level 8. Late stage level 8. Finally, she stabilized. Yi Jianjia had transformed into a late-stage level 8 awakener. Surviving against all odds, Feng Wuhan widened his eyes in astonishment, overwhelmed by the formidable presence radiating from Yi Jianjia. A prodigy. Feng Wuhan chuckled bitterly. The others were equally exhilarated, for in their eyes, Yi Jianjia, a late-stage level 8 awakener, was a match for the Silver Moon Corpse King.
Xuandu Celestial Opening.
Yi Jianjia fervently formed the seals, embodying an invincible war god. As an enigmatic and domineering aura erupted from her, the ground fractured under her might, the surrounding walls crumbled, and the grand theater teetered on the brink of collapse. An unparalleled handprint surged forth with overwhelming force towards the Silver Moon Corpse King.
Boom!
A cloud of dust rose, enveloping both the Silver Moon Corpse King and Yi Jianjia, while Feng Wuhan and the others were thrust back several meters by the sheer power unleashed. Xuandu Celestial Opening, to think she had mastered this technique.
Feng Wuhan's eyes widened.
He understood the immense difficulty of mastering such a skill. In the entire Star Academy, it was likely that only one person had succeeded, Yi Jianjia.
Xuandu Celestial Opening? What an impressive technique! Truly, the Star Academy is wealthy and formidable. Lin Chen, witnessing the overwhelming might of this technique, couldn't help but reflect. Why do so many aspire to enter prestigious academies?
Because these institutions possess powerful martial techniques, and only by joining such elite schools can one access them. Individuals like Qi Feishue from Lingwu University, despite their exceptional talents and strengths, had yet to cultivate martial techniques, otherwise, their combat prowess would be even more terrifying. A late-stage level 8 awakener, paired with this technique, was indeed formidable. However, the Silver Moon Corpse King proved to be a more challenging opponent than anticipated. Lin Chen looked towards the Silver Moon Corpse King, eager for the ensuing spectacle. As the dust began to settle, the true confrontation was about to unfold. The silhouette of Yi Jianjia emerged before the crowd. The Silver Moon Corpse King lay on the ground, its body marred by numerous wounds, silver blood oozing forth and corroding the earth beneath. Victory! The onlookers exhaled in relief, for the pressure exerted by the Silver Moon Corpse King had been overwhelming. However, something felt amiss. A wave of unease washed over Feng Wuhan as he noticed that Yi Jianjia's countenance was far from favorable. Crack! The Silver Moon Corpse King's fingers, which had been motionless on the ground, twitched suddenly, and its aura began to surge uncontrollably. Slowly, it lifted its head, its eyes transforming into a more bloodthirsty and terrifying gaze. Roar! The Silver Moon Corpse King unleashed a furious roar, as if thoroughly incensed. It gradually rose to its feet, the flow of blood ceasing, and its wounds began to heal at an alarming rate. This bizarre scene caused a chill to run through Yi Jianjia and the others. It seemed the Silver Moon Corpse King possessed some formidable power. Kill! Yi Jianjia's eyes hardened as she launched a starburst toward the Silver Moon Corpse King. The creature did not evade, it stood resolutely in place, a peculiar dark mark appearing on its forehead, faintly visible and resembling a special rune. When Yi Jianjia approached within a meter of the Silver Moon Corpse King, a silver barrier of force materialized before it. Boom! Yi Jianjia's kick merely caused the barrier to quiver slightly, failing to shatter it. The Silver Moon Corpse King extended its right hand, a terrifying force coalescing within it, soon forming into a sphere of power. Roar! The Silver Moon Corpse King bellowed, and the orb of energy erupted, hurtling toward Yi Jianjia. Her pupils constricted. With no time to ponder, she evaded. At that moment, the energy sphere split into two, accurately striking the spot where Yi Jianjia had just been. Boom! The force of the impact sent Yi Jianjia flying. The Silver Moon Corpse King's form flickered, appearing in mid-air, delivering a punch directly to Yi Jianjia's abdomen. Bang! She had no time to dodge and was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a massive crater, her body covered in injuries within it. Leader Yi! The expressions of Feng Wuhan and the others changed dramatically as they rushed towards Yi Jianjia. Cough, cough. Yi Jianjia coughed up blood. Rising to her feet as she wiped the crimson from her lips, her gaze filled with unprecedented trepidation. The Silver Moon Corpse King was indestructible, more alarmingly. It wielded martial skills, a revelation that left Yi Jianjia in shock. She had witnessed mutated beasts employing unique skills, such as breathing fire or expelling venom. But witnessing a zombie perform martial techniques was entirely new to her. This Silver Moon Corpse King was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond her capacity to confront. Leader Yi. Are you all right? The crowd inquired with concern. Yi Jianjia replied solemnly, the strength of this Silver Moon Corpse King is too terrifying. Even a 9th-tier celestial awakened may struggle against it. We must find an opportunity to flee swiftly, lest we meet our doom. Roar! The Silver Moon Corpse King, witnessing the insignificant creature before it still clinging to life, was consumed by rage. With renewed ferocity, it lunged towards Yi Jianjia, intent on tearing her into shreds. Block it! Shouted Feng Wuhan, as two blades of wind sliced through the air towards the Silver Moon Corpse King. The others promptly executed their martial techniques, and in an instant, over a dozen attacks surged towards the formidable foe. Boom! 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 Yet, all these assaults struck the Silver Moon Corpse King without inflicting the slightest injury upon it. In a flash, the Silver Moon Corpse King barreled towards the group, swatting its arm with such force that Feng Wuhan and the others were sent sprawling like broken kites. Subsequently, it fixed its menacing gaze upon Yi Jianjia, delivering a terrifying punch aimed directly at her head. Yi Jianjia's face turned ashen. Gravely wounded and bereft of her combat prowess, evading such a blow was evidently impossible. The show is over, it's my turn to act, Lin Chen stated calmly. Chapter 11, Shadow Demon Mask. Just as Yi Jianjia believed her demise was imminent, a sudden burst of blinding light erupted, accompanied by a piercing sound. An overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the surroundings, rendering Yi Jianjia breathless, as if she had plunged into an endless abyss, her vision swirling in disarray. In an instant, a fleeting shadow materialized before her, extending its fingers to pierce the brow of the Silver Moon Corpse King. With a resounding thud, the Silver Moon Corpse King froze in place, its once crimson eyes dulled to a lifeless gray. A grotesque blood hole manifested at its forehead, from which silver-white blood gushed forth, marking the end of the Corpse King's existence. After dispatching the Silver Moon Corpse King, the shadow swiftly vanished, carrying the defeated creature's body away in the blink of an eye. Yi Jianjia stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. Coughing, Feng Wuhan emerged laboriously from the rubble, questioning, what just happened? Yi Jianjia composed herself and replied solemnly. An unknown powerful being intervened and effortlessly vanquished the Silver Moon Corpse King. The speed of that individual had been astonishing. Yi Jianjia had merely glimpsed a blurred silhouette and had not even caught a glimpse of their face.
Feng Wuan was taken aback.
He understood that even a 9th-level awakener might struggle against the Silver Moon Corp's king.
Yet, someone had decisively defeated it. What manner of terrifying entity could that be? Meanwhile,
on the street, Hong Hong was being pursued by a group of individuals.
It fled desperately, but its pursuers showed no signs of relenting, relentlessly trailing behind. Suddenly, Hong Hong's eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Chen. It rushed to Lin Chen, nuzzling its head against his face. Lin Chen gently stroked Hong Hong's head. However, Lin Chen's expression darkened as he noticed a streak of blood near Hong Hong's ear.
Narrowing his eyes, he turned to face the approaching crowd.
Useless Lin Chen.
The crowd quickly recognized him. After all, Lin Chen was a rather unique figure at Lingwu University, the only ordinary person among them. The moniker of Useless was well known, and few were unfamiliar with him.
Seeing Lin Chen, the crowd was astonished that an ordinary person had survived in the wasteland until the next day. Such extraordinary luck. Yet,
they were even more shocked to witness Lin Chen affectionately petting this mutated beast, which appeared to relish the attention.
What was happening? Hadn't mutated beasts always been vicious? When had they become so docile? Lin Chen addressed the crowd. Did you harm my pet? Your pet? Since when did this prized mutated beast become a pet of a useless wretch like you?
A cold voice interjected as a man with slanted eyes stepped forward,
disdainfully regarding Lin Chen. Get out of the way, useless.
Don't hinder my hunt for the mutated beast, or I will slay you alongside it.
Sun Gong, a student from Lingwu University, is a mid-level awakener of the first tier, possessing average strength but employing exceedingly ruthless tactics.
He has often exploited his power to bully others. But the most heinous act he committed was when he set his sights on the daughter of an ordinary family.
When she vehemently resisted his advances, he,
in a fit of rage, slaughtered over 30 members of her family in a single night, causing an unspeakable calamity. Due to his status as an awakener and the backing he has, this atrocity was suppressed, yet it is certain that he has perpetrated many similar acts,
embodying the very essence of a tyrant. You may give it a try.
Lin Chen replied indifferently. He held no interest in Sun Gung's past misdeeds, however. Should Sun Gung provoke him, he would ensure the latter's demise. The crowd was momentarily stunned by his words, followed by raucous laughter.
Ha ha ha.
This waste dares to speak to Sun Gung in such a tone. Does he seek death?
They jeered. What a fool. A mere mortal daring to confront an awakener, how audacious. Shall we wager on how many moves it will take for Sun Gung to eliminate this waste? I wager 1 move.
I bet he won't even need one. This waste will be begging for mercy before then. The crowd wore expressions of amusement, for in this desolate area, the death of a worthless individual was an utterly trivial matter. They eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Sun Gung effortlessly crushing Lin Chen. A subtle smirk appeared on Sun Gung's lips as he remarked, "How amusing. This waste dares to defy me. Very well, I shall grant you the gift of death.
Die, fool." With that, he leaped forward, aiming a kick at Lin Chen's head, intending to deliver a humiliating blow. However,
a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he casually extended his hand and struck out.
Boom!
Sun Gung's body exploded, a mist of blood filling the air.
Lin Chen had effortlessly dispatched him with a single move. Gulp!
The crowd was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight.
How could it be that Sun Gung, an awakener, was obliterated by Lin Chen? Wasn't Lin Chen merely an ordinary person? How was he able to annihilate Sun Gung in an instant? After dispatching Sun Gung,
Lin Chen maintained an impassive expression, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. A palpable chill crept into the hearts of the onlookers as they sensed the looming threat of death.
Lin Chen no longer appeared as a lamb for slaughter but rather as a merciless beast. Flee! Panic-stricken, they exchanged terrified glances before fleeing in haste. Having previously mocked Lin Chen, they now feared he would show them no mercy.
Though the reason for Lin Chen's newfound ferocity eluded them, survival was their foremost priority. Lin Chen transformed into a blur, swiftly pursuing them, determined not to let any escape.
Shortly thereafter, anguished screams echoed through the alley.
Once he had dealt with all the threats, Lin Chen turned to Hong Hong and said, "Let us find a quiet place."
In an abandoned warehouse,
a silver-white corpse lay on display.
Boom! The hell furnace erupted from Lin Chen's body, hovering in the air.
When the hellish furnace emerged, Hong Hong, who had been standing aside, was struck by an overwhelming fright.
Howl! Hong Hong trembled uncontrollably.
Lin Chen gently patted its head and reassured, "It's all right.
You may go to the side." Hong Hong found a corner and continued to quiver.
Buzz! The flames, which consumed all, erupted from the hellish furnace. The Silver Moon Corpse King was hurled towards the mouth of the furnace. The once indomitable form of the Silver Moon Corpse King was instantly reduced to nothingness when enveloped by the flames. As the sacrifice concluded, the aura of the hellish furnace intensified slightly, the massive structure appearing even more enigmatic and eerie, instilling a profound sense of oppression.
"These flames are indeed terrifying,"
Lin Chen murmured.
"Mission accomplished. Reward, Shadow Demon Mask." A mask shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy floated before Lin Chen. Soon, the mask automatically affixed itself to Lin Chen's face. Boom!
In an instant, Lin Chen felt his blood boiling, his cells within fully activated, as a terrifying battle intent surged from the depths of his soul,
threatening to erupt at any moment. Crack!
Lin Chen clenched his fists, the bones creaking under pressure, feeling as though his strength had multiplied several times.
A single punch could suppress the heavens and the earth.
At that moment, he yearned to engage in a fierce battle, to unleash the violent power within him completely. A mysterious force enveloped him. If he could behold his visage at this moment, he would undoubtedly discover an aura of dreadful demonic energy emanating from him, enchanting yet sinister,
akin to a malevolent fiend. Soon, the demonic aura around Lin Chen dissipated, yet his features continued to transform. Chapter 12, Surviving the Aftermath. Is this the effect of the Shadow Demon Mask?
Truly, it is a remarkable creation from the forge, Lin Chen exclaimed with delight. The Shadow Demon Mask is forged from the ancient bones of malevolent entities and possesses two extraordinary abilities. First, when donned, it can awaken the latent potential within the user, endowing them with an alluring charm that enables one to unleash a strength several times beyond their natural capacity. However, this power comes at a cost,
as it rapidly depletes the user's stamina, rendering them vulnerable.
Second, it grants the ability to alter one's appearance, physique, voice, and demeanor, allowing for endless transformations and remarkable applications.
This Shadow Demon Mask is indeed unparalleled.
At this moment, Lin Chen could hardly contain his astonishment, the prospect of harnessing strength beyond one's limits, albeit with the risk of fatigue, is invaluable during critical moments. The second ability is even more astonishing, providing the means for deception and subterfuge, an essential tool for assassination and treasure hunting, as well as a method for confronting adversaries.
Hand over the spirit crystal, Wang Yi,
and we shall spare your life.
A voice suddenly echoed from outside. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, stowed away the Hell Forge, and vanished from sight. In the street,
Wang Yi was surrounded by a group of individuals, gripping a dagger with a grim expression. "Wang Yi, cease your struggle.
Though your strength is commendable, can you truly contend with so many of us?
I advise you to surrender the spirit crystal peacefully," a scar-faced man sneered.
Wang Yi fixed his gaze on the scarred man and replied coldly, "Li Hu, if you desire the spirit crystal, come and take it."
The individuals surrounding him were once his companions, with Li Hu as the leader.
Initially, upon entering City G, they coexisted without conflict. However, when Wang Yi fortuitously acquired a spirit crystal, the dynamic shifted. Li Hu, consumed by greed, demanded that Wang Yi relinquish the crystal,
claiming it should be entrusted to him for safekeeping. Naturally, Wang Yi refused, opting to leave the team, thereby severing ties with Li Hu. This led to the present scene of Wang Yi being hunted and besieged by Li Hu and his cohorts. Indeed, Lin Chen was correct, in this place,
Trust is a dangerous illusion. Seeking death.
Li Hu's face contorted with malice as he greedily commanded, "Kill him." Instantly, the group lunged toward Wang Yi.
Gritting his teeth,
Wang Yi knew he could not stand against so many, and fleeing was not an option. Therefore, he resolved to take a couple down with him.
Suddenly,
a glint of cold light shot forth.
Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!
Before Li Hu and his men could react, the piercing light struck through their heads,
blood splattering and staining the ground.
Wang Yi, who had braced himself for death, stood frozen, astonished to see the lifeless bodies of Li Hu and his gang. Surviving against all odds, Wang Yi did not have the luxury to ponder who had slain them. He immediately fled the scene, uncertain if he would be the next victim.
At that moment, survival took precedence.
Once Wang Yi had departed, Lin Chen revealed himself. "Not foolish, I wish you the best," he muttered to himself before turning to leave. In the city of Ji, he possessed the strength to shield Wang Yi, even granting him entry to the esteemed Star Academy.
However,
every individual is destined to traverse their own path, and Lin Chen had no intention of excessively interfering in Wang Yi's fate. Of course, should danger arise, he would not remain indifferent. Nonetheless, he sensed that Wang Yi would face little difficulty in this assessment. Due to the Silver Moon Corpse King, the zombies of Ji City had congregated at the city's heart, thus elevating the challenge of hunting for Lin Chen. While he was indeed a peak practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, the prospect of confronting hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of zombies proved to be quite formidable. Gazing at the throngs of the undead before him, Lin Chen felt it prudent to alter his objective.
Hong Hong, to the west of the city. Lin Chen gracefully mounted the towering form of Hong Hong.
With a mighty roar, Hong Hong leapt forth, covering great distance with astonishing speed. The western part of the city remained desolate, with towering edifices crumbling, bearing the scars of time. The ground was shattered, riddled with numerous fissures. Terrifying creatures emerged from these crevices, while vines rooted deep within the earth sprouted thorny tendrils, shrouding the entire street. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The ground quaked violently, clouds of dust rising. A ferocious roar echoed, as a massive purple mutated venomous spider burst forth from the ground.
Its colossal form resembled a tank.
And when it struck the earth, it was akin to an earthquake, sending debris flying and creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The purple spider, adorned with patterns reminiscent of eyes, bore long bristles that evoked discomfort. It possessed 13 legs, each armored with pitch-black scales, sharp as daggers, and its blood-red eyes glowed ominously, captivating the soul.
2 fangs,
as sharp as pincers, dripped with corrosive venom.
This purple venomous thousand spider was a peak-level mutated beast, and together, we shall surely vanquish it. 10 meters away,
Qi Fei Shui and her companions fixed their gaze upon the creature.
The assessment had reached its second day, yielding commendable gains for them. With Qi Fei Shui and Song Lingfeng, both second-level awakened beings, none of their team had suffered fatalities thus far.
There is no need to wait, let us strike. Song Lingfeng's eyes narrowed as he brandished a short blade and charged forward.
Attack!
Upon Qi Fei Shui's command, the group surged forward.
With a resounding clash,
Song Lingfeng's incisive strike landed squarely upon the spider's visage, creating a gruesome gash from which foul, dark blood began to flow.
The purple venomous thousand spider howled in agony, its sharp legs descending violently towards Song Lingfeng.
He swiftly evaded, the spider's attack missing its mark, its leg embedding itself into the ground, sending sand and stones flying.
Above the spider, Qi Fei Shui made her presence known, wielding her blade with formidable might.
With a powerful thrust, her weapon pierced the spider's head with a sharp sound. The purple venomous thousand spider writhed in pain, violently shaking its head and casting Qi Fei Shui aside. In the air, Qi Fei Shui steadied herself,
wielding a bloodied blade with an expression of utter calm.
The others directed their efforts towards the legs of the purple venom thousand spider, brandishing their weapons as they launched a frenzied assault. It was evident that this team exhibited remarkable coordination, devoid of any mishaps, a stark contrast to other groups.
Crack!
The weapons of several individuals struck the legs of the purple venom thousand spider, sending sparks flying.
Damn it!
The creature's legs are armored with scales, they are utterly unyielding.
One person remarked solemnly. Fall back. Chief Feishua commanded immediately.
The group, in perfect harmony, retreated without hesitation.
Just as they withdrew,
the purple venom thousand spider leapt into the air, crashing down with a force that shattered the ground beneath. Fortunately, the group had retreated swiftly, otherwise they would have been crushed into oblivion.
Sever it! Song Lingfeng gripped his knife and charged forward once more.
His target remained the face of the purple venom thousand spider. His overwhelming blade radiating a terrifying aura, as if it could cleave the heavens. Despite his obnoxious demeanor, one could not deny his formidable prowess.
The purple venom thousand spider,
having suffered once, would not fall prey again. It tilted its body downward, 13 legs forming a cage that surrounded it from all directions.
Crack! A flurry of sparks erupted as Song Lingfeng's blade met the legs of the purple venom thousand spider, failing to inflict any damage upon it. However, amidst this chaos,
Song Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, a slight smile played upon his lips. For Chief Feishua had already appeared above the head of the purple venom thousand spider, blade in hand. Chapter 13, The Violet Venomous Golden Spider. Chief Feishua gripped her blade, her gaze piercing and resolute, while her flowing hair danced with the wind. A formidable aura emanated from her, the blade radiating an eerie glow, imbued with a terrifying power. With a decisive strike, the blade descended with blinding brilliance. A tempest swirling as if thunder itself had been unleashed, its force potent enough to rend the very fabric of existence. With a resounding impact, the blade cleaved into the skull of the violet venomous golden spider, leaving a ghastly wound from which blood splattered forth. The creature roared in agony, its massive form convulsing violently, putrid, corrosive blood flung about in all directions. Song Lingfeng and his companions quickly recoiled, recognizing the peril of being tainted by such vile blood. Standing resolutely upon the creature's head, Chief Feishua's aura intensified rather than waned. She aimed her blade once more at the gaping wound. With a precise strike, the blade met its mark, the sound of fractured bone echoing as a deep fissure appeared on the spider's head, exposing the stark whiteness of its skull beneath. In pain, the violet venomous golden spider flung Chief Feishua away once more. Its colossal body began to thrash wildly, colliding with the surrounding structures, causing them to collapse in a cacophony of noise and billowing dust. After a brief struggle, the creature lay motionless on the ground. At last, the beast was vanquished. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. The violet venomous golden spider had proven far more formidable than any mutated beast they had previously encountered. However, Chief Feishua and Song Lingfeng exchanged uneasy glances, sensing that the ease of their victory was unsettling. Retreat! Suddenly, Chief Feishua's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, the others pulled back several meters. Unexpectedly, the seemingly defeated violet venomous golden spider sprang to life, its bloodthirsty eyes now filled with unbridled fury. With a swift motion, it unleashed a barrage of threads from its tail. These threads intertwined and formed a massive web, pulsating with corrosive energy. The web descended, enveloping Chief Feishua in an instant. Break free! Chief Feishua remained unperturbed, swinging her blade with force. With a thunderous crack, the thread snapped, and she reappeared 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Now, strike together! Chief Feishua urged her companions. With no time to hesitate, they charged toward the violet venomous golden spider. The creature retaliated, launching more threads that wove into expansive nets, hurtling toward the group. One member, slightly slower to react, found himself ensnared by the web, struggling futilely as it tightened around him. The spider opened its maw and consumed him whole. Damn it! A wave of inexplicable dread washed over the group at this sight. Until now, their trials had been devoid of true peril, but in this moment, they felt death's proximity looming ominously. Fear not! This beast is gravely wounded. Merely a shadow of its former self.
If we muster our strength, we can slay it, Song Lingfeng declared resolutely. Kill. With a collective determination, the group charged forward. They swiftly approached the purple poison spider, unleashing a barrage of formidable attacks. The creature regarded the swarm of insignificant beings before it, a hint of scorn flickering in its bloodthirsty gaze. Its purple fur deepened in hue, while the scales on its 13 legs transitioned from a pitch black to a shimmering gold. The exposed bones, previously stark white, began to take on a golden sheen, and the grotesque scars on its head rapidly healed. The aura emanating from the purple poison spider surged violently, multiplying in strength several-fold, and this power continued to escalate. Not good. The purple poison spider is undergoing a transformation into a level 2 purple poison golden spider. Everyone, retreat. Qi Feishua's expression changed dramatically as she issued the warning. However, it was too late. The spider's legs shot out with lightning speed, piercing through the bodies of the group before they could even react, leading to their demise. Damn it! Qi Feishua clenched her delicate fist instinctively. She cast a somber glance at Song Lingfeng and declared, while this beast has yet to complete its transformation, we must seize the opportunity to subdue it. Understood. Song Lingfeng tightened his grip on the dagger. Let us go. The two figures dashed toward the purple poison spider. 1 minute later, Song Lingfeng was in a state of disarray, fleeing the scene, for the creature had completed its transformation into a level 2 purple poison golden spider. Useless. Upon witnessing Song Lingfeng's retreat, a smirk of derision crossed Qi Feishua's face. Grasping her blade with composure, she scrutinized the purple poison golden spider, a flicker of battle intent igniting in her eyes. A level 2 mutated beast, let me see just how formidable you truly are, she stated coolly. Boom! Her aura surged dramatically, propelling her from a peak level 2 awakener to a level 3 awakener initial stage. Mid-stage. Qi Feishua ascended to a mid-stage level 3 awakener. This was her true strength, her previous display had merely been an act of restraint. Yet, she was acutely aware that even at full capacity, she might not match the prowess of the purple poison golden spider. Level 1 mutated beasts required a level 2 awakener to confront, while level 2 mutated beasts necessitated at least a level 4 awakener. She merely sought to hone her skills against the purple poison golden spider. Engage. Qi Feishua charged at the creature, her blade shimmering with cold light as she swept it through the air. The purple poison golden spider, now even more terrifying, unleashed a barrage of silk, rapidly weaving a web that descended to ensnare her. The massive net enveloped a 10-meter radius. An old trick, Qi Feishua scoffed, slicing through the web with her blade. With a sound akin to tofu being sliced, the net was effortlessly severed. Just as she burst free from the web, the purple poison golden spider spat forth a stream of venom. Qi Feishua dodged swiftly, watching as the corrosive liquid splattered against the wall, creating a gaping hole. With a swift motion, the spider's sharp legs lunged toward Qi Feishua. Her expression darkened as she prepared to evade. However, another web appeared, entangling her. Break free. Qi Feishua swung her blade. The net proved inadequate to restrain her, yet the brief delay allowed the spider's legs to strike closer. Before Qi Feishua could react, a leg radiating golden light lunged towards her head. At that moment, there was no time to evade, she instinctively raised her blade in defense. Bang! A tremendous force struck the blade, sending Qi Feishua flying over 20 meters, her body colliding with a massive boulder, which shattered upon impact. Cough! Blood trickled from the corner of Qi Feishua's mouth, her entire body aflame with pain. She cast a wary glance at the purple poison golden spider. Realizing her arrogance had been misplaced, this formidable creature was indeed not so easily vanquished. How careless! Boom! The gigantic form of the purple poison golden spider descended upon her, its sharp leg darting towards Qi Feishua with astonishing speed. Her pupils constricted as the creature's body loomed larger. She attempted to evade, only to find her own body rendered immobile, as if ensnared. It's over. Chi Fei Xue's mind went blank. Just as she resigned herself to her fate, a figure suddenly emerged before her. Chapter 14, The Detestable Thief. This was an indelible silhouette that would forever linger in Chi Fei Xue's memory, seductive, enigmatic, almost demonic. Enveloped in an aura of mystery that compelled one to uncover his identity. The assailant was none other than Lin Chen. As the attack from the purple poison golden spider surged forth, Lin Chen nonchalantly extended his left hand, unleashing a formidable force that effortlessly countered the assault. With a resounding crash, the immense purple poison gold spider was sent hurtling several meters away. Just then, a force of attraction surged forth, causing the blade in Chi Fei Xue's grasp to uncontrollably soar into the air. Lin Chen leaped into the sky, seizing the blade mid-flight, and in an instant, he appeared above the purple poison golden spider. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a whistle, as cold light flashed, obliterating all in its path. Blood erupted forth, and the colossal purple poison golden spider was cleaved in two from head to tail. With a thud, the creature collapsed, lifeless. A crystal the size of a fist tumbled from the severed head of the spider. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chen caught the crystal in his hand. As he examined the gem, satisfaction washed over him, although the power contained within this crystal paled in comparison to that of the Silver Moon Corpse King's crystal. It was still vastly superior to those of ordinary zombies. This single crystal could rival a dozen standard ones. The strength of the Silver Moon Corpse King's crystal was beyond compare. After securing the crystal, Lin Chen turned to face Chi Fei Xue, who stood there. Her expression frozen in shock, clearly awed by the display of Lin Chen's formidable prowess. Indeed, Chi Fei Xue was thoroughly stunned. The purple poison golden spider was a force to be reckoned with, even a level 4 awakener might struggle against it. Yet, the mysterious masked man before her had effortlessly bisected the creature with a single stroke of his sword. Such power was indicative of at least a level 5 awakener. As she beheld the man exuding an alluring aura, Chi Fei Xue's icy gaze betrayed a flicker of curiosity. She wondered what visage lay hidden beneath that mask. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, her contemplations were far from his mind. He tossed the blade to Chi Fei Xue and prepared to depart. "Thank you." Chi Fei Xue's melodious voice resonated. Although Lin Chen had taken the purple poison golden spider's crystal, he had undoubtedly saved her life, and gratitude was warranted. Just as Lin Chen had intended to leave, he abruptly halted, glancing back at Chi Fei Xue. "What did you just say?" Beneath the shadow of the shadow demon mask, his voice was rendered hoarse, eliminating any concern of recognition. In a soft tone, Chi Fei Xue uttered, "Thank you for saving my life." Without warning, Lin Chen delivered a swift punch. Chi Fei Xue felt a sharp pain in her head before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Chen knelt, extracting all the crystals from her possession, a total of 8, quite substantial. Gratitude could not merely be expressed in words. These crystals would serve as a fitting reward for saving her life. With practiced ease, Lin Chen collected the gems. To save a life and claim one's due is but a fair exchange. Shortly after Lin Chen departed, Chi Fei Xue slowly regained consciousness. She immediately reached into her pocket, only to find it empty and devoid of any remnants. Cursed thief! Chi Fei Xue seethed with rage, realizing that the spirit crystal she had painstakingly acquired had undoubtedly been stolen by that masked figure. How foolish she had been to feel gratitude for their life-saving intervention. It was now apparent that their intentions were far from benevolent. "May I never lay eyes upon you again?" Chi Fei Xue clenched her delicate fist. But when her gaze fell upon the bisected purple venom golden spider, she reluctantly released her grip, muttering to herself, "Perhaps it's best to let it go. I cannot afford to provoke such a foe." Meanwhile, Hong Hong was engaged in a fierce battle with a mutated tiger. This beast, a mid-level mutation, was armored with sinew and bone, exhibiting immense strength. With a thunderous roar, the mutated tiger lunged forward, its fangs sharp as swords dripping with fluid. After several exchanges, numerous wounds adorned Hong Hong's body, blood flowing freely, revealing his evident disadvantage. This was to be expected.
for Hong Hong had only recently transformed into a mutated creature. Lacking any rank and thus could only be considered an ordinary variant, far from a match for the formidable mutated tiger. With a resounding crash, the massive form of the mutated tiger barreled into Hong Hong. Bang! Hong Hong was caught off guard and sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood staining the earth. "Oh, whoa!" he cried out in agony. The mutated tiger, eyes gleaming with bloodlust, leaped towards Hong Hong, its gaping maw revealing serrated fangs glistening with carnage. Just as Hong Hong's life hung by a thread, Lin Chen made a sudden appearance. He struck the tiger's head with a powerful punch. The blow caused the tiger's skull to explode, blood and brain matter splattering forth, its body collapsing to the ground and creating a sizable crater. Lin Chen transformed his fist into claws and extracted the spirit crystal from the tiger's brain. The azure crystal, coated in viscous fluid, though smaller than the one from the purple venom golden spider, housed an equally formidable power. Many powerful individuals often avoided hunting zombies, as the probability of obtaining spirit crystals from them was a mere 1%, while hunting mutated beasts and vines boasted nearly 100% success rate. Moreover, the spirit crystals from these mutated entities contained far greater strength. "Oh, whoa!" Hong Hong's eyes burned with desire as he fixated on the spirit crystal in Lin Chen's hand. Convinced that consuming it would yield tremendous benefits, Lin Chen gently patted Hong Hong's head and assured him, "Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked upon our return." "Ah, whoa!" Hong Hong licked Lin Chen's hand affectionately. Lin Chen placed the spirit crystal into a tattered burlap sack and hung it around Hong Hong's neck. "I shall venture below to hunt, you stay above to keep watch. If danger approaches, call out immediately." Lin Chen glanced at the chasm before him. The abyss was unfathomable, teeming with terrifying creatures, thus few dared to descend. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Chen leaped into the depths below. Before long, terrifying roars echoed from beneath the ground. Half an hour later, the earth trembled and began to collapse incessantly. Lin Chen, covered in dirt and grime, rushed out of the fissure. "Hong Hong, we must leave at once." Lin Chen mounted Hong Hong, his expression exceedingly grim. He had suffered a significant setback, narrowly escaping disaster. Upon delving 50 meters into the crevice, he encountered numerous mutated beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced his hunt. Although those creatures were formidable, they posed no threat to Lin Chen, who could easily subdue them with a mere gesture. After he dispatched the mutated beasts within that 50-meter depth, he discovered a layer of toxic mist deeper within the earth, hinting at the presence of even more powerful mutated beasts below. Thus, he descended further into the abyss, eager to uncover the mysteries that lay ahead. Chapter 15: An encounter with an adversary. To his astonishment, deep within the earth lay a colossal mutated squid, its body resembling a mountain, adorned with hundreds of robust tentacles, exuding a terrifying aura akin to that of an epic beast. Even with Lin Chen's peak cultivation in the qi refinement stage, he nearly fell victim to the giant squid's overwhelming might. This monstrous creature possessed at least the strength of the foundation establishment stage. Lin Chen pondered solemnly. Indeed, this world was not as simple as he had imagined. The qi refinement stage alone did not grant him the security he sought. It appeared he must continue to bide his time and develop cautiously, for that was the true path to survival. Just a mere crack in the ground harbored such a dreadful mutated beast. How many similarly fearsome entities lurked throughout G City? And what of the entirety of Blue Star? In that moment, Lin Chen felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. Roar! Hong Hong seemed to sense the impending danger and instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Shortly after Lin Chen and Hong Hong departed, a massive tentacle erupted from the ground, sweeping through the air. A resounding crash echoed as a 15-meter-high derelict building collapsed, dust and debris billowing forth and lingering in the air. Not long after, the tentacle retracted. 500 meters away, Lin Chen and Hong Hong reappeared. A roar echoed from the distance. Lin Chen looked up to witness a pack of mutated wolves relentlessly pursuing an individual.
It was he. The one being chased was Zhao Biao, an adversary whose presence ignited a fierce animosity. Since their paths had crossed, Lin Chen had no intention of letting him escape. Zhao Biao also spotted Lin Chen, his expression one of shock, clearly not expecting Lin Chen to have survived this long. What a stroke of luck for this worthless fool, Zhao Biao muttered with irritation. He glanced back at the relentless pack of wolves before turning his gaze to Lin Chen. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he accelerated towards Lin Chen, drawing the calamity eastward. Zhao Biao's actions echoed those of Zhao Qian's previously, which had resulted in the demise of the other party. Worthless, make your final moments count, Zhao Biao thought, as he quickly dashed past Lin Chen, his speed remarkable, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He halted at a distance, choosing not to continue fleeing, for he wished to witness Lin Chen being torn to shreds by the pack. The wolves lunged at Lin Chen. He remained composed, tightening his fist. This is truly laughable. What is this fool attempting? To take on a pack of wolves single-handedly? Utterly brainless. Zhao Biao mocked. However, Zhao Biao's expression soon faltered. He watched in disbelief as Lin Chen raised his hand and obliterated the head of one mutated wolf with a single punch. In quick succession, Lin Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes. Within less than a minute, every single mutated wolf lay defeated. This is impossible. Zhao Biao trembled, his words incoherent. In his mind, Lin Chen was merely a worthless insect, easily crushed underfoot, yet now, this insignificant creature had just felled an elephant. How could he reconcile this reality? After vanquishing all the mutated wolves, Lin Chen cast a knowing glance at Zhao Biao. How could you, a mere waste, suddenly become so formidable? I refuse to believe it. As a worthless individual, you should remain beneath my foot for all eternity, never to rise again. Zhao Biao shook his head in fury, struggling to accept the undeniable reality of Lin Chen's power. Ha! Lin Chen smiled calmly, the harsher your words, the more grievously you'll suffer. Upon witnessing the smile on Lin Chen's face, Zhao Biao's heart skipped a beat, an inexplicable chill coursing through him, causing his scalp to tingle. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled into the distance. The game of cat and mouse had begun. Lin Chen, hands clasped behind his back, pursued him at a leisurely pace. 10 minutes later, Zhao Biao's composure shattered completely. No matter how desperately he tried to escape, Lin Chen remained a constant 20 meters behind him, impossible to shake off. Zhao Biao understood Lin Chen's intention. It was clear he was deliberately toying with and humiliating him. You better not fall into my hands, or I will ensure your utter annihilation, Zhao Biao gritted his teeth. He had always been the one to humiliate others, and now, being humiliated by someone he regarded as a worthless being was intolerable for his proud nature. After venting his frustration, Zhao Biao continued his frantic flight. He knew that if captured by Lin Chen, his fate would be dire. And, the game is over. Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice echoed in Zhao Biao's ears, followed by an overwhelming force that struck him. Boom! Before Zhao Biao could react, he was sent flying several meters. Bang! His body crashed violently to the ground, the sound of bones cracking echoing in the air. A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhao Biao's lips, his face pale and his eyes filled with unending terror. Now tell me, who is the true waste? Lin Chen's tone was devoid of warmth as he slowly approached Zhao Biao. This man had provoked him multiple times and even sought his life. In the name of fairness, Lin Chen sought his demise in return. Please, don't come any closer. As Lin Chen advanced, Zhao Biao felt as though he were facing death itself, the weight of fear enveloping him entirely. For the first time, he realized how close death truly was, a feeling he had never experienced even while being pursued by a pack of wolves. Die! Lin Chen raised his hand, an immense force surging forth. Zhao Biao's eyes widened, he understood he could not escape death. A foul odor filled the air as he, in sheer terror, soiled himself. Stop! Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. A man clad in a starry robe descended from a towering building, appearing before Zhao Biao. Believing himself to be on the brink of death, Zhao Biao's face lit up with excitement. "Senior brother Yi, save me, please!" Zhao Biao cried out, as if he had clutched a lifeline. Then, with a face twisted in fury, he added, "Senior brother Yi, this man is Lin Chen. You must kill him and ensure his utter destruction." Yi's eyes flashed with disdain as he stepped aside, coldly regarding Lin Chen. "So, you are Lin Chen? The one who has been entangling with my junior sister Su Xianer? To defeat Zhao Biao, it seems you are not as inept as one might have presumed. However, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Although Zhao Biao is deficient, he is nonetheless my subordinate. Inflicting severe injury upon him is rather disrespectful to me. Therefore, kneel and offer your apologies, and then sever your own arms. I might spare your wretched life." Yi stated this with an air of authority, as if his words were divine decree, impervious to dissent. Lin Chen remained unfazed, merely regarding Yi with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. Observing Lin Chen's immobility, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Yi's eyes. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." In an instant, Yi vanished from his position, only to reappear directly before Lin Chen. With a swift motion, he raised his fist, unleashing a formidable aura, a seamless execution of force. This punch was intended to claim Lin Chen's life. Although Lin Chen had bested Zhao Biao, in Yi's eyes, he was nothing more than a mere insect, easily extinguishable with a mere gesture. After all, he was a noble and powerful early-stage 5th-level awakener. Chapter 16, Blood drifting in the world. The despicable ant shall be obliterated in my hands. Yi spoke coldly, akin to a sovereign who reigns supreme. Just as his fist was about to strike Lin Chen effortlessly extended his hand and grasped Yi's fist, rendering it immovable. Seeing his fist captured, Yi's expression darkened. He attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find it seemingly locked in place, completely unyielding. How can this be? How can the strength of an ant be so formidable? Yi exclaimed in shock. Crack! Lin Chen offered no reply. Instead, he forcefully twisted Yi's arm, producing a sound of bone snapping. Ah! Following that, Yi's agonizing scream resonated through the heavens and earth. Bang! Lin Chen executed a sweeping kick to Yi's abdomen, sending him hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into several rusted billboards, ultimately leaving a trail of blood stretching over 10 meters on the ground. Cough, cough. Yi lay sprawled on the ground, his starry robe tattered, his back a gruesome mess. Blood gushing forth, presenting a sight of utter devastation. With such meager strength, how dare you boast before me? Lin Chen scoffed. You shall die. I will kill you. Yi's furious voice rang out as he suddenly leaped from the ground. Mountain shaking palm. Ant, perish. Yi's face contorted with rage. As a student of the Star Academy, he was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. This was his first experience of such humiliation. Thus, he was determined to eradicate this ant that had humiliated him. Boom! A palm imprint surged towards Lin Chen with overwhelming force, bearing the weight of mountains and seas. Any ordinary awakener would likely perish before such a strike. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, Yi's attack was riddled with flaws, devoid of merit. With a swift movement of his foot, Lin Chen effortlessly evaded the palm strike. Boom! The palm imprint collided with the wall behind Lin Chen, creating a gaping hole. That strike of yours seems rather unimpressive, Lin Chen remarked indifferently. Seeing his attack fail, Yi struggled to maintain his composure. His tone icy. This is the yellow-level martial skill of the Star Academy. A lowly ant like you will likely never have the opportunity to comprehend its intricacies. Is that so? Coincidentally, I too possess a martial technique, one that will reveal blood drifting in the world. Lin Chen replied calmly. Utterly absurd. How could a mere ant possess martial skills? Yi mocked. Martial skills are the pinnacle of existence, typically safeguarded by powerful factions. Ordinary individuals seldom even glimpse them. let alone possess them.
In Lingyun City, no one had ever been seen practicing martial skills, and given Lin Chen's status, it was inconceivable for him to possess such abilities.
Moonlit seal. Lin Chen ceased his banter and unleashed a lunar imprint.
The entire realm was enveloped in a radiant white light, blindingly bright, preventing anyone from opening their eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The overwhelming might of the moonlit seal caused the heavens and earth to tremble, fierce winds howled, producing a cacophony of intense sound.
Indeed. It is a martial skill.
Yin's pupils constricted, his face a mask of disbelief.
How could this despicable ant, Lin Chen, possibly possess martial skills? Just moments ago,
he had sworn that Lin Chen could not wield such abilities, yet in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen unleashed his martial technique. One whose explosive power surpassed his own yellow rank mountain-shaking palm by several folds.
Was this not a resounding slap in the face?
Yin's face throbbed not merely from the humiliation, but from the overwhelming force of the Xian Yu seal that surged towards him, the fierce winds stinging his skin.
Could it be that this was a Xian-level martial technique?
A tinge of greed flickered in Yin's heart, but it was swiftly eclipsed by a wave of terror. He realized that the white lunar imprint had locked onto him. He found himself immobilized, resigned to his fate. Suddenly, the scream was silenced as the Xian Yu seal struck, his body disintegrating in an explosion of blood that painted the surroundings.
Have you ever witnessed blood raining upon the earth? A fifth-level awakener? Quite formidable, one might think.
Lin Chen remained calm, dispatching a fifth-level early-stage awakener with the Xian Yu seal as effortlessly as one might swat a fly.
Zhao Biao,
witnessing Yin's demise at Lin Chen's hands, was paralyzed with fear, rendered speechless. If he could not utter a word, it was perhaps best for him to remain eternally silent. With a light step, Lin Chen sent a stone soaring into the air, flicking his finger to send it hurtling towards Zhao Biao. With a soft thud, a blood hole appeared in the center of Zhao Biao's forehead. Congratulations to this provocateur, he had successfully met his end, leaving the world with one less pest. After slaying two foes, Lin Chen departed, as if he had merely accomplished an exceedingly simple task.
Not long after,
a group clad in starry robes arrived, Yi Jianjia and Feng Wuhan among them. The air still reverberated with the remnants of a fierce battle, a potent aura lingering, indicative of a powerful martial technique having been employed. Yi Jianjia observed, her voice steady, the atmosphere here is unnerving.
Even the Xian Du Kai Tian Shou might not possess such formidable might.
Feng Wuhan picked up a scrap of fabric, declaring, "This is a fragment of the Star Academy's attire, it must belong to Yin. He was the first to arrive in Lingwu City. And since Yi Jianjia and the others came later, this garment can only belong to him. After all, aside from our group,
no one from the Star Academy has been here."
Yi Jianjia gazed at the bloodstains surrounding them, pondering, it seems the situation is dire.
I wonder what formidable adversary he encountered.
Feng Wuhan replied solemnly, whoever dared to lay hands on a member of the Star Academy shall face my relentless pursuit. Yi Jianjia fell silent. In this world, death was an all too common occurrence. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Biao's lifeless form before turning her gaze away.
At 8 o'clock that evening, Lin Chen returned to the villa with Hong Hong.
A burlap sack hung from Hong Hong's neck, filled to the brim with spirit crystals. Ignoring the blood that stained his body, Lin Chen eagerly removed the sack from Hong Hong's neck and proceeded to pour out the contents.
A multitude of shimmering spirit crystals cascaded to the ground with a resounding clatter. Roar!
Hong Hong excitedly wagged its tail, eyeing the spirit crystals with eager anticipation. Lin Chen selected a spirit crystal from a mutated tiger and tossed it to Hong Hong, saying, "This one is for you." In his possession were other formidable spirit crystals from powerful mutated beasts, such as the spirit crystal of the purple venom golden spider. However, Lin Chen was concerned that the latent power within those crystals might be too overwhelming for Hong Hong, potentially leading to dire consequences. Therefore, he opted to start with a mid-level spirit crystal from a mutated tiger. Hong Hong swiftly snatched the spirit crystal and consumed it in one gulp.
Suddenly,
a surge of formidable energy erupted from within, initiating a new phase of shedding its fur. Minutes passed, and while Hong Hong began to rest, the transformation continued unabated, first sprouted, fell away, and sprouted anew in an endless cycle. Lin Chen observed it closely. If all proceeded as anticipated, Hong Hong would soon ascend into the ranks of first-level mutated beasts. This revelation astonished him. Could the evolution of mutated beasts truly be this uncomplicated? He pondered whether there existed any upper limits to this transformation. If not, it would indeed be an extraordinary phenomenon. Chapter 17. Are you polite? 456. 457. 458. A total of 458. A smile graced Lin Chen's face. This harvest was truly substantial. What does it signify to possess over 400 spirit crystals? For an ordinary awakener, acquiring even a single spirit crystal is an arduous task, yet Lin Chen held more than 400 in his grasp. If word of this were to spread, many would likely resort to desperate measures. Contentedly storing the spirit crystals, Lin Chen disrobed and leaped into the swimming pool. A rush of icy water enveloped him, washing away the majority of his fatigue. How refreshing! He stretched languidly in the water, closing his eyes and allowing himself to float. The surrounding spiritual energy converged towards him. A continuous flow of vitality. Morning! Suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes and emerged from the water. A colossal figure loomed before him, Hong Hong. It flicked its long tongue and its tail swished like a fan. It had undergone a transformation, evolving into a genuine initial stage mutated beast. Compared to before, its form had changed. Its neck, once adorned with fiery crimson mane, now bore a jet-black hue, exuding a primal essence. Additionally, a violet antenna sprouted from its head, adorned with unique patterns concealing formidable power. To Lin Chen's astonishment, he noticed that Hong Hong's neck had slight protrusions, as if something were about to emerge. Well done, my friend, Lin Chen praised. A delighted roar escaped Hong Hong, which proudly raised its head, reminiscent of a child eager for approval. In a bid to showcase its remarkable transformation, the powerful aura of the mutated beast gradually diminished, and its size began to shrink. Ultimately, it reverted to its ordinary, unassuming form. Excellent! Lin Chen beamed at the sight. He had always intended to keep Hong Hong by his side, yet its massive size was conspicuous, potentially attracting unwanted attention. Now, with the ability to alter its form, it was far more convenient. Woof! Suddenly, Hong Hong bounded toward Lin Chen, affectionately nudging its head against Lin Chen's face. All right. All right. Lin Chen chuckled softly, stroking Hong Hong's head before setting it down. After a brief exploration on the third floor, Lin Chen discovered a piece of clothing. Though covered in dust, it was undoubtedly more comfortable than his blood-stained black attire. Day 3. Lin Chen had no intention of venturing out for another hunt. A day of leisure seemed a splendid choice. He would patiently await the arrival of the military personnel. Woof woof woof! Suddenly, Hong Hong barked at the door. Bang! The door was flung open with tremendous force. A woman with a flawless complexion and delicate, painted brows stepped into Lin Chen's view. It was her. Lin Chen's expression turned peculiar. Lin Chen? When Qi Feishui encountered Lin Chen, she was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to be present. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was astonished by the pristine state of this place, which had been sealed off for nearly a decade. What further astonished and delighted her was the presence of a swimming pool. In stark contrast to the gruesome, foul-smelling place she had stayed in just days prior. This was truly a paradise on earth. How infuriating it was to compare. Woof! Woof! Hong Hong glared fiercely at Qi Feishui, ready to rend this intruder to shreds. Hong Hong, come here, Lin Chen called, prompting Hong Hong to trot over to his side. Lin Chen, how did you discover such a place? Qi Feishui inquired. Recognizing him immediately, after all, the name of the useless Lin Chen was well known throughout the school. Lin Chen appraised Qi Feishui from head to toe and casually replied.
by sheer coincidence, much like yourself. He contemplated whether to strike her again but decided against it, reasoning that a second blow would be excessive. Chi Feishue felt a wave of discomfort wash over her at Lin Chen's unabashed gaze, as if she had been sullied by a toad. Rising within her was an overwhelming aversion. "I intend to bathe here, I kindly ask you to leave," she stated coldly. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "But this is my domain, is it not? You wish to bathe without consulting me? And you ask me to leave? Is that polite of you? What? Do you wish to show off?" Chi Feishue retorted indifferently. Lin Chen remained expressionless, internally scoffing at her arrogance. What was so special about a mere body? He had seen it all before, with a storage of 365 G, daily consuming 1 G. What had he not encountered? Did she truly think he was captivated? However, at that moment, a flicker of intrigue appeared in Lin Chen's eyes as he quickly exited the room. Witnessing Lin Chen's departure, Chi Feishue revealed a fleeting smirk of satisfaction, which soon gave way to an indescribable sense of loss. She approached the swimming pool, shedding her garments piece by piece, revealing a body as delicate as jade, with full, rounded curves and slender, flawless legs. Want to look further? Pay up. Not long after, a piercing shriek shattered the air. A fire-red mutated bird appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over the land with an imposing presence. As this great bird emerged, countless mutated beasts in the city center trembled, as if subjected to an ancestral suppression. On the villa's rooftop, Lin Chen squinted slightly. Recognizing that this mutated bird exuded a formidable aura, though not as powerful as the mutated squid, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of the purple venom gold spider. Hong Hon, fur bristled with fear, cowered at Lin Chen's feet, overwhelmed by the bird's oppressive presence. A level 5 mutated beast, the crimson flame bird. This was a species from within the mist. How could it possibly have crossed the fog? How could it be here? A voice of astonishment rang out as Chi Feishue, freshly bathed, approached. Her expression was grave, her eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. Lin Chen captured some details. This mutated beast emerged from the mist? At the edge of the no man's land, a thick layer of gray fog enveloped the area. Within this fog dwelled exceedingly dangerous entities, so perilous that even the formidable awakening ones dared not tread carelessly. Since the revival of spiritual energy, these menacing beings had never crossed the mist into the realm of humanity. That dense fog seemed to serve as a protective barrier, confining those terrifying entities within. Thus, although humanity was aware of the multitude of horrors lurking in the fog, there was little cause for alarm. However, the appearance of a mutated beast from the depths of the mist compelled Lin Chen to ponder deeply. Should those dreadful beings from the fog emerge en masse? It would undoubtedly herald a catastrophic calamity for humankind. Strengthen oneself. Lin Chen clenched his fists, fervently yearning for greater power. For only through sufficient strength could he confront the unknown crises ahead. Chi Feishue's complexion darkened, clearly indicating that she too had contemplated the implications. Suddenly, the crimson flame phoenix unleashed a torrent of fire, transforming the area within 100 meters into an inferno. Chapter 18, The Crimson Firebird. How did this crimson firebird escape? On a tall building, Feng Wuhan's expression was gravely serious. Over the years, numerous powerful figures from various factions had ventured into the gray mist in search of opportunities. And the Crimson Firebird clan was one of the formidable mutated species discovered within that haze. These mutated beasts could unleash fierce flames, scorching mountains, and boiling seas. Their strength was exceedingly formidable, rendering any single Crimson Firebird a nightmare for humanity. Indeed, the Crimson Firebird was not solitary but rather part of a larger clan. Moreover, the mist concealed many other powerful mutated groups. The initial discovery of these formidable mutated beasts had even caused a stir among the major factions, as their overwhelming power posed a potential disaster for humanity should they invade human territories. Fortunately, it seemed that these mutated species were impeded by the gray mist, maintaining a delicate balance.
However, with the appearance of this particular crimson firebird, that so-called balance appeared to be disrupted. If this crimson firebird could traverse the mist, could other mutated species also emerge? With this thought, Feng Wuhan's mood grew even heavier. It was imperative to relay this information back to the academy swiftly. He spoke earnestly. Yi Jianjia remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the crimson firebird, whose aura surpassed even that of the Silver Moon Zombie King, given their current strength. They were utterly incapable of confronting it. Furthermore, she was still nursing injuries.
Captain Yi, there are 2 individuals over there.
A student from the Star Academy glanced towards Lin Chen and Qi Feishui.
They are candidates from Lingwu University. Feng Wuhan felt an immediate sense of foreboding. If the candidates fell victim to zombies or lesser mutated beasts, it could be understood. However, if they were crushed by a high-level mutated beast, it would be difficult to explain. Attack! A glimmer of coldness flashed in Yi Jianjia's icy eyes.
Ignoring her injuries, she unleashed her aura. Her figure darting towards the crimson firebird in an instant.
Feng Wuhan and the others quickly followed suit.
Not good, the crimson firebird is coming towards us.
Run!
Qi Feishui's face turned pale as she dashed towards the stairwell.
Lin Chen, however, remained composed, standing his ground.
A mere 5th-level mutated beast.
He could easily subdue it with a mere gesture. What are you waiting for? Run! Qi Feishui, sensing Lin Chen's hesitation, grew anxious.
Although she found him disagreeable, she did not wish to witness his demise. Lin Chen cast a languid glance at Qi Feishui. With her presence, he hesitated to act.
Should he simply knock her unconscious?
In this fleeting moment of contemplation, Yi Jianjia and the others had already lunged at the crimson firebird.
Star explosion!
Yi Jianjia aimed a kick at the crimson firebird's head. Despite her injuries leaving her at a fraction of her strength, the power behind her strike was not to be underestimated.
Boom!
The kick landed squarely on the crimson firebird's head, causing it to stumble and nearly plummet from the sky.
Caw!
The crimson firebird, in pain and fury,
charged at Yi Jianjia. Wind blade slash!
The windlass, without hesitation, unleashed his martial prowess, sending forth a flurry of wind blades towards the crimson flame bird. The sound of slicing air echoed as the blades struck the bird, igniting a shower of sparks, yet failing to inflict any harm upon the creature. The feathers adorning the crimson flame bird resembled impenetrable scales, rendering windlass assault utterly ineffective.
The bird disregarded windlass, its sights firmly set on Yi Jianjia. With a fierce cry,
the crimson flame bird unleashed a torrent of flames towards Yi Jianjia, the intensity of which caused the very air to tremble in its wake.
In response,
Yi Jianjia executed the meteoric palm, conjuring a massive handprint to counter the fiery onslaught. The collision of their formidable forces resonated with a thunderous roar. Yi Jianjia coughed up a mouthful of blood, her pallid visage devoid of any color. Already gravely injured, her full-throttle effort only exacerbated her wounds, and even at her peak, she would have found the bird a formidable adversary. With a resounding hiss, the crimson flame bird expelled another wave of flames, shattering the handprint into nothingness. The overwhelming blaze surged forth, propelling Yi Jianjia backward several meters. It is still too much to bear, she lamented, casting her gaze toward Windlass and the others. Take the others and flee, I will hold them off.
But Commander Yi, your injuries.
Windlass expressed his deep concern, apprehensive about Yi Jianjia's precarious condition.
Enough with the chatter, depart swiftly.
Staying here would only lead to your demise, Yi Jianjia commanded coldly. After a brief moment of silence, Windlass turned to the group, instructing, You must escort those two away, I shall remain with Commander Yi. Gritting their teeth, the group rushed toward Lin Chen and Qi Feishui. Yi Jianjia uttered no further words.
Inhaling deeply, steeling herself for the imminent battle. With a piercing cry, the crimson flame bird ascended, its wings flapping vigorously. Suddenly, dozens of razor-sharp scales shot forth from beneath its wings, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Should they connect, they would spell certain doom.
Yi Jianjia summoned all the strength within her, preparing to withstand the bird's onslaught when a resonant voice rang out.
Jianjia, fall back.
A venerable figure clad in a starry robe surged from the distance, positioning himself in front of Yi Jianjia.
Old Master Chu.
Yi Jianjia breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing him. The elder was a pinnacle-level awakener from the Star Academy, possessing formidable power.
Without a moment's hesitation,
Elder Chu unleashed the thunderous palm. The crack of thunder echoed as a colossal handprint thundered forward, exuding an overwhelming force.
The scales were halted, unable to advance a single inch.
The crimson flame bird, infuriated by the ineffectiveness of its assault, lunged at Elder Chu with ferocious speed.
Its sharp talons poised to shred the thunderous palm.
With a deafening rip, the handprint was torn apart. Elder Chu staggered back 5 steps, his complexion flushed and breath uneven. Indeed, a level 5 mutated beast possesses great strength. However, today, your demise is inevitable, he declared solemnly. He gazed into the distance and proclaimed loudly, War King.
I implore you to strike down this beast.
Whoosh! The void seemed to respond. Suddenly, a spear descended from the heavens with an unstoppable force. With a piercing sound, the spear effortlessly penetrated the body of the crimson flame bird, pinning it to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth.
With a cry,
the crimson flame bird struggled momentarily before succumbing to death. Feng Wuwen, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon the spear that had impaled the crimson flame bird. The scales and feathers of the bird were remarkably tough, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to inflict harm. Yet, this spear was capable of vanquishing the creature with ease.
It was a spiritual weapon. Feng Wuhen could hardly believe that such a figure would appear in this place. The spear of void-breaking, Luo Dongchang.
A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Jianjia's eyes as her mind conjured the image of a towering figure, unmatched in combat prowess.
Chapter 19, The Unrivaled Martial King. Luo Dongchang. It appears that the grey mist can no longer ensnare the mutated beasts.
A calm voice resonated in the air as a towering figure clad in a white star robe materialized. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his visage was as flawless as white jade, exuding an extraordinary presence that seemed divinely bestowed, standing apart from the world like a paragon of a celestial king. This man was none other than Luo Dongcheng, the unparalleled martial king of the Star Academy, possessing unfathomable strength. With a mere flick of his hand, a spear darted through the air and landed in his grasp. I have encountered the martial king.
Yi Jianjia bowed respectfully.
The 9th tier awakened is not the pinnacle of cultivation in this realm. Beyond the 9th tier lies a new domain. Luo Dongcheng had undoubtedly stepped into this new realm. Yet few were privy to the nature of his current state.
Luo Dongcheng nodded gently at Yi Jianjia. Elder Chu, what brings you here? Yi Jianjia inquired.
Elder Chu smiled softly before responding. Upon hearing that a secret realm has emerged at Qingfeng Mountain, I accompanied the martial king to assess the situation.
We fortuitously passed through Ji City, leading to the scene you witnessed. Qingfeng Mountain, once a tourist attraction not far from Ji City, had its access barred following the resurgence of spiritual energy.
Consequently, little was known about the current state of affairs there.
The mention of a secret realm stirred Yi Jianjia's interest.
She was familiar with secret realms, for both her martial techniques and Luo Dongcheng's spear originated from such mystical places. Even the Grand Star Academy had its roots in a celestial secret realm, underscoring the extraordinary nature of these domains.
Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, certain secret realms had manifested.
One could liken space to a folded sheet of paper, with the secret realms existing within the creases.
Due to specific circumstances,
this paper had been unfolded, revealing the secret realms. These realms concealed immense opportunities, yet they were fraught with peril. Even a 9th tier awakened within a secret realm felt as insignificant as an ant, thus, even those who had entered new territories must tread carefully.
Consequently,
each emergence of a secret realm invariably resulted in significant casualties. Elder Chu remarked, "We have located the site of the secret realm.
Based on our estimations, it will open in a few days." Yi Jianji mused, it seems I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Elder Chu nodded with a smile, recognizing Yi Jianjia's exceptional talent.
She was a key figure being nurtured by the academy, destined for remarkable achievements.
With the opening of the secret realm promising great fortune,
it was only natural that she would seize the chance. On the terrace, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the spear in Luo Dongqing's grasp.
That spear is extraordinary, he mused,
igniting a flicker of anticipation for the Star Academy within him.
Do not linger on it, that is a spiritual weapon. Even in your hands,
you would be unable to wield it, Qi Feishuo replied indifferently, reverting to her previously aloof demeanor now that the danger had passed. As the granddaughter of the president of the Spiritual Martial University, she possessed knowledge far beyond that of others.
Having encountered the Crimson Flame Firebird and now the spiritual weapon before her,
Lin Chen displayed a look of realization, having read numerous novels in his previous life. He was well aware of what spiritual weapons were.
However, he never anticipated that the object in Luo Dongqing's hands was indeed a spiritual weapon. Should this item fall into his possession, it would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to unprecedented heights.
For a fleeting moment, Lin Chen entertained the notion of committing murder to seize the treasure.
Yet, this thought was swiftly cast aside. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, over 20 military aircraft descended upon City G. The assessment was nearing its conclusion. Goodness! After 3 days of hiding, he was finally about to leave this cursed place. He was utterly fed up. He longed for a shower, craved barbecued delicacies, and yearned for a drink. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for this dreadful locale. Ha ha ha!
With the spiritual crystal in hand, this assessment posed no further challenge for him. No, stop killing humans was far easier than slaying zombies. The first place in this assessment was surely his.
You promised that if I pleased you, you would grant me a spiritual crystal. Why are you reneging on your word?
You vixen, you poisoned the situation inside upon hearing the sound of military aircraft.
All surviving candidates were filled with excitement.
Some, having hidden for 3 days, were so overwhelmed with emotion that they dashed outside,
only to be torn to shreds by zombies in the blink of an eye.
The final assessment was simply to enter the military aircraft safely. On the rooftop of a villa, a military aircraft was conveniently stationed. Lin Chen boarded it alongside Hong Hong, carrying a dirty burlap sack in his hand.
What is in that bag?
Qi Feishuo asked with a look of disdain, unable to comprehend why this man was still carrying a filthy sack even as they were about to depart. Had she known that the bag was filled entirely with spiritual crystals, she might have reconsidered her judgment. Lin Chen casually replied, I encountered a slain mutated beast earlier and heard that materials from such creatures can be used to forge weapons, so I collected some.
Upon hearing this,
Qi Feishuo ceased her inquiries. She then handed Lin Chen a spiritual crystal, saying, Here, take this. She believed that, given Lin Chen's capabilities, he would be unable to succeed in this assessment, hence her kind gesture, as she had ample spiritual crystals on hand and was confident of securing the top position.
How unfortunate!
Lin Chen sighed softly.
What? Qi Feishuo looked at him in confusion. Nothing, just keep it for yourself.
I have spiritual crystals. There should be no significant issues in this assessment, Lin Chen said, producing a spiritual crystal of his own. Where did you get that spiritual crystal? Qi Feishuo asked, astonished. I found it, Lin Chen replied.
Qi Feishuo regarded him with an odd expression. Your luck is simply extraordinary.
First, you find such a comfortable place. And now you stumble upon a spiritual crystal. Your fortune is unparalleled.
However, since Lin Chen possessed a spiritual crystal, she felt relieved of any burden.
The two boarded the military aircraft. An hour passed without any other candidates arriving, and the aircraft carried the pair toward Lingyun City.
Lingguo University. One by one, military aircraft touched down. Many students, disheveled and covered in grime, emerged from the aircraft. If one were unaware, they might easily mistake them for beggars from some far-off place. Ah, the air at school is still so sweet.
The crowd greedily inhaled the air, their faces illuminated with excitement, compared to the hell of City G.
Lingwu University appeared as a realm of immortals.
At this moment, everyone yearned for a place to take a refreshing bath and indulge in a restful slumber. During their time in City G, their spirits had been perpetually strained, constantly on guard against potential dangers, leaving no time for respite.
Consequently, after 3 days, they were utterly fatigued. All examination personnel, please assemble in the square.
A voice echoed through the air, jolting the crowd into action as they hurried towards the square.
In the square, the school's leaders and mentors awaited their arrival.
Originally, around 300 individuals had participated in the assessment, yet now only slightly over 150 remained, signifying a drastic elimination of half.
The leaders and mentors, upon witnessing the dwindled numbers, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This was the most brutal examination in history, yet the remaining count had exceeded their expectations.
Chapter 20, Refusal to Duel. They remained oblivious to the fact that the survival of so many was attributed to a Silver Moon Corpse King. Most individuals had chosen assessment locations on the fringes of the desolate zone. When the Silver Moon Corpse King manifested, the zombies on the outskirts converged towards the city center,
significantly alleviating the pressure on the crowd. Lin Chen.
An excited voice rang out as Wang Yi spotted Lin Chen walking alongside Qi Fei Shui.
Without a moment's hesitation,
he rushed over. The two embraced tightly, and Lin Chen smiled, saying, "I'm relieved to see you're unharmed." Wang Yi rubbed his eyes, which felt sore. Then jokingly scolded, "I nearly met my end.
First, I was almost killed, and then I nearly fell into the jaws of a zombie. The journey was fraught with peril. But thankfully I'm still alive. Being alive truly feels wonderful."
"Just glad you're okay," Lin Chen reassured him.
Wang Yi's gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Chen and Qi Fei Shui before he mischievously inquired, "What is the story behind you two?"
While everyone else appeared disheveled and ragged, resembling beggars, Lin Chen and Qi Fei Shui looked relatively pristine, not at all like they had just emerged from a life and death assessment. Ignoring Wang Yi, Qi Fei Shui continued walking ahead. Lin Chen cautioned Wang Yi, "Don't say anything reckless, you're no match for her." Wang Yi chuckled, acknowledging it was merely a jest. "Lin Chen, you truly have a charmed life," a grim voice interjected as Song Lingfeng appeared, looking as disheveled as the others. He glared at Lin Chen, unable to fathom how this perceived useless individual had managed to survive amidst the hordes of zombies in City G. "Your life is quite fortunate as well," Qi Fei Shui retorted icily, directing her gaze towards Song Lingfeng. His expression shifted erratically before he forced a strained smile. "Fei Shui, I acknowledge that I was in the wrong last time, but the situation was dire." Qi Fei Shui's gaze remained icy, dismissing Song Lingfeng entirely.
Frustrated, Song Lingfeng redirected his ire towards Lin Chen. "You likely escaped the desolate zone by hiding in some remote corner, but what difference does that make? You still failed the assessment, so what purpose did your participation serve? Wouldn't it be better to simply accept your fate as the useless individual you are?"
He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that nearly everyone present could hear.
The crowd regarded Lin Chen with peculiar expressions. How had an ordinary person emerged unscathed after 3 days in the desolate zone?
The members of the celestial class were especially astonished.
Aware that Lin Chen faced threats beyond mere zombies and mutated beasts.
Keen observers had already noted Zhao Biao's absence, yet no one attributed his demise to Lin Chen. They believed he had fallen victim to a zombie or mutated creature. "You arrogant fool!" Wang Yi could no longer contain himself and shot back at Song Lingfeng.
Cold malice emanated from Song Lingfeng's eyes as he glared at Wang Yi. "Are you seeking death? I challenge you to a duel."
Wang Yi spoke with the essence of the nation's culture.
In terms of strength, he was undoubtedly no match for Song Lingfeng. Yet what emboldened him to be so audacious? It was because among the leaders on stage, there was one who was his second uncle, who does not have a background. "I will slay you."
A fierce intent to kill surged within Song Lingfeng as he confronted a mere insect daring to provoke him. It was utterly intolerable.
"Do you dare?" Wang Yi retorted with a cold smile.
Song Lingfeng's fists clenched tightly, but at that moment, he felt a powerful aura locking onto him. His heart sank. And as he glanced up at the stage, a flicker of resentment crossed his mind. He relaxed his fists and coldly replied to Wang Yi. I hope you can always remain this arrogant. Humph. Wang Yi scoffed, dismissing him as a bully who feared the strong. Old Wang. Your little brat has quite the sharp tongue. Shall I teach him a lesson for you? A stern voice came from a middle-aged mentor on stage, known as Song Zhong, who was Song Lingfeng's uncle and a mid-level third awakener. The sons of the Wang family are to be educated by the Wang family, outsiders do not possess that qualification. A refined middle-aged man interjected calmly. Wang Zhan, a mentor at Lingwu University, rarely intervenes, yet his strength is unfathomable, rivaling that of Song Zhong. What if I insist on teaching him a lesson? Song Zhong retorted coldly. Then we shall see if your Song family can withstand the wrath of the Wang family. Wang Zhan replied nonchalantly. Despite his outwardly cultured demeanor, his words were equally audacious, embodying the essence of the Wang family. Wang Yi exhibited the same traits. And the other leaders present did not intervene, they had witnessed such scenes countless times and were accustomed to it. The Wang and Song families had always been at odds. And the conflict between these two individuals had never ceased. Song Zhong's expression shifted between shadows of anger. Being overly aggressive can lead to downfall. Young people ought to temper their arrogance. This admonition was directed at Song Lingfeng, to prevent him from provoking others indiscriminately, lest he find himself in peril one day. You. Song Zhong stammered, rendered speechless. Seeing that he could not provoke Wang Yi further, Song Lingfeng shifted his attention to Lin Chen. You useless fool. Why are you silent? Is it because you know you cannot pass the assessment, leaving you with nothing to say? Individuals like you will likely spend their lives hiding behind others, seeking refuge in humility. Can you not aspire to something greater? As one of the top 10 prodigies of Lingwu University, he felt elevated, yet why did he persist in targeting an insignificant commoner? This seemed beneath his status. Thus, why did Song Lingfeng continually fixate on Lin Chen? Partly because of Su Xian'er, the school's celebrated beauty with countless admirers, Song Lingfeng among them. Despite his efforts to curry favor, Su Xian'er never bestowed him even a glance, leaving him with a profound sense of failure, which only intensified his desire for conquest. Upon discovering that Lin Chen was Su Xian'er's ex-boyfriend, Song Lingfeng's fury erupted. He felt as though his pure-hearted Su Xian'er had been sullied. And thus he directed his resentment towards Lin Chen. In the second aspect, every time he saw trouble with Lin Chen, the latter always maintained an air of calm composure. Regardless of the verbal humiliations hurled at him, Lin Chen chose to remain indifferent, which left Song Lingfeng with the sensation of striking a fist against cotton. Initially, this was tolerable, but as the provocations grew more frequent, it became increasingly suffocating. Consequently, he relished the thought of Lin Chen experiencing humiliation, delighting in the sight of his vexation. As for whether this would tarnish his reputation, did it truly matter? The thrill was all that counted. One of the top 10 prodigies, yet possessing such a fragile temperament? Although Lin Chen had never regarded Song Lingfeng with any seriousness, the latter's incessant provocations began to irritate him. Therefore, Lin Chen resolved to teach him a lesson. He fixed his gaze upon Song Lingfeng and inquired. Who told you that I cannot pass this assessment? Chapter 21, Loser. Ah! Song Lingfeng seemed to be relishing a grand joke, scoffing. Do I need someone else to tell me this? It's an undeniable fact, you are a loser. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful glint in them as he replied, since you are so certain that I will fail this assessment, why don't we make a wager? If I succeed, you will kneel and call yourself 100 times waste. Song Lingfeng's expression shifted, his confidence wavering as he sensed Lin Chen's unwavering determination. Could it be that his opponent truly had the capability to pass the assessment? Noticing Song Lingfeng's silence, Lin Chen remarked indifferently, if you are afraid, then kindly step aside and spare us your embarrassment.
Song Lingfeng glared intently at Lin Chen, and after a moment, he sneered, "You almost had me fooled. Is it just a bet? Who said I was afraid? But if you lose, I will cripple you, transforming you from a waste into a mere invalid. Let us await the outcome." Lin Chen responded calmly and chose to disregard him thereafter.
Humph. I hope you can remain this composed later, Song Lingfeng thought, clenching his fists.
Chief Fei Shui's cool demeanor bore a hint of mockery. "Lin Chen, you are being somewhat impulsive," Wang Yi sighed.
Lin Chen assured him, "Rest assured.
I do not engage in endeavors without certainty." "Really?" "Indeed."
Before long, Luo Dongchang and others appeared in the square. The school leaders promptly rose to greet them. Their gazes fixed on the group with immense trepidation, for any one of them exuded great pressure. Among them, 3 individuals stood out, their status seemingly significant.
As Feng Wuhan treated them with utmost respect. Clearly, these 3 must be prominent figures from the Star Academy. Feng Wuhan did not divulge their identities. Instead, addressing the assessment candidates, silence.
The area fell into an immediate hush.
Feng Wuhan continued, "The assessment has concluded. I will now announce the results. When I call your name, step forward and present your assessment results."
Xian Yu. A dark-skinned, disheveled man stepped forward, awkwardly stating, "Lord Feng, I did not obtain any spirit crystals."
Feng Wuhan's expression remained impassive, failing grade. Next. Zhang Long.
The second contestant stepped up, producing a single spirit crystal.
Feng Wuhan declared, "1 spirit crystal, passing grade."
The individual sighed in relief, a smile gracing his face as he contemplated returning home to clean up and unwind.
Zhao Jun. Soon.
Feng Wuhan had called out the names of dozens of candidates, with only a handful passing, most presenting merely 1 spirit crystal each.
Song Lingfeng. When Feng Wuhan called out this name, curiosity sparked among the crowd.
Song Lingfeng strode forward with unshakable confidence, revealing all the spirit crystals he possessed.
Gasp. 15.
The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions awash with astonishment.
This fellow possesses quite the talent.
Wang Yi furrowed his brows, his mood decidedly displeased.
Not bad, he conceded. Upon witnessing Song Lingfeng produce 15 spirit crystals, Feng Wuhan offered a subtle commendation.
In contrast to others, who either presented none or a solitary crystal, Lingfeng's achievement was commendable. "Thank you for your praise, Lord Feng," Song Lingfeng replied respectfully with a bow before stepping back. As he passed by Lin Chen, he remarked with a smirk, "The distinction between genius and mediocrity lies precisely here. This is something that effort cannot compensate for."
Prepare to become a cripple. To him,
possessing 15 spirit crystals rendered him the indisputable victor of this assessment.
The only potential threat came from Chief Fei Shui.
Yet he surmised that her recent encounter with the purple venom golden spider had likely left her gravely injured, diminishing his concern.
That smug expression is truly infuriating.
"I could gladly knock him out," Wang Yi grumbled. Lin Chen merely smiled in silence.
On stage, Song Zhong boasted, "Did you see that? Lingfeng received praise from Lord Feng. This is strength, far superior to those who merely rely on empty words. My Song family's Lingfeng is destined for invincibility."
Humph. Wang Zhan scoffed, though his mood was somewhat grave. Given Song Lingfeng's performance, it was highly probable he would secure a position at the Star Academy, which would not bode well for the Wang family.
Wang Yi.
Upon hearing his name, he smiled at Lin Chen, exclaiming, "It's my turn." He strode confidently to the front and produced 2 spirit crystals.
2 spirit crystals, pass. Feng Wuhan nodded. Ha ha.
Wang Yi laughed heartily as he stepped back. Humph. Merely 2 spirit crystals, I fail to see what is amusing about that, you loser.
Song Lingfeng derided. Wang Yi retorted dismissively, "You won't understand.
I took down 2 zombies and this is the fortune I earned. Such luck is beyond your comprehension."
You. Song Lingfeng fumed.
wishing he could shatter Wang Yi's teeth one by one. A mere waste of breath, Song Zhong sneered.
You won't understand. Wang Zhan spat back.
The crowd fell silent.
Cough, cough. Next, Chi Feishue, Feng Wuhan gently cleared his throat, redirecting the audience's attention.
Compared to Song Lingfeng, Chi Feishue commanded even greater interest. For she was undoubtedly the foremost talent at Lingwu University, second only to Su Xian'er. Anticipation filled the air. On stage, seated in the center was an elderly man with a white beard, who gazed at Chi Feishue with a broad smile and eager eyes. He knew his cherished granddaughter would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Chi Feishue calmly approached and began to withdraw spirit crystals from her bulging pocket, continuing until she had revealed all.
25 crystals.
A look of approval graced Feng Wuhan's face. Chi Feishue's performance was truly exceptional, living up to her reputation as the pride of Lingwu University.
Well done.
Dean Shi clapped vigorously, a broad smile illuminating his face, for he was certain that his granddaughter would deliver a delightful surprise to all.
Without a doubt.
Chi Feishue appeared to be the foremost contender this time. Naturally, one need only consider whose granddaughter she is.
Congratulations, Dean.
The crowd immediately showered him with compliments.
Ha ha ha.
Thank you, everyone, Dean Shi replied, his expression brimming with pride, the praise from the onlookers filling him with joy, though what truly delighted him was Chi Feishue's performance. Chi Feishue, with an impassive demeanor, stepped back, yet internally seethed with anger. Cursed little thief. If that rogue had not pilfered the 8 spirit crystals, my collection would have surpassed 30.
Damn. Song Lingfeng's face was as grim as a stormy sea. Next, Feng Wuhan continued to read from the list. Just as the crowd believed the subsequent results would lack intrigue, a dark horse emerged unexpectedly, an outstanding student from the Earth class, Xiao Bufan. Chapter 22, A Spirit Crystal. Is that acceptable? In the Earth class, an unassuming man stepped forward.
When he revealed all of his spirit crystals, the entire gathering was instantly astounded.
Xiao Bufan had acquired 26 spirit crystals. Feng Wuhan announced the results, and the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on Xiao Bufan. No one anticipated that the ultimate dark horse would be this individual.
It is worth noting that prior to this moment, Xiao Bufan was a mere nobody.
Easily forgotten in a crowd. Who could have predicted such an astonishing achievement that would eclipse Chi Feishue? Could this truly be the legendary phenomenon of silent until a sudden brilliance?
Chi Feishue was momentarily taken aback. This outcome was equally unexpected for her, suggesting that the first position was now beyond her grasp.
How infuriating! The one whose expression soured the most in that moment was undoubtedly Song Lingfeng.
While he could accept being overshadowed by Chi Feishue, the school's illustrious prodigy with formidable prowess, it was intolerable for him to be surpassed by an inconspicuous upstart.
What was Xiao Bufan but a mere insect in the Earth class? How could he possibly achieve such remarkable results? In that instant, Song Lingfeng was consumed by an overwhelming jealousy, his gaze towards Xiao Bufan tinged with resentment.
Director Liu, you are in charge of the Earth class.
What is the background of this Xiao Bufan?
Dean Chi inquired of a nearby mentor. Despite Xiao Bufan's score overshadowing Chi Feishue's, he wore a smile. For it signified the emergence of a new talent at Lingwu University, a positive development for the institution.
After a moment of contemplation, Director Liu replied.
He is the second young master of the Xiao family. The crowd was taken aback. The Xiao family was not to be trifled with.
Being the foremost family in Lingyun City, with an unfathomable depth. Of course, what truly instilled fear was the family's prodigious daughter. Who would have thought that Xiao Bufan hailed from the Xiao family, having concealed his true capabilities so well? Director Liu sighed. Xiao Bufan's usual performance in class was below average, hardly noticeable.
It appears he has been deliberately hiding his talents.
Is this individual the brother of Xiao Runfeng?
Luo Dongcheng, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. Elder Chu smiled gently. That seems likely.
Xiao Runfeng, the dazzling daughter of the Star Academy, renowned as the Phoenix Queen, was a figure of such repute that even Luo Dongchang regarded her with a measure of caution. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xiao Bufan remained composed. To him, barring unforeseen circumstances, the first place in this assessment was unequivocally his. He returned calmly to the ranks of the Earth class, where his classmates regarded him with a mixture of astonishment, curiosity, and skepticism. Feng Wuhan continued to read from the list. 10 minutes passed. Feng Wuhan called out the final name, Lin Chen. The crowd's interest peaked. They were eager to witness the outcome of the wager between Lin Chen and Song Lingfeng. However, the crowd did not hold high hopes for Lin Chen. After all, not everyone possessed the cunning of Xiao Bufan, who had the strength to masquerade as a fool. While Lin Chen was merely an ordinary individual daring to gamble against Song Lingfeng, which was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Lin Chen, your name has been called. Are you truly unperturbed? Despite Lin Chen's assurances, Wang Yi remained somewhat apprehensive. Lin Chen replied with a calm smile, rest assured. He. It should be quite amusing to see a useless person reduced to a cripple. Song Lingfeng sneered. As if he could already envision the moment he would render Lin Chen incapacitated, a thought that thrilled him. Lin Chen, with indifference, retorted. Make sure to find a suitable place to kneel. With that, he strode out. I look forward to seeing how long you can maintain this facade. Song Lingfeng's expression darkened. Yet for reasons unknown, he felt an ominous premonition. Feng Wuhan regarded Lin Chen with curiosity, pondering whether Lin Chen genuinely had a trump card or was merely seeking attention. If it were the latter, he had truly gone astray. Lin Chen approached Feng Wuhan and casually produced a spirit crystal. What the hell? This waste of a person has actually completed the assessment. Wasn't he just an ordinary individual? How did he acquire a spirit crystal? One could hardly believe that a mere first-tier late-stage awakener like himself had not managed to bring back even a single spirit crystal, while Lin Chen had succeeded. Damn it! Am I truly inferior to even a waste? The crowd was left in stunned silence. Today's surprises were simply overwhelming. Some students who had failed to retrieve a spirit crystal felt immensely ashamed. Lin Chen, an ordinary person, managed to bring back a spirit crystal. While they returned empty-handed, it was a hard pill to swallow. If Lin Chen was deemed a waste, then what did that make them? Even lesser than a waste. One spirit crystal, how about that? Lin Chen looked calmly at Song Lingfeng. The collective gaze of the crowd fell upon Song Lingfeng, intrigued to see whether he would honor the wager. Song Lingfeng clenched his fists, a tightness in his chest making it difficult to breathe. He could hardly believe that Lin Chen had indeed returned with a spirit crystal. Yet, the thought of kneeling was out of the question. Song Lingfeng coldly declared. One spirit crystal is indeed acceptable, but your acquisition of it was through despicable means, rendering it void. He continued loudly, earlier, I saw you arrive with Qi Feishue. If I am not mistaken, you must have solicited her for a spirit crystal, correct? His words struck a chord with the crowd. Recalling that Lin Chen had indeed appeared alongside Qi Feishue, could it be true that the spirit crystal in his possession was gifted by her? Song Lingfeng promptly stepped forward. Respectfully addressing Feng Wuhan, Lord Feng, I suspect Lin Chen has cheated in the assessment, flagrantly violating the rules. I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation. Qi Feishue frowned slightly and immediately responded to Feng Wuhan, I must inform you, Lord Feng, that I have never given Lin Chen a spirit crystal. Feng Wuhan regarded Song Lingfeng with a cold, indifferent expression. He had already stated that only the results mattered. What was this fool doing? Unfortunately, Song Lingfeng seemed oblivious to the disapproving gaze of Feng Wuhan. Lin Chen calmly addressed Song Lingfeng, saying, Since you claim that this spirit crystal was given to me by Qi Feishue, what about this one? He then retrieved another spirit crystal from his pocket and continued. Qi Feishue bestowed upon me 2 spirit crystals. Do you believe that? The crowd instinctively shook their heads, even if Qi Feishue were exceedingly generous. It seemed implausible that she would grant Lin Chen 2 spirit crystals,
especially considering they were not even friends.
How could she possibly give him spirit crystals? Thus, we return to the initial question: how did Lin Chen acquire the spirit crystal in his possession?
Securing one spirit crystal was already impressive, and now he presented another.
How had he achieved this? Are ordinary individuals nowadays so remarkable? Song Lingfeng, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Humph. Chi Feishue can produce over 20 spirit crystals. What is so unusual about her giving you two? Is that not acceptable?" He insisted. "Yuan Ti shed tears until you see the coffin."
Lin Chen let out a cold laugh and began to pull spirit crystals from his pocket continuously.
Soon, a small pile of spirit crystals formed before Feng Wuhan.
The crowd stood in stunned silence, their jaws dropping at the sight of the burgeoning collection of spirit crystals.
Chapter 23, Reluctance. A total of 27 spirit crystals. After Feng Wuhan finished counting, his emotions were somewhat complicated. Today had truly been a roller coaster. Initially, Xiao Bufen's presentation of 26 crystals had astonished him. Little did he expect Lin Chen to produce yet another one. The crux of the matter was that Lin Chen was not a celestial awakener, merely an ordinary individual. To acquire 27 spirit crystals, one would need to vanquish 27 mutated beasts, which were significantly stronger than zombies and possessed a degree of intelligence. For an ordinary person to hunt mutated beasts was nearly implausible.
Xiao Bufen furrowed his brow. What he had considered a secure first place had suddenly slipped away, leaving him with an inexplicable displeasure. He scrutinized Lin Chen, noting that aside from being more handsome than himself, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him.
In fact,
Lin Chen exuded no trace of a celestial awakener, appearing utterly mundane.
How could he possibly bring back so many spirit crystals? This left Xiao Bufen perplexed.
Chi Feishue silently observed Lin Chen, her mood darkening. Previously, she had contemplated gifting him a spirit crystal but now imagined he must be mocking her for it. Her ears flushed with heat as her disdain for Lin Chen intensified.
Damn! What the hell?
Wang Yi stood in shock for a moment before regaining his composure,
internally exclaiming how impressive Lin Chen was.
Now he understood why Lin Chen had remained so calm. It was evident he had everything under control. As for how Lin Chen had obtained the spirit crystals, Wang Yi was not particularly curious. He only knew that Lin Chen had outshone everyone.
27 spirit crystals, this was undeniably first place.
An ordinary person had claimed the top spot in this assessment, a feat that overshadowed Wang Yi's own brilliance. Lin Chen maintained a stoic expression as he turned his gaze toward Song Lingfeng.
Was he going to continue his incessant prattling? "I'll not hesitate to silence you," he thought.
Song Lingfeng's face darkened significantly, feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes that dripped with ridicule and mockery.
"Lin Chen, you worthless fool! How could you possess so many spirit crystals? Confess where you stole them from."
The icy voice of Song Zhong cut through the air, providing a lifeline for Song Lingfeng. Indeed, as soon as Song Zhong spoke, Song Lingfeng felt a considerable alleviation of pressure. However, he was determined not to let Lin Chen's humiliation go unpunished.
"You damned waste! Just wait!"
The murderous intent in Song Lingfeng's eyes was palpable. In response to Song Zhong's inquiry, Lin Chen chose to ignore him. "You're a worthless piece. I'll make you speak, or else you'll regret it." Song Zhong's tone turned chillingly severe.
"And how will you make me regret it?" Feng Wuhan's aura suddenly erupted, overwhelming Song Zhong. His complexion changed drastically as he swiftly retorted, "I dare not." "Humph." Feng Wuhan coldly regarded Song Zhong. "I am in charge of this assessment, do you comprehend? Moreover, I have stated prior that only the results matter. I hope you all can grant me some courtesy." "Understood."
Song Zhong bowed his head respectfully, his heart brimming with resentment, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. He was merely a mid-level 3rd-tier awakener. While Feng Wuhan was a peak 6th-tier awakener, it would be simpler for the latter to extinguish his life than to crush an ant. A mocking smile played on Wang Zhan's lips as he relished Song Zhong's humiliation. Lin Chen observed the crowd with an indifferent gaze and remarked, "I understand everyone is curious about how an ordinary person like me acquired such a vast amount of spirit crystals. In truth, it is no secret. I found these spirit crystals in a villa located in an uninhabited area, likely left behind by a former powerful individual." The crowd harbored little skepticism towards Lin Chen's explanation, as it was the only plausible account. After all, it was inconceivable for an ordinary person to amass such a quantity of spirit crystals. Nevertheless, one could not help but marvel at the sheer fortune he had encountered. Why had they not stumbled upon such luck? Those who previously considered themselves inept breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were not inferior to Lin Chen, they simply lacked his extraordinary luck. Chief Feishuo recalled the pristine villa. It was evident that someone had resided there, potentially the powerful figure Lin Chen had mentioned, thereby validating his claim of sheer luck. Feng Wuhan cast a glance at Lin Chen before stating coolly, "The results of this assessment have been finalized. I shall now announce the top 3. The third place goes to Chief Feishuo, with 25 spirit crystals. The second place is Xiao Bufan, with 26 spirit crystals. And the first place is Lin Chen, with 27 spirit crystals." Upon concluding the names, Feng Wuhan added, "The top 3 will secure admission to the Starry Academy." The crowd displayed expressions of envy. For obtaining this admission would allow them to join the Starry Academy and soar to great heights. Curse it! Damn Lin Chen! I will not rest until I see your downfall. Song Lingfeng seethed internally, nearly choking on his fury. The admission to the Starry Academy was rightfully his. Yet Lin Chen's ascension to first place had relegated him to fourth, causing him to lose his chance at the coveted spot. How infuriating! Yet he failed to consider that his own skills were lacking. Who could he blame for that? "Master Feng, I have something to discuss." Song Zhong hesitated briefly before speaking again. "What is it?" Feng Wuhan's impression of Song Zhong was far from favorable, and his tone reflected this. Song Zhong replied earnestly, "As is well known, the Starry Academy only admits the gifted. Lin Chen is but an ordinary person, even if he were to gain admission. He would never experience any enhancement in his life. Given this, it would be more prudent to allocate the admission spot to someone more capable. The Lingwu University will also provide him with other compensations." "You cannot possibly mean the capable one is Song Lingfeng," Wang Zhan interjected mockingly. Song Zhong retorted, "Lingfeng, in terms of both talent and strength, is among the top at school. He is entirely qualified to receive this spot." A glimmer of hope ignited in Song Lingfeng's eyes as he absorbed these words. "You are utterly shameless," Wang Zhan scoffed. Song Zhongli naturally stated, "I believe that aside from the admission quota for the Starry Academy, the spirit crystals brought back by Lin Chen should be surrendered entirely to the school, to be allocated to those who can make use of them. After all, he is merely an ordinary person. These spirit crystals hold no value for him and may only bring him misfortune. My proposal is merely an act of protection. Even for Song Zhong, 27 spirit crystals were not a trivial amount, and he couldn't help but feel envious." "Enough of your nonsense," Wang Yi retorted angrily. "You little beast, shut your mouth." Song Zhong replied darkly, "Old fool, have you been eating excrement? Your words reek." Wang Yi remained undeterred, determined to counter with sharp retorts. "You seek death." Song Zhong's eyes glinted with murderous intent. How dare this insignificant insect provoke him repeatedly? "Who seeks death?" Wang Zhan observed Song Zhong with indifference. "Instructor Song, enough." Dean Shi interjected with a frown, noting the presence of many prominent figures from the Starry Academy. It was hardly appropriate for Song Zhong to speak out so brazenly. Could he not see that even the dean remained silent? Ignoring Dean Shi's thoughts, Song Zhong proclaimed loudly, "Dean, my intention is simply to allow the Starry Academy to produce a true prodigy. I believe Lin Chen will understand, right?" "Lin Chen?" "I don't quite understand," Lin Chen replied, his expression apathetic. For the first time, he found Song Zhong to be even more shameless and detestable than Song Lingfeng.
To demand the relinquishment of admission quotas? And the spirit crystals? Might as well drop dead.
Song Zhong declared with righteous fervor, Lin Chen, for the future of Lingwu University.
For the sake of letting Lingfeng enter the Starry Academy, what harm is there in you making a small sacrifice? Besides, did I not mention that the school would compensate you? You certainly excel at moral coercion. Since I find you so disagreeable, why don't you take your own life? What is the harm in making a small sacrifice for my satisfaction?
Lin Chen countered.
Outrageous! How dare you speak such blasphemy to an instructor? I will expel you.
Song Zhong shouted furiously.
You're the one being outrageous.
Dean Shi could no longer contain himself, his aura erupting as it bore down on Song Zhong. Who was oblivious to the embarrassment he was causing?
Did he even have the authority to expel Lin Chen?
This was a blatant disregard for the authority of his own dean. Under the immense pressure from Dean Shi, Song Zhong found himself unable to lift his head. Terror gripped his heart, yet he gritted his teeth and said, I implore Lord Feng to adjudicate this matter.
Damn it! Dean Shi cursed,
wishing fervently to strike Song Zhong down. This man was not just a fool, he was utterly insensible.
Such a person could not remain in the school.
He would corrupt the students. Dean Shi resolved to let Song Zhong cool off once this matter concluded. Feng Wuhan glanced coldly at Song Zhong before stating, First, I have said I will only consider results. Anyone in the top 3 of the assessment will receive an admission quota to the Starry Academy, regardless of who they are.
Second, all gains from the assessment belong to the assessors. Third, are you instructing me on how to do my job? Who do you think you are? Have I given you permission to speak?
Immediately, Song Zhong responded with utmost respect, I would not dare, I merely wished to offer a suggestion.
To this day,
no member of the Song family has ever stepped into a higher institution of learning. Regardless, he felt compelled to strive for a chance.
Unfortunately,
the dean did not side with him, and this thought only deepened his discontent, leading him to regard Dean Shi as rather foolish.
What could a useless Lin Chen possibly contribute to the Star Academy? Conversely, if Song Lingfeng were to gain admission, he would undoubtedly bring tremendous benefits to Lingwu University.
It was truly perplexing that Dean Shi could not grasp such a simple truth. He seemed rather senile. Little did he know that even if Dean Shi were to intervene, it would not alter the outcome of this situation.
If one dares not speak, one should remain silent. Feng Wuhan's tone was chilling, for his patience had its limits.
The man before him was recklessly testing those limits, utterly oblivious. A hint of disappointment flickered in Song Lingfeng's eyes. It appeared that the coveted admission slot was not meant for him after all.
Dreaded Lin Chen. Could he not simply content himself with being the useless person he was? Why must he encroach upon Song Lingfeng's rightful place? How infuriating. Now, I invite the top 3 to step forward. Feng Wuhan announced, turning to Yi Jianjia.
I would appreciate your assistance, Commander Yi.
Yi Jianjia nodded, producing 3 azure tokens.
She handed the tokens to Lin Chen and his companions, explaining,
These are the identity tokens for the Star Academy.
Present these tokens at the Star Academy to register your identity and become a student.
Chi Feishue held her token with a pleasant demeanor.
Although her talent warranted direct admission to the Star Academy, she preferred to earn her place through her own merit. Lin Chen and Xiao Bufan, however, wore expressions of indifference, as if the tokens were nothing remarkable. Their demeanor did not escape the notice of Elder Chu and others present. Both possess commendable character, yet alas, one is merely an ordinary individual, Elder Chu remarked softly. In a world where strength reigns supreme,
failing to become a celestial awaken renders all efforts futile.
Therefore, he held little hope for Lin Chen's future.
Even believing that his entry into the Star Academy would not bode well. An ordinary person amidst a group of prodigies, would he not end up utterly devastated?
Luo Dongcheng smiled silently, offering no commentary.
I hereby declare that this assessment has concluded successfully. Feng Wuhan proclaimed. Wait! Lin Chen suddenly interjected.
Feng Wuhan turned to him, inquiring.
Is there something else?
Lin Chen replied calmly, Song Lingfeng and I made a wager.
Since he has lost,
it is time for him to fulfill his end of the agreement.
Finally, the moment had arrived. The onlookers displayed expressions of anticipation. Feng Wuhan furrowed his brow but chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 24. Wake up, Lin Chen. Do not overreach. Song Lingfeng exclaimed sternly. Kneeling was out of the question.
If he did so today, he would forever be unable to raise his head again.
What? Trying to play tricks?
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Given the shamelessness of the two from the Song family, he felt no need to hold back.
Humph. Even if I were to play tricks, what could you do about it? Song Lingfeng sneered, having already lost face. What did it matter if he acted like a rogue? Kneel before me. Lin Chen bellowed. And an elusive force suddenly surged forth. Bang! In an instant, Song Lingfeng's legs betrayed him, collapsing beneath him as he knelt before Lin Chen. For a brief moment,
Song Lingfeng was taken aback, his eyes turning crimson with fury, yet he found himself incapable of rising. How he had knelt was a mystery even to him.
Isn't this kneeling? Lin Chen remarked indifferently. You think I cannot handle you? The onlookers were bewildered. How was it that when Lin Chen commanded Song Lingfeng to kneel, he complied so readily? Was Song Lingfeng truly so obedient? Luo Dongchang and others wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend how the defiant Song Lingfeng had suddenly become a submissive wretch. What is happening, brothers? Why did Song Lingfeng kneel? I've always believed in Lingfeng. He is a man of his word, without a hint of hesitation. I am proud to call him my friend. And anyone who dares to claim he is untrustworthy will face my wrath. In ancient times, Han Xian endured humiliation, and now Lingfeng bows in deference. Truly, he is a prodigy, displaying a temperament beyond our reach. Bring me my ribs, I shall brew a broth to nourish Brother Lingfeng. The crowd jested, their voices hushed. Though most present were extraordinary individuals, how could they not hear? Lin Chen, I will kill you. Ah! Put! Song Lingfeng's pride had suffered an immense blow. With a roar, he spewed blood, his eyes wide in shock, and fainted from the sheer force of his indignation. Observing the fallen Song Lingfeng, Lin Chen was taken aback as well. This individual's character was indeed lacking, having been so infuriated as to vomit blood. Lingfeng! Brother Lingfeng! Do not scare me! Wake up! Ha ha ha! Brother Lingfeng, please come back to us. Woohoo! Brother Lingfeng, you are still so young, how could you leave us? Wang Yi rushed to Song Lingfeng's side, shaking him fervently, a sorrowful expression etched upon his face. Remarkably, Song Lingfeng revived, but upon seeing Wang Yi's infuriating countenance, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Get away! Song Zhong materialized before Song Lingfeng, furious as he hurled Wang Yi aside. Wang Zhan swiftly caught Wang Yi, who shouted angrily. Second uncle, he just tossed me aside, why are you still standing there? Teach him a lesson. Give that old hound a proper beating, so he understands why the flowers bloom so vividly. Wang Zhan cast a fierce glance at Wang Yi, saying, You little rascal, I'll deal with you when we get back. Lin Chen, you are truly ruthless. Song Zhong examined Song Lingfeng's condition, and his fury ignited, his aura surging forth and locking onto Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen nonchalantly replied. He knelt before me and then bled and fainted on his own. What does that have to do with me? Mentor Song, do not wrong the virtuous. You wretched brat. I shall slay you. Song Zhong's face contorted with rage as he raised his hand to strike Lin Chen. Stop! Dean Shi bellowed, rushing towards Song Zhong to intervene. However, Feng Wuhan moved with swifter grace. As Song Zhong launched his attack, Feng Wuhan retaliated with a punch. Bang! Song Zhong was sent hurtling backwards, akin to a kite with its string severed, spitting blood mid-air.
After being propelled several meters, he steadied himself, yet his breath was ragged and his complexion pale. Clearly gravely injured. Feng Wuhan regarded Song Zhong coldly, stating, "Matters among the young should not concern me, but for an adult to bully a junior is truly excessive. Lin Chen has already become a prospective student of our Xingchen Academy. Dare to harm him, and you seek death?"
After enduring much, did he truly believe he was without temper? Song Zhong was filled with astonishment and fury, yet before Feng Wuhan, he felt utterly powerless.
Wiping the blood from his lips, he quickly apologized. "My apologies, Lord Feng, I acted impulsively just now.
Please forgive me."
Having been severely wounded by a single strike,
he was genuinely afraid and comprehended the true terror of Feng Wuhan.
Had the latter unleashed his full strength, he would have been a corpse by now.
"Leave." Feng Wuhan's tone was cold. Slowly, Song Zhong approached Song Lingfeng, lifting him to depart.
"Mentor Song, I suggest you allow me to escort Brother Lingfeng instead."
"Your name is ominous, Song Zhong's demise? Are you wishing for Brother Lingfeng's death?" Wang Yi stated earnestly.
"I, Wang Yi, will be the first to refuse."
"Quickly hand over Brother Lingfeng's spirit crystal to me for safekeeping, or I shall be most uneasy."
Song Zhong's face flushed with rage, a surge of blood rushing into his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he shot Wang Yi a fierce glare before silently carrying Song Lingfeng away.
"Is your skin itching again?" Wang Zhan asked cryptically. Wang Yi coughed, "Ahem.
The weather is splendid today, and I suddenly remembered that I ought to take a bath." The others responded with silence.
"Ah."
Ding Shi sighed softly, then addressed Luo Dongsheng and the others. "I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed guests."
The group did not dwell on the trivial matter, deeming it beneath their notice.
Feng Wuhan turned to Lin Chen and his companions, saying, "In 10 days, the military will transport you to Xingchen Academy.
If there are any unresolved matters, tend to them swiftly."
He then addressed the other candidates. "Those who did not secure a place this time should not lose heart.
Xingchen Academy holds an enrollment event annually, at which you may participate as well.
Complete the requisite assessments, and you too can join our ranks." The originally despondent crowd now glimmered with a newfound light. The assessment had come to a close, culminating in an ordinary individual triumphing over all through sheer fortune,
ultimately claiming the title of first place.
This event became a subject of idle chatter among the populace and was destined to etch itself into the unique annals of Lingwu University.
In the room,
Lin Chen had taken a shower and donned a clean outfit. His complexion was as radiant as jade, strikingly handsome, with deep, profound eyes that bore a hint of weariness,
exuding an inexplicable allure.
Hong Hong frolicked joyfully around the room, carefree and reminiscent of a child.
"In 10 days, I shall depart from Lingyun City.
I must first attend to certain matters," Lin Chen murmured.
Chapter 25. I have arrived in a luxurious villa within Lingyun City. Song Lingfeng lay on his bed,
his eyes suddenly snapping open as he unleashed a heart-rending roar. "Uncle, I must have Lin Chen dead. I must ensure that wretched creature meets his demise." The very thought of kneeling before Lin Chen in front of so many ignited an unquenchable fury within him, a fervent desire to see Lin Chen suffer 1,000 tortures. Song Zhong coldly replied, "Rest assured, that good-for-nothing Lin Chen is not far from death."
The humiliation was not solely Song Lingfeng's.
It was an affront to Song Zhong as well, all due to Lin Chen's existence. Thus, he vowed not to let this matter rest.
Through gritted teeth, Song Lingfeng declared,
"Do not kill him too easily. Hand him over to me. I wish to carve his flesh piece by piece, to subject him to a lingering death. Or else my hatred shall never be quelled." The act of kneeling before so many had stripped him of his dignity, and this humiliation would haunt him for a lifetime. Hence, Lin Chen must die, and in the most brutal manner conceivable.
A report for the second master. Lin Chen has departed from Lingwu University.
A figure clad in black respectfully announced. Song Zhong sneered, "Maim his limbs and bring him here. Remember, leave no trace behind." He remained wary of the Star Academy.
Understood. The black-clad figure promptly responded.
There's no need for such trouble, I have already arrived.
Just as the black-clad figure was about to leave, a calm voice resonated through the air.
Lin Chen entered, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serene. He understood all too well that a villain's survival leads to incessant troubles. Rather than waiting for trouble to seek him out, he preferred to confront it head-on. Thus, he had taken the initiative to pay them a visit. Seeing that both members of the Song family were oblivious to their impending doom, he decided to deliver it himself. Upon realizing that the visitor was indeed Lin Chen, Song Lingfeng paused for a moment before breaking into a sinister grin.
Lin Chen,
you stray from the path to heaven and instead throw yourself into hell. I never imagined that you, a mere waste, would dare to come here.
Excellent, simply excellent.
Just as he had planned to eliminate Lin Chen, fate had delivered Lin Chen right to his doorstep. It seemed the heavens were indeed favoring him.
Song Zhong,
surprised by Lin Chen's presence, quickly donned a chilling smile. Since this worthless fool sought death, he would gladly oblige, thus sparing himself the effort.
Disable him.
Song Zhong commanded the black-clad figure. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure lunged at Lin Chen, throwing a punch. As a late-stage awakener, he found it effortless to deal with an ordinary person. However, as the black-clad figure closed in within 2 meters of Lin Chen, the latter casually raised his hand.
Boom!
In an instant, the black-clad figure's body exploded, blood splattering and staining the entire room. A protective barrier manifested before Lin Chen, shielding him entirely from the gory spray.
This sudden turn of events left both Song Zhong and Song Lingfeng utterly stunned. The black-clad figure, though not immensely powerful, was still a late-stage awakener,
more than capable of handling an ordinary individual.
Yet, what was the outcome?
Before he could even approach Lin Chen, he was reduced to a mist of blood.
An ordinary person possesses such power? No. Lin Chen was far from an ordinary individual.
Song Zhong and Song Lingfeng widened their eyes, instantly feeling deceived.
However, why could they not sense the aura of a celestial awakener emanating from Lin Chen? Did he possess some special method to conceal his presence?
This was something that perplexed both Song Zhong and Song Lingfeng, who would likely never comprehend the essence of a cultivator in their lifetime.
Stop dawdling. Come forth and meet your demise.
Lin Chen remarked with an indifferent expression, casting a glance at Song Zhong.
His purpose for being here today was solely to kill.
Inaction was not an option, action would inevitably lead to bloodshed. Song Zhong quickly grasped the situation, regarding Lin Chen with contempt.
How utterly arrogant! Do you think that by slaying a worthless being, you have become invincible?
He continued, I shall show you what true strength entails.
For Song Zhong,
eliminating a late-stage level 1 celestial awakener was a trivial task. Thus, despite being taken aback by Lin Chen's prowess, he felt no apprehension.
How formidable could Lin Chen truly be?
At most, he was merely a level 2 celestial awakener, while Song Zhong was a mid-stage level 3 celestial awakener.
Crushing a level 2 celestial awakener would be effortless. Prepare to die.
Song Zhong exclaimed, moving with astonishing speed. A wicked smile gracing his lips as he lunged towards Lin Chen. He didn't even exert his full strength, believing that half of his power would suffice to deal with Lin Chen. The chasm between a level 2 and level 3 celestial awakener was immense. A disparity that was insurmountable. Excellent! Song Lingfeng clapped with enthusiasm, fully convinced that Song Zhong's strike would seal Lin Chen's fate. Alas! He lamented the fact that he could not personally inflict 1,000 tortures upon his adversary.
Nevertheless,
witnessing this worthless wretch meet a gruesome end before his eyes was a consolation.
Just when Song Lingfeng anticipated Lin Chen's demise at the hands of Song Zhong, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Song Zhong was suddenly propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression transformed into one of sheer terror. How can you possess such formidable strength?
At the moment his palm was about to strike Lin Chen, A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Chen, instantly sending Song Zhong flying.
Confronted by that overwhelming presence, Song Zhong felt as insignificant as an ant. Even Feng Wuan had never instilled such an intense sensation within him. Could it be that Lin Chen surpassed Feng Wuhan in strength? But how could that be possible? Panic surged through his mind.
Song Zhong was not a fool. He now understood that Lin Chen was far from a worthless being, rather, he was a formidable figure masquerading in humility. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Chen's acquisition of 27 spirit crystals, pondering whether it was truly the result of mere luck or a testament to genuine strength.
In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind.
Lin Chen remarked coolly,
"What does a mere ant know of the vastness of the heavens and the earth?
You shall carry your doubts to your grave."
The events unfolded with such swiftness that Song Lingfeng was left bewildered, witnessing Song Zhong collide with the wall and subsequently spewing blood. Song Lingfeng was momentarily dazed.
This was not at all in line with his expectations.
"Uncle, do not hold back. Quickly eliminate this worthless wretch," Song Lingfeng exclaimed urgently.
Feeling that Song Zhong had been careless, otherwise, how could a mere waste like Lin Chen have possibly sent a mid-level third-tier awakener like Song Zhong flying? As Song Zhong raised his head, ready to speak, a sudden crack echoed through the air. In an instant, Lin Chen appeared before him, crushing his neck with ease.
A mid-level third-tier awakener?
Merely an insect, easily extinguished. Just moments ago, Song Lingfeng had been boasting, now he stood frozen, paralyzed by the unfolding scene before him. The formidable uncle he had revered was effortlessly slain by Lin Chen, without even a hint of resistance.
Was this truly the same Lin Chen? The one he had derided without retort?
A sensation of dread surged within Song Lingfeng's heart.
After dispatching Song Zhong, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Song Lingfeng and approached him. Lin Chen, do not come any closer. I am a member of the Song family.
If you kill me, the Song family will surely retaliate, and your own family will suffer the consequences.
Song Lingfeng stammered in fear. Is that so?
Lin Chen replied, his tone devoid of emotion.
With a casual wave of his hand, a domineering force descended upon Song Lingfeng. A scream erupted from Song Lingfeng. Moments later, the wail abruptly ceased.
Lin Chen regarded Song Lingfeng's lifeless body and remarked coldly, "Threatening me will only hasten your demise."
The Song family, while considered a prominent clan in Lingyun City, was deemed untouchable by many. Yet to Lin Chen, they were nothing more than insignificant insects. If they behaved themselves,
they might be spared, but if they did not, he would ensure their complete obliteration.
Chapter 26, Tang Muqian in Lingyun City, numerous families wield significant power,
among which the Tang family stands as a prominent lineage. The only family that can rival them is the Shao family.
Lesser families like the Wang and Song families pale in comparison. Originally a modest clan,
the Shao family ascended to prominence overnight due to the extraordinary prowess of their prodigious daughter, Shao Renfeng, rendering them a formidable force that none dared to challenge.
In contrast,
the Tang family has long been a colossal entity, existing since before the revival of spiritual energy, with an ancient heritage and profound depth.
Consequently,
while many families in Lingyun City faltered during the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Tang family not only endured but thrived, growing even stronger.
However,
no power can achieve true immortality. 3 years ago, the patriarch of the Tang family passed away, plunging the family into a struggle for power,
leaving it in a state of turmoil.
At the entrance of the Tang residence, a seemingly ordinary man appeared.
Halt! Who are you? What brings you here?
2 guards promptly positioned themselves in front of him. This unremarkable man was, in fact, Lin Chen, who had disguised his appearance.
He spoke softly.
Please inform Miss Tang Muqian that her father, Tang Hu, has sent me to deliver something to her. Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. One quickly replied, "Please wait a moment, I will notify our young lady immediately."
Lin Chen nodded gently.
Before long, a vision of elegance appeared before Lin Chen. Clad in a gown of emerald and crystal, her cascading hair resembled a waterfall, and her features evoked the misty beauty of southern landscapes. With a complexion like delicate orchids and a demeanor exuding noble grace, her vivid red lips contrasted beautifully with her bright eyes, while her finely sculpted nose added to her allure.
"Greetings, I am Tang Muqian," she said, appraising Lin Chen.
The man before her was unremarkable, yet his deep,
vortex-like eyes left a lasting impression. One could easily become ensnared in their depths.
Lin Chen extended a box towards Tang Muqian, stating,
"This is the item your father asked me to deliver to you." She accepted the box and inquired softly, "May I ask where my father currently is?" "A fortnight prior."
Tang, who had departed from the Tang family with a group of awakened individuals and had yet to return.
Even Tang Muqian was unaware of his whereabouts.
Lin Chen replied calmly, "I only met him briefly in City G. He compensated me to deliver this item to you. Beyond that, I know nothing more." Lin Chen had no intention of disclosing the news of Tang Hu's demise to Tang Muqian, as it fell outside the bounds of his agreement with her father. After a moment of silence, Tang Muqian expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for bringing this here. Please, come inside and rest, I have arranged for the kitchen."
"No need."
Lin Chen interrupted her, stating, "I accepted your father's compensation to deliver this item into your hands.
With the task complete, I must take my leave."
His purpose for disguising himself was to avoid unnecessary complications, otherwise, the transaction would be a loss for him. Without another word to Tang Muqian, Lin Chen turned and departed. Tang Muqian gazed with a peculiar expression at the departing figure of Lin Chen, feeling that this seemingly ordinary man possessed an unusual quality.
After a moment of contemplation,
she retreated to her chamber. Upon opening a box, a radiant blue light enveloped the space, and an exquisite fragrance instantly filled the room. Inside the box lay a remarkable blue fruit, 2 spirit crystals, and a letter. In the streets, a group of individuals discreetly followed Lin Chen, aware of their presence. He swiftly turned into an alley, soon restoring his true appearance and sauntering out with confidence.
The group entered the alley,
only to realize in an instant that their target had evaded them, their expressions darkening with frustration. Within a villa belonging to the Tang family, a middle-aged man adorned with a dragon tattoo on his neck meticulously polished a flying knife. This man was Tang Hao, the second master of the Tang family. Reporting to the second master, "My incompetence has allowed the target to slip away. Please dispense punishment," one subordinate stated, his head bowed in shame. With a swift motion, Tang Hao sent the knife soaring, pinning a mosquito to the wall with a chilling gleam. He replied nonchalantly, "It is not your fault. There are countless talented individuals in this world. Since my elder brother has sent this person to deliver something, it indicates that he possesses some merit."
Second master, what shall we do now? Should I investigate this person's background?
The subordinate inquired.
Tang Hao smiled calmly.
This individual has only met my elder brother once and has shown reluctance to enter the Tang family.
This suggests he wishes to avoid entanglements within our internal affairs. Therefore,
we shall not provoke him. In these tumultuous times, we must tread carefully. After a moment's thought, Tang Hao added, "From now on, you are to discreetly protect Muqian. I have a premonition that significant troubles are brewing for the Tang family."
The subordinate was taken aback. The internal strife within the Tang family was relentless,
with the fiercest rivalry between the second master, Tang Hao, and the elder master, Tang Hu.
Now, Tang Hao was instructing him to protect Tang Muqian. What could this mean?
Looking out the window, Tang Hao spoke softly, "In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, survival belongs to the fittest. My disputes with my elder brother arise from differing ideologies. He seeks to conservatively develop the Tang family, avoiding trouble, while I understand that such a philosophy is untenable. The current era has changed, and the rules are dictated by power.
Only by wielding formidable strength can we ensure the safety of the entire Tang family. Yet, both he and I ultimately desire the prosperity of the Tang family. As for Muqian, should she remain ordinary, I shall protect her for a lifetime. But if she ascends to greatness, what harm would it be to entrust the entire Tang family to her?
The subordinate was profoundly moved.
Realizing that all of the second master's actions were for the benefit of the Tang family.
It was only at this moment that he comprehended the second master's sincere intentions, while many remained oblivious, perceiving only his ruthless pursuit of power. Blind to his dedication to the family.
Reporting to the second master, Miss Muqian requests an audience.
A voice called from outside.
Tang Hao's expression shifted in surprise as he instructed, "Let her in."
Moments later, Tang Muqian entered. "Greetings, second uncle," she spoke softly.
Tang Muqian. What brings you to seek your second uncle? Tang Hao inquired with a gentle smile.
Tang Muqian handed a letter to Tang Hao, saying, "Second uncle.
This is a letter from my father to you." Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback.
He accepted the letter without a second thought and opened it right in front of Tang Muqian. His expression remained impassive as he read.
Once finished,
he turned to Tang Muqian and remarked, "The letter conveys that your father has encountered some minor troubles and cannot return for the time being, hence, he has entrusted me with your care."
Tang Muqian softly replied, "I understand. I shall take my leave now."
With that, she turned to depart.
After her exit,
a flicker of pain crossed Tang Hao's eyes. He addressed his subordinate, "Relay my orders, deploy all shadow guards. From this moment forth, they are to ensure Muqian's safety.
Day and night. Should anything happen to her, you shall forfeit your lives."
His subordinate felt a jolt of fear and solemnly replied, "Understood." As soon as Tang Muqian left Tang Hao's residence, her complexion paled dramatically. She murmured, "Father, you truly are in trouble."
In truth, upon seeing the peculiar fruit, she had comprehended the true whereabouts of Tang Hu.
If Tang Hu were safe and sound, he would never have entrusted such a precious item to an outsider for delivery to her. Coupled with the letter he had sent to Tang Hao, her heart sank into despair.
Chapter 27, The Hunters Guild at the Tang Clan Ancestral Hall. Tang Hao respectfully greeted the clan elders. "Elder Tang Heir, have you encountered any troubles today?"
"You must understand that we, the old ones, shall not involve ourselves in the internal disputes of the Tang family," croaked an elderly voice. Before Tang Hao stood a dozen venerable men, their hair as white as snow, all former loyal aides to the late patriarch of the Tang family. Each one of them was an enigmatic figure of great depth.
Tang Hao promptly knelt and solemnly declared, "Esteemed elders, I have come today to seek your protection for a junior."
"What sort of junior?" The elders were taken aback, given Tang Hao's considerable power.
Safeguarding an individual should be a trivial matter.
Yet, he sought their assistance, indicating that the situation was far from simple.
Tang Hao candidly replied, "It is my elder brother's daughter, Tang Muqian.
Furthermore, she possesses an extraordinary fruit."
Extraordinary fruit?
A glimmer of keen interest flickered in the eyes of the elders present. This matter bore significant implications, thus, Tang Hao implored, "I beseech the esteemed elders to intervene." He understood that secrets rarely remain concealed forever. The emergence of the extraordinary fruit would inevitably attract attention, and the Tang family had many external eyes watching. It was entirely possible that calamity awaited them, and he was well aware of the dangers of harboring precious treasures.
In this world, murder for wealth and family annihilation were all too common. Rest assured,
the elders intoned gravely, an extraordinary fruit has the potential to forge an unparalleled talent.
Perhaps even the future of the Tang family.
In such a critical moment, we will not falter. Tang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. Though it was not enough to dispel his worries entirely, he still had preparations to make.
If one were to inquire about the most formidable power in Lingyun City,
it would neither be Lingwu University nor the Tang or Shao families, but rather the Hunters Guild. The true origins of the Hunters Guild remain shrouded in mystery. It is known for its enigmatic background, widespread presence across the nation, and formidable foundation, with countless strong individuals in its ranks. Those who dared to provoke it in the past met with swift and gruesome ends, their heads displayed upon the walls of Lingyun City. Thus, The Hunters Guild stands as the most untouchable force within Lingyun City. It serves as a vast marketplace where, with sufficient wealth, one may procure a multitude of desired items. Additionally, it is the designated registration hub for bounty hunters, who can continuously accept tasks and earn rewards.
Greetings, esteemed guest. What would you like to purchase?
Upon Lin Chen's entrance into the Hunters Guild, a charming maid approached him immediately, her face adorned with a sweet smile that evoked a refreshing sense of spring,
making one feel remarkably at ease.
The Hunters Guild was bustling with activity, a throng of people enveloping the space. And it was not uncommon to see individuals donning masks akin to Lin Chen's. Thus, his disguise did not stand out conspicuously.
Moreover, to some awakened,
Lin Chen appeared merely as an ordinary person, for he emitted not a trace of the essence characteristic of the awakened. Of course, this was contingent upon his suppression of his aura, otherwise, the alluring energy he possessed would undoubtedly render him the center of attention. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, taking in the myriad of items, firearms, ammunition, cold weapons, battle armor, potions, materials from mutated beasts, and an array of peculiar trinkets.
The dazzling assortment of goods was overwhelming.
Here, one could fulfill nearly any desire, provided one had sufficient funds. I shall peruse at my leisure, Lin Chen murmured softly.
The attendant smiled and replied, very well. Esteemed guest, should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me.
Lin Chen nodded gently in acknowledgement.
Make way. Miss Linger is coming. Suddenly,
a hurried voice pierced through the crowd, and the throng parted to create a path. A strikingly attractive woman, adorned with a 9-section whip at her waist, strode in like a star amidst the constellations, her gaze radiating haughtiness.
Greetings, Miss Linger.
The crowd hastily bowed, indicating her notable status.
Brother, who is she?
I sense that you all harbor a certain fear of her, Lin Chen inquired.
My friend,
you must be new to the Hunters Guild if you do not recognize Miss Linger. Not only is she a formidable initial stage level 2 awakened,
but her master is also Elder Zhou of the Hunters Guild.
Elder Zhou held the highest position within the guild, his strength unfathomable, he was rarely seen.
Ah, I see.
The individual who had posed the question inhaled sharply, his eyes now filled with trepidation as he regarded Miss Linger.
It is her. Lin Chen's expression shifted subtly.
Yu Linger, noticing the crowd bowing before her, couldn't help but display a hint of pride. However, her demeanor soured upon noticing a masked man standing unmoved ahead.
And who might you be? Why do you not bow before me?
Yu Linger demanded coldly.
The crowd gasped, instinctively distancing themselves from Lin Chen, wary of the fallout.
It was well known that Yu Linger was notoriously domineering within the Hunters Guild. Anyone she deemed unworthy often faced dire consequences. Many had lodged complaints against her.
Yet Elder Zhou's response was blunt, a group of grown men, unable to contend with a mere girl? How shameful.
They would be better off returning home to tend to their children. Consequently, the populace held an even greater apprehension towards Yu Linger, refraining from provoking her. As they witnessed Lin Chen inadvertently inciting her ire, they all recognized the peril he faced and hastily withdrew.
The attendant's expression turned anxious, praying that Yu Linger would not be excessively harsh. Why should I bow to you?
Lin Chen replied with nonchalance. Yu Linger coldly remarked, in this Hunters Guild, do I,
Yu Linger, require a reason to demand your submission?
With a swift motion, she unsheathed her 9-section whip. The sound of air splitting resonating violently as the whip sliced through the atmosphere towards Lin Chen. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, anticipating a gruesome scene of Lin Chen's mangled form.
To them, Lin Chen was merely an ordinary individual. How could he withstand a strike from Yu Linger, a nascent second-tier awakener?
Just as the whip was about to descend upon Lin Chen, he suddenly extended his hand and effortlessly grasped the whip.
This. The crowd was taken aback,
their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. The outcome before them was beyond their expectations. They had presumed that Lin Chen would either be dead or grievously injured from Yu Linger's blow. Yet he had effortlessly seized her whip.
How could someone with such prowess possibly be an ordinary person?
The onlookers realized they had gravely misjudged the situation.
Chapter 28. The bounty hunter Yulinger was taken aback when she realized that Lin Chen had seized her whip. She immediately summoned all her strength to yank it back, only to discover that she could not budge it at all. In contrast, Lin Chen appeared utterly unfazed, not even exerting himself.
A secondary Tear Awakener was unable to reclaim the whip from his grasp, and Yulinger recognized that she had encountered a formidable opponent.
However, regardless of his prowess, he was still obliged to behave appropriately within the Hunters Guild.
Humph! With a cold snort, Yulinger clenched her left fist and leaped forward,
aiming a blow at Lin Chen's face.
At that moment, Lin Chen's form shifted abruptly.
In the blink of an eye, he was behind Yulinger,
gripping her delicate neck with a firm hand. "One more move, and I will crush your neck." Lin Chen's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion.
Yulinger froze,
astonished at how easily she had been subdued. The chilling aura emanating from him tightened her chest, instilling a sense of dread within her.
Yet,
recalling that they were in the Hunters Guild, she suppressed her fear and shouted angrily, "This is the Hunters Guild.
If you dare to lay a finger on me,
you will surely meet your demise." Having been arrogant for so long, this was her first experience of such humiliation, which was intolerable for her proud disposition.
"Is that so?"
Lin Chen's tone was icy as he applied slight pressure. Yulinger found it increasingly difficult to breathe, her pupils constricting.
In that moment,
she comprehended the gravity of her situation. He truly seemed willing to kill her, even here in the Hunters Guild.
The terror of death enveloped her, leaving her feeling utterly cold. She finally understood the meaning of fear.
"Please, sir, do not harm Miss Linger," the previously charming maid urgently pleaded.
Yulinger was the favored disciple of Elder Zhou, and if anything were to happen to her here, the staff would undoubtedly face punishment.
Lin Chen released her, allowing her to regain her footing, and coldly remarked, "Little girl, do not presume that a bit of background and strength grants you the right to be arrogant. You must realize that not everyone will indulge you. Had you encountered someone with a worse temperament, you would already be a corpse." Yulinger clutched her throat,
gasping for air, her expression grim.
Not only had she suffered a significant loss, but the audacity of being reprimanded as if by an elder was utterly infuriating. Yet she understood that the masked man was not to be trifled with, and thus she refrained from further confrontation.
Nevertheless,
she vowed to make him pay dearly for this affront. Lin Chen ignored Yulinger and turned to the maid, inquiring,
"What are the requirements for registering as a bounty hunter?"
The maid responded respectfully, "Esteemed guest, you must pass an assessment to register as a bounty hunter. It is not a simple task. You must undergo a series of evaluations set by the Hunters Guild, and only upon achieving satisfactory results may you become a bounty hunter. Furthermore, during the assessments, evaluators will grade you on site. The higher your score, the more prestigious your title. To know that the tasks issued by the Hunters Guild are categorized by levels and restrictions, the higher the rank of a bounty hunter, the greater the level of tasks they can undertake, and naturally, the rewards become more substantial." "Then take me to participate in the assessment," Lin Chen stated calmly. For becoming a bounty hunter held its own considerations for him. "Please follow me, esteemed guest," the maid replied respectfully. Having worked at the Hunters Guild for several years, she had encountered various formidable individuals, yet this person before her exuded an extraordinary aura, prompting her to feel even more reverent.
After the maid led Lin Chen away, Yulinger revealed a cold smile. "Want to become a bounty hunter? Having offended me, do you think it's possible?"
Initially contemplating how to exact her revenge, she suddenly conceived a brilliant idea, alleviating much of her previous frustration.
Yulinger turned to a guard and asked, "Where is my master?"
The guard replied respectfully, "Miss Linger,
Elder Zhou is currently attending to an esteemed guest and is not seeing anyone for now."
Yulinger furrowed her brow slightly. "I understand, you may leave." She found it curious what kind of distinguished guest could warrant her master's personal attention. Lin Chen was led by the maid into a spacious courtyard.
which connected to a grand 5-story classical pavilion where the assessment would take place. At the front of the pavilion stood a table manned by an elderly man with white hair, who, despite his age, exuded an air of remarkable prowess, reminiscent of a legendary monk. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, he was just another figure. At this moment, around 20 individuals had gathered in the courtyard, primarily there to participate in the assessment. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, their eyes filled with fierce determination, yet they harbored a sense of trepidation. For the assessment methods of the Hunters Guild varied each time, leaving them uncertain about what challenges lay ahead. Nevertheless, adaptability could also be considered a form of evaluation. "All right. Come forth to draw your numbers," the elderly man stated indifferently. A ripple of anticipation washed over the crowd as they moved forward. The maid encouraged Lin Chen, "Good luck, esteemed guest." Lin Chen nodded lightly, "Thank you." Soon, he received his number 20. Until the assessment concluded, this would be his identifier. Afterward, he would undergo identity registration and could choose a unique name. "Numbers 1 to 5, please enter the assessment area," the elder announced. With a creak, the doors of the pavilion swung open. Inside was engulfed in darkness, reminiscent of a ferocious beast's maw, ready to consume the dawn, instilling an eerie sensation. The 5 candidates about to be assessed felt the weight of the moment, their hearts pounding as they took a deep breath and stepped boldly into the pavilion. Bang! Just then, the doors of the pavilion abruptly slammed shut, obscuring any view of what lay within. 15 minutes later, it was the turn of numbers 16 to 20 to partake in the assessment. Lin Chen and the other 4 entered the pavilion. Before them was an abyss of darkness, where one could not see their own hand. Suddenly, blinding lights illuminated the space. Before the 5 individuals stood a mobile shooting range, with their position a considerable 50 meters away. To the side, 5 examiners were seated, accompanied by several expressionless staff members. The first round tested their eyesight. The rules were straightforward. Each participant was provided with 10 throwing knives, aimed at the moving target, which featured 10 scoring rings. Hitting a ring awarded 1 point, while the 10th ring yielded 10 points, culminating in a maximum score of 100. A score of 60 was deemed passing. Failure to hit the target would result in no points awarded. The allotted time for the assessment was 60 seconds. Upon the examiner's signal, staff members distributed the throwing knives to the participants. When the 10 knives reached Lin Chen, he was taken aback to discover that they were all made of plastic, lightweight and seemingly akin to a child's toy. Yet, Lin Chen dismissed the thought. Plastic was plastic, and ultimately, the effect remained the same for him. "This is somewhat challenging," one of the examiners remarked wryly. While hitting a stationary target from 50 meters posed little difficulty for those awakened to their potential, striking a moving target was considerably more complex, especially with the time constraint. The others wore serious expressions but refrained from further comment. The path to becoming a bounty hunter was not as simple as one might presume. If anyone could easily assume the role of a bounty hunter, the prestige associated with that title would diminish significantly. Thus, it was understood that everything hinged on one's capabilities. Chapter 29, Surrender in Heart and Mouth. The assessment proceeded in an orderly manner, one after another. Contestant number 16 prepared himself. The evaluators spoke with an air of indifference, simultaneously producing a timer. Contestant 16, a corpulent individual, inhaled deeply, gripping a flying knife with an expression of utmost seriousness. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen was reminded of the year he took the college entrance examination, when the test papers were distributed. The deep breaths and psychological affirmations advised by the teacher proved effective. Upon receiving the paper, he felt no panic. Yet, when it came time to write, he discovered he could not answer a single question. Alas! Thus, the so-called underperformance was partly due to anxiety, but primarily a consequence of insufficient ability. If one possesses remarkable skill, even the most daunting questions will pose little challenge, and one will find exhilaration in the endeavor, as if invigorated by a surge of energy.
Conversely, if one lacks competence, no amount of calmness can alter the outcome, and one will remain confined to a meager score.
Commence!
The staff member commanded.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Contestant 16 immediately launched his flying knives. Stop. Soon, 60 seconds had elapsed.
Contestant 16 released his final knife just in time. The staff beside the target range promptly recorded his score. Ultimately, contestant 16 achieved a total of 60 seconds and 45 points. The evaluators shook their heads, declaring him unqualified. Subsequently, contestant 16 was escorted into a secure passage, his participation in the subsequent assessments forever severed. The onlookers comprehended the stringent nature of the Hunter Guild's evaluations.
Soon, contestant 17 stepped forward.
Regrettably, his performance was even more dismal than that of contestant 16. When the timer expired, he had 2 knives remaining, earning a mere 40 points. Contestant 18 managed to pass narrowly, with a time of 52 seconds and 65 points.
A sigh of relief escaped him as the evaluators announced his success. Next came contestant 19, adorned with a silver mask that obscured his features.
He wielded a dart with a distinctive grip, indicating he had practiced extensively. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon him, surprised by his unique technique. At the signal to begin, contestant 19 sent his dart forth like a flicker of cold light,
zipping through the air. Bang! The first dart struck the 10th ring of a moving target with pinpoint accuracy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under contestant 19's exceptional method,
each flying knife found its mark on the moving target, all scoring in the 10th ring.
The staff and evaluators present were taken aback. Their eyes filled with astonished admiration for contestant 19.
They quickly regained their composure and recorded his score.
Contestant 19, with a remarkable time of 10 seconds,
achieved a perfect score.
A moment later, the evaluators announced contestant 19's results with trembling voices.
Although the content of each assessment varied, the level of difficulty remained relatively consistent. In their tenure as evaluators, they had witnessed only a handful of candidates achieving perfect scores in the first round. Clearly, contestant 19 had delivered an astonishing surprise.
Indeed.
Several examiners nodded in satisfaction at number 19. In response, number 19 said little, standing quietly to the side. This assessment was, to him,
exceedingly mundane and devoid of any pressure. It was evident that any young individual from his clan could achieve such a feat. Number 20. At last,
it was Lin Chen's turn.
He casually produced a piece of black cloth.
Everyone, move aside, I shall now demonstrate my prowess.
Number 19 glanced at Lin Chen,
his brow furrowing in confusion regarding Lin Chen's intentions. However, when he observed Lin Chen blindfolding himself, realization dawned upon him.
Has he lost his mind? Number 19 thought. Blindfolded shooting at moving targets would be a challenge even for him. This individual dares to attempt such a stunt. Is he merely seeking attention?
If the targets were closer, it might not be overly difficult to hit them using auditory cues, but at 50 meters, even the keenest hearing would be of little use. Number 19 harbored no belief that Lin Chen could achieve any commendable results. Rather, he suspected Lin Chen was merely trying to draw attention. The examiners and staff exchanged glances but refrained from further comment, as long as the candidate did not disrupt the assessment process. After all,
failing the assessment mattered little to them. Begin!
The staff's voice had barely faded when Lin Chen simultaneously launched 10 throwing knives.
It was a swift and precise execution that was completed in an instant. Bang! 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 All 10 knives struck their respective moving targets, each piercing the bullseye,
achieving a perfect score of 10 rings. A profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving the examiners and staff in stunned astonishment.
Hiss!
Soon, a chorus of gasps filled the air. The visual impact Lin Chen had created was exponentially more intense than that of number 19. To hit all 10 rings while blindfolded,
with all knives released simultaneously, was this even humanly possible? Number 19, too, was taken aback by Lin Chen's performance. Just moments ago,
he had thought Lin Chen was merely seeking to attract attention, but now he felt as if he had been soundly slapped in the face.
Who is this individual?
Number 19 pondered, alarmed. In Lingyun City, he was familiar with those who possess skill in throwing knives, yet Lin Chen left him with no recollection whatsoever.
Could it be that this person is not from Lingyun City?
Crucially, there seemed to be no trace of the aura of a celestial awakener about him.
An ordinary person?
Impossible. Number 19 did not believe he had been outperformed by a mere commoner.
Shortly thereafter, Lin Chen's results were announced. Number 20, 1 second, 200 points. The examiners excitedly declared Lin Chen's score.
This achievement would establish a new record for the Hunters Guild, and they were witnesses to this remarkable milestone.
200 points. An unprecedented score within the Hunters Guild. 200 points?
A tremor coursed through the crowd, and doubts arose as to whether the examiners had misspoken, after all.
A perfect score was only 100. Where could 200 points possibly come from? Examiners, a perfect score is merely 100, how can there be 200 points?
Number 19 furrowed his brow in disbelief.
Though Lin Chen's performance was truly remarkable, the examiners should refrain from idle chatter, lest they lose credibility.
One examiner spoke with gravity. The 10 throwing knives in the hands of contestant number 20 are made of plastic.
At this point,
he directed his gaze toward a nearby staff member responsible for distributing the knives.
The staff member's complexion paled,
and a chill ran down his spine as cold sweat trickled down. He silently regretted listening to Yulinger's advice. Fortunately, the examiner soon diverted his attention.
The 10 plastic knives were handed to contestant number 19, who confirmed their material.
At that moment, he felt a sense of reluctant admiration.
Contestant 18, trembling in the corner,
who had previously reveled in his passing score, now found himself embarrassed to display it, recognizing its insignificance when compared to the prowess of the two extraordinary individuals before him.
Lin Chen removed the black cloth, sighing, "Is this what you consider a test of vision?" The crowd fell silent, acknowledging the weight of his statement. Ahem. Contestants 18, 19, and 20, please proceed to the second level for the next assessment, one examiner announced with a slight cough. After the 3 departed,
one examiner inhaled sharply. If I am not mistaken, contestant number 20 appears to be an ordinary person.
That cannot be, another examiner replied solemnly. How could an ordinary person pierce a moving target with plastic knives?
Chapter 30, Intriguing Developments on the Second Tier of the Loft.
Lin Chen appeared alongside participants 18 and 19.
100 meters away stood 5 bronze pillars, each soaring to a height of 15 meters, crowned with a luminous pearl.
Additionally,
each pillar was entwined with an iron chain, which sloped down from the pinnacle of Qitianzhai to the feet of the 3 contenders. The essence of the second challenge lay in speed and agility, with the objective being to seize the pearls from the pillars. The allotted time for this endeavor was 5 minutes, with a scoring system as follows: achieving the pearl within 1 minute earned 100 points, within 2 minutes, 90 points. Within 3 minutes, 80 points, within 4 minutes, 70 points, and within 5 minutes, 60 points. Failure to acquire a pearl within the time limit would result in disqualification.
All participants were permitted to engage in the assessments simultaneously.
The examiner on the second level succinctly outlined the rules of the challenge. Though the task of retrieving the luminous pearls from the bronze pillars appeared deceptively simple, the 3 individuals understood the inherent complexities of this second trial.
Participant 18.
After testing the surface of a bronze pillar with his foot, grimaced and remarked, "It's coated in oil, incredibly slippery. I suspected it wouldn't be straightforward." They comprehended that they would need to traverse the iron chains to reach the pearls atop the pillars.
Participant 19, with an air of indifference, stated,
"If the difficulty of this second challenge is merely this, it would be rather disappointing." 18 exchanged a glance with Lin Chen, unable to discern his expression behind the mask,
yet sensing the same calm demeanor in him. "Well then,
these 2 are formidable figures, far beyond my humble capabilities.
Begin."
With the command issued by the staff, Participant 19 surged forward, covering 10 meters in a single bound, demonstrating remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 20-meter mark. The oil on the chains seemed to pose no hindrance to him, his strides remained steady and his body poised. Witnessing this, Participant 18, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. Meanwhile, Lin Chen vanished from sight in an instant. Whoosh! Just as Participant 19 reached the 30-meter point, a barrage of arrows suddenly erupted from all directions, raining down upon him. He swiftly evaded, but the sheer density of the arrows forced him back to the 20-meter mark. Now this is intriguing, Participant 19 thought. Finding himself captivated by the challenge, had it solely been the slippery chains, it would have been far too easy, devoid of any real challenge. The introduction of the arrows added a layer of pressure, yet he deemed it merely a mild inconvenience. To entrap him would require much more. With a flicker of motion, he propelled himself forward, skillfully dodging, undeterred by the onslaught of arrows. In contrast, Participant 18 found the situation far more daunting. The slippery chains already demanded meticulous balance, and the additional threat of the arrows intensified the pressure he felt. Nevertheless, having progressed to the second challenge, he possessed a certain level of skill, despite the formidable obstacles. He persisted in his cautious advance. After all, the goal was simply to complete the task within 5 minutes, not to aim for an outstanding score, but merely to pass. On the 19th, he moved with remarkable speed, drawing ever closer to the luminous pearl. At last, he leaped atop the bronze pillar and seized the pearl. Surely, the first place must be mine, he mused, confident that he had completed the task within a minute. Instinctively, he cast a glance to the side. Suddenly, he was taken aback, for Lin Chen had somehow acquired the pearl and was toying with it, seemingly having done so for some time. Astonishing! A jolt coursed through 19, nearly causing the pearl to slip from his grasp. Once again, he suffered a profound setback. He glanced at 18, who was still toiling away, and found a modicum of solace. Perhaps he was not so inadequate after all. Time's up. The voice of the staff resonated. Damn! I almost failed to finish. In the final second, 18 successfully snatched the pearl, exhaling a huge sigh of relief, his smile growing considerably more vibrant. However, when he observed the two prominent figures casually playing with the pearl atop the column, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his smile vanished, replaced by a palpable expression of resentment. They are unbeatable, I shan't compete with them. Yes, I will not compare myself to them, 18 reassured himself. Now, I shall announce the results. Ahem. 18, completed in 5 minutes, scoring 60 points. 19, completed in 1 minute and 17 seconds, scoring 80 points. 20, completed in 1 second, achieving a score of 100. No, this is a new record, it will not be counted. Upon the examiner's announcement of the results, all eyes in attendance turned to Lin Chen, filled with astonishment and uncertainty. 1 second for 100 meters? What sort of phenomenon is this? Are you a superhero? Unbeatable. The same word flashed through the minds of both 18 and 19. They were all curious about how Lin Chen had accomplished such a feat in the face of their incredulous gazes. Lin Chen remained remarkably calm. 1 second for 100 meters is rather simple, isn't it? Just do this and that, and then it is done. Understand? A single piece of advice can save a decade of study. The third challenge. This test evaluates the rank of the awakened ones. Compared to the first two challenges, the third is the simplest, requiring only the demonstration of one's strength. Before the three stood a 2-meter-high testing pillar. The pillar, crafted from a special material, was virtually indestructible, embedded with 9 sapphires, each corresponding to the ranks of 1 to 9 for the awakened ones. The principle of the strength testing pillar is straightforward, akin to a dynamometer. It contains a force-sensing device that lights up the corresponding sapphire when a certain level of force strikes the pillar. For instance, if your explosive strength only ignites 1 sapphire,
You are classified as a rank 1 awakened one.
However, the testing pillars possess certain flaws, as they cannot accurately assess the true level of the awakened individuals. They merely provide a rough evaluation. For instance, if one is a peak-level Tier 1 awakened individual yet can unleash the strength of a Tier 2 awakened, they would be classified as a Tier 2 awakened. This illustrates that the Hunter Guild is primarily focused on evaluating the actual strength of the candidates.
For only by comprehensively understanding their true capabilities can they appropriately determine the candidates' ranks.
The examiner for this stage is a solitary figure, an elderly man with a bald head. He gazes at the three with a smile and remarks, "Congratulations on reaching the third stage. In fact, upon arriving here, you have already become bounty hunters."
A moment of confusion envelopes number 18. Has he truly become a bounty hunter? What is the situation?
The bald elder elucidates with a smile. There are 7 ranks of bounty hunters: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. By completing the assessments of the first and second stages, you have already attained the status of a D-rank bounty hunter.
Number 19 furrows his brow and inquires, "What, then, is the significance of this third stage assessment?"
Chapter 31, I shall take my leave. The bald elder continued. The third assessment serves as a watershed. Should your prowess meet the requisite standards, you may proceed to participate in higher-level evaluations. Conversely, failure to meet these standards will result in a halt at this juncture.
Naturally,
you will be classified as D-level bounty hunters, akin to a ranking system in competitive gaming.
The D-level bounty hunter designation is the most rudimentary tier. Number 18, intrigued, inquired, "What precisely is this standard?"
The bald elder patiently elucidated, "If your strength is below a level 3 awakener, you will stop here. However,
if you are a level 3 awakener or higher, you may partake in the subsequent assessments. Do you comprehend? It seems I can only go this far." Number 18 sighed softly, yet there was no hint of disappointment.
According to the elder's words, he had already attained the status of a D-level bounty hunter, which had been his goal all along. He felt a sense of joy at having achieved it.
Number 19 stated solemnly, "Is it truly the case that one with strength below a level 3 awakener cannot proceed to the subsequent assessments?"
The bald elder shook his head, replying, "It is akin to courting death. Being a level 3 awakener is merely the minimum requirement."
Upon hearing this, number 19 furrowed his brow, realizing he could not advance to the next assessment.
He turned to Lin Chen and, with curiosity, asked, "What if someone performs exceptionally well in the first and second assessments,
even breaking historical records, yet does not meet the standards for the fourth assessment?
Will they still receive the title of D-level bounty hunter?" The bald elder chuckled softly. "They will still be designated as a D-level bounty hunter, but they will gain an advantage for promotion beyond the initial classification received from the first assessment.
Further advancement for bounty hunters hinges on the completion of tasks.
The Hunter Guild evaluates bounty hunters based on their task volume, task levels, and success rates, among other criteria. If you break records during the classification assessment, such achievements will be documented in your hunter profile, granting you additional promotion points. The most tangible reward is that for each record broken, you will receive a generous reward from the Hunter Guild.
This is an unspoken rule, though few are aware. It indeed exists. Rewards?
Numbers 18 and 19 exchanged glances filled with envy as they looked at Lin Chen, recognizing that the rewards from the Hunter Guild must be substantial. Enough chatter, it is time to measure your strength.
Who will go first?
The bald elder glanced at the three of them.
"I shall go first." Without a moment's hesitation,
Number 19 delivered a punch to the strength testing pillar. The pillar remained unmoved. A second sapphire emitted a blinding light.
"Level 2 awakener,"
murmured the bald elder as he handed a wooden plaque to number 19. "Take this plaque to the main hall of the Hunter Guild to register as a bounty hunter. Furthermore, all assessment results will remain confidential. Your information will never be disclosed to the outside world."
That is indeed the best outcome. Boom!
Number 18 also struck the strength testing pillar, causing a sapphire to illuminate.
Level 1 Awakener. It was a foreseen event, undoubtedly. He was among the elite within the realm of primary awakeners. He stood as a pinnacle late-stage primary awakener, merely a step away from transcending into the ranks of secondary awakeners. The Bald Elder likewise presented number 18 with a token.
Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Lin Chen. If one were to ponder who among the three was the most inscrutable, it would indisputably be Lin Chen.
4. From Lin Chen.
He sensed not a trace of the essence of an awakener. From any perspective, the individual appeared to be an ordinary person.
However,
the Bald Elder would not underestimate Lin Chen. After all, reaching this stage undoubtedly required a measure of strength.
And he surmised that Lin Chen had employed some unique method to conceal his aura.
Although he had never encountered such a method, it certainly did not imply its non-existence. Number 18 and number 19 also directed their attention toward Lin Chen, eager to gauge his prowess.
In the first and second trials, Lin Chen had overwhelmingly dominated them.
They were curious if he could similarly achieve absolute supremacy in this trial. As the three fixed their gazes upon him, Lin Chen did not hesitate. He unleashed a punch toward the measurement pillar.
Boom! A tempestuous force surged forth.
The measurement pillar was propelled away, carving a long scar upon the ground before finally halting. The once smooth surface was left in ruins, and the air was tinged with the acrid scent of charred remnants. This punch defies description.
One might draw a parallel to the invincible punch of Master Saitama. Bang!
A thunderous sound erupted as the measurement pillar suddenly detonated, leaving no chance for the sapphire to gleam.
The once indomitable measurement pillar was rendered utterly obsolete.
The Bald Elder and the other two stared wide-eyed, frozen in place.
This outcome was utterly unanticipated. What an astonishing display!
They simultaneously expressed their astonishment. The Bald Elder gazed blankly at the shattered remnants of the measurement pillar. Shocked yet deeply pained, for this pillar had been transported from headquarters at considerable expense, it was the sole one in the entire Lingyun City Hunter Guild. To think it had been obliterated by a single punch. Meanwhile, numbers 18 and 19 were once again awestruck by Lin Chen's strength, even feeling an impulse to kneel in worship. Lin Chen, somewhat speechless, noted that he had merely exerted a modicum of spiritual energy, yet the measurement pillar had been destroyed.
Its quality was indeed subpar. Observing the elder's pained expression, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, wondering if the old man would demand compensation. Clearly,
his punch had met the standards for advancing to the next assessment, so he swiftly made his way toward the fourth trial.
As for the wooden token,
he deemed it unnecessary, for a mere D-grade bounty hunter was evidently beneath his aspirations. The Bald Elder, snapping back to reality from his distress, watched Lin Chen's hurried retreat.
Fully aware of his intentions,
he couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. While the measurement pillar was precious, it was not of such value as to warrant compensation from the participants.
In the fourth trial, the assessment revolved around practical combat.
Lin Chen found himself within a cage, which housed 10 mutated wolves, 9 of which were primary grade, and 1 was secondary grade. No wonder the Bald Elder stated that the minimum standard for the assessment after the 3 trials is a level 3 awakener.
To say nothing of a level 3 awakener,
even the arrival of a level 4 awakener may not guarantee passage through this challenge. That mere level 2 mutated wolf is not a foe to be trifled with.
However,
for Lin Chen, this posed no challenge whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly dispatched all adversaries. Paying no heed to the astonishment of the examiner and staff on the 4th level, Lin Chen proceeded directly to the 5th trial.
The 5th trial featured a colossal arena.
Standing atop the platform was a robust man, and aside from him, there was no one else in sight. The imposing figure regarded Lin Chen with indifference and stated,
"In the past year, you are the 5th candidate to arrive here. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Luo Lai. The sole objective of the 5th trial is to defeat me. Chapter 32, Baiyu Chu. If I pass this assessment, what rating will I receive?" Lin Chen inquired.
Luo Lai replied candidly, "C rank."
The Hunter Guild in Lingyun City has only the authority to assign C ranks. If you were at the headquarters of the Hunter Guild, even an SSS rank could be adjudicated. Only C rank? Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. Yet, he understood, after all. Lingyun City was rather small, and the Hunter Guild here naturally wielded limited power. Luo Lai, his voice cold, remarked, "Why overthink it? Perhaps you lack even the qualification to become a C-rank bounty hunter." Was it disdain for C-rank bounty hunters? Or did he simply not regard him as a threat? A flicker of anger ignited within Luo Lai. He intended to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. "Make your move." Luo Lai's tone was frigid as he contemplated how many strikes it would take to defeat Lin Chen. Surely, it would not exceed 10. Considering he was a peak level 5 awakener, possessing formidable combat strength, capable even of contending with an ordinary level 6 beginner awakener. Yet, could this individual truly be a level 6 awakener? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen extended a single finger. "What do you mean by that?" Luo Lai asked impatiently. "I have already made my move." Lin Chen replied coolly. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently. A colossal finger of spiritual energy materialized, striking ruthlessly towards Luo Lai. The ground, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, cracked and splintered, shards of stone flying into the air, propelled by an ominous force. Buzzing! A violent gale rushed forth. Luo Lai's face felt as though it were being sliced by 1,000 blades. An unbearable sting accompanying the sounds of his clothes and hair whipping in the wind. Impossible! Luo Lai was momentarily paralyzed by this overwhelming might. Yet he dared not dwell on it. He immediately summoned all his strength to counter this dreadful pressure, raising his arms defensively, a subtle power emanating from them. However, under Lin Chen's singular finger, all of Luo Lai's efforts were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom! In an instant, the finger of spiritual energy unleashed a tremendous force. Oh no! Luo Lai's pupils contracted. He felt as though he were being torn apart beneath this terrifying power, with no means of resistance available. Bang! In a split second, Luo Lai was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Boom! Yet the finger of spiritual energy did not relent, hurtling towards the fallen Luo Lai with relentless speed. My life is over. Luo Lai's eyes widened, perceiving only a blinding white before him. In that moment of impending death, he instinctively closed his eyes, bracing for the end. However, after a brief interval, he realized that the anticipated pain had not manifested. He opened his eyes instinctively. There, he witnessed the once fearsome finger of spiritual energy dissipating into nothingness, the surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the shattered ground bore witness to a cataclysmic clash. You have lost. Lin Chen's voice echoed in Luo Lai's ears. He turned his gaze toward Lin Chen, who remained poised in place, untouched by any debris. Cough, cough. Luo Lai coughed for a moment, then tossed a token to Lin Chen, declaring, "I concede." At that moment, he was completely subdued. His opponent had effortlessly defeated him with a single move, clearly holding back. Had that finger strike been executed with full force, he would have met a fatal end. Luo Lai pondered in astonishment. When did such a formidable presence emerge in Lingyun City? How had he received no news of it? Lin Chen casually caught the token. The Hunters Guild. In a luxurious loft, an elderly man with white hair stood respectfully beside a woman of graceful stature. The woman wore a veil that obscured her features, but her figure suggested she possessed considerable beauty. "Miss, have you come here for the Qingfeng Mountain Secret Realm?" the elder inquired respectfully. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. For this elder was none other than the enigmatic head of the Hunters Guild, the esteemed Zhou. Yet now, he was exhibiting such deference to a veiled woman. Bai Yuechu spoke softly. With the emergence of the Qingfeng Mountain Secret Realm,
many have come, naturally, I will not be absent. Bai Yuechu, the daughter of the Hunters Guild, was a figure of immense power and a prodigy in the land of Tiandu. Just as Elder Zhou was about to respond, a maid's voice rang out from outside. May I have an audience with Elder Zhou? What is it? Elder Zhou furrowed his brow, recalling his orders to receive distinguished guests and to allow no disturbances. The maid replied, news from the assessment area indicates someone has broken through the 5th stage of the assessment, shattering records from the 1st to the 5th stage. Elder Zhou's initial displeasure transformed into shock upon hearing the maid's report. He was well aware of the assessment's difficulty. And while it was not surprising for someone to clear all stages, breaking all records was another matter entirely. His curiosity piqued, he wondered who had achieved such a feat. Bai Yuechu sensed Elder Zhou's intrigue and suggested, shall we go and take a look? For her, having encountered countless prodigies, the assessment held little interest. She simply sought to alleviate her boredom with a leisurely stroll. On the 5th floor of the loft, upon completing the assessment, Lin Chen prepared to take his leave. Wait! A voice called out. Lin Chen halted, noticing the white-haired elder accompanied by the graceful woman. Luolai struggled to rise and bowed, greetings, Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Luolai appeared quite disheveled, covered in dust. Yet his injuries were not as severe as anticipated. After all, Lin Chen had held back, otherwise, Luolai would have met a dire fate. Is there something you need? Lin Chen asked coolly. I am aware of your performance, you did remarkably well, Elder Zhou praised with a smile. Lin Chen replied indifferently, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter. On the 20th, one must not be reckless. For the person before us is none other than Senior Zhou of the Hunters Guild. Luolai immediately spoke in a deep voice. However, Lin Chen paid him no mind. Dismissing the failure with disdain, what need was there for such excessive words? Ignoring the few individuals, he proceeded to leave. Luolai clenched his fists, his expression darkening significantly. Senior Zhou raised an eyebrow. My friend, do you desire to become a higher-ranked bounty hunter? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Bai Yuechu's eyes. Having presided over the Hunters Guild for many years, she prided herself on her discerning gaze, rarely finding anyone capable of concealing secrets from her. Yet, at this moment, she found herself unable to penetrate the mystery surrounding the masked man before her, as if he were shrouded in an enigmatic fog, stirring her curiosity. Lin Chen halted his steps, remaining silent. Bai Yuechu continued, the Hunters Guild assessment in Lingyun City can only grant a C-rank bounty hunter title. But I can facilitate your attainment of a higher rank. Upon hearing this, Luolai's heart jolted, and he immediately glanced at Elder Zhou, who remained impassive, leading him to comprehend that this woman was indeed extraordinary. The privilege of bestowing a higher bounty hunter title? Only those from the headquarters held such authority. And it was reserved for individuals of particularly high status. Lin Chen turned to Bai Yuechu, his tone indifferent, state your requirements. A C-rank bounty hunter title is rather low. Bai Yuechu smiled calmly, if you can defeat me, I shall grant you a B-rank bounty hunter title. How does that sound? Excited by the challenge, she could not help but wish to showcase her abilities, hoping her opponent would not disappoint her. However, Lin Chen shook his head. What's the matter? Bai Yuechu asked, puzzled. Lin Chen paused for a moment before responding coolly, your strength is formidable, defeating you would be exceedingly difficult. And I might even lose my life in the attempt. Ah, you possess some discernment. Bai Yuechu thought to herself. Although she could not see through Lin Chen, it did not imply that his strength surpassed hers. After all, she had already taken that crucial step. What do you propose? Bai Yuechu inquired. Lin Chen contemplated briefly before stating, I require a rank increase. If I defeat you, grant me an S-rank bounty hunter title. Bai Yuechu shook her head. An S-rank title is beyond my current capabilities to bestow, but if you manage to defeat me, I can offer you an A-rank title. Of course, in addition.
You must undertake a challenging task.
An A-rank bounty hunter title, this was the highest authority Bai Yuechu possessed.
As for S rank and above,
only the elders of the Hunters Guild could bestow such honors.
Very well. Lin Chen responded without a moment's hesitation. An S-rank title was not something he genuinely aspired to.
He had merely mentioned it casually.
Surprised by Lin Chen's swift acquiescence, Bai Yuechu regarded him curiously. Surely you don't believe you can easily defeat me?
Lin Chen shook his head. Not at all. I stated earlier that your strength is remarkable. I may very well find myself begging for mercy.
Begging for mercy? Pleading for my forbearance? Bai Yuechu chuckled lightly, then added, rest assured.
This is merely a spar, I shall not harm you. In her perspective, the masked man before her, regardless of his formidable strength, could never ascend to that realm. After all, among the various factions, only a handful have ventured into such heights. And she was acquainted with those individuals. It was evident that Lin Chen was not among them. Without further ado, Lin Chen sprang into action, his foot striking the ground,
sending a flurry of stones cascading into the air.
With a mere wave of his hand, these stones hurtled towards Bai Yuechu.
Impressive prowess, she thought.
Yet, Bai Yuechu remained unfazed. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, an immense force surged forth, halting the oncoming stones mere inches from her. Just as she prepared to return the stones to Lin Chen, a blur suddenly tore through the air, shredding the stones before her and charging towards her with astonishing speed,
leaving only a hazy afterimage in its wake. An ominous realization dawned upon her.
Bai Yuechu's expression shifted, and she instinctively sought to evade the impending threat.
You have been defeated.
Lin Chen's indifferent voice resonated, his finger poised against her forehead. With a mere inch further, he could end her life. Bai Yuechu's heart raced with shock, her countenance shifting rapidly, yet the veil obscured her features from Lin Chen's view. She had never anticipated her defeat, especially at the hands of a stranger, and she hadn't even perceived how he had struck. In just 2 moves, merely 1 move, to be precise, she had fallen. A move that transpired before her eyes could even comprehend its execution.
Chapter 33, The Innate Realm. Elder Zhou and Luo Lai stood in shock, their gazes fixed on Lin Chen, filled with disbelief.
Just a moment prior, they had speculated that Lin Chen would be defeated by Bai Yuechu in a few moves. Yet to their astonishment, Bai Yuechu was vanquished in an instant. Such an outcome was difficult for them to accept. Elder Zhou, aware of Bai Yuechu's identity, recognized that she had long since entered a new realm. Her prowess was unparalleled among the younger generation of major factions. It was inconceivable that she had been bested by an obscure candidate.
Luo Lai's astonishment stemmed from the sheer terror he attributed to the visitors from headquarters.
He believed that defeating Lin Chen would be effortless, yet the reality was far from satisfactory. After a brief silence, Bai Yuechu remarked, I cannot believe I was deceived.
You have indeed stepped into the innate realm, haven't you? The innate realm is a level that follows the 9th rank of awakened beings. The 9th rank is not the ultimate stage of cultivation. Transcending this rank allows one to enter the innate.
The innate realm signifies a new expanse,
a realm achieved once humanity breaks free from its shackles.
To many formidable figures in influential factions, the 9 genetic locks within the human body are seen as constraints, shackles that must be shattered to unleash boundless potential and evolve to higher tiers.
The innate realm is merely the first step towards this elevated evolution. Without entering the innate realm, one remains akin to an ant.
To behold the true essence of existence, one must step into the innate,
embarking on a unique path of awakening, also known as the path of evolution. The innate realm is further divided into 9 tiers.
Bai Yuechu, being a 5th-tier awakened being within the innate realm, finds that generally, no one could possibly rival her at this stage. Yet, she was defeated by Lin Chen in a single strike, leading her to believe that Lin Chen must be a formidable presence within the innate realm, perhaps even having reached the 6th tier. This conclusion left her incredulous. Coming from the Hunter Association, she had access to countless resources, enabling swift advancement. Thus, She pondered what could have facilitated the masked individual's remarkable prowess. Could he also hail from a major faction? After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. In truth, Bai Yuechu's conjecture held merit. If Lin Chen were merely an ordinary awakened being from Lingyun City, ascending to the innate realm would indeed be exceedingly challenging, as the lack of cultivation resources would pose a significant limitation. However, Lin Chen was not an awakened being, but a cultivator. From Bai Yuechu's simple remark, Lin Chen gleaned valuable information. Beyond the 9th rank lies the innate, suggesting that there must be further realms beyond the innate. I did not deceive you. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is unyielding. You were simply too careless, Lin Chen stated coolly. Bai Yuechu, however, was not inclined to believe Lin Chen's words. While she might have exhibited some carelessness, the overwhelming force he unleashed in that fleeting moment was undeniable, a crushing momentum. Even if she exerted her utmost effort, it was uncertain whether she could contend with Lin Chen. She remained oblivious to which major faction this extraordinary individual belonged. Since you have already triumphed over me, you need only to complete a single assessment task to ascend to the rank of A-class bounty hunter. The task entails safeguarding the Tang family, Bai Yuechu gently remarked. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, stating, "This task is rather intricate." Bai Yuechu responded, exasperated, "Do not constantly dwell on the S-class, my authority is confined to A-class. Should you falter in your task, I shall still bestow upon you a B-class title." Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "I merely perceived the task to be quite challenging." Bai Yuechu countered, "An explanation serves only as a veil." Lin Chen, in the Hunter Guild Hall, Yulinger secretly reveled in her triumph. "Humph. After offending me, you still wish to pass the assessment? You won't even get through the first round." She had previously influenced a senior brother overseeing the first assessment round to pay special attention to that detestable number 20. Now that the assessment has concluded, she anticipated witnessing that individual's disheveled appearance. The thought intensified the smile upon Yulinger's face. The senior brother had indeed desired to personally discipline Lin Chen. But before the numerous examiners, he dared not act and could only tamper with Lin Chen's throwing knives. At that moment, Lin Chen entered the hall. "This guest. Have you passed your assessment?" The charming attendant approached Lin Chen upon his arrival. Lin Chen replied, "Not yet. I still require one last task for the A-class assessment." The attendant immediately offered consolation, saying, "Do not worry, esteemed guest, you shall surely succeed next time." "Ha! After offending me, does he still expect a next time?" A cold laugh echoed, and Yulinger approached. Upon hearing that Lin Chen had not passed, she relished the outcome. "This was the consequence of crossing me." Lin Chen disregarded Yulinger, addressing the attendant, "I wish to accept a task now." The attendant paused momentarily, realizing that one must be a registered bounty hunter to undertake tasks. However, when she saw Lin Chen produce a token, her demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. And she promptly said, "Very well, my lord, please follow me." Although Lin Chen had yet to register his identity, the token signified that he was already a C-class bounty hunter. With this designation, Lin Chen's standing altered dramatically, prompting the attendant to shift her address from guest to my lord. This lord is quite the deceiver, claiming he has not passed the assessment. Yulinger had intended to continue her mockery, but upon glimpsing the token in Lin Chen's hand, she was instantly rendered speechless. "This is the passage token for the 5th round?" In her eyes, disbelief flickered. As a disciple of Senior Zhou, she was well aware of the assessment's intricacies. Only by conquering the 5th round could one obtain such a token. Yet, the 5th round was guarded by Senior Luo Lai, a pinnacle level 5 awakener. The realization that he had bested Luo Lai left her acknowledging that her defeat was not unfounded. Upon reflecting on this, Yulinger's gaze became notably intricate. Though she exuded an air of arrogance and dominance, she was not a fool. She now comprehended the necessity of refraining from provoking this individual further. Although her master had always shielded her, it was predicated upon the assumption that the adversaries she engaged were ineffectual and beneath her.
Should she choose to incite a confrontation?
Only to face defeat, her master would undoubtedly withdraw their protection.
The elderess' guardianship was conditional.
The maid led Lin Chen to the mission area,
where an elderly man in charge regarded him and inquired, "Esteemed sir, which task do you wish to undertake?"
He activated a large screen displaying an array of tasks,
meticulously detailed from their levels to their rewards.
All the tasks listed were categorized as either C or D level.
Lin Chen replied, "I seek the task to protect the Tang family."
The elder promptly opened a specific task. Task details: an urgent request for powerful awakening practitioners to safeguard the Tang family for one night, with no limit on the number of participants. Reward: 10 spirit crystals per individual. Task level: C. Cultivation realms, Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, divine transformation, integration, tribulation transcendence, great ascension, and immortal realm.
Each divided into 9 tiers. Chapter 34, The Peril of the Tang Family. That's it.
Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "The remuneration for this task is quite generous.
Albeit the level of danger is exceedingly high, far surpassing a grade C assignment. May I inquire about your esteemed title, my lord?"
The elder inquired respectfully. Every bounty hunter accepting a task is required to register their details, facilitating the future disbursement of rewards and the assessment of promotions, task volume, success rates,
and other pertinent statistics.
Lin Chen stated, "I have yet to register my identity, please record me as number 20 for now."
"Very well, my lord." The elder promptly noted this down.
Subsequently, he presented Lin Chen with a letter stamped with the emblem of the Hunters Guild,
a document used for employers to verify the identity of bounty hunters.
Otherwise, if you approach the employer without any credentials,
they might be alarmed and suspect you of ulterior motives.
If you can promptly prove your status as a bounty hunter, it will alleviate many concerns, and the employer will feel considerably at ease, not worrying that you might harbor malicious intentions. The Hunters Guild has strict regulations. Should a bounty hunter deliberately harm their employer during the execution of a task, they will face severe retribution. There was once a bounty hunter who, disbelieving in such consequences, murdered his employer to seize a treasure. Ultimately, the guild issued a warrant for his arrest, and countless bounty hunters descended upon him, leading to his dismemberment within mere hours.
Now, the grass on his grave has grown over a yard high. Thus,
few dare to infringe upon the guild's boundaries. Upon seeing Lin Chen accept the letter, the elder continued, "My lord, once you have registered your identity and obtained your identification token, undertaking tasks will become significantly simpler, as all procedures can be completed using the token."
"Thank you for the reminder,"
Lin Chen replied softly. "It is my duty," the elder responded with respect.
As dusk fell,
Lin Chen transformed into an unremarkable man and appeared at the Tang residence.
"This way, my lord, please come in." Upon viewing Lin Chen's letter,
the steward immediately ushered him into the grand hall. The hall of the Tang family was exceptionally opulent, reminiscent of an ancient emperor's palace, radiant with gold and adorned with antiquity.
It exuded an overwhelming sense of luxury upon entry.
Inside the hall, tables were set as though for a royal banquet, laden with an array of exquisite wines and delicacies. Guests seated at the tables savored the sumptuous food and wine, attended by charming maidens, reveling in their merriment. These guests were all bounty hunters, like Lin Chen,
having accepted tasks.
Upon Lin Chen's arrival, several pairs of eyes turned towards him.
An ordinary person?
The crowd frowned in disinterest.
Tonight was the domain of these bounty hunters. What business did an ordinary individual have here?
Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts. Lin Chen disregarded their gazes and casually chose a seat near the corner. The fine wines and meats on the table were quite delightful.
Upon noticing the situation, the maid promptly poured wine for Lin Chen, regardless of Lin Chen's identity or status.
It was beyond the comprehension of these maids. Their duty was simply to serve this group of gentlemen diligently.
Lin Chen, not one to be rude, lifted the exquisite wine poured by the maid and began to savor it. The wine was rich and full-bodied, with an intense aroma that lingered delightfully, indeed a fine vintage. After finishing a cup, Lin Chen cast his gaze around the room, taking in the scene. There were approximately 50 bounty hunters present, their overall strength ranging from level 1 to 3 awakened. This indicated that the majority of them were D-class bounty hunters. It was not surprising for D-class hunters to undertake C-class missions, however, to accept B-class or higher assignments, they lacked the requisite authority. Given the crisis faced by the Tang family, relying on these bounty hunters for a resolution seemed rather far-fetched. Before long, the second master of the Tang family, Tang Hao, appeared in the hall. Holding a glass of fine wine, he spoke solemnly, "I extend my gratitude to all for coming to my Tang family. After this crisis passes, I, Tang Hao, shall host another banquet to properly entertain you all. Do not worry, second master Tang. We shall guard this place tonight. And no one shall harm the Tang family in the slightest," declared a burly man with confidence. Indeed. No matter how formidable the adversary, the 50 of us bounty hunters shall not be intimidated. Others quickly echoed in agreement. With over 50 D-class bounty hunters, even the strongest of foes would need to think twice. Thank you all, I am immensely grateful. Cheers! Tang Hao downed his drink in one go, and the others followed suit, drinking heartily. Suddenly, a series of bell tolls resonated through the air. The sun had fully set, and night had fallen. A bright moon emerged from behind the clouds. A refreshing breeze swept in, sending an inexplicable chill down their spines. While earlier the group had expressed confidence, they all understood that the danger they faced was far from ordinary. If it were merely a common threat, the Tang family could easily resolve it without the assistance of bounty hunters. Clearly, the crisis confronting the Tang family was far more terrifying than anticipated. On top of a tall building belonging to the Tang family, a beautiful woman gazed at the moon and sighed, "Tonight, the moon cannot be full." "It is all my fault," Tang Muqian remarked, her eyes filled with complexity. She had believed that the news of the exotic fruit was well concealed, only to discover that it had still leaked out. If all went as expected, soon members from various families would arrive. The emergence of the exotic fruit was a temptation few could resist. This matter was unrelated to her elder sister. The Tang family had spies from various families within their ranks, making it difficult to keep certain secrets hidden. She could only hope those individuals would not go too far. Otherwise, the Tang family was certainly not to be underestimated. A young man, named Tang Yi, spoke in an indifferent tone. He was Tang Hao's son, Brother Tang Hao. Xiaoding Tian, accompanied by my son Xiao Bufan, has come to pay a visit. A deep voice suddenly echoed through the Tang family courtyard. Upon hearing this voice, many bounty hunters' expressions shifted slightly, sensing an ominous turn of events. Xiaoding Tian was the head of the Xiao family. Could it be that today's formidable foe for the Tang family was none other than him? If that were the case, today's matters were indeed going to be quite challenging. Tang Hao stepped out with an air of composure. In the courtyard, a distinguished middle-aged man clad in white appeared, accompanied by a rather unremarkable young man. Tang Hao clasped his fists and greeted, "Brother Xiao, it is a pleasure to see you well." Xiaoding Tian replied with a smile, "As brothers, we must ensure that we do not leave this evening without indulging in merriment." "Indeed," Tang Hao responded, a smile gracing his lips. He then turned his gaze to the young man beside Xiaoding Tian, Xiao Bufan, and remarked, "I have heard of your remarkable performance in the assessment at Lingwu University. Seeing you today, it is clear that you are truly exceptional." It was evident that the events surrounding Lingwu University's assessment could not be concealed from Tang Hao. However, Xiao Bufan remained silent. Tang Hao continued, "Brother Xiao, I have arranged a banquet in the hall. I invite you to join me there for a discussion. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation." Xiaoding Tian replied, not one to stand on ceremony, as he led Xiao Bufan into the hall. Chapter 35, The Azure Qilin soared. The moment Qingyu greeted the head of the Xiao family, Xiaoding Tian, the bounty hunters present immediately rose to pay their respects. Xiaoding Tian offered a faint smile to the crowd before finding a seat. The gazes of the onlookers soon turned to Xiaobu Fan, filled with curiosity. This young man was indeed the son of Xiaoding Tian, yet why had there been no prior mention of him? The Xiao family had already produced a remarkable daughter. Xiao Renfeng. Now, with the emergence of Xiaobu Fan, one could only wonder how much talent he possessed in comparison to her. As the crowd pondered these thoughts, a series of resonant voices echoed through the air. Brother Tang Hao, I hope my uninvited presence is not a bother. How could the Tang family's celebrations be complete without me, Song? The Zhao family, Zhao Yichang, has come to pay respects to Second Master Tang. The Lin family, Lin Qingyu, is here to visit. In the courtyard, more than 20 individuals appeared, predominantly elders accompanied by their juniors. Upon seeing these guests, Tang Hao maintained his composure and smiled warmly. Everyone, please come in. He then led them into the main hall. Among the guests were the heads of various families: Wang Hong from the Wang family, Song Qiubai from the Song family, Zhao Yichang from the Zhao family, and others. The bounty hunters in the hall felt a palpable weight settle over them. Representatives from all the prominent families in Lingyun City had arrived, indicating that the troubles for the Tang family were far more severe than they had anticipated. The mere presence of Xiaoding Tian already imposed tremendous pressure. And with this new influx of guests, the burden multiplied exponentially. Indeed, the rewards were not as easily attainable as they had imagined. Why is she here? Lin Chen's gaze fell upon a young woman clad in green. She wielded a long sword, sheathed in an exquisite scabbard made of jade and gold, adorned with intricate patterns and 12 gemstones. The hilt gleamed like emerald, engraved with scales that emitted a soft green glow. Everyone, please take your seats. Tang Hao greeted with a smile. Once seated, Xiaoding Tian turned to a strikingly handsome young man beside Wang Hong. You must be the pride of the Wang family. Wang Lingxiu. Indeed, that is Wang Lingxiu, the crowd murmured in surprise. It was said that this young prodigy from the Wang family, at merely 19 years of age, had already achieved the rank of a level 2 awakener and possessed earth-level talent, promising a bright future ahead. Wang Hong smiled gently and urged the young man, Lingxiu, do not forget to greet your Uncle Xiao. Greetings, Uncle Xiao. Wang Lingxiu stood to pay his respects to Xiaoding Tian. Xiaoding Tian chuckled. The younger generation is indeed formidable, splendid, splendid. Such flattery is undeserved. Wang Lingxiu replied humbly, his demeanor poised. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging that Wang Lingxiu truly lived up to his reputation. The future of the Wang family might very well hinge on this remarkable young man. Xiaoding Tian smiled as he glanced at the young man beside Song Jia's patriarch, Song Qiubai, and inquired with surprise, I have heard of a prodigy from the Song family named Song Lingfeng. Could he be this young man? Song Qiubai chuckled lightly. My eldest son, Lingfeng, is quite the playful one. I do not know where he has wandered off to. This is my younger son, Song Lingyun. Greetings, Uncle Xiao. Song Lingyun respectfully saluted Xiaoding Tian. Yet, a fleeting shadow flickered in his eyes. The world may only recognize his elder brother, Song Lingfeng, as the prodigy of the Song family, but Song Lingyun was equally formidable. One day, he vowed to prove to all that he, Song Lingyun, was the true prodigy of the Song clan. He desired that whenever the Song family's prodigy was mentioned, it would be his name that first came to mind. Xiaoding Tian nodded at Song Lingyun, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze soon shifted to the young woman clad in green, or more precisely, to the long sword she wielded. The Qinglin sword, a pinnacle-level second-tier awakener. Young lady, you must belong to the Lin family. Xiaoding Tian addressed the woman. The Lin family. The crowd's pupils constricted slightly. Although the Lin family had become a minor clan in Lingyun City, those familiar with its history knew that prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Lin family was a prominent lineage, akin to the Tang family, possessing an ancient heritage.
Legend had it that the Lin family possessed a Qinglin sword, a treasured heirloom that could only be wielded by one of exceptional caliber, otherwise, it could not be drawn. Many had doubted this tale and attempted to draw the sword, only to fail miserably.
From that point on, the name of the Qinglin sword echoed throughout Lingyun City.
After the revival of spiritual energy, an extraordinary figure emerged from the Lin family, the only one in centuries capable of drawing the Qinglin sword.
Unfortunately,
that individual perished during a mission to protect Lingyun City, and the sword was once again enshrined by the Lin family. It was from that moment that the Lin family fell from grace, diminishing from a first-rate family to a mere third-rate clan. The one who had drawn the Qinglin sword was Lin Chen's father, Lin Kanglin. Now, with this young woman holding the Qinglin sword,
could she also possess the ability to draw it? If so, the Lin family might not be far from revival.
The young woman in green clasped her fists, introducing herself.
I am Lin Chen, and I extend my greetings to Uncle Xiao. Xiao Dingtian inquired with a smile, how is old Master Lin's health?
Lin Chen replied calmly. My grandfather is quite well, he often mentions you, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Dingtian nodded with a smile, it has been quite some time since I visited old Master Lin.
I should make an effort to chat with him.
Lin Chen softly remarked, if grandfather were to learn of this, he would surely be very pleased. Song Choubai scrutinized the Qinglin sword in Lin Chen's possession, a frown creasing his brow, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes.
If the Song family were to wield such a treasure, they could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a first-rate family in Lingyun City. Tang Hao. I have heard that the Tang family boasts a prodigy named Tang Yi, why is he not present? Wang Hong inquired.
In Lingyun City, each family typically boasts a prodigy. And the Tang family, being a prestigious lineage, is no exception.
Tang Yi has arrived. At that moment, a voice echoed through the hall. A young man, clad in a blue robe, with features as radiant as the stars, strode into the room.
He slightly cupped his fists in a gesture of respect towards the gathered crowd.
A third-tier awakener.
Some formidable figures instantly discerned Tang Yi's realm.
Among the younger generation of Lingyun City,
to attain the status of a third-tier awakener is indeed a mark of true excellence.
Moreover, hailing from the Tang family, his actual prowess is certainly far beyond that of an ordinary third-tier awakener. Within the entirety of Lingyun City's youth, those who have reached such heights are exceedingly few. Tang Yi undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. Gifted with extraordinary talent, commented Xiao Dingtian regarding Tang Yi.
Tang Yi shook his head, saying, regrettably, these 4 words carry too much weight for me to bear. However, I am aware of 2 individuals who are worthy of such praise.
The crowd, intrigued,
pondered the identities of these 2 remarkable individuals. Some speculated about one, yet remained unaware of the second.
Tang Yi softly spoke, the first, as many of you undoubtedly know, is the daughter of Uncle Xiao, Xiao Renfeng. As for the second, I have yet to behold his true visage, for he dons a mask. Yet his strength is utterly formidable. Reflecting on the masked individual, Tang Yi felt a wave of exhaustion. It was precisely due to an immense stimulus that upon returning to the Tang family, he had promptly achieved a breakthrough in his realm. Nevertheless, he still sensed that the masked figure was truly unfathomable.
The audience gasped at his words. They were well aware of Xiao Renfeng's extraordinary prowess. But the identity of the second individual left them skeptical. If there truly existed another prodigy to rival Xiao Renfeng, why had there been no whispers of such a person? Song Lingyun remarked coldly, perhaps the second individual does not exist at all.
Given Xiao Renfeng's unparalleled talent,
it is an acknowledged fact that no one in Lingyun City could possibly compare to her.
Song Lingyun instinctively felt that Tang Yi was merely boasting to intimidate others.
Tang Yi cast a calm glance at Song Lingyun but refrained from further comment. Prior to encountering the masked man, he too believed that Xiao Renfeng was unmatched.
However,
after their meeting, his perspective shifted. Of course, he had not witnessed the masked individual display his true capabilities, nor did he know the extent of Xiao Renfeng's strength. All was speculation, thus he chose not to counter Song Lingyun's assertion. Whether such a prodigy truly exists in Ling Yun City remains to be seen. But the presence of so many talented individuals here provides an excellent opportunity for them to engage in friendly competition. A certain family head spoke with a smile. As his words fell, the eyes of the audience sparkled with interest. Indeed, with so many prodigies present, a friendly contest would be quite captivating. Brother Tang Hao, what are your thoughts? Inquired Song Qiubai. Tang Hao replied with a gentle smile, of course, but I hope all the young talents will know their limits and maintain harmony. That is a given, Song Qiubai responded earnestly. The others exchanged glances, each revealing a smile. It was understood by all that the outcome of the impending contest would ultimately determine the fate of the extraordinary fruit belonging to the Tang family. Although the subject of the fruit remained unspoken, the presence of everyone here was solely for its sake. Yet, some were aware that even victory would not guarantee the Tang family a surrender of the fruit, which would be no simple task. I am Zhao Ziwen, and I wish to engage in a friendly spar with Brother Tang Yi, declared a prodigy from the Zhao family, stepping forward with resolve. He was a second-tier, early-stage awakener, eager to gauge just how vast the chasm of difference was between himself and the talents of the Tang family. Zhao Yechen, the head of the Zhao family, furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Please. Tang Yi responded with a calm demeanor. Prepare to receive my blow. The Zhao family prodigy tightened his fists, launching a powerful strike towards Tang Yi, the air crackling with a fierce energy that reverberated ominously. This individual was no fool. He recognized that Tang Yi's strength was formidable and thus unleashed his full power from the outset. In the face of this assault, Tang Yi remained remarkably composed, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. Boom! The punch from the Zhao family prodigy met only empty air. Where did he go? The expression of the Zhao family prodigy shifted to one of disbelief. Chapter 36, Courageous End. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Alarmed, the proud scion of the Zhao family swiftly turned, attempting to evade the impending threat. However, it was too late. Tang Yi's speed was astonishingly swift. Just as he attempted to dodge, a powerful flying kick struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Thank you for the lesson, Tang Yi said, offering a slight bow to his opponent. The Zhao scion rose, his expression marred by frustration, yet he acknowledged his defeat. Had Tang Yi's kick landed on his head instead of his abdomen, he would have surely met his end. I have lost, he conceded, retreating with a grim countenance. Brother Tang, your prowess is commendable, allow me to engage you in a spar. Wang Lingxiu leaped forward, appearing before Tang Yi in an instant. Calmly, Tang Yi replied. I welcome your guidance, Brother Wang. Then I shall not hold back. In an instant, Wang Lingxiu unleashed a terrifying aura, an overwhelming force radiating from him towards Tang Yi. The disparity in strength was palpable. Wang Lingxiu's power far surpassed that of the previously defeated Zhao Xian, existing on an entirely different plane. An impressive peak-level second-tier awakened. They murmured, but against a third-tier awakened like Tang Yi, he remains at a disadvantage. Even in defeat, there is no shame, they whispered, unfazed by Wang Lingxiu's formidable presence. Tang Yi remained composed. Brother Tang, brace yourself for my punch, Wang Lingxiu declared, appearing before Tang Yi in an instant, launching a fist towards his chest. The strike was executed with the swiftness of a striking serpent, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. Many only perceived a fleeting shadow. That punch is something most cannot withstand, Xiao Dingtian remarked softly. Wang Hong smiled lightly, indifferent to the possibility of Wang Lingxiu's defeat. He was merely accompanying Wang Lingxiu to broaden his horizons, relishing the spectacle. As for the Tang family's extraordinary fruits, he merely scoffed. Such treasures were not easily claimed. As Wang Lingxiu's fist approached, Tang Yi retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, shattering the ground beneath them. A terrifying shockwave emanated from their clash, sweeping outward in all directions. Wang Lingxiu was sent flying back, landing 10 meters away.
After regaining his balance,
he wore a grave expression, realizing he had overestimated his ability to contend with a third tier awakened.
"You shall receive a punch from me as well."
Tang Yi suddenly surged forward, launching a fist at Wang Lingxiu. This punch bore a ferocity several times greater than the last.
Wang Lingxiu did not shy away.
Gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, he charged forward to meet the blow head-on, undaunted even in a lower position.
The two fists collided once more. Poof! Wang Lingxiu spat out blood, his figure rocketing backward like a cannonball. Thud! It was only when his body collided with a pillar in the hall that he finally came to a halt. In contrast, Tang Yi stood calmly, his demeanor unruffled. Wang Lingxiu's arm trembled, excruciating pain enveloping him.
He took a deep breath and then turned to Tang Yi, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Tang, for your mercy." He was acutely aware that Tang Yi had intentionally held back during that last punch. Had he not, his arm would have been rendered useless by now.
Tang Yi nodded gently, knowing that his superior realm effortlessly overwhelmed Wang Lingxiu, a fact that warranted no pride. Had Wang Lingxiu been of equal standing, the outcome of this confrontation would likely have been far less swift. The onlookers were not surprised by the result.
A second-tier awakened being battling a third-tier awakened being was not as straightforward as one might imagine, given the disparity in realms. Among the younger generation present,
only Xiao Bufan was deemed a worthy adversary for Tang Yi.
As for Lin Chen, should she unsheath her Qinglin sword, she might possess the strength to contend. But triumph would be a formidable challenge. After defeating Wang Lingxiu, Tang Yi turned his attention to Xiao Bufan and softly inquired, "I have heard of your formidable prowess.
Brother Xiao, might I request a lesson?"
The crowd immediately buzzed with anticipation, eager to witness a clash between the prodigies of two illustrious families.
To their disappointment, however, Xiao Bufan declined the challenge, stating, "I am not your match, I concede." Xiao Dingtian. The crowd. Tang Yi. After a brief silence, Tang Yi remarked, "Does Brother Xiao believe my humble abilities are unworthy of your engagement?" Xiao Bufan shook his head, affirming, "I truly am not your opponent."
Xiao Dingtian furrowed his brow. He had brought Xiao Bufan here to vie for the rare fruit. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift concession.
Nonetheless, he understood Xiao Bufan's temperament. If he was unwilling to engage, no amount of persuasion would sway him. This reckless lad, does he wish to continue being the sixth wheel? Xiao Dingtian mused inwardly, as the crowd observed Xiao Bufan's reluctance to participate.
Doubts began to surface regarding whether he truly was incapable of matching Tang Yi.
After all, they were aware of Xiao Bufan's impressive performance in the Lingwu University assessment,
even securing an admission slot at the Starry Academy, yet the true extent of his abilities remained an enigma.
Tang Yi scrutinized Xiao Bufan intently before addressing the others.
"Since Brother Xiao is unwilling to engage, I kindly invite the rest of you to enlighten me."
The young individuals present unanimously chose silence.
It would be folly to challenge Tang Yi, especially when even Wang Lingxiu was no match for him. Their initial strategy was to wait for Xiao Bufan and Tang Yi to exhaust each other before swooping in to seize an opportunity.
However, they never anticipated that Xiao Bufan would deviate from the expected course. At that moment, Song Lingyun stepped forward. Did he truly intend to face Tang Yi?
His courage was commendable, yet with his mid-tier second-level awakening powers, he stood no chance against Tang Yi.
If Wang Lingxiu could not prevail, how could he dare to step forward, seemingly oblivious to the peril? The crowd murmured quietly, none believing that Song Lingyun could emerge victorious.
Song Lingyun naturally overheard the discussions among the crowd. With a slight twitch of his lips, he darkened his expression and declared, "I am fully aware that I am no match for Tang Yi, thus I seek an opponent." He pointed at Lin Chen and challenged,
"Do you dare to engage in battle with me?"
Tang Yi cast a glance at Song Lingyun, subsequently stepping aside.
Lin Chen, with an impassive demeanor,
regarded Song Lingyun but made no move to step forward.
Noticing her reluctance, Song Lingyun could not suppress a cold laugh, saying, "What is this? You possess the Lin family's treasured sword, yet you hesitate to face me?" At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Convinced that Lin Chen feared him and would not dare to confront him. Lin Chen remained silent. To her, Song Lingyun was merely a buffoon, unworthy of her attention.
You lack even the courage to fight. It seems that the Qinglin sword in your possession is being disgraced.
Perhaps you should consider entrusting it to me for safekeeping? Song Lingyun continued his provocation. Song Qiubai smirked with amusement, his gaze greedily fixed on the Qinglin sword. This blade rightfully belonged to the Song family.
Lin Qingyu's delicate grip on the Qinglin sword tightened suddenly, a glimmer of murderous intent emanating from her eyes.
Since you are so eager for a fight, allow me to engage you in a spar. A mocking voice suddenly echoed through the air.
Chapter 37, The Scarred Man. Everyone was instantly captivated by the sound that echoed through the hall.
In the Tang family's grand hall,
a towering figure emerged, a man draped in a black leather coat, his face marred by a grotesque scar, emanating an aura that was utterly terrifying.
When he smiled, the scar appeared even more menacing. This individual possessed immense strength, rendering him inscrutable.
Xiao Dingtian felt a jolt in his heart as he glanced at Tang Hao, who bore a similarly grave expression.
Could it be that the threats against the Tang family were not limited to their initial adversaries? If so,
the situation had become exceedingly difficult to manage.
Who are you?
Song Lingyun glared coldly at the scarred man. The scarred man replied with a hint of amusement.
You are not yet worthy to know. Impudent fool.
Song Lingyun, with his left hand behind his back, swung his right arm in an attempt to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. His movements were elegant and self-assured, yet somewhat foolish. He envisioned the moment when the scarred man would be left on his knees, begging for mercy, as the crowd looked on in admiration.
Slap!
A sharp sound resonated through the air. The onlookers were stunned to see Song Lingyun propelled backward like a lifeless dog, losing several teeth in the process.
The crowd was momentarily bewildered. Such an outcome was indeed unforeseen.
The slap, though executed with finesse, had originated from the scarred man.
Song Lingyun lay motionless on the ground, as if rendered unconscious by the blow.
Stop feigning, the scarred man remarked with a smirk. I controlled my strength well enough to merely knock out a few of your teeth, not to render you unconscious.
Beast! Beast! Song Lingyun was indeed pretending to be out cold.
His earlier intention to strike the scarred man had backfired, resulting in a humiliating defeat that left him with lost teeth. Ashamed to rise after such a public disgrace, he felt that playing dead was his best option. However, being exposed by this man was infuriating. He longed to see this beast crushed to dust. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances. Was this not the essence of psychological warfare? The scarred man was exceedingly ruthless, seeking death. In an instant, Song Qiubai appeared before the scarred man, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike. An overwhelming aura erupted, stirring the hearts of those present.
Ha!
A mere mid-level 4th tier dares to act so bravely?
Scram!
The scarred man scoffed, casually countering with a single palm strike.
Bang! Following the blow,
Song Qiubai was sent staggering back several meters, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded the scarred man. You're worthless, get out of my way. The scarred man said dismissively, brushing off his hands as he regarded Song Qiubai with disdain.
You! Song Qiubai clenched his fists, feeling an immense sense of humiliation.
As the head of the Song family, he was accustomed to being treated with deference. Yet now, he faced such mockery from this man. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have relished the chance to rend this insolent foe into 1,000 pieces.
The atmosphere among the onlookers grew tense,
subdued by the overwhelming prowess of the scarred man. Song Qiubai was a mid-level tier 4 awakener, yet he was effortlessly sent flying by this individual, who was at the very least a tier 5 awakener. A tier 5 awakener holds sufficient power to dominate the entire Lingyun city. Who could this person be? Why had he never been heard of before? Was he perhaps from beyond Lingyun city? Many began to surmise certain truths, their hearts growing heavier.
It seemed that the true peril facing the Tang family was not the various clans within Lingyun City, but rather some unknown entities. Tang Hao turned to the scarred man and inquired, "May I ask what brings you to the Tang family?" The scarred man replied with a smile. "If I claimed I came to annihilate your entire Tang family, would you believe me?" The expressions of those present shifted noticeably. Tang Hao's heart trembled. And he spoke with a solemn tone, "You threatened to annihilate my Tang family upon your arrival. Have we somehow provoked you?" The scarred man replied with a faint smile. "Do not feign ignorance, you should understand better than anyone the perils of possessing something valuable. That extraordinary fruit is not something a mere Tang family can rightfully claim." Tang Hao's expression darkened significantly, and he ceased his idle chatter, stating coldly, "I recognize your formidable strength, yet you are still unworthy of eradicating my Tang family." With a clatter, the bounty hunters present immediately rose, their gazes icy as they fixed their sights on the scarred man. This task was indeed complex, but having accepted it, there was no turning back. "You insignificant insects cannot impede me," the scarred man disdainfully remarked, regarding the bounty hunters. With a mere gesture, he could easily obliterate them. The scarred man glanced at the sky, and his smile vanished. He calmly stated, "After all this trivial banter, I trust the troubles outside have been thoroughly resolved." "What do you mean?" Xiao Dingtian asked, his gaze penetrating as he looked at the scarred man. The scarred man replied indifferently. "You lot have also come to vie for the extraordinary fruit, yet those you brought should now all be annihilated." The family head's expressions changed dramatically at this revelation. Indeed, in their quest for the extraordinary fruit, they had brought a contingent of elite fighters, all of whom were currently stationed on the periphery of the Tang family, awaiting orders. The scarred man's words filled them with a sense of impending doom. "My Song family wishes to remain uninvolved in this conflict." "I implore you to allow us to leave," Song Qiubai asserted firmly. "The extraordinary fruit is yours, my Zhao family withdraws." Zhao Yeqing, the head of the Zhao family, hastily declared. Those who recognize the situation are wise," thought the onlookers, realizing the scarred man's unfathomable depth. Moreover, given his tone, it seemed he was not alone in this endeavor. Thus, the families that had initially aimed to contest for the extraordinary fruit now hastily expressed their desire to withdraw. The scarred man sneered, "It is too late, all of you shall perish. However, before that, I wish to spar with the prodigies present." He turned his gaze to Xiao Bufan, Tang Yi, and Lin Chen, saying, "Your skills are commendable, let us engage together. I shall use only 10% of my strength for our match. If you manage to withstand 10 of my strikes, I shall grant you a chance at survival, otherwise, you shall meet your demise." The slaughter of the exceptional is an activity he relishes, a thought that ignites a thrill within him. "I seek to learn from your esteemed skills." Tang Yi was the first to charge at the scarred man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 throwing knives materialized in his palm, shooting towards the scarred man in an instant. Swift, accurate, and ruthless. This encapsulates the essence of the Tang family's secret weaponry. Furthermore, each dagger was laced with a potent poison, ensuring that any struck would meet their demise. Quite intriguing. The scarred man smirked coldly, sweeping his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that effortlessly halted the 5 flying knives before him. The daggers hung suspended in mid-air, unable to advance even an inch. "Go!" With a flick of his hand, the scarred man sent the knives hurtling back towards Tang Yi, their speed now several times greater than before. Tang Yi transformed into an afterimage, evading with agility. Suddenly, a white figure emerged behind the scarred man, wielding a 3-edged dagger, his eyes radiating an endless chill. In a flash, the dagger shot forward with such velocity that it seemed to slice through the very air, exuding a bloodthirsty aura that was utterly terrifying. Chapter 38, The Shadow of Sand. Astonishing. The crowd gasped, for the one who struck was none other than Xiao Bufan. When he made his move, it was a fatal blow. This attack was exceedingly fierce. How many could withstand it? Previously, many had doubted Xiao Bufan's strength, but at this moment, no one dared to question it. "Even I could not withstand such a blow," remarked a mid-level third-tier awakener solemnly. The others nodded in agreement, fully affirming Xiao Bufan's prowess. What a spectacle! Just as Xiao Bufan's trident was about to strike the scarred man, the latter suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already above Xiao Bufan. Kneel before me.
The scarred man kicked towards Xiao Bufan's head with blinding speed, a move too swift for ordinary individuals to evade.
Xiao Bufan's reaction was equally rapid.
He immediately raised the trident in defense, and the kick landed squarely upon it.
Bang! The tremendous force sent Xiao Bufan flying several meters.
He flipped in midair before landing on the ground, staggering backward for several steps to regain his balance.
So powerful! Xiao Bufan bent slightly, adopting a defensive stance.
His hand gripping the trident in acute pain.
Die!
Suddenly, the scarred man appeared before Xiao Bufan, his fist emanating an eerie glow,
radiating an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Crack!
The overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing the ground beneath Xiao Bufan to crack open. A fierce wind swept through, his garments rustling as he wore a grave expression. As he tightened his grip on the trident, he exerted even more strength. Yet his body felt as though it were being crushed by an immense weight, rendering him immobile.
The shadow of sand. Tang Yi's cold voice sliced through the tension. Whoosh!
From his center, numerous bizarre concealed weapons shot forth towards the scarred man like a torrential rain, leaving no room for evasion.
The shadow of sand. This is the Tang family's ultimate hidden weapon. Wang Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Hao spoke in a low voice.
The shadow of sand involves concealing several highly poisonous projectiles within oneself. When the target is locked on, all weapons are unleashed simultaneously, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers. Ye's execution of this technique has grasped some of its essence, but unfortunately, it is still far from sufficient to contend with this individual.
Indeed.
As the projectiles hurtled towards the scarred man, he not only refrained from dodging but did not even turn his head.
The moment these weapons approached him,
they halted 10 centimeters behind his form.
A dark force emanated from the scarred man, blocking all the projectiles effortlessly. Die!
The scarred man had already launched his punch and could not afford to return empty-handed. As his fist hurtled towards Xiao Bufan, the latter, aware of the futility of resistance, swiftly attempted to evade.
Boom! However, the scarred man's punch was simply too swift. The impact created a 2-meter-deep crater in the ground, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Xiao Bufan was violently thrown back. PFF.
A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and Xiao Bufan's complexion turned ghostly pale. Although he managed to evade the blow, the formidable shockwave still inflicted grievous injuries upon him.
Unyielding. Xiao Dingtian's countenance darkened as he prepared to strike.
The scarred man glanced at Xiao Dingtian with indifference and remarked, "I advise you not to interfere, otherwise, your demise will come swifter than you can imagine." "Then allow me to test your strength." Xiao Dingtian, undaunted, clenched his fist, unleashing a blazing aura that enveloped the surroundings,
causing the air to tremble and waves of energy to surge forth.
With a whoosh, the wind howled as Xiao Dingtian lunged at the scarred man like a ferocious tiger,
moving with a speed that was nearly imperceptible.
A level 6 initial awakener, he was considered a formidable force in the modest Lin Chen city. However, in my eyes, you remain but an insect, easily subdued with a mere gesture. The scarred man's expression was one of disdain as he transformed his fingers into claws, launching an assault toward Xiao Dingtian.
Crack!
In an instant, the momentum Xiao Dingtian had gathered was shattered, and the overwhelming force rebounded, sending him staggering back several paces. His face flushed, a metallic tang surged in his throat, and he regarded the scarred man with growing trepidation.
He was a level 6 initial awakener.
Yet this scarred individual could dismantle his aura with a single strike, leaving him grievously wounded. This man was at the very least a level 6 pinnacle awakener,
if not a level 7.
Daring to provoke me, I shall grant you your wish. Prepare to meet your end. The scarred man transformed into a streak of light,
swiftly closing the distance to Xiao Dingtian.
A sinister grin adorned his face as he aimed a punch at Xiao Dingtian's head.
Instinctively, Xiao Dingtian attempted to evade, only to realize he was completely ensnared by the man's overwhelming presence, rendering him immobile. Just as the scarred man's fist descended, a flying dagger suddenly shot toward his head. Tang Hao had made his move, his speed in wielding the hidden weapon surpassing that of Tang Yi by several folds. And he too exuded the aura of a level 6 initial awakener. Little pest. The scarred man effortlessly deflected the dagger. Splat! A spray of crimson erupted. Blood trickled from the scarred man's hand, which now grasped the very dagger that had attempted to strike him. He stared at his injured hand before turning his gaze to Tang Hao, his face contorted with rage. I never expected a mere insect could wound me. Excellent, excellent. In that case, you shall all perish. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura emanated from the scarred man, exponentially stronger than before. In that moment, he ceased to restrain his power. His true level was that of a level 7 pinnacle awakener. Below level 7, all were akin to ants. Who could possibly thwart him? Here, he could indulge in unrestrained slaughter. Bang! Before Tang Hao could react, a shadow lunged towards him. Suddenly, an excruciating pain radiated from his chest as the scarred man's punch sent him hurtling away. In the face of such a blow, he lacked even the slightest capacity for resistance. The sheer force engulfed him, annihilating his bodily structure. With that one punch, at least 10 of his bones were shattered. This man is a harbinger of doom, we must all strike together. A bounty hunter charged at the scarred man, weapon in hand. Bang! However, as he reached the scarred man, his head was obliterated by a single, devastating blow, leaving no chance of survival. The gruesome spectacle sent chills down the spines of onlookers. The other bounty hunters, who had been poised to act, were paralyzed by fear, unwilling to advance another step. Die! The scarred man vanished from sight. A chilling wail pierced the air. One after another, victims were mercilessly dispatched, blood staining the entire hall of the Tang family. The scarred man had no intention of prolonging the game, he aimed to massacre everyone present. The slaughter continued. In a mere minute or two, only a handful of bounty hunters remained. At this moment, the Tang family courtyard was invaded by over 100 figures clad in black, each wielding gleaming weapons. Exuding an aura of lethal intent, as if they had emerged from a sea of corpses. Kill! At the command, these 100 black-clad individuals surged towards a room. Bang! The leader kicked open the door and rushed inside. Upon entering, he beheld more than 200 individuals garbed in blood-red robes, fiercely protecting a beautiful woman. Kill! The beautiful woman was none other than Tang Muqian. In the face of such overwhelming odds, she remained composed, her voice icy. At her command, the 200 dark guards lunged forward, and instantly, blood splattered, as lives were extinguished. As the moon illuminated the rooftop, 4 figures stood atop a pavilion in the Tang residence. Among them were 2 striking women, one exuded an air of coldness, while the other possessed a captivating allure. The remaining 2 were an elderly one-eyed man with snow-white hair and a grotesque child, whose neck was adorned with a necklace made of human teeth, wearing a vacant smile. Chapter 39. The moon rises above the 9-story tower in pursuit of a rare fruit. Sister Yuli surprisingly dispatched the likes of the one-eyed, the ugly servant, and the scarred man. It seems she is intent on annihilating an entire family. The enchanting woman, delicately grasping an orchid, caressed her tender visage, her voice sultry and intoxicating, sending shivers through one's bones. The frigid woman responded with indifference, stating, "Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit." Moreover, the Tang family is far from the simplicity we envision. My purpose here extends beyond merely obtaining a peculiar fruit. Oh dear! The esteemed master of the tower is so biased, withholding the true objective of this mission from me. How utterly vexing! Complained the alluring woman, feigning dissatisfaction. Yuli, however, paid her no mind, her gaze dark and penetrating, fixed upon the grand estate of the Tang family. Not one to concede easily. The enchanting woman leaned closer to the frosty one, whispering, "Sister Yuli, did the master of the tower summon you to his chamber last night? Did you too? You're courting death."
A terrifying murderous intent erupted from Yuli's eyes, and in an instant, a sharp crescent blade of moonlight slashed toward the enchanting woman.
She vanished in a flash, reappearing 10 meters away, idly toying with her hair and languidly stating, "Sister Yuli, are you truly attempting to kill me? If Brother Ruophone were to learn of this, he would surely protect me." "Ah, I almost forgot Brother Ruophone has already been slain by you.
And he shall never return.
He. Yun Hong Nian, silence yourself."
Yuli's face was as cold as frost, her murderous intent intensifying exponentially. As if the words of the enchanting woman had struck a tender nerve.
"What? Are you implying others cannot speak of your deeds?
The more you wish for silence,
the more I shall speak. Remember how you and Brother Ruophone were once so enamored, admired by countless souls in the tower as a celestial couple? Yet in the end, you struck him down over a mere spiritual artifact. The most amusing part is that you ended up in the bed of the master of the tower.
How intriguing it would be if Brother Ruophone were still alive."
Yun Hong Nian teased. "I will kill you."
Yuli could no longer contain herself. Like a moonlit fairy, she flickered and appeared before Yun Hong Nian in the blink of an eye, unleashing a flurry of moonblades.
Boom! 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 Yun Hong Nian, with remarkable speed, transformed into an afterimage the moment Yuli materialized before her, evading the attack. The moonblades struck empty air, ultimately crashing into a nearby pavilion,
which collapsed in a cloud of dust and debris. Not far off, Yun Hong Nian reappeared with a melodic laugh, hee, as a peak level awakened of the 9-story tower.
"Sister Yuli, if you wish to kill me, you may be overestimating your abilities.
Unless you practice more with the master of the tower." Yuli's gaze was icily resolute, her murderous aura nearly palpable. If mere glances could slay, Yun Hong Nian would have perished 1,000 times over. Just as she prepared to strike again, a tremendous noise erupted from the Tang family's hall. Yuli furrowed her brow and turned to the one-eyed elder and the dwarf child, declaring, "Scarred man is too sluggish, one-eyed, ugly servant.
It is time for you to act."
The one-eyed elder and the diminutive child leaped into the courtyard of the Tang family, their gazes fixed upon the grand hall.
Their faces twisting into cruel smiles, anticipating a bloody feast. Just as they were about to enter the hall, a dozen elderly figures with white hair appeared before them.
"Halt!" one of the elders commanded with a chilling tone.
The elders of the Tang clan had mobilized. The one-eyed elder let out a sinister cackle, reminiscent of a wailing specter,
sending shivers down the spine.
"It's time for you to enter your coffins,"
the child murmured, licking his lips, his eyes turning crimson.
Resembling a ferocious hound poised to rend its prey.
"Kill!" The elders of the Tang clan wasted no words and immediately launched an assault, unleashing a torrent of concealed weapons. Within the hall, the scarred man had dispatched dozens of bounty hunters, yet still craved more chaos. Raising his gaze, he spotted an unremarkable man in the corner,
calmly sipping wine, seemingly unfazed by the sanguinary scene unfolding around him.
Lin Chen's composure irked the scarred man. In his eyes, this ordinary insect should be quaking in fear.
"Die!"
he sneered, moving with the swiftness of lightning, appearing before Lin Chen in an instant, his fist clenched, ready to unleash a devastating blow.
Anticipating the exhilarating explosion of blood.
Suddenly, a flash of cold light erupted, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance. Lin Qingyu had drawn her sword.
The Qinglin sword unleashed a terrifying blade aura, even more ferocious than Xiao Bufan's earlier strike.
The scarred man instinctively withdrew his fist, raising his arm to shield his eyes. With a swift motion, a 3-foot-long sword, shimmering with an eerie glow, lunged at him. The air split apart with an audible slice as the sword tore through the scarred man's leather armor.
He stepped back,
glancing at the gash on his abdomen and then at Lin Qingyu's Qinglin sword, not angered, but rather revealing a glint of greed in his smile. "I never expected my luck to be so fortuitous. In this small Lingyun city, I have encountered a spiritual weapon." No sooner had he spoken than the scarred man lunged toward Lin Qingyu with a malicious grin. Summoning all her strength, she swung her sword. Unfortunately, the disparity in their power was too vast. The scarred man's overwhelming force sent Lin Chen and her sword reeling backward. Little girl, your strength is too feeble. Hand over the spiritual weapon, and I may grant you a swift end, he taunted, envisioning how possessing this weapon would elevate his status in the lofty realms above. Lin Chen, expressionless, pointed her sword directly at the scarred man. You know not what you speak, if so, I shall take it myself. The scarred man sneered, his left hand forming a fist, gathering power for a full-force strike against Lin Chen. A formidable pressure descended, causing Lin Chen's complexion to pale. Her hand trembling slightly as it gripped the Qinglin sword. Faced with the onslaught of the scarred man, she felt no confidence in her ability to withstand the blow. Die! The voice of the scarred man reached her before his presence did. Just as Lin Chen prepared to fight with all her might, a shadow suddenly appeared before her. Bang! The cloaked figure delivered a powerful kick. The scarred man was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the courtyard and even shattering a rockery in his wake. The ongoing battle between the one-eyed elder and others was momentarily halted, their attention captivated by the unfolding spectacle. In the hall, an unremarkable man stood before Lin Chen, while the onlookers stared at him in astonishment. What just happened? Their shock rendered them speechless. They had just witnessed the once mighty scarred man being effortlessly propelled away. What was the meaning of this? Who was this individual? How could he possess such strength? To send flying a 7th-tier peak awakener like the scarred man, he must be at least an 8th-tier awakener himself. Xiao Dingtian glanced at Tang Hao, whose expression mirrored his confusion. Tang Hao had initially thought Lin Chen was merely an ordinary bounty hunter, but he now realized the depth of his hidden capabilities. A complex mix of emotions stirred within Tang Hao. Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Chen was now ready to take action. He cast a casual glance at Lin Chen before extending his hand. With a swift motion, the Qinglin sword broke free from Lin Chen's grasp and flew into Lin Chen's hand. The sight of the Qinglin sword sent Lin Chen's expression into turmoil. Ignoring the astonished gazes from those around him, Lin Chen grasped the Qinglin sword and calmly walked out of the hall. Chapter 40, Lord Moonli. Save me. As Lin Chen stepped out of the hall, the fighters who had been engaged in combat abruptly ceased their hostilities, their gazes fixated on him. Cough, cough. The scarred man struggled to emerge from the rubble, his expression exceedingly grim. He had never anticipated that he would be so easily dispatched by a mere family he deemed insignificant. For someone of his caliber, a peak-level 7th awakener, this was a profound humiliation. He glared at Lin Chen, a mix of fury and shame reflected in his eyes, but more prominently, there was a sense of wariness and gravity. He was no fool, and the strength possessed by the man before him was elusive and difficult to gauge. Swish! The Qinglin sword suddenly pointed menacingly at the scarred man. Lin Chen spoke in an indifferent tone, "Today, the Tang family is under my protection. And I shall see who dares to cause trouble." Giggle. How amusing. I never expected that a mere Tang family would harbor such a formidable individual. Especially one wielding a spiritual weapon. Yun Hongyan chuckled, her eyes fixed intently on the Qinglin sword. Spiritual weapons are typically only obtainable within secret realms, making them exceedingly rare. The appearance of even a single one could ignite a bloody conflict, and she was naturally covetous. Scarred, one-eyed, and ugly, this man is rather peculiar. You three, attack together. Moonli's voice was icy. The scarred man and his two companions exchanged glances, and in an instant, they surrounded Lin Chen. Impudence! The elders of the Tang family glared at the trio, prepared to intervene. Stand down. At this moment, Lin Chen turned his expressionless gaze toward the elders of the Tang family. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, the three assailants launched their attack on Lin Chen. It seemed they understood that he would not be easily dealt with, thus they unleashed their full strength from the outset. Feel the might of my breaking mountain fist. The scarred man was the first to reach Lin Chen, unleashing a martial technique of terrifying power. imbued with the force to shatter mountains and split seas. This technique was something he had exchanged his life for. Although merely a yellow-grade martial art, it was his greatest reliance. He had subdued countless formidable foes with this very fist. Based on past experiences, once the breaking mountain fist was unleashed, no enemy could withstand it. And all troubles would be resolved in a single blow. The breaking mountain fist can shatter mountains and subdue seas. The fist soared like the heavens, its force akin to a resounding bell. A colossal fist thundered toward Lin Chen's face, carrying the might to fracture stone and earth. Yet, in the face of the scarred man's formidable strike, Lin Chen remained utterly still. Not good. The elders of the Tang family sensed the gravity of the situation as they observed Lin Chen's unmoving demeanor. Fearing that he had been rendered speechless by the terrifying blow of the scarred man. Die! The scarred man, seeing Lin Chen standing dazedly in place, believed that he had been immobilized by the breaking mountain fist. A ferocious light gleamed in his eyes, a sinister smile creeping across his face. After all, it was not uncommon for a powerful individual to emerge in this small Lingyun city, but it was utterly inconceivable for someone to master martial techniques. Only great powers could acquire such skills. Perhaps this individual had never before witnessed such a fearsome technique and had been completely petrified. Upon reflecting on this, the scarred man could not help but feel a sense of pride. It is worth noting that he had risked his life to undertake countless missions within the tower to acquire the broken mountain fist, ultimately emerging from near-death experiences to obtain this martial skill. Just as the scarred man reveled in his triumph, believing he would obliterate Lin Chen with a single punch, Lin Chen's hands subtly shifted. Whoosh! The Qinglin sword soared forth in an instant. Slash! Blood splattered as the Qinglin sword pierced directly through the scarred man's chest. The overwhelming force propelled his body uncontrollably backward, culminating in a brutal impact against a wall. Blood cascaded down the wall, creating a chilling spectacle. Ah! The scarred man clutched the Qinglin sword with both hands, his face contorted in agony. Lin Chen extended his hand towards the scarred man. Suddenly, the Qinglin sword quivered, unleashing a surge of formidable power. Slash! Blood erupted in all directions as the scarred man was gruesomely dismembered, rendering the scene profoundly grotesque. Whoosh! The Qinglin sword flew back into Lin Chen's grasp. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving those around utterly astonished. The once mighty scarred man had been dismembered in the blink of an eye. The one-eyed elder and the gnome child, who had been charging towards Lin Chen, immediately retreated several meters upon witnessing this. Their prowess was on par with the scarred man, both being peak 7th level awakened ones. Thus, it was evident that someone capable of slaying the scarred man could easily do the same to them. Yet, as they attempted to flee, Lin Chen's icy voice suddenly resonated in the ear of the one-eyed elder. A sense of dread washed over him. The elder's body stiffened as he felt a chilling presence approach, followed by excruciating pain in his chest. A 3-foot-long sword pierced through his body. Stab! The sword was swiftly withdrawn, and blood gushed forth. No! Ah! The one-eyed elder emitted a wretched cry of despair, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Perhaps even he had not anticipated that, while intending to exterminate others, he would face his own demise in such a brutal manner. Lin Chen, with the bloodied Qinglin sword in hand, regarded the gnome child with an impassive expression. The gnome child trembled, feeling a surge of terror. Death loomed before him, robbing him of the courage to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Overcome with fear, he dashed towards Lady Yuli, pleading for help. Lady Yuli, save me! The gnome child exclaimed in panic. Just as he was mere meters away from her, a clear, crisp voice rang out. Slash! In the moonlit night, a sword shot forth, piercing through the gnome child's body, sending blood spraying in all directions. The gnome child met his end. Lady Yuli's beautiful eyes narrowed. The deaths of the scarred man and the grotesque servant had transpired in mere moments. It was only at that instant that she realized the gravity of the situation. What was she thinking? At that moment, Lin Chen's frigid voice echoed in her ears. Lin Chen, brandishing his sword, had already appeared behind Lady Yuli. A surge of alarm surged through her. She swiftly gestured, unleashing several crescent blades that flew forth. The curved blades, illuminated by the moonlight, gleamed with an eerie coldness and unparalleled sharpness. However, in the face of these crescent blades, Lin Chen did not evade. For when the blades were merely 5 centimeters away from him, they could advance not a hair's breadth further. In the realm of innate power. Upon witnessing this, Yuli's expression changed dramatically. She immediately retreated 100 meters and then, in terror, fled into the distance. Below the innate level, all are but ants. Although she was a peak level 9 awakener, in the presence of a powerful innate being, she felt as insignificant as an insect, possessing no capacity for resistance whatsoever. She could not fathom how a mere Tang family could harbor an innate powerhouse. Clearly, the information circulating in the building was erroneous. Had she known this beforehand, she would never have ventured here. Meanwhile, Yun Hongyan had long since vanished without a trace. Yuli's face grew even more grim. She had no confidence in escaping the clutches of an innate master. Had she not been pursued? Nevertheless, Yuli found a small measure of solace in the fact that, after retreating several hundred meters, she discovered that her pursuer had not followed her. Chapter 41, A-Class Bounty Hunter in the Courtyard. The crowd gazed at the man on the rooftop with a mixture of awe and reverence. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, the 3-foot-long sword in his hand radiated a chilling luminescence, sending shivers down the spines of those gathered, even from a distance. Lin Chen observed the direction in which Yuli had fled, choosing not to pursue her. For him, the task of the day was merely to ensure the safety of the Tang family. There was no need for excessive violence, as it would only lead to undesirable losses. As for the possibility of any escaping foes seeking vengeance, Lin Chen felt no concern, for he was not presently using his true visage. Even if they were to come after him, recognition would be utterly impossible. Lin Qingyu's expression grew grave as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Chen. The Qinglin sword was a treasured artifact of the Lin family, and should it be lost under her watch, she would bear the burden of that failure. However, given the formidable strength of this individual, her chances of reclaiming the Qinglin sword seemed exceedingly slim. Contemplating this, Lin Qingyu felt a sense of helplessness. With a swift motion, Lin Chen sent the Qinglin sword flying towards Lin Qingyu, who watched in astonishment as it returned to her grasp, the sound of the blade sheathing echoing in her ears. She stood there, momentarily dazed, realizing that he had actually returned the sword. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Chen spoke calmly. I have resolved the significant troubles facing the Tang family. The remaining nuisances are yours to deal with. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Tang Hao opened his mouth, intending to speak further, but Lin Chen had already disappeared. Tang heir, where did you find such an expert? An elder of the clan gazed at Tang Hao in shock. Xiao Dingtian and others also looked at Tang Hao in confusion. Had they known that such a master was present in the Tang family, they would not have dared to involve themselves in this affair. Now, not only had they sustained grievous injuries, but the elite forces they had brought along had also been decimated, leaving them with nothing but losses. Tang Hao managed a bitter smile. As expected, this master must have accepted the task I posted at the Hunters Guild, which is why he appeared at the Tang family. He felt a twinge of relief, grateful for the preparations he had made beforehand. Otherwise, after this night, the Tang family would no longer exist in Lingyun City. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded from within a nearby building. Tang Hao and the clan elders exchanged worried glances before rushing towards the source of the sound. At the Hunters Guild, Lin Chen registered under the name of Reversal of Fate. Shortly thereafter, Baiyu Chu presented him with a beautifully crafted golden token, inscribed with the words Reversal of Fate and marked with a rank designation of A. The identity tokens of the Hunters Guild are crafted according to rank. D-Class Bounty Hunters receive iron tokens, C-Class Bounty Hunters receive copper tokens. B-Class Bounty Hunters are given silver tokens, A-Class Bounty Hunters possess golden tokens, S-Class Bounty Hunters and above hold purple crystal tokens, though the rank designation varies. Baiyu Chu remarked, the token is a symbol of a bounty hunter's identity.
With this token, you can continuously accept various tasks at the Hunter's Guild. Moreover, while holding this bounty hunter token, all your expenditures at the guild will be discounted by 30%. Lin Chen, without hesitation, accepted the token. Bai Yuechu continued. Having shattered records during this assessment, you are entitled to select 5 items of your choice from the Hunter's Guild as a reward. Additionally, as an A-class bounty hunter, you may request the guild to assist you with one matter, provided it falls within the guild's capacity, and the guild retains the final authority on this issue. It must be said, the rewards for this assessment are indeed substantial. Lin Chen's ultimate purpose for being here has also been accomplished. In the Grand Hall, Bai Yuechu guided Lin Chen as he selected items. Lin Chen gazed at the dazzling array of goods, his brow furrowing. The sheer volume of items was overwhelming. Akin to entering a clothing store filled with exquisite garments, making it difficult to choose. Closing his eyes, Lin Chen took a moment to attune himself to the surrounding ethereal energy. Soon, he detected a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. He promptly followed the source of the energy to a corner, where he found a rusted ring, encrusted with dust. Lin Chen discreetly picked up the ring for inspection. Spiritual energy. He sensed a faint aura emanating from the ring. Ordinary objects could not possess such energy, indicating that this ring was indeed extraordinary. What a shabby ring! Bai Yuechu commented, observing Lin Chen's interest in the corroded piece. She shook her head but refrained from interfering with his choice. Unbeknownst to her thoughts, Lin Chen, after stowing the ring, moved on to explore further. The second item was a dilapidated box. The third was a fragmented triangular arrowhead. The fourth item was a jet black bead. The fifth item was an enigmatic piece of white jade bone, adorned with ancient and obscure runes. Without a doubt, Lin Chen mused, he had selected the finest items available. All 5 objects he chose were imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. To him, this implied their significance. Particularly, the 5th item struck him as peculiarly fascinating. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself. In contrast, Bai Yuechu could no longer contain her disbelief upon seeing Lin Chen's choices of worn-out items. You have selected nothing but scraps. Would you like to reconsider your selections? Rest assured, anything here, regardless of its cost, is yours to choose from. The Hunter's Guild is affluent, 5 items are but a trifling expense. No need, these 5 will suffice, I chose them merely for amusement, Lin Chen replied casually. Bai Yuechu scrutinized Lin Chen for a moment and then remarked, I understand, you must look down upon the items here. Instinctively, she perceived Lin Chen as a prodigy hailing from a formidable power, well-versed and worldly, thus dismissing the offerings of this place. It was reasonable to assume that the Hunter's Guild in the modest Lingyun city could scarcely present anything of value. After all, like her, what treasures had she not encountered in her daily life? Naturally, she regarded these commonplace wares with disdain. Ha! Lin Chen merely smiled in silence, choosing not to elaborate. Tang family. The crisis had been completely averted. Tang Muqian paid her respects to the esteemed elders of the clan. Muqian, have you consumed the extraordinary fruit? What insights have you gained? Inquired one elder with curiosity. The other elders also displayed expressions of eager anticipation, as rumors spoke of the fruit's unparalleled nature. Yet very few had truly ingested it. Thus, everyone was naturally intrigued by the actual effects of the extraordinary fruit. Tang Muqian replied respectfully, esteemed elders, I must report that I have not consumed the extraordinary fruit, I have given it to Xiaoyi instead. Chapter 42, The Former Prodigy Absurd. This extraordinary fruit was procured by your father at the cost of his life. How could you? The elder of the clan began, only to halt mid-sentence. His gaze towards Tang Muqian imbued with a complexity of emotions. With a serene demeanor, Tang Muqian softly replied, I am but a useless individual. Should I consume the fruit and derive no benefit, I would merely become a disgrace to the family. Rather, it would be prudent to bestow the fruit upon Xiaoyi. He is the pride of the Tang clan, the very future upon which our lineage depends.
As the cherished daughter of the Tang family, Tang Muqian was undoubtedly of exalted status, yet she found herself reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. It was this very plight that had driven Tang Hu to risk his life for the sake of retrieving the extraordinary fruit, hoping to alter her fate. Regrettably, while he succeeded in bringing the fruit back, he himself remained forever lost in the desolate wilderness. One elder sighed, "You are not a useless person. You must remember. You once stood as the foremost prodigy of the Tang family, even Xiao Renfeng appeared somewhat diminished in your presence. If it were not for..." This tale must be traced back 5 years, when Tang Muqian was not only the pride of the Tang clan but also the unrivaled prodigy of Lingyun City. Throughout the city, only Xiao Renfeng posed a challenge to her supremacy, yet even she paled in comparison. Unfortunately, the circumstances that followed remain shrouded in mystery. As Tang Muqian inexplicably transformed from an extraordinary talent into a figure deemed worthless overnight, inciting considerable uproar at the time. Now, 5 years later, Xiao Renfeng had departed Lingyun City, ascending to become the unparalleled prodigy of the Star Academy, leaving countless to wonder at her absence. Meanwhile, Tang Muqian had faded into obscurity. For a fallen prodigy garners little worth, the tides of time wash away the remnants of the forgotten. Tang Muqian spoke gently. "I have come here with a single request. I implore the esteemed elders to allow me another opportunity to enter the ancestral grounds." At her words, the elders' expression shifted dramatically, and they solemnly inquired, "Do you wish to comprehend the secrets of the Tang clan's Xuanqin scroll?" Tang Muqian nodded in silence. One elder, with a grave tone, cautioned, 5 years ago, your attempt to decipher the Xuanqin scroll resulted in the shattering of your meridians. Should you pursue this path once more? I fear for your very life. The Xuanqin scroll, a relic of the Tang family's millennia-old heritage, is said to hold the potential for immense power, yet for a millennium none have successfully unraveled its mysteries, nor comprehended the extraordinary secrets it conceals. 5 years prior, Tang Muqian's prodigious gifts led many to believe she might unlock its enigmas, prompting her journey to the ancestral grounds. Alas, her endeavor ended in tragedy, leaving the clan in awe and trepidation towards the scroll, resulting in stringent prohibitions against allowing clan members to seek its wisdom. Tang Muqian resolutely declared, "I beseech the esteemed elders to grant my request." The elders exchanged glances, a moment of silence enveloping them before they sighed, "Very well. Since your mind is set, we shall not speak further. However, remember this, life is of utmost importance." "Thank you, esteemed elders." Tang Muqian nodded. With a decisive click, an elder activated a mechanism, causing a stone door to swing open. Before them lay a realm of mystery, where ancient edifices could be faintly discerned, bathed in a ghostly luminescence emanating from within. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Muqian stepped boldly inside. At the Song residence. "Tell me, who is responsible for this? Who could dare?" Song Qiubai's voice thundered as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies before him, his eyes ablaze with fury, his face a mask of rage. He had already suffered a tremendous setback at the Tang family, losing his elite forces entirely. Now, returning home to find the corpses of his brother and son almost drove him to the brink of bloodshed. The onlookers bowed their heads, afraid to utter a word. Song Lingyun fixed his gaze upon the body of Song Lingfeng, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. "Zhao Guanjia, explain this matter to me," Song Qiubai commanded icily, turning his gaze towards a portly middle-aged man. Zhao Guanjia immediately knelt, his voice trembling with grief. "Master, when I last saw the second master and young master, they had already drawn their last breaths." "You know that is not what I wish to inquire about." Song Qiubai's countenance was frigid. Zhao Guanjia quivered internally and hastily replied, "As far as I know, before the incident, the second master and young master had a confrontation with the worthless Lin Chen from the Lin family. During this time, Wang Zhan and Feng Wuhan from the Xingchen Academy intervened on Lin Chen's behalf, particularly Feng Wuhan, who even laid hands on the second master." Upon hearing the name of Xingchen Academy, Song Qiubai's expression shifted. He murmured, "Though Wang Zhan surpasses Song Zhong, to kill him would still prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, Despite the ongoing conflicts between the Wang and Song families, they have never truly engaged in combat.
As for Lin Chen, I am aware of his reputation.
He is of no consequence.
But Feng Wuhan. Song Qiubai's expression grew troubled. If his suspicions were correct, Feng Wuhan was indeed the perpetrator.
For only he possessed the strength to easily vanquish Song Zhong and Song Lingfeng.
Yet, what could he do with this knowledge? Would he dare confront Feng Wuhan? Such an act could very well lead to the annihilation of the entire Song family.
The thought left Song Qiubai in a deeper state of despair.
Regardless,
this incident stemmed from Lin Chen. Clenching his fists, a fierce light gleamed in his eyes.
He recognized that seeking retribution from Wang Zhan or Feng Wuhan was an impossibility.
Thus, he opted to target a weaker opponent to exert some pressure, albeit begrudgingly, as it would provide him a semblance of an escape route.
Should he remain inactive, the Song family would soon become the laughingstock of Lingyun City. Therefore, the blame must be placed squarely upon Lin Chen.
Unbeknownst to him, it was indeed Lin Chen who orchestrated these events. In truth, the scapegoat was the true wolf behind the slaughter. Father, I am willing to personally lead a force to annihilate the Lin family, thus appeasing the spirits of my uncle and elder brother. Song Lingyun spoke in a somber tone, feigning deep sorrow, yet inwardly he was exhilarated. With the demise of Song Lingfeng, he was now the sole arbiter among the younger generation of the Song family, the only heir to the family legacy.
In the future,
when people spoke of the pride of the Song family, it would no longer be Song Lingfeng, but rather he, Song Lingyun. The mere thought of it ignited a fervor within him.
Song Qiubai took a deep breath and commanded, "Very well.
You shall immediately lead 300 formidable members of the Song family to annihilate the Lin family. Remember, leave no trace behind. Furthermore, ensure that the Qinglin sword is retrieved." Having witnessed the might of the Qinglin sword today, his greed intensified manifold.
If he were to possess the Qinglin sword, his power would multiply, and soon. How many in Lingyun City could rival him?
Perhaps he could even contend with the Tang and Shao families. As he contemplated this, he realized that the gloom within him had dissipated somewhat. "Rest assured, Father, I can easily eradicate the insignificant Lin family," Song Lingyun assured confidently.
"Is that so?"
At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air.
Chapter 43, Resolving Troubles Who? Song Qiubai's gaze was sharp, instantly directed towards the entrance. Whoosh! However,
what greeted him was a flash of cold light.
Put!
Blood splattered. Before Song Qiubai could react, a gaping wound appeared in the center of his brow. Confusion flickered in his eyes, as if he could not fathom how he had met his demise. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. And it was only when Song Qiubai fell that the others began to react.
"Father! Head of the family!" Panic-stricken exclamations erupted. And the entire Song family hall descended into chaos.
At that moment, a mysterious figure donned in a mask entered the hall, exuding an aura of malevolence that instilled an inexplicable fear in all present.
The newcomer was none other than Lin Chen.
He was not one to invite trouble. Had the Song family remained compliant, all would have been well. However, their intent to eradicate the Lin family warranted a resolute response. "Call for help.
Someone!" Song Lingyun bellowed,
his eyes bloodshot with fury.
Soon, over 300 awakened ones appeared, swiftly encircling Lin Chen.
These were elite guards cultivated by the Song family at great expense.
And such a force was undeniably formidable within Lingyun City. "Kill him!" Song Lingyun roared.
He felt no sorrow for the deaths of Song Zhong and Song Lingfeng. But with Song Qiubai's demise, a chill gripped his heart.
Song Qiubai was the head of the Song family. With his death, the family would inevitably disintegrate, possibly leading to its obliteration. In such a scenario, Song Lingyun's position as the young master would be rendered meaningless, inciting his rage. "Kill!" The over 300 awakened ones lunged towards Lin Chen in unison.
Lin Chen remained indifferent, casually channeling the surrounding spiritual energy,
which coalesced into a sharp, curved blade of spiritual essence. Swift. With a sound that pierced the air, the spiritual blade shot forth. The cold light surged, and blood splattered. The terrifying blade tore through everything in its path with an astonishing momentum, ruthless and unparalleled. As the 300 awakened ones drew near, they were met with the relentless onslaught of the sharp blade. Slash! Blood gushed forth. Before they could comprehend, they were cleaved in half, their bodies piling upon the ground. Blood instantly soaked the entire Song family hall. To describe it as a river of blood would not be an exaggeration. Amidst the carnage, Lin Chen stood amidst the corpses, his feet stained with blood, casting a frigid gaze towards Song Lingyun as he approached. Overwhelmed by terror, Song Lingyun collapsed to the ground, stammering, "Why you? Don't come any closer." Boom! With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Chen unleashed a wave of terrifying power. In an instant, Song Lingyun's body was reduced to a mist of blood, the Song family line extinguished entirely. Afterward, Lin Chen turned his attention to Butler Zhao, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck with a single palm. Butler Zhao met his end. Having completed his grim task, Lin Chen departed, leaving the remaining members of the Song family unharmed. After all, with the deaths of Song Qiubai and Song Zhong, the Song family was destined for annihilation. It is believed that soon, some families will arrive to divide the Song family. Such occurrences are quite commonplace in this era. As Lin Chen had anticipated, shortly after the events concerning the Song family unfolded, several influential families promptly made their way to the Song residence. Consequently, the entire Song family was obliterated overnight. After executing these actions, Lin Chen returned to Lingguo University. Inside the dormitory, upon Lin Chen's return, Hong Hong, who lay on the floor, lazily opened his eyes, wagged his tail a few times, and then closed them once more. "You, my friend, sleep throughout the day and night. If this continues, you might just turn into a pig," Lin Chen remarked, propping his chin on his hand. To his surprise, Hong Hong paid him no heed and continued to slumber. What did it matter if he turned into a pig? His mutated form was vastly superior to that of a mere pig. Seeing that Hong Hong was unresponsive, Lin Chen reached out to pat his furry head and then found a place to sit down alone. He took out 5 items acquired from the Hunters Guild. Each of these items emanated spiritual energy, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. Lin Chen picked up a tattered box. Curiously, there was no visible lock on its exterior. Yet it remained stubbornly closed, as if glued shut. Lin Chen exerted all his strength in an attempt to pry it open, but to his disappointment, even his utmost efforts were in vain. This only served to underscore the uniqueness of whatever lay within the box. How could it be opened? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before finally summoning the Hell Furnace. "Furnace, do you know what this is?" he casually inquired, though in truth, he held no expectations that such a mysterious entity would answer him. Suddenly, the Hell Furnace erupted with a latent power, and in an instant, the 5 items were engulfed. "No! Don't!" Lin Chen exclaimed, cursing as he realized it was too late to intervene. His heart ached intensely, the desire to spit blood surged within him. These 5 items were undoubtedly treasures, yet they had been consumed by the furnace. Just as Lin Chen's face contorted in anguish, the tattered box unexpectedly flew out from within the furnace. Overjoyed, he quickly clasped the box tightly. To his astonishment, the box opened automatically with a click. A rich fragrance permeated the room, filling it entirely. Inside the box was a round, snow-white elixir. Hong Hong, drawn by the alluring scent, immediately opened his eyes. However, upon seeing the Hell Furnace, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and he tucked his tail tightly, obediently lying back down. After the tattered box was opened, a message appeared above the furnace, a first-grade spirit pill, the flesh-rejuvenating pill, capable of repairing damaged muscles and bones. When Lin Chen read this, his eyes brightened. As an individual from Earth who had perused countless cultivation novels, he was well aware of the significance of spirit pills. Indeed, this was a treasure. Lin Chen carefully stored the elixir away,
knowing full well that such an item could prove life-saving in critical moments.
The second item to emerge from the furnace was a resplendent golden bead. This relic, known as the Buddha's bone saraira, is a precious remnant left by a great Buddhist master upon their passing. It harbors mysterious powers and, when worn continuously, can prolong life, ward off malevolence, and bestow insights into the profound transformations of Buddhism. It is a treasure that is as rare as it is coveted. Such was the furnace's appraisal. What a splendid find! Lin Chen exclaimed joyfully, astonished that the initially unremarkable bead was, in fact, a saraira. Typically, such artifacts are revered offerings within Buddhist circles, making it exceedingly rare for outsiders to even catch a glimpse. To possess one is, in many respects, to hold an invaluable gem. The third item to take flight was a damaged triangular arrowhead. This forbidden artifact, known as the Destruction Arrowhead, is a remnant that, when invoked, can obliterate a cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Remarkably, it retains the capacity for a single use. A forbidden artifact.
Lin Chen's smile widened further. Forbidden artifacts in tales are characterized by their formidable power and limited usage. Typically, the invocation of such an item can alter the tide of an entire battle.
Considering that this damaged arrowhead can still annihilate a Golden Core cultivator, one cannot help but wonder, if it were not flawed, could it potentially vanquish a nascent soul master? This is a tremendous gain. Truly, a monumental acquisition.
He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the fourth and fifth items. The fourth item to soar forth was a shard of white jade bone. Chapter 44, The Storage Ring. However, at this moment, the white jade bone fragment appeared devoid of the runes that once adorned it. As Lin Chen pondered, a beam of golden light shot from the hell furnace toward his brow. Suddenly, an esoteric martial technique manifested within his mind.
The Great Desolation Finger.
An ancient and formidable martial art, one strike could annihilate the 8 realms, shatter the heavens, and command the ages.
The minimum cultivation requirement for its execution, early stage Golden Core.
As Lin Chen absorbed this information, he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this white jade bone fragment concealed such a terrifying martial skill, even its name hinted at its immense power.
Moreover,
this technique had now been indelibly inscribed in Lin Chen's consciousness. Regrettably, his current level of cultivation was insufficient for its application. After all, the mightier the martial art, the greater the consumption of energy. Should he force its execution, he would likely be drained in an instant. Such a technique could only be invoked in life or death situations.
Once I attain the Golden Core, a single finger shall subdue the 8 realms.
Lin Chen's heart brimmed with longing. Finally, what emerged was the ring. Unlike its previously rusted state, this ring now bore a blue gemstone, radiating a cerulean glow. Ancient runes adorned its surface, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Crafted by ancient cultivators, this storage ring possessed approximately 300 cubic units of space, an essential artifact for any practitioner. Its sole drawback was the inability to contain living creatures. Being an unclaimed object, it could be attuned to its owner through a drop of blood.
Hiss! Upon reading this description, even with Lin Chen's fortitude, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Subsequently, his face lit up with excitement and joy. The storage ring was indeed a true treasure. Various weapons, artifacts, and cultivation resources could be stored within, accessible at any moment with utmost ease. With this item,
he would no longer need to lug around a tattered bag, drawing unnecessary attention. He had thought such items were merely the stuff of legends, yet here he was,
having acquired one. With that in mind, why hesitate?
He would claim it as his own. Lin Chen promptly bit his finger and let his blood drip.
Buzz!
A gentle cerulean light flickered, and Lin Chen instantly established a connection with the storage ring. With a mere thought, everything within the ring's space materialized before his eyes. At that moment, he felt like the sovereign of this realm, surveying its entirety. The azure expanse lay barren, evoking a sense of solitude.
With a wave of his hand,
a table appeared within this cerulean domain.
Excellent!
Lin Chen beamed with satisfaction, realizing that with this artifact in hand, his path of cultivation would become significantly more convenient. Seeing the table mysteriously vanish before his eyes, Hong Hong widened his eyes in astonishment, resembling an inquisitive child, utterly baffled by the disappearance of the table.
Ha ha ha. Observing this,
Lin Chen chuckled once more.
Woof, woof, woof. Perhaps sensing Lin Chen's amusement, Hong Hong promptly expressed its displeasure. Ignoring Hong Hong,
Lin Chen gazed at the hell furnace and murmured, "Oh, furnace.
I have wronged you."
Hell's Forge. A night without conversation.
The following morning,
Wang Yi arrived at Lin Chen's room. "Lin Chen, I have some significant news to share," Wang Yi said with great enthusiasm.
Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Oh? What kind of significant news?"
Wang Yi whispered, "The Song family was annihilated last night. Song Lingfeng, Song Zhong, and the head of the Song family, Song Qiubai, are all dead."
What?
Lin Chen feigned shock. The Song family is a second-tier clan with a formidable foundation, who possesses such immense power.
Wang Yi shook his head. According to rumors, the Song family's destruction was due to provoking forces they should not have trifled with. But who could have done this? To eradicate the Song family in a single night. The assailant's power must be truly terrifying, Lin Chen said, fully engrossed in the unfolding drama. Wang Yi responded, "I do not know who it was.
But the fall of the Song family is advantageous for us. You need not worry about that clown Song Lingfeng bothering you anymore."
Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. "Shall we raise a glass in celebration?" Wang Yi asked with a grin, relishing the spoils from the Song family's demise. Moreover, the deaths of Song Lingfeng and Song Zhong brought him immense satisfaction. Thus, a drink was certainly in order. "All right."
Lin Chen fetched a bottle of wine and poured generous amounts for both himself and Wang Yi.
After several toasts and discussions, Wang Yi took his leave. Lin Chen tidied up some belongings and departed from Lingwu University. Before heading to the Star Academy, he needed to return home. The Lin family.
Once a first-tier clan, now reduced to a third-tier family. In the Lin family courtyard, a spirited elderly man was engaged in a game of chess with a young woman dressed in green. After an intense match, the young woman was defeated. The old man's chess strategy was unpredictable, and Cheng Yu was no match for him. Lin Chengyu softly remarked. The elderly figure before her was none other than Lin Haitian, the patriarch of the Lin family. Lin Haitian chuckled, "You clever girl. You clearly held back during our game." Lin Chengyu replied, "Even if I gave my all, I would still fall short against you, grandfather."
"Ah, you." Lin Haitian's face beamed with affection.
Among the younger generation of the Lin family, only Lin Chengyu caught his eye. The others were either inept, debauched, or stubborn. None were worthy of his attention. "I heard that Xiao Chen is coming back soon. I wonder what he has learned during his 3 years at Lingwu University."
Lin Haitian mused.
Since the passing of Lin Kenglin and his wife, Lin Chen had not returned to the Lin family. Now that he had graduated, it was only natural for him to return. Upon mentioning Lin Chen, Lin Chengyu remained expressionless. In her eyes, her cousin was merely a useless individual, unworthy of her concern. "I have disappointed grandfather. I learned nothing in these 3 years, a gentle voice suddenly interjected. Lin Haitian lifted his gaze and beheld Lin Chen clad in black attire. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The Lin Chen of this moment appeared markedly more mature than the Lin Chen of 3 years prior, particularly in the profound transformation of his aura. Lin Chengyu was also momentarily taken aback, nearly failing to recognize her cousin. It seemed that these 3 years had imparted considerable experience upon him. With a gentle smile, Lin Haitian remarked, "Now that you have returned, make sure to stay well." He felt a deep sense of remorse regarding his grandson. Following the tragic passing of Lin Chen's parents, Lin Chen, deemed a waste in the Lin family, had endured much disdain, and Lin Haitian, engulfed in his own sorrow, had regrettably overlooked Lin Chen's feelings. It was apparent that Lin Chen's absence from the Lin family over the past 3 years stemmed from those earlier events. Now that he had returned, Lin Haitian
as a grandfather, was resolute in ensuring that Lin Chen would not endure any further grievances. After all, what did it matter if Lin Chen was considered a waste? Could the Lin family's considerable wealth not sustain him?
Lin Qingyu softly interjected, "Grandfather, you two continue your conversation, I have matters to attend to."
With that, she gracefully withdrew.
Chapter 45. Lin Qingzhou. In a dimly lit room, a middle-aged woman with a frigid expression cast her gaze upon the two young men before her.
"That good-for-nothing Lin Chen has returned.
You must ensure that he faces difficulties. There are no perks to remaining in the Lin family," she declared. This woman, Huang Yuji, was actually Lin Chen's aunt and had reveled in her happiness since the demise of his parents, with Lin Chen's father being the head of the family. His death naturally transferred that authority to Lin Chen's uncle. Now that Lin Chen had returned, her discomfort was palpable.
"Mother, must we truly make life hard for Lin Chen?"
"He is merely an incompetent individual," remarked the slightly older man, Lin Han, Lin Chen's cousin, who was known for his obstinate nature, earning him the label of a stubborn fool from the old patriarch.
"Your brother's statement is misguided.
If Lin Chen is indeed a waste, he should not remain in the Lin family. After all, our Lin family holds a respectable position in Lingyun City. Allowing a useless person to tarnish our reputation would be disastrous," interjected the younger man, Lin Xian, who was regarded as a dandy by the old patriarch, his face adorned with scorn.
"Humph. Such nonsense. Does expelling Lin Chen from the Lin family erase his ties to us?"
Lin Han retorted coldly.
"Nevertheless,
a waste should not remain among us," Lin Xian countered.
"Enough," Huang Yuji interjected, her voice icy as she observed the two bickering. With Lin Chen's return,
the old patriarch's demeanor towards him has shifted. Your task is merely to suppress him slightly, so he understands who truly holds authority in this family.
However,
we must not overstep, for it would ultimately lead to our own misfortune.
Although the Lin family is currently under the control of Lin Chen's uncle, the final word still rests with the old patriarch.
Rest assured, mother. This will be a simple task for us, Lin Xian replied with a nonchalant smile. Having never truly regarded Lin Chen as a threat, considering him merely a worthless individual. Nevertheless, since his mother harbored disdain for Lin Chen, he would reluctantly lend a hand. Lin Han remained silent, feeling a sense of discomfort within.
What was there to quarrel over in a family as small as the Lin family? He would rather invest his energy in cultivation and compete with other families. Internal strife was utterly meaningless.
Huang Yuji glanced at her two sons before continuing.
Tonight is the old patriarch's birthday banquet. The Yu family will undoubtedly be in attendance.
It is rumored that the patriarch of the Yu family intends to forge a marriage alliance with us.
Do not let this opportunity slip away.
Both Lin Han and Lin Xian exchanged astonished glances, for although the Yu family was considered a third-rate family, its background was undeniably stronger than that of the Lin family. The notion that the patriarch of the Yu family would seek a marriage alliance with the Lin family was indeed astonishing.
Huang Yuji remarked. Among the younger generation of the Lin family, only the two of you are truly noteworthy.
Therefore, the potential marriage partner will undoubtedly be selected from the two of you,
contingent upon your performance being satisfactory to the other party.
In an instant, Lin Han and Lin Xian exchanged glances that held a different significance.
If they could establish a connection with the Yu family, the resources they would acquire would multiply exponentially. Who is the intended partner from the Yu family?
Lin Xian inquired.
Huang Yuji replied, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be the eldest daughter of the Yu family, Yu Jinghong.
The image of a stunningly graceful figure immediately materialized in the minds of Lin Han and Lin Xian.
Yu Jinghong, the pride of the Yu family.
They never anticipated that the marriage partner would be her. Huang Yuji continued, thus, you must prepare swiftly, the success of this union hinges on tonight's events. As per the old master's instructions. A flicker of determination ignited in Lin Han and Lin Xian's eyes, with the old master's involvement.
It was evident that they needed to perform exceptionally well. Even if the marriage ultimately failed, satisfying the old master would still yield greater resources for them. Without further contemplation, they departed to make their preparations. In the Lin family's backyard, by the edge of a pond, a middle-aged man sat in a wheelchair, nursing a drink. "It is my daughter's inadequacy that has left me without the extraordinary fruits," a trace of sorrow flickered in Lin Qingzhou's eyes. This middle-aged man was Lin Qingzhou, the third master of the Lin family. Once a prodigy, he had attained the fourth level of the awakening realm at a young age, his talent rivaling that of Lin Kenglin. Alas, a debilitating injury in battle had rendered him unable to stand ever since. Years had passed, and Lin Qingzhou had grown increasingly despondent, transforming from a once glorious genius into a man who now merely sought solace in alcohol. Hearing her words, he spoke softly, "Promise me. Do not take such risks again. I am but a cripple now, resigned to my fate, but I do not wish for you to suffer because of me. Do you understand?" Lin Qingyu did not respond. As long as there remained hope for her father's recovery, she would not relent. Since Lin Qingzhou had taken to the wheelchair, she had not seen a smile grace his face, and she vowed to find a remedy for him. "Tonight marks the old master's 70th birthday, you should prepare accordingly." Lin Qingzhou seemed to perceive Lin Qingyu's thoughts, his expression complex. She glanced at him before stepping back. "Since you are here, you might as well show yourself," Lin Qingzhou added. "Uncle, you have sharp hearing," Lin Chen emerged from the side. Within the Lin family, Lin Qingzhou had always treated the original owner fairly. Now that she had returned, it was only fitting to pay her respects. Lin Qingzhou scoffed, "Though I am disabled, it does not mean I am deaf." Lin Chen approached and took a seat on a nearby stone bench. Lin Qingzhou remarked, "It seems you have undergone significant changes in these past 3 years. People must grow, mustn't they?" Lin Chen replied calmly. "How did the assessment go?" Lin Qingzhou inquired. "Not bad, I graduated perfectly," Lin Chen responded. "What are your plans next?" Lin Qingzhou asked again. "I won't be staying in the Lin family for too long," Lin Chen replied. Lin Qingzhou furrowed his brow, saying, "Although there is some competition within the Lin family, with the old master around, those individuals won't dare to overstep their bounds. You needn't worry too much." "It's not because of that," Lin Chen shook his head, not wishing to elaborate further, for soon enough, the reason would become clear. "Let us not discuss this. Join me for a drink." Lin Qingzhou tossed a bottle of unopened fine wine to Lin Chen. Without hesitation, Lin Chen accepted and began to drink with him. After a while, Lin Chen took his leave. However, before departing, he handed Lin Qingzhou a tattered box. Chapter 46, Yu Family, Yu Jinghong. The Yu family, a third-rate clan in Lingyun City, commands a unique respect that belies their status. Despite being categorized as a lesser family, none dare provoke them, for their ties with the Hunter Guild are formidable. To offend the Yu family is to antagonize the guild, a prospect only the foolhardy would entertain. At this moment, within the grand courtyard of the Yu residence, a fair-skinned beauty with an ethereal grace is playing the guqin. The gentle breeze dances through her hair, rendering her akin to a celestial being amidst a river, enchanting and serene. The notes resonate clearly, at times flowing like a babbling brook, at others resembling a gentle wind caressing the mountains, gradually building in complexity, akin to petals and leaves cascading down, enveloping one in blissful delight. After a brief interlude, the music ceases. A middle-aged man enters the courtyard, his voice soft as he inquires, "Jinghong, what are your thoughts on this impending union?" He is Yu Ziming, the head of the Yu family and a peak-level awakener. For a third-rate family, having a peak-level awakener is indeed commendable. After all, in second-rate families like the Song family, the strongest among them is merely a mid-level awakener. Yu Jinghong rises, an alluring fragrance enveloping her as she responds, "Among the younger generation of the Lin family, Lin Han is too rigid, conversing with such a person would be rather tedious. As for Lin Xian, he is but a debauched youth, shrouded in darkness. Though he possesses some cunning, he lacks true potential."
The Lin family has only one who stands out, Lin Chen, yet alas, she is a woman. Yu Ziming interjects, however. The Lin family has another young man named Lin Chen, who is said to be remarkably handsome. Yu Jinghong shakes her head. I am aware of him. He is nothing but a waste, unworthy of consideration. In a world where strength reigns supreme, if I had to choose, I would perhaps prefer Lin Han. Though his demeanor is stern, he is far superior to Lin Xian and Lin Chen. Yu Ziming sighs gently. This matter indeed places you in a difficult position. With a charming smile, Yu Jinghong replies, whether it is a hardship or not, I shall know only upon meeting the Lin family.
Later that afternoon. At the Lin family plaza, dozens of young members of the Lin family are practicing martial arts.
Lin Han, wielding a long knife, moves among them,
promptly correcting any flawed movements he observes.
Your punches are too slow and indecisive. With such technique, you will likely miss your opponent before you even strike.
As for you,
your footing is unsteady. I advise you to moderate your movements, lest you render yourself incapacitated. You, however, are commendable. Your punches are vigorous and full of spirit.
Yet,
your flaw is evident. You exhaust your strength too quickly. I suggest you refine your control. Martial arts require not just ferocity but also balance between strength and finesse.
As a standout among the younger generation of the Lin family, Lin Han possesses considerable skill.
At the very least, none have dared to dispute his teachings while he instructs these young disciples.
Brother is indeed serious and responsible.
This makes me, as his younger brother, feel somewhat ashamed.
A teasing voice interjects.
Lin Xian approached, wielding a silvery spear, his white robes billowing elegantly around him, lending an air of grandeur to his presence. Lin Han spoke calmly. The future of the Lin family relies on each member. I shall naturally take my responsibilities seriously.
He chuckled lightly, adding, these profound principles escape my understanding. Yet I am aware that it has been a long while since we last sparred. Might I request your guidance today, elder brother?
With a swift motion,
Lin Xian twirled the spear, creating a mesmerizing flourish, its tip emanating a chilling aura.
The young members of the Lin family paused their training. Their gazes fixed in anticipation on the two combatants, curious about who among Lin Han and Lin Xian possessed greater strength.
Clang!
Lin Han planted his long knife firmly against the ground, responding with nonchalance, since you wish to spar, I shall gladly oblige.
Then I shall not hold back.
Lin Xian's spear lunged towards Lin Han with astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. He was a formidable level 2 awakener in the late stage of his development. With a firm grip on his knife, Lin Han raised it effortlessly, swinging it down with tremendous force, the heavy blade becoming a mere plaything in his skilled hands. In terms of strength, he was equally matched with Lin Xian. The two engaged in an immediate clash.
Unbeknownst to them,
3 observers were watching from a distance: the venerable Lin Haitian, Yu Jinghong, and Lin Chengyu. Lin Haitian chuckled softly, remarking, though Lin Han's temperament is straightforward, his vision encompasses the future of the Lin family, which is commendable.
As for Lin Xian, his talent is commendable as well, though he lacks sufficient experience and maturity.
Yu Jinghong praised, today, witnessing the elegance of both young masters. I realize that there are always greater heights in individuals beyond our comprehension. Even those prodigies from second-tier families, like Song Lingfeng, only reach the level 2 awakening stage in their potential. Yet, here we have Lin Han and Lin Xian, both from a third-tier family, also at the level 2 awakening stage. This is indeed astonishing. It becomes evident that the Lin family is far more complex than it appears. Historically, they were a first-tier family. And despite their decline, remnants of their former prestige remain. Yu Jinghong began to understand why the elder had pursued a union with the Lin family. He must have discerned something of significance, initially believing that only Lin Qingyu was noteworthy.
It now seems that both Lin Han and Lin Xian are quite remarkable in their own right. For instance, Lin Xian is often perceived as a frivolous youth,
indulging in pleasures, yet few recognize his true strength. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. He might simply be concealing his capabilities.
However, This revelation nearly surprised Yu Jinghong rather than overwhelming her. She turned to Lin Qingyu, inquiring, "What do you think of their abilities?" Her gaze shifted to the Qinglin sword in Lin Qingyu's hand. Is this the famed Qinglin sword? Even sheathed, it exudes an extraordinary aura.
Lin Qingyu cast a fleeting glance at Lin Han and Lin Chen but did not respond to Yu Jinghong's question. Even without the Qinglin sword, Lin Han and Lin Chen combined would still be no match for her.
Noticing Lin Qingyu's silence,
Yu Jinghong smiled and shifted the topic. I heard that the second young master of the Lin family, Lin Chen, has also returned.
Why haven't we seen him?
Lin Haitian also paused momentarily. After chatting with Lin Chen earlier today, the latter had vanished without a trace, leaving him uncertain about his current whereabouts. Lin Haitian called out to a servant nearby, "Immediately summon Lin Chen to me."
In the recent considerations for a marriage alliance with the Yu family,
Lin Chen was certainly among Lin Haitian's thoughts. If Lin Chen were to be fortuitously favored by Yu Jinghong, it would alleviate many of his concerns for the future.
A few minutes later, at Lin Chen's residence. "Second young master, the elder has summoned you to the square immediately," the servant said respectfully. "What is the matter?" Lin Chen inquired.
The servant replied, "Miss Yu Jinghong from the Yu family has come to our Lin family. And it is said that the Yu family intends to form a marriage alliance with us." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "Inform the elder that I have just returned from Lingwu University and am quite fatigued, wishing to rest properly. I am well aware of the family's trivial matters. Yet I have no desire to concern myself with them, as our pursuits and understandings are simply not on the same plane."
A marriage alliance? What is that? Women only serve to hinder one's cultivation speed.
Chapter 47, The Art of Indirection. Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, Lin Haitian's countenance darkened immeasurably. It seemed he had defied the heavens. Infuriated, he commanded, "Bring him here at once, otherwise, let him be cast out of the Lin family."
He had intended to bridge the gap for Lin Chen, yet the latter's utter lack of ambition incensed him. How could he not be furious?
A useless individual is not the true terror, rather, it is the absence of any desire for progress.
The competition within the family was already fierce.
Though he could protect Lin Chen temporarily, he could not shield him for a lifetime. One day, he too would depart from this world.
What then would become of Lin Chen?
Conversely, if Lin Chen could establish a connection with the Yu family, he would no longer be vulnerable to bullying within the Lin clan, and Lin Haitian could confidently entrust some of the family's interests to him. Yu Jinghong felt a peculiar intrigue. The seemingly ineffectual second young master appeared reluctant to meet her, which she found amusing.
Did he not realize that forging an alliance with her would dramatically amplify the resources at his disposal? Was it a strategy of feigned indifference, or genuine disdain? Regardless, he had succeeded, for at that moment, Yu Jinghong felt a flicker of curiosity about Lin Chen. She was eager to discover how he had transformed over the years. The subordinate departed with trepidation. Moments later, he returned, escorting the listless Lin Chen. Upon laying eyes on him, Yu Jinghong's expression brightened. After years apart, he had become even more handsome, particularly with the air of tranquility that surrounded him. Such a transformation was indeed astonishing. However, her brow soon furrowed slightly, as a glimmer of disappointment flickered in her gaze. As rumors suggested, the second young master was indeed a waste. He bore no trace of a Tianqing's aura. In this era, where strength reigned supreme, failing to become a Tianqing would surely result in obscurity among the masses, especially since Tianqings enjoyed a significantly longer lifespan. With this in mind, Yu Jinghong dismissed Lin Chen from her considerations. "Report to the patriarch, the second young master has arrived," the subordinate respectfully announced before stepping aside. Lin Chen lazily offered a greeting. "Greetings, patriarch." "Humph." Lin Haitian snorted coldly, then remarked, "Now that you have returned, you must engage more with the younger generation of the Lin family. What sort of behavior is it to remain cooped up indoors all day?" Lin Han was correct. The future of the Lin family depended on the younger generation. As the second young master, if Lin Chen wished to grasp a portion of the family's interests, it was imperative to cultivate relationships with his peers. Whether within the family or the wider community, human connections were the foundation of influence. If one did not actively forge alliances, who would stand by him when he sought power in the future? Thus, this was the essence of vision. The patriarch saw only the Lin family, while Lin Chen's gaze extended to the entire Blue Star. Even beyond each perspective was valid, merely differing in scope. The elder's admonition bore weight, and Lin Chen appeared genuinely contrite. Observing this, Lin Haitian's expression softened somewhat. He continued, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Yu Ginghong, the esteemed daughter of the Yu family, whom you must have met before." Lin Chen turned to Yu Ginghong and respectfully clasped his fists, greeting, "Miss Yu. It is a pleasure to see you." The Lin and Yu families have historically maintained a close relationship, and Lin Chen had previously visited the Yu household with his parents. Having encountered Yu Jinghong on several occasions, thus he felt somewhat acquainted with her. Yu Jinghong smiled playfully, "It has been years since we last met. You have undergone quite a transformation, to the point where I almost failed to recognize you." Lin Chen offered a serene smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Haitian cast a disapproving glance at Lin Chen, feeling a pang of disappointment. Suddenly, a resounding noise erupted, shaking the ground beneath them. It was evident that a victor had emerged from the clash between Lin Han and Lin Xian. The latter's expression darkened as he gripped his spear, his hand trembling slightly. He had presumed that his cultivation level was on par with Lin Han's, only to discover that his rival had taken a decisive step forward. Lin Han remarked nonchalantly, "If you spent less time indulging in pleasures, you too could attain my level." With a scoff, Lin Xian was about to retort when he caught sight of Lin Haitian not far away. Lin Han noticed this as well, and both their expressions shifted. They promptly approached Lin Haitian, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, elder." Simultaneously, their gazes fell upon Yu Jinghong, a look of admiration blossoming in their eyes. Lin Haitian nodded at the two, then turned to Lin Han with a smile of approval. "Honor, I did not expect your rapid advancement in cultivation. It is time to prepare for your next breakthrough. If you lack resources, feel free to collect from the treasury." Lin Han felt a surge of joy and responded eagerly, "Thank you, elder. Rest assured, within 3 months, I will surely reach the 3rd tier of the awakening realm." In truth, he was confident he could achieve it in a month, but he understood the importance of humility. Overconfidence could lead to embarrassment should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Lin Chen felt a twinge of envy, yet he maintained a composed demeanor in front of others. Lin Haitian then addressed Lin Xian, "You too, Lin Xian, are doing admirably. With diligence, your own breakthrough will not be far off. And the family's resources will be made available to you as well." "Thank you, elder," Lin Xian replied, his face lighting up with gratitude. Lin Haitian smiled gently. "This applies not only to the two of you but to all members of the Lin family. Any descendant who demonstrates exceptional merit will have access to equivalent training resources. I declare this today, you must continue to strive diligently, lest I be disappointed." "Yes." The other young members present expressed their excitement. In this era, strength necessitated a continuous influx of resources. It was clear that the Lin family placed great importance on cultivating the next generation. When every member of a family embodies excellence, that family can truly be deemed prosperous. You young people must have much to discuss. I shall not intrude any longer. I will take my leave to enjoy some tea." Lin Haitian smiled lightly, indicating he wished to grant Lin Chen and the others the opportunity to converse freely. With that, he turned and departed, hands clasped behind his back. After Lin Haitian's departure, Lin Xian turned his gaze towards Lin Chen and said softly, "Brother, you have undergone a remarkable transformation during your 3 years at Lingwu University. I presume you have acquired a wealth of knowledge." Lin Chen fell silent for a moment before responding, "Do you believe me if I say I learned nothing?" Feigning surprise, Lin Xian exclaimed, "How is that possible? Lingwu University is the foremost institution in Lingyun City, with instructors of formidable prowess. As your younger brother, I can hardly accept that you gain nothing during your time there. I know you are being modest. How about we spar a little? And then we'll determine whether you are indeed being truthful. That's absurd. Lin Han interjected with a chilling tone. You have already reached the late stage of the second level in the awakening realm, while Xiaochen has no cultivation at all. How could he possibly be your match? Do not go too far. Lin Chen stroked his chin, seemingly in contemplation, and remarked, if I were to engage, it would indeed be somewhat of a bullying situation for my brother. He then cast a slight glance at a fellow Lin family member. The young man understood the implication and promptly stepped forward, saying, allow me to spar with the second young master. I am merely at the initial stage of the first level and doubt I could cause any harm to him. Chapter 48, a test of skills. The exchange between Lin Chen and the young scion of the Lin family seemed devoid of any issues. Yet the sensation of humiliation grew increasingly palpable. Did this imply that they deemed Lin Chen too inept to engage in a duel with Lin Chen? In that moment, the gazes of the onlookers towards Lin Chen became tinged with a peculiar strangeness. Would he dare to accept the challenge? Should he falter? His standing among the younger generation of the Lin family would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow, yet, should he accept? Facing defeat at the hands of a mere initial-level awakener would equally tarnish his reputation. Thus, this posed a perilous dilemma. Lin Han furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to intercede on Lin Chen's behalf. However, how would others perceive Lin Chen in such a light? Yu Jinghong displayed a glint of curiosity. She was eager to see how Lin Chen would navigate this predicament. As for Lin Qingyu, her expression remained impassive, as if the affairs of the outside world bore no relevance to her. Amidst the speculation regarding Lin Chen's willingness to accept the challenge, he calmly uttered, no need. The young Lin scion, upon hearing this, revealed a look of disappointment. He sighed, are you worried that I might injure you, second young master? Lin Chen responded nonchalantly, no. I mean, I wish to spar with him. His gaze shifted towards Lin Chen. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of uproar. What? Lin Chen actually wished to engage in a duel with Lin Chen? Lin Chen was a late-stage second-level awakener. While Lin Chen was merely an ordinary person, what could he possibly offer in such a contest? Was he courting death? Lin Chen paused for a second before inquiring with a tone of incredulity, are you serious? His initial intention had been to select a random Lin family member for Lin Chen to spar with, merely to diminish Lin Chen's standing. Little did he expect Lin Chen to challenge him directly. What do you say? Lin Chen proceeded toward the rack of weapons nearby. The crowd gasped once more, as Lin Chen's demeanor appeared devoid of jest. He truly intended to spar with Lin Chen. Realizing this, Lin Chen coldly smirked, since the second young master is so confident, I shall gladly oblige. Should he take the initiative to strike, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions of him bullying Lin Chen. Even a victory would lack honor. However, as it was Lin Chen who proposed the duel, the blame could not rest upon him. Lin Chen selected a long spear, wielding it with a graceful flourish, finding it quite comfortable. Lin Chen, have you lost your mind? Lin Han's brow was tightly knitted. To actively engage with Lin Chen was one thing, but to choose a long spear as his weapon was a reckless gamble, considering Lin Xian's expertise lay precisely with that weapon. Lin Chen remained silent, positioning himself at the center of the square. With a flash, Lin Xian appeared opposite him, a playful glint in his eye. Since this is merely a spar, I shall not take advantage of you, second brother. I will refrain from employing any awakening powers and will solely contest your spear techniques. In his view, Lin Chen was merely an ordinary individual. Even without utilizing his awakening abilities, Lin Chen could hardly pose a threat. Furthermore, Lin Chen had selected the very weapon Lin Chen excelled with, rendering the outcome of this encounter all but inevitable. Second brother, please. Lin Xian's spear quivered in his grip as he gestured for Lin Chen to begin. Lin Chen refrained from unnecessary chatter. thrusting his spear directly towards Lin Chen with a simplicity that was devoid of any ostentation. It appeared utterly unremarkable. Did anyone truly believe Lin Chen could withstand even a few moves from the third young master? After all, Lin Chen was merely an ordinary person, far from a match for the third young master. In my estimation, he would surely fall after just one strike. As I anticipated. Although the third young master refrained from utilizing his awakening powers, defeating an ordinary individual should be an effortless task. The crowd murmured softly, unanimous in their belief that Lin Chen stood no chance of victory. How could an ordinary person hope to triumph over an awakened being? Even one who restrained their own prowess? Brother, too slow. Lin Chen mocked with a disdainful smile, perceiving Lin Chen's thrust as painfully sluggish. The trajectory starkly visible and easily graspable. He aimed to deflect Lin Chen's spear with a sweeping motion of his own. The strike was executed with remarkable speed and formidable force. Should it connect, it would undoubtedly cause grievous harm. Just as the two spears were on the verge of collision, Lin Chen unexpectedly retracted his weapon. Lin Xian's spear met only air, a flourish of steel dancing through the atmosphere, producing a sound akin to a fierce gust. Even without resorting to his awakening powers, the force Lin Xian unleashed was undeniably terrifying, one that no ordinary individual could withstand. Thus, Lin Chen intended to sweep away Lin Chen's spear, but he was unprepared for Lin Chen's decision to evade direct confrontation. A clever strategy, brother, but to me, it seems nothing more than a trivial display. Lin Chen replied with nonchalance, his spear sweeping towards Lin Chen with an overwhelming force, ready to obliterate any defenses, regardless of their complexity. The 6 principles of spear technique, thrust, sweep, press, cover, lift, and stab, boil down to the core concepts of piercing and sweeping. A thrust aims directly at the heart, an unstoppable force that leaves no room for retreat, embodying a relentless momentum. A sweep, on the other hand, is a horizontal strike that shatters all opposition, showcasing an indomitable might. The spear is the king of all weapons, its strength increases with its length. With a whoosh, the spear swept through the air, accompanied by a rush of wind. Just as Lin Xian's weapon reached its apex, a shadowy spearhead suddenly materialized before his throat. What? Lin Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retracted his sweeping spear, retreating with urgency. Yet, the ominous spearhead remained unyielding, relentlessly pursuing him. No matter how he maneuvered, the spearhead seemed to have a will of its own, relentlessly shadowing his neck. Finding no avenue for escape, Lin Chen instinctively raised his spear in defense. Just as he succeeded in parrying one thrust, another came swiftly after, the strikes accelerating like starlight. Continuously defending and retreating proved futile, the spearhead had him firmly ensnared. Overwhelmed by the barrage of thrusts, Lin Chen felt increasingly besieged, as if the very air was thick with danger. With a sudden retreat, he found himself several meters away. After a distance of over 10 meters, Lin Chen abruptly halted, for a cold gun barrel pressed against his neck, mere centimeters away from taking his life. You are defeated, Lin Chen stated with composure. Lin Xian's countenance darkened, a mixture of resentment and fury flickering in his eyes. He had actually lost. And to someone he deemed an ordinary person. How could he possibly come to terms with such a blow to his pride? He was a second-tier awakener at the peak of his stage. Even without utilizing his awakening powers, his speed and physical prowess were unmatched by mere mortals. Yet, inexplicably, he had succumbed to an ordinary individual. How could this be? It was unfathomable. The onlookers were equally astounded, the outcome shattering their expectations. Those who had previously believed in Lin Chen's inevitable defeat now found themselves in an awkward predicament. Has the third young master truly lost? Am I dreaming? Indeed. It felt like a dream, as there was no pain to signify reality. I knew it. How could Lin Chen possibly triumph over the third young master? Ouch! You pinched me. Chapter 49, This Old Scoundrel. The battle unfolded swiftly, concluding even more rapidly. One might even describe it as a mere formality. For throughout the encounter,
Lin Chen relied solely on a singular maneuver, a thrust. No superfluous techniques were employed, merely an unyielding advance. In stark contrast, from the moment Lin Chen unleashed his strike, Lin Chen found himself ensnared in Lin Chen's rhythm. Defeated in his area of expertise, Lin Chen's emotions were understandably tumultuous. The onlookers shared a similarly complex sentiment. After all, the outcome was truly unexpected. Despite the prevalent narrative branding Lin Chen as a waste, he effortlessly triumphed over Lin Chen. How does one reconcile that? Humph. The third young master lost because he did not employ his awakening power. Were he to have done so, how could Lin Chen possibly stand against him? A dissenting voice remarked, unable to bear Lin Chen's victory. Indeed. It was clearly due to the third young master's carelessness. I believe the results of this contest should be invalidated, and a rematch is in order, another echoed. Ha! A mere ordinary individual vanquishes a suppressed awakener. And you think that can be disregarded? Someone countered. How amusing. Yu Jinghong chuckled lightly. Lin Ershao was not as inept as she had initially presumed, however. She deemed him unworthy of her admiration, for in genuine combat, an opponent would not be so indulgent. Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief, while Lin Qingyu maintained her impassive demeanor. Yet her gaze towards Lin Chen held a hint of intrigue. Casually discarding his spear, Lin Chen remarked, I find myself somewhat fatigued. Feel free to carry on without me. With that, he departed the square. Lin Chen, observing Lin Chen's retreating figure, inhaled deeply and confessed, I indeed underestimated him. In his view, his defeat stemmed primarily from his own lapse in judgment. Only such an explanation could suffice, otherwise, how could an ordinary person possibly overcome a formidable awakener? Lin Chen attributed his failure to carelessness. Lin Han cast a fleeting glance at him, choosing not to elaborate. In truth, he too was curious about how Lin Chen had bested Lin Chen. The earlier contest appeared deceptively simple. Was it truly just Lin Xian's oversight? Turning to Yu Jinghong, Lin Han proposed, Jinghong, this place is rather dull, allow me to escort you to explore elsewhere. I am well acquainted with all things Lin and can assure your satisfaction. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of incredulity, which soon morphed into discontent. Who claimed Lin Han was a dullard? Such an endearing address as Jinghong could not be uttered without years of mastery. Even one as indulgent in pleasure as himself felt a twinge of inadequacy. This old scoundrel. Had he been feigning all along? Or had he merely chosen to make his move upon witnessing the humiliation he had just endured? The various young disciples contemplated, who previously asserted they were the future of the Lin family, tasked with earnest training? Now, faced with a woman, he donned an entirely different facade. This old scoundrel. This old scoundrel. Yu Jinghong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gracefully, very well. The night unfolded with the Lin family illuminated in a splendid display, bustling with life. This evening marked not only the grand celebration of the elder's birthday but also the family assembly of the Lin clan. The purpose was straightforward, capitalizing on the elder's birthday. They aimed to showcase the family's strength to the gathered formidable figures from afar. It is essential for a family to appropriately demonstrate its prowess to the outside world, serving as a deterrent against any potential threats. At this moment, on the highest platform, sat notable figures from various families within Lingyun City, predominantly from lesser-known clans. The Yu family, represented by Yu Ziming, had come to extend their best wishes for the elder's health and prosperity. A resonant voice echoed through the venue as Yu Ziming, accompanied by his two daughters, made their entrance. Instantly, the attention of the crowd gravitated towards the trio. The two young ladies were the esteemed daughters of the Yu family. The elder sister, Yu Jinghong, was rumored to possess profound strength, attracting numerous suitors, yet none had succeeded in winning her heart. Whispers suggested that the elder of the Yu family intended to arrange a union between her and a descendant of the Lin family. The younger sister, Yu Linger, was a direct disciple of the renowned Hunter Guild's elder, her formidable background rendering her untouchable, with warnings circulating to keep a respectful distance from her.
greetings to Grandfather Lin. Yu Ginghong and Yu Linger saluted Lin Haitian. Excellent, excellent.
Please take your seats, Lin Haitian beamed with delight.
Then, another voice resonated, the Feng family, Feng Jiantao, has come to congratulate Elder Lin on his boundless fortune and longevity.
Upon hearing this voice, the Lin family members furrowed their brows. The Lin family had its share of adversaries in Lingyun City, and the Feng family was among them.
In the days when the Lin family thrived, the Feng family dared not provoke them. However, with the Lin family's decline, various unsavory characters emerged, intent on seizing a piece of their legacy, with the Feng family being a prominent nuisance. Over the past year, tensions had escalated to a boiling point.
No one anticipated that the Feng family would dare to show up at the Lin residence tonight. As the crowd pondered, three figures rushed in from the distance. One was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, flanked by two companions. One, with striking red hair and an air of arrogance, seemed indifferent to those present.
The other,
clad in a flowing white robe and towering at 2 meters tall, resembled a majestic dragon or elephant.
His dark complexion and piercing copper-like eyes exuded an intimidating aura, compelling onlookers to avoid his gaze.
Yet, despite his formidable presence, he possessed an extraordinary and unique charm, standing effortlessly amidst the crowd, as if one with the heavens and earth, exuding an ethereal grace.
Who could this individual be?
The crowd was filled with astonishment. The red-haired man was easily recognized as Feng Jiantao's son, Feng Qi. However, the figure in white was a mystery to all.
What weighed heavily on the hearts of the onlookers was the profound aura emanating from the man in simple attire.
An air of inscrutability that seemed to plunge into unfathomable depths.
The arrival did not bode well.
Lin Haitian silently mused, before greeting Feng Jiantao with a smile, Master Feng.
Please take a seat.
Feng Jiantao, with an amused smile, chose not to elaborate further and took his place alongside his two companions.
However,
when he cast a glance toward the man in plain clothing, a hint of reverence flickered in his eyes, to entice this individual to their gathering.
He had relinquished a treasured heirloom of the Feng family.
Naturally, in his view, as long as it served to suppress the Lin family, every sacrifice was justified.
Surely, there are no other guests?
Lin Haitian surveyed the surroundings, feeling that the assembly was nearly complete, and it was time to commence the evening's proceedings.
At that moment,
a chorus of voices arose. From the Xiao family, Xiao Dingtian extended his congratulations to the venerable Lin elder, wishing him longevity like the sun and moon,
and harmony with the mountains and rivers.
From the Tang family, Tang Hao offered his best wishes for the Lin elder to enjoy a lifespan equal to the heavens,
with abundant blessings.
From the Wang family, Wang Zhan, accompanied by his nephew Wang Yi, expressed his hopes for the Lin elder's robust health and fulfillment in all endeavors. From the Qi family, Qi Feishua arrived to convey her congratulations, wishing the Lin elder everlasting fortune and longevity akin to that of the immortals. Chapter 50, The Lin family gathering. Upon the arrival of Xiao Dingtian and others, the attendees immediately rose from their seats, greeting them with deference.
However, in that moment, the gazes directed at the members of the Lin family were imbued with a newfound respect. None could have anticipated that old Master Lin would host such prominent figures for his grand celebration. Indeed, old Master Lin's influence remains substantial, and his discerning eye for connections is commendable.
Yu Ziming, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had previously believed that the union between the Yu and Lin families would be a burden on Yu Jinghong. Yet it now appeared that perhaps the Yu family had overreached. Though the Lin family had seen better days, their storied legacy still commanded respect.
Please, everyone, take your seats,
Lin Haitian said, his face aglow with delight. He was pleasantly surprised that Xiao Dingtian and the others had chosen to attend. He had initially doubted their presence. Their attendance was a testament to the Lin family's standing, a gesture that would surely be remembered.
Damn it! Feng Jiantao's expression darkened.
The arrival of Xiao Dingtian and his companions had caught him off guard, revealing his previous underestimation of the Lin family. Yet, observing the calm demeanor of the man beside him, he regained his confidence.
No matter what, he resolved to curtail the Lin family's prestige this evening. Am I too late? A voice resonated, causing Feng Jiantao to lose his composure. His body trembled as disbelief flooded his eyes. Just then, an elderly man with white hair and a veiled woman made their entrance. The esteemed elder Zhou from the Hunters Guild. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. No one had expected him to personally grace the Lin family with his presence. Was it possible that the Lin family was not as fallen as rumored? The crowd was in disbelief, grappling with the notion that they could summon such a distinguished figure. Even Xiao Dingtian and the others appeared taken aback, realizing that it would be prudent to strengthen ties with the Lin family. Though the Lin family may have declined, their profound heritage still commanded admiration. Dear Lin brother, I hope my uninvited presence is not an imposition, Elder Zhou said with a warm smile directed at Lin Haitian. Not at all, Elder Zhou. Your presence is a great honor for the Lin family. Please, take a seat, Lin Haitian responded eagerly. While the arrival of Xiao Dingtian and others was understandable, Elder Zhou's presence raised questions in Lin Haitian's mind. With a gentle smile, Elder Zhou and the veiled woman found their seats. Yu Linger promptly approached. Her gaze towards Bai Yuechu laced with reverence, clearly aware of her esteemed lineage. In truth, Elder Zhou's visit was merely to accompany Bai Yuechu, who seemed genuinely interested in the Lin family. Once seated, Bai Yuechu's attention turned to the man in plain garb. It is him. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yuechu's eyes, as she had not anticipated his presence here. The man in plain clothing also recognized Bai Yuechu, equally taken aback by the encounter. Some gazes fell upon Bai Yuechu, and at first glance, she was breathtaking, though her visage remained concealed. One could surmise a beauty that could captivate a nation beneath the veil. Who is this enchanting woman? Lin Haitian was flanked by two individuals. To his left sat Lin Xingzhou, the third uncle of Lin Chen, who, despite being in a wheelchair, appeared significantly invigorated compared to before. To his right was a distinguished middle-aged man, Lin Sangxiong, the head of the Lin family and Lin Chen's elder uncle. As for Lin Chen and his companions, they had yet to earn their seats and could only stand obediently at the edge of the square. Let us commence, Lin Haitian directed towards Lin Sangxiong. I hereby announce the convening of the Lin family assembly, Lin Sangxiong proclaimed in a tone that was both indifferent and imbued with an inexplicable authority. In an instant, the members of the Lin family adopted a serious demeanor. The family assembly consisted of two primary segments. The first was an assessment of the talents and abilities of the younger generation, and the second involved their sparring sessions with formidable warriors gathered from all directions. It presented an opportune moment to showcase their prowess. Suddenly, a white-haired elder from the Lin family materialized at the center of the square, cradling a mysterious orb in his hands. This is the Tianqing Pearl, employed for the evaluation of talent and strength. Few families in Lingyun City possess such an artifact, and the Lin family has made considerable sacrifices to acquire it. He embedded the Tianqing Pearl into a mystical white jade pillar, which then trembled as a soft glow enveloped it. It was revealed that this elder was a mid-level Tier 3 Tianqing practitioner. The spectators were astounded to discover that this elder of the Lin family was indeed a mid-level Tier 3 Tianqing practitioner. What an impressive lineage the Lin family possesses! A sense of trepidation arose among the onlookers. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have remained oblivious to the family's formidable depth. To have an elder of such caliber emerge so casually raised questions about the secrets hidden within the Lin family. Lin Xiaowu. The elder called out a name. Present. A serious-looking youth, around 15 or 16 years of age, stepped forward. He approached the white jade pillar and placed his hand upon the Tianqing Pearl. With a hum, the glow atop the pillar flickered, ultimately condensing into a message: yellow-grade talent, mid-level Tier 1. The white-haired elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "You have shown signs of complacency. Strive for improvement." Understood, elder. Lin Xiaowu respectfully retreated. 3 months prior, he had already reached mid-level Tier 1, yet he remained stagnant.
It was no wonder the elder expressed dissatisfaction.
Next, Lin Chen. The elder called.
Soon, a nonchalant youth of 17 or 18 approached the white jade pillar.
This youth possesses some remarkable qualities, Wang Zhan commented. Xiao Ding Tian nodded in agreement.
Lin Chen grinned mischievously and casually placed his hand on the Tianqing pearl. With a powerful hum, the white light surged, significantly stronger than that of the previous Lin family disciple. A message appeared: mysterious grade talent, initial level tier 2.
Ah! Quite commendable. You may step down, praised the white-haired elder.
Thank you, elder. Lin Chen strode forward with remarkable confidence. Among the younger generation of the Lin family,
he hardly ranked within the top 5.
It was astonishing to discover such a prodigy within the Lin clan, truly exceptional.
The crowd was filled with awe.
For it is noteworthy that achieving the second tier at such a young age is no small feat, heightening their anticipation for the other descendants of the Lin family.
Lin Yi.
Subsequently, numerous members of the Lin family began to showcase their talents and prowess.
What was particularly astonishing was that nearly 10 among the dozens of Lin family heirs possessed profound innate abilities, a testament to the family's remarkable lineage. Lin Chen. At last,
the elder with flowing white hair called out Lin Chen's name.
Chapter 51, Earthly Talent. The crowd was filled with immense anticipation.
For Lin Chen was the direct descendant of the Lin family, the beloved grandson of Lin Haitian. His innate abilities and strength were surely extraordinary. Approaching the white jade pillar with a smile, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement, for from this moment onward, he would be the center of attention.
And his name would resonate throughout Lingyun City. After years of concealment, today would mark his astonishing emergence. Boom!
As Lin Xian's hand made contact with the awakening pearl,
a blinding radiance erupted, enveloping him in an instant.
The powerful light swept across the square, dazzling the onlookers to the point where they could hardly keep their eyes open.
Earthly talent, at the late stage of the second level.
A gasp echoed through the crowd.
In an instant, many could no longer remain seated. Earthly talent. As long as he did not meet an untimely end, his future was destined for greatness.
The Lin family had given birth to a prodigy of earthly caliber. What a marvel! Initially, it was believed that with the fall of Lin Kanglin and the incapacitation of Lin Qingzhou, the Lin family would be forever unable to rise again.
Yet today, a prodigy of earthly talent had emerged from their midst.
What a remarkable turn for the Lin family! With Lin Chen in their ranks, they were bound to reclaim their former glory in due time. For a moment, the gazes directed at Lin Chen were filled with grave seriousness.
Feng Jiantao's expression darkened to the utmost degree.
The emergence of such a prodigy within the Lin family genuinely astonished him, yet he could not suppress a cold smirk within. The premature exposure of such a talent to the public might not necessarily bode well. Lin Haitian truly had become a fool in his old age. Feng Jiantao glanced at Feng Qi beside him. Feng Qi revealed a cruel smile, contemplating how amusing it would be to cripple a prodigy of earthly talent.
Indeed, an earthly prodigy was commendable.
Xiao Dingtian nodded to himself. Even his own Xiao family had never produced a prodigy of such caliber.
However,
the Xiao family boasted 2 heavenly prodigies, Xiao Renfeng and Xiao Bufan, so in the grand scheme of things, his family still held the upper hand. This thought brought a smile to Xiao Dingtian's face.
The future of the family could not rely solely on their generation. It was imperative to count on the younger generation as well. Little brat, you infuriate me.
Wang Zhan glared at Wang Yi beside him.
Why was it that his own offspring differed so vastly from others?
Wang Yi, disinterested in Wang Zhan's disdain, was scanning the crowd.
Found it.
A sly grin appeared on Wang Yi's face as he spotted the inconspicuous Lin Chen among the throng. He had come to the Lin family tonight solely to drink with Lin Chen. Ignoring the current circumstances, he made his way toward Lin Chen.
Am I not capable? Wang Yi thought, ready to assert his prowess.
This insufferable little rascal.
Wang Zhan felt a sense of helplessness. Ah!
Lin Chen experienced what it truly meant to be the focal point of the masses, feeling exhilarated yet maintaining his composure. He offered a faint smile before stepping back. Previously, when mentioned, he was merely regarded as a frivolous young master, indulging in worldly pleasures. From this moment forward, who would dare to label him thus? Bravo! A wave of applause erupted as the Lin family disciples stood tall with pride, reveling in the moment, for today was their display of excellence. The elders of the Lin family bore smiles, their gazes sweeping over the crowd, relishing the moment while harboring a touch of derision. The Lin family, having dared to showcase the prowess of their younger generation tonight, was evidently prepared for any eventualities, should anyone be foolish enough to challenge them. They would not see the dawn of tomorrow. Lin Han. The white-haired elder called out another name, and the atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. If Lin Chen, the third young master, exhibited such remarkable talent, then surely Lin Han, the eldest, would not be lacking in distinction. One could only wonder what kind of astonishment Lin Han would bestow upon the onlookers. As Lin Han took the stage, his aura was palpably more formidable than Lin Xian's. The moment his hand grazed the Tianqing pearl, a resounding hum echoed, enveloping the heavens and earth in a brilliant white light, even more intense than before. A peak of second-level earthly talent. A collective gasp resonated throughout the venue, as the spectators were once again taken aback. Lin Han had indeed delivered an extraordinary surprise, surpassing Lin Xian in strength. The Lin family was truly producing prodigies. Damn it! Feng Jiantao clenched his fists, his mood severely dampened. The mere presence of Lin Xian had already exerted pressure upon him, and now with the emergence of Lin Han, who was even stronger, it felt as though a colossal stone was pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Was the Lin family truly on the verge of resurgence? Feng Qi sneered. Father, worry not. These Lin family scions can stir no great waves, I can quell them with a mere gesture. Feng Jiantao remained silent, his icy demeanor intensifying. With two paragons of earthly talent, the Lin family was destined to reclaim its former glory. Yu Ziming's eyes sparkled with determination. His resolve to forge an alliance with the Lin family solidified. The union of their two families would undoubtedly augment their strengths in a short span of time. Indeed. In the future, the Yu family might even ascend to the ranks of a first-tier family. Despite the external perception that the Yu family relied on the Hunters Guild for its formidable background, Yu Ziming understood that the guild was a neutral entity that would not genuinely provide developmental resources to the Yu family. Otherwise, they would not have remained in the third-tier family ranks for so many years. Some truths are best realized when seen clearly. To develop, one must devise their own means. Ginghong, whom do you find more to your liking, Lin Xian or Lin Han? Yu Ziming inquired of Yu Jinghong. Yu Jinghong replied softly, let us observe a while longer. Perhaps it was a matter of preconceived notions, although both Lin Han and Lin Xian possessed commendable talents and strengths. They had yet to reach a level that stirred her heart. After all, they had not spent sufficient time together. Yu Ziming nodded, refraining from further questioning. However, Yu Linger furrowed her brow slightly and said, Father, are you truly intent on marrying my sister into the Lin family? To her, such a union seemed a last resort. Particularly since the Yu family had not yet reached a point where such an alliance was imperative. Yu Ziming sighed, realizing that this girl had yet to grasp the crisis facing their family. If there were other choices, he would naturally refrain from allowing Yu Jinghong to enter into matrimony. However, the Yu family is devoid of options now, as the elder patriarch's condition is rapidly deteriorating. The old man serves as the cornerstone of the family. Once he departs, countless wolves and tigers will undoubtedly converge upon the Yu household. Lin Han expressionlessly withdrew. He paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. Next, Lin Qingyu. The voice of the white-haired elder carried an added warmth as he lifted his gaze toward a distance. He understood that, in comparison to Lin Han and Lin Xian, Lin Qingyu is truly the foremost prodigy of the Lin family. Numerous gazes turned toward Lin Qingyu, who had garnered a certain degree of fame in the outside world. Many were somewhat familiar with this illustrious daughter of the Lin family.
Chapter 52, Celestial Talent and Extraordinary Phenomena. Half a year ago,
Lin Qingyu had already stepped into the early phase of the second level, and now, after the passage of time, she has surely ascended to the mid-phase. Or perhaps even the late phase of the second level. It is said that her innate talent is formidable. In the past, I might have considered her the foremost of the Lin family. However, upon witnessing the talents and strengths of Lin Han and Lin Chen,
I now perceive her as somewhat ordinary.
Alas, it is inevitable, as Lin Han and Lin Chen have concealed their capabilities so deeply. I suspect that this remarkable daughter of the Lin family is currently experiencing considerable pressure. The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Tang Hao and Xiao Ding Tian, upon hearing this, could not suppress their laughter.
While Lin Han and Lin Chen may be impressive, they would inevitably pale in comparison to Lin Qingyu. Previously, at the Tang residence, they had witnessed Lin Qingyu's terrifying prowess firsthand. When she unleashed her full strength, she could contend with a third-level awakener, all without having reached her breakthrough. Yet, her true innate talent remains a mystery. Disregarding the murmurs around her, Lin Qingyu, with the azure Qilin sword in hand, donned in azure attire, strode toward the center of the plaza.
Is that the azure Qilin sword?
Bai Yuechu mused to himself. Noting that a significant part of his purpose for visiting the Lin family tonight was to behold this spirit artifact. Though the sword remained sheathed, Bai Yuechu already sensed its extraordinary nature. It seems the Lin family's heritage is indeed shrouded in mystery. The formerly tranquil gaze of the cloaked man sparkled with newfound intrigue. He had not anticipated that such a small place as Lingyun City would unveil a spirit artifact.
It is well known that the emergence of any spirit artifact typically incites fierce competition, leading to bloodshed and chaos.
Buzz. As Lin Qingyu extended her delicate hand, the white jade pillar trembled suddenly. A mysterious force emanated from her, radiating outward in all directions, overwhelming numerous onlookers with immense pressure.
Subsequently,
the very ground of the plaza quaked violently, as tiny pebbles, caught in the throes of this powerful force, defied gravity and began to float, reminiscent of an earthquake.
Above, the clouds dispersed, and the crescent moon gradually transformed into a full moon.
The night sky appeared as though washed anew, with stars twinkling like scattered jewels, casting their luminous glow upon Lin Qingyu.
Boom! Multicolored beams of light erupted, sweeping across the horizon in an unending cascade.
Enveloped by these radiant hues, Lin Qingyu resembled a celestial being beneath the starlight, untouched by the dust of the world, exuding unparalleled purity. As the crowd gazed upon her, a sense of inferiority blossomed within them, inciting a desire to revere her. Lin Qingyu, a paragon of celestial talent, in the early phase of the third level. The elder with white hair proclaimed her innate abilities and strength with a voice tinged with tremors.
Even though he was already aware of Lin Qingyu's aptitude,
the reaffirmation still left him in awe, particularly as this testing was extraordinary, accompanied by heavenly phenomena of unprecedented grandeur that left onlookers astounded, a rarity throughout the ages. It must be noted that only those with peerless talents can provoke such celestial disturbances. In the year when Xiao Runfeng underwent his test, a remarkable phenomenon occurred in the heavens and the earth.
On that day,
the skies above the Xiao family were suffused with a majestic purple aura that stretched for 30,000 miles, leaving all in awe.
Hiss! A celestial grade talent.
The Lin family has produced a prodigy.
Countless onlookers gasped in astonishment, captivated by the scene before them.
While Lin Han and Lin Xian's earthly grade talents were within the realm of acceptance, given that such talents were not uncommon in Lingyun City, a celestial grade talent was an entirely different matter. Throughout the entirety of Lingyun City, how many possessed such extraordinary gifts? The most renowned was none other than Xiao Runfeng, who had now become an unparalleled genius at the Star Academy, her presence obscured from the public eye. Yet today, Lin Qingyu had also manifested a celestial grade talent, even summoning a heavenly phenomenon akin to Xiao Runfeng's.
Could this not suggest that her future achievements might rival those of Xiao Runfeng?
The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through the crowd. The prosperity of the Lin family was now merely a matter of time.
Celestial-grade talent and a heavenly phenomenon.
Chi Feishui gazed intently at Lin Qingyu, who resembled an ethereal fairy amidst the crowd, her heart profoundly shaken. It must be noted that when she herself had tested her celestial-grade talent, no such phenomenon had manifested.
This alone indicated that Lin Qingyu's talent was undoubtedly more formidable than her own.
Although talents were categorized into 4 ranks: heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow, there existed a hierarchy even among those of the same rank.
What an impressive family the Lins were, and what an extraordinary individual Lin Qingyu had proven to be. Xiao Dingtian wore an expression of utmost gravity, realizing that his visit to the Lin family today was indeed a most prudent choice. Meanwhile, Tang Hao's heart was equally tumultuous.
Though his thoughts were primarily occupied by Tang Muqian, for she, too, had once garnered similar attention as Lin Qingyu now did. Such a prodigy would not escape the notice of the Hunters' Guild. Bai Yuechu smiled faintly, feeling a sense of regret for the talent being displayed. She had encountered many with celestial-grade talents, yet few had ever elicited such a heavenly phenomenon.
If all went as expected,
this young woman was destined to step into the realm of innate power. Elder Zhou stroked his beard and nodded gently, realizing that he would need to converse with Lin Haitian at length. A man in plain attire exhibited a flicker of intrigue. If his memory served him correctly,
that madwoman from the Star Academy also hailed from Lingyun City.
It was astonishing that such a small place had produced 2 prodigies.
However,
in comparison to Lin Qingyu's celestial-grade talent, the man was far more interested in the Qinglin sword held in her grasp.
Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Lin Haitian laughed heartily,
repeating the word thrice.
One could only imagine the depths of his joy at this moment. It was understandable, if such a prodigy emerged from their family. They would be even more jubilant than Lin Haitian, perhaps hosting a feast that lasted 7 days and nights.
She has broken through again.
Lin Han and Lin Xian exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. In the presence of Lin Qingyu, they were destined to be overshadowed. All the attention of the evening had been seized by Lin Qingyu alone. If anyone were to feel particularly disheartened at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Feng Jiantao.
Originally,
he intended to assert dominance over the Lin family, yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence, a crushing blow from the heavens. A disparity in innate talent. He couldn't help but question whether it was truly possible to suppress the Lin family tonight.
If he took action, would others remain indifferent?
Feng Jiantao was certain that, at this very moment, numerous individuals were eager to curry favor with the Lin family.
Perhaps the instant he made his move,
someone would rise to their defense. After all, this world is never devoid of opportunists.
For a fleeting moment, he contemplated surrender.
However, the 2 families were already at odds. And even if he refrained from undermining the Lin family tonight, they would not spare the Feng family in the future.
Do not worry, father.
Even if Lin Qingyu possesses exceptional talent, I can still defeat her, Feng Qi sneered.
What of her celestial gift? Soon, I shall ensure she is beneath my foot.
Compelled to bow in submission. With this thought, Feng Qi felt a rush of exhilaration. You are now the center of attention. Soon, I shall bring you to tears. Chapter 53, The Perils of Flattery. At the edge of the square, Lin Chen and Wang Yi had procured a table.
Completely disregarding the throngs surrounding them as they commenced their revelry.
One cup after another, they indulged in their merriment, much to the bewilderment of the Lin family members nearby. The second young master was truly beyond redemption. Amidst such a solemn gathering, he found delight in drinking with abandon.
Even if one were to partake, surely a moment's restraint would be in order. What a lack of situational awareness!
A glimmer of scorn flickered in Lin Xian's eyes.
This grand assembly,
with formidable figures from all directions observing, rendered every action of the attendees significant to the Lin family's reputation.
Indeed,
some of the family's elders were also scrutinizing the younger generation, for those who distinguished themselves this evening would reap enhanced resources in the forthcoming days. Thus, Lin Chen maintained his decorum throughout the evening. Lin Han had also taken note of Lin Chen and Wang Yi's boisterous drinking. He swallowed hard, secretly desiring to join them. As for family image, it was of little consequence. Respect was garnered through strength. With enough power, one could even relieve oneself in public. And others would merely commend one for their audacity. Lin Chen, I hadn't anticipated your cousin's talent and strength to be so formidable. It is truly astonishing, Wang Yi whispered, equally captivated by Lin Chengyu's displayed prowess. The Lin family appeared poised to produce another prodigy akin to Xiao Renfeng. Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly, pouring a drink for Wang Yi without further comment. After Lin Chengyu withdrew, the elder with white hair spoke calmly. Next, the younger generation shall engage in mutual sparring. Wait. Suddenly, Feng Jiantao stood up. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, all eyes turning to him. Feeling somewhat awkward, he nonetheless pressed on. If I recall correctly, there seems to be another second young master of the Lin family who is yet to be tested. It is said that he is a student at Lingwu University. His strength is unfathomable, and he stands out among the youth. Why not summon him forth so we may observe his abilities? The expressions of the Lin family members soured. Who among them did not know that Lin Chen was deemed a useless scion? Feng Jiantao's words were evidently aimed to humiliate the Lin family. A cold smirk graced Feng Jiantao's lips. Tonight, the Lin family had indeed made a spectacle of themselves. By bringing forth the waste that was Lin Chen, he could further undermine the Lin family's stature, illustrating that they were not as formidable as they were presumed to be. Humph. I said this useless one would tarnish the Lin family's reputation, Lin Xian mused internally. The perils of flattery. Wang Yi regarded Lin Chen with a peculiar expression. Lin Chen, however, felt somewhat exasperated, having been caught in the crossfire unexpectedly. He had been sufficiently low-key, yet someone had chosen to provoke him. At this moment, several gazes fixed upon Lin Chen, yet he chose to ignore them, continuing to drink in solitude. My nephew Lin Chen is merely an ordinary individual. It seems that the head of the Feng family has mistaken him for someone else, Lin Sangqiang stated with indifference. Feng Jiantao shook his head and said, I have not mistaken the person. To my knowledge, the first place in this assessment at Lingwu University is none other than the second young master of the Lin family. Lin Chen. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gaze towards Lin Chen filled with incredulity. Could it be that this second young master of the Lin family was merely pretending to be modest? Was it a common trait among the Lin family members to feign low profile? The situation felt exceedingly strange to everyone present. Meanwhile, the Lin family members were somewhat taken aback. As they had been preoccupied with preparations for old Master Lin's birthday celebration and had not paid much attention to Lingwu University's affairs, they were surprised to learn that Lin Chen had actually secured first place in the assessment, which was rather intriguing. It should be noted that the assessments at Lingwu University were notoriously challenging, and achieving first place required considerable strength. However, many others dismissed Feng Jiantao's claims as nonsense. How could Lin Chen possibly attain first place? Surely, this was a jest? Little Chen claimed first place? Lin Haitian was astounded. When he had conversed with Lin Chen earlier, they had briefly touched upon the topic, but Lin Chen had merely mentioned passing the assessment without revealing any details. Feng Jiantao regarded the Lin family members with a peculiar expression and stated, the final assessment at Lingwu University is no trivial matter. It is conducted by the formidable experts of the Xingchen Academy. The assessment involves hunting mutated beasts and zombies in the no man's land and retrieving spiritual crystals. Young Master Lin brought back a total of 27 spiritual crystals from the no man's land, claiming the top spot and earning a place in Xingchen Academy. Many are aware of this. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with the head of the Xiao family. What? Hunting mutated beasts and zombies in the no man's land? Lin Chen actually brought back 27 spiritual crystals? He is nothing but a waste, this cannot be true. Furthermore, he has earned a place in Xingchen Academy. Could Feng Jiantao be exaggerating? Many expressed their disbelief. though some seem to have been aware of this information beforehand and remained remarkably composed. The Lin family members, however, found themselves in a state of shock. The gravity of Feng Jiantao's words struck them profoundly.
Hunting mutated beasts and zombies in the no man's land?
Even the most powerful awakener must tread carefully in such areas.
Yet Lin Chen had managed to return with 27 spiritual crystals? What did this signify?
To acquire 27 spiritual crystals would require the slaying of over 2,700 zombies or 27 mutated beasts, and ordinary mutated beasts did not yield spiritual crystals. Only those of at least the first level produced them.
Lin Chen was merely an ordinary person. How could he possess such extraordinary capability? This seemed utterly implausible.
The Lin family members clearly found it difficult to believe Feng Jiantao's assertions, suspecting him of deliberately inflating Lin Chen's reputation. His intentions were indeed suspect.
Head of the Xiao family. Is this true?
Lin Haitian inquired solemnly, casting a serious gaze towards Xiao Dingtian.
This matter is indeed indisputable.
For the young lad participated in the assessment and secured 26 spirit crystals, placing him in second position, while Lin Chen claimed the first with 27. The third place went to Miss Qi Feishui. All three of them simultaneously earned the opportunity to enter the Star Academy, as Xiao Dingtian solemnly stated.
Why, one might wonder. Were both he and Tang Hao present at the Lin residence today?
There lies a crucial reason. Lin Chen is about to join the Star Academy. Regardless of Lin Chen's abilities, once he becomes a student of the academy, his status will elevate exponentially, and the Lin family will reap the benefits.
The saying when one ascends to greatness, even the chickens and dogs rise encapsulates this principle perfectly.
Initially, Xiao Dingtian assumed the Lin family was already aware of this development. Yet it appears they remain oblivious to the accomplishments of the second young master Lin at the Star Academy.
This cannot be possible.
Lin Chen displayed a strained smile as he observed Lin Chen drinking heartily, struggling to comprehend how Lin Chen could achieve the top rank in the Spirit Martial University assessment. However, with Xiao Dingtian's assurance, it was clear that deceit was not an option. This meant that Lin Chen indeed returned from the wilderness with 27 spirit crystals.
But how could this be?
Lin Chen was nothing but a good-for-nothing. How had he survived in the wilderness and managed to bring back the spirit crystals?
Chapter 54, The Desire to Hear More. Moreover, Lin Chen had secured a place at the Star Academy. Upon this realization, a tinge of envy blossomed in Lin Xian's heart.
Lin Han cast a profound glance at Lin Chen, unexpectedly surprised by the depth of his younger brother's concealment.
The expressions of those present were rather intricate.
They had initially believed that Lin Han and Lin Xian were already sufficiently remarkable. However, the emergence of Lin Qingyu, endowed with exceptional talent, was a revelation. Just as their astonishment began to wane, another Lin Chen appeared. The Lin family truly harbored hidden talents.
With such strength and heritage, even some second-rate families would feel inadequate in comparison.
Lin Haitian received this definitive answer, his spirit soaring. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, exclaiming,
"This means my grandson Lin Chen is indeed extraordinary."
Naturally, the second young master was exceptional, which prompted me to suggest that he showcase his prowess and talent before everyone,
allowing us to behold his capabilities. Feng Jiantao offered a sly smile.
Revealing Lin Chen was not intended to elevate the Lin family's prestige, but rather to orchestrate a downfall. The higher he was lifted now, the more spectacular his fall would be later, promising an amusing spectacle for the Lin family. Should Lin Chen possess genuine strength? Feng Jiantao would certainly refrain from provoking him. However, he was entirely convinced that Lin Chen was not a celestial awakener, and his first-place achievement in the assessment was merely a stroke of luck. Such a person, even if admitted to the Star Academy, was destined to achieve little of significance. More critically, the man in plain attire by his side had given him ample confidence. The arrow was drawn and could not be retracted.
Suppressing the Lin family was imperative. Lin Chen would be his first move in this endeavor.
With this thought, Feng Jiantao cast aside all hesitations. Having resolved to undermine the Lin family, he would not falter.
Countless eyes turned toward Lin Chen, eager to discern the nature of his strength and talent, and to compare him with Lin Qingyu. Second young master, what are your thoughts? Feng Jiantao inquired with a smile that appeared somewhat sinister to the onlookers. Lin Chen poured himself a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp, choosing not to respond. The schemes of small-minded individuals were trivial. Noticing Lin Chen's disregard, Feng Jiantao's expression darkened slightly. He spoke in a mocking tone, "What is this? Has the second young master become timid? Since you secured first place in the assessment at Lingwu University, you must possess some ability, or perhaps your victory was achieved through underhanded means. How dare you speak so?" Wang Yi slammed his cup on the table, rolled up his sleeves, and stood up, glaring at Feng Jiantao. "My brother chooses not to engage with you, and yet you dare to overstep? Get lost and do not disturb our drinking." Feng Jiantao's expression subtly shifted. Yet he maintained his smile, saying, "With so many watching, I believe the second young master will want to honor everyone with a display." Wang Yi's eyes glinted with surprise. Regarding Feng Jiantao with newfound respect, this individual was rather composed, not easily provoked. "Excellent. Then let us show you what true confrontation entails." Just as Wang Yi prepared to unleash his fury, Lin Chen pulled him back. Lin Chen rose to his feet and addressed Feng Jiantao, "I am aware of your intentions. How about we engage in a wager?" Feng Jiantao's interest piqued immediately, and he responded with a smile, "I would love to hear more." Lin Chen propped his chin on his hand and softly articulated, "Let us bet on whether I can provoke a reaction from the Tianqing Pearl." Feng Jiantao promptly replied, "I wager that the Tianqing Pearl will remain completely unresponsive. It is only the awakened ones who can elicit a reaction from it. As for ordinary individuals, they might as well forget it." Drawing from various sources of information, Feng Jiantao was entirely convinced that Lin Chen was a genuine ineptitude. Thus he had no doubt that Lin Chen could not instigate any change in the Tianqing Pearl. Consequently, when Lin Chen proposed this gamble, he did not hesitate and chose an outcome he deemed infallible. "Such confidence?" Lin Chen inquired. Feng Jiantao chuckled, "I am not one to gamble by nature. But since the second young master has taken such an interest, I cannot refuse. As for the stakes, I believe they are of little consequence." Lin Chen proposed. "Then let us increase the stakes, otherwise, it would be rather dull." "As you wish, second young master," Feng Jiantao replied with a smile, while inwardly he scoffed. Knowing that no matter the stakes added, victory was assuredly his. "I recall that the Feng family owns a large restaurant in Lingyun City, something like the Hongyan Tower," Lin Chen remarked. Feng Jiantao raised an eyebrow. "The second young master has quite the appetite. I wonder what stakes you can present." The Hongyan Tower was a significant establishment for the Feng family, a crucial source of their income, and its importance was paramount. It was surprising to Feng Jiantao that Lin Chen, whom he deemed a fool, would have such grand aspirations. Lin Chen nonchalantly replied, 27 spirit crystals." 27 spirit crystals were enough to purchase the entire Hongyan Tower. Feng Jiantao's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he declared, "Very well, it is decided." To him, it appeared that Lin Chen was offering him spirit crystals, and he had no reason to decline. Little did he expect that this Lin Ershao was not only inept in cultivation but also rather dim-witted. The thought that someone like him had secured a place at the Star Academy filled Feng Jiantao with displeasure. Such a position should rightfully belong to Feng Qi, of course. Had he not been utterly certain that Lin Chen was not an awakened one, Feng Jiantao would not have dared to engage in this wager. In truth, Feng Jiantao's actions were not without just cause, for Lin Chen was indeed not an awakened one. If the wager were solely on that point, he had already won. Unfortunately, the two were betting on provoking a reaction from the Tianqing Pearl, which, for Lin Chen as a cultivator, would be a trivial matter. "Xiao Chen, do not act recklessly," Lin Haitian admonished sternly. While he was uncertain as to how Lin Chen had achieved first place in the Lingwu University assessment, he still had an understanding of Lin Chen's background. Lin Chen was certainly not an awakened one, and such a gamble seemed destined for failure. 27 spirit crystals is still a substantial sum. "Let him try,"
Perhaps he will surprise us. Lin Xingzhou, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly spoke up. The sudden utterance of Lin Xingzhou left everyone momentarily taken aback. Had he not spoken up, they might have nearly forgotten about this once prominent scion of the Lin family.
Unfortunately,
fate is often unkind to the gifted, and the illustrious third master of the Lin family, once basking in glory, now found himself in a state of disability. Lin Haitian paused for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. Very well.
Second young master, let us begin.
Noticing that Lin Haitian had ceased to obstruct him, Feng Jiantao felt a faint sense of relief. It was close, he almost lost the spirit crystal. Thankfully, at this crucial moment, Lin Xingzhou had provided a timely assist. Perhaps he deserved a word of gratitude.
Chapter 55. What is happening? Is Feng Jiantao a fool? Since young Master Lin has secured the top position in the assessment at Lingwu University, he must undoubtedly be a celestial awakened. Why is he so eager to offer his services to the restaurant? Is he attempting to ingratiate himself with the Lin family? Feng Jiantao is not foolish.
If you truly understood how young Master Lin achieved the first position at Lingwu University, you would refrain from making such statements. According to reports from the students of Lingwu University, young Master Lin's success was attributed to sheer luck, having stumbled upon a spirit crystal left behind by a powerful individual. While in reality, he is nothing more than a genuine waste, certainly not a celestial awakened.
Is that truly the case? If so, this is rather exhilarating. It is absurd.
I was just contemplating forging a connection with young Master Lin, but now it seems entirely unnecessary.
Such a narrow perspective. Regardless,
young Master Lin will undoubtedly gain admission to the Star Academy, and with his status, he will be far beyond the reach of such as us. The crowd exchanged glances in quiet conversation. Lin Chen strode toward the center of the square, a glint of derision flickering in his eyes. Beside the white jade pillar,
Lin Chen placed his palm upon the celestial awakening pearl. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Still, no reaction ensued. The crowd frowned. Could it be that young Master Lin is indeed a waste? Ha ha ha.
Young Master, it seems that in this wager, Feng has emerged victorious. Feng Jiantao laughed heartily. Not only could he suppress the Lin family today, but he would also acquire substantial wealth. This trip was not in vain.
Is that so?
A subtle smirk graced Lin Chen's lips. Suddenly, a faint white light emanated from the white jade pillar.
Subsequently, this light coalesced into a proclamation: Yellow Grade Talent, Peak Level 1. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Countless individuals were left dumbfounded by the unfolding situation. How could this be? Young Master Lin possesses merely yellow grade talent? This pathetic talent dares to claim superiority among the younger generation? Feng Jiantao is mocking us.
Those who were previously unaware assumed that young Master Lin would at least possess Earth grade talent, only to be disheartened by the revelation of his yellow grade talent.
Their expectations shattered in an instant. With such meager yellow grade talent, how could a peak level 1 celestial awakened possibly attain the first position in the Lingwu University assessment? Bewilderment reigned. What is happening? Indeed. What is happening?
Feng Jiantao clenched his fists, his face darkening, his body trembling with rage.
Is Lin Chen not an ordinary person? How has he now transformed into a celestial awakened? What could possibly explain this?
At this moment, Feng Jiantao's mind was awash with questions.
Lin Chen, how can you possibly be a celestial awakened? Speak. What is the meaning of this? Feng Jiantao bellowed in fury. Lin Chen revealed a hint of amusement. Why can't I be a celestial awakened?
Just a moment ago, you praised me as a paragon of the younger generation.
Eager to witness my prowess. Now that you have seen it, why are you still angry? It is impossible. It is utterly impossible. Your classmate fervently assured me that you are just an ordinary person. Feng Jiantao's eyes were bloodshot, as if he were ready to devour someone. Why was he so enraged?
Because he felt deceived, and more crucially, due to the Hongyan building. It is essential to understand that the Hongyan building is a significant source of income for the Feng family.
If they were to relinquish it, their income would likely plummet by 10 to 20%. How could he possibly accept such a loss? The head of the Feng family is indeed intriguing. To gauge my capabilities, he even sought out my classmate. But how could you be certain that my classmate did not deceive you? Lin Chen remarked with surprise.
He had intended to remain an onlooker, yet this individual dared to provoke him. If he did not teach him a lesson, they might think Lin Chen was easily bullied. Lin Chen was not a celestial awakener, and thus the awakening pearl remained dormant.
As for the characters inscribed on the white jade pillar,
they were merely formed by his spiritual power, a trivial feat for him. Unfortunately, Feng Jiantao was oblivious to this fact.
Feng Jiantao's expression was as dark as water.
The information he had obtained could not possibly be erroneous. Yet Lin Chen was indeed a celestial awakener, as evidenced by the results of the awakening pearl test.
So where had the discrepancy arisen? Could it truly be as Lin Chen suggested, that his classmates had deceived him? What? Is the head of the Feng family incapable of accepting defeat? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone unfriendly. Feng Jiantao glared at Lin Chen. If looks could kill,
Lin Chen would have perished countless times already. Fear not, losing a mere establishment is hardly beyond the capacity of the Feng family, Lin Shengqiong remarked softly.
If they can afford to lose, all the better. Should they be unable to, then tonight, the Feng father and son should not expect to depart the Lin family premises. Feng Jiantao took a deep breath and coldly stated, I can certainly afford to lose.
From this moment forth, the Hongyan building belongs to Lin Chen.
If it were possible,
he would wish to weasel out of it. However, in front of so many witnesses, he could not bring himself to act dishonorably. The head of the Feng family is indeed magnanimous, Lin Chen praised.
Yet to Feng Jiantao's ears, this compliment was exceedingly grating. Little did they know,
his heart was bleeding at this moment.
So, little Chen is a celestial awakener. Excellent. Ha ha ha.
Lin Haitian laughed heartily. Although Lin Chen had awakened with only a yellow-grade talent, in Lin Haitian's eyes, this was already remarkable.
Even the lowest-tier celestial awakener is vastly superior to an ordinary person.
The Lin family is destined to harbor no mediocrity. The truth of rumors is often difficult to discern. One should not believe everything.
Some whispered to themselves, perhaps yellow-grade talent is not particularly formidable. Yet it is certainly not as useless as the rumors suggest. From now on, should anyone dare to call young Master Lin a waste, I shall unleash a mighty blow upon them, so they may understand who the true waste is. When did Lin Chen become a celestial awakener? Wang Ye's expression was peculiar.
He was aware that similar tests had been conducted multiple times during their 3 years at Lingwu University, yet each time, Lin Chen had been deemed an ordinary person.
The emergence of a different result in this latest test perplexed Wang Yi.
Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Wang Yi felt genuinely pleased for Lin Chen's newfound status as a celestial awakener.
The second item on the agenda of the Lin family assembly, a contest among the younger generation.
This event is not confined solely to the descendants of the Lin family. Participants from other clans are equally welcomed.
Let me take the lead in this inaugural match.
A young man, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, leapt forward. Wielding a short blade, exuding an aura that was not to be underestimated, as he had reached the pinnacle of the late first level. From the Zhang family, Zhang Wenyuan sought to engage in a contest with the second young master of the Lin family. Zhang Wenyuan's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on Lin Chen. Why did he choose to challenge Lin Chen right from the start? Because Lin Chen was on the verge of becoming a student at the Star Academy, and should he manage to defeat him now, he would possess the bragging rights. Imagine proclaiming to others in the future, I once vanquished a student of the Star Academy.
How exhilarating that would be. I concede. Whoever wishes to duel with me, I shall yield. Lin Chen glanced at the individual with indifference before returning his attention to his drink with Wang Yi. Contests, such a tedious affair. You. Zhang Wanyuan's expression soured upon noticing Lin Chen's lack of response. You are not yet qualified to challenge the second young master, allow me to entertain you.
A member of the Lin family stepped forward, also at the pinnacle of the late first level.
Humph. Step aside.
Zhang Wanyuan huffed, and with a swift motion, his long blade sliced through the air.
Ha!
The Lin family member smiled lightly, meeting the attack barehanded. After 100 exchanges, Zhang Wanyuan was defeated.
Soon after, others stepped forward.
Chapter 56, Lin Han's inevitable defeat. Half an hour later, Feng Qi appeared in the center of the square with an expression of palpable impatience.
In an instant, he struck out with both fists, sending two young combatants hurtling away. Such a waste of time.
With a cold gaze directed at the members of the Lin family, he challenged, "Who among you dares to face me in battle?" The humiliation suffered by Feng Jiantao earlier was to be avenged by him now. "I shall engage you in combat, you arrogant fool," Lin Chuan declared.
His figure flashing forward to stand opposite Feng Qi. "A mere second-tier awakener dares to challenge me? Be gone!" With a powerful stomp,
Feng Qi cracked the ground beneath him and lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, fists clenched and radiating crimson energy, imbued with terrifying force.
Fight!
Lin Chuan summoned all his strength, moving with the agility of a leopard to meet Feng Qi's assault. The two collided with a thunderous impact.
Boom! Following the strike, Lin Chuan was sent flying 30 meters away. Impressive, he thought, regaining his footing, though his eyes widened in shock.
He felt an internal tumult and excruciating pain in his arm, realizing he might have broken several bones. As he surveyed the area, Feng Qi had vanished from sight.
Be careful! Lin Han's urgent voice rang out.
A chill swept through the air behind Lin Chuan, prompting him to spin around.
To his dismay,
he was met with a colossal fist imprint.
Bang!
Lin Chuan had no chance to evade and was struck once more, propelled through the air.
Ha! Feng Qi sneered,
his shadow flickering as he appeared above Lin Chuan, unleashing a flurry of punches in rapid succession.
This is bad.
Lin Chuan was alarmed, before he could steady himself. He found himself engulfed by a storm of fist imprints.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
His body crashed violently to the ground, creating a massive crater.
Dust swirling upward and obscuring the view of the spectators. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the scene. Lin Chuan lay within the pit, his clothes tattered.
Face smeared with blood, eyes filled with despair, and his breath faint. Feng Qi stood above him, foot planted on Lin Chuan's chest, a mocking grin plastered across his face.
Is this the pride of the Lin family?
Hardly impressive, Feng Qi taunted, applying pressure with his foot, causing Lin Chuan to spit out another mouthful of blood.
Enough!
Lin Han roared, brandishing his long knife as he charged at Feng Qi. "Come at me." Feng Qi responded with a cold smile, kicking Lin Chuan towards Lin Han. Lin Han swiftly caught Lin Chuan, assessing his condition with grave concern. Lin Chuan's injuries were severe, at least 100 bones were broken, and his breath was barely perceptible. "You have truly gone too far," Lin Han glared menacingly at Feng Qi, anger radiating from him.
Inflicting such grievous harm on Lin Chuan was a direct affront to the Lin family. Feng Qi retorted with a smirk.
"Today marks the grand celebration of the old master's birthday. The word death is inauspicious. I suggest you choose your words wisely.
Besides, if you are outmatched, who can you blame?" Outmatched, you say? Allow me to experience your skills firsthand.
Lin Han gently laid Lin Chuan down, then, with a swift movement, charged at Feng Qi, knife in hand.
Soon, individuals swiftly carried Lin Chuan away. Lin Shengqiang gazed deeply at Feng Jiantao and remarked, "Master Feng, is it not rather harsh for your young master to strike so ruthlessly?"
Feng Jiantao simply explained, "Master Lin, one cannot predict the trajectory of a fist or foot. I hope for your understanding."
What a notion of unpredictability.
Lin Shengqiang cast a long, penetrating glance at Feng Jiantao before averting his gaze.
A cold smile crept across Feng Jiantao's heart. Today,
not only would he suppress the Lin family, but he would also incapacitate their prodigy. What could they do to him? Furthermore, this was merely an appetizer. The main event lay ahead, and the Lin family would do well to observe closely. Feng Qi's prowess was indeed formidable. Yet he should not be a match for Lin Han. Wang Ye's eyes were fixed on the two combatants in the arena. No, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Han was destined to fail. Lin Chen whispered, casting a cold glance at Feng Qi. How foolish to bolster another's confidence at the expense of one's own prestige. It is a disgrace for you, as the second young master of the Lin family, to utter such words. Indeed. Lin Han is a peak-level practitioner of the second tier's late stage. How could he possibly lose? Exactly. For the sake of upholding the Lin family's honor, Lin Han fights valiantly, while some beneath him speak derisively, which is truly contemptible. It appears that certain individuals are merely seeking to assert their presence by making such remarks. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the younger members of the Lin family expressed their discontent, vocally chastising Lin Chen. To these young individuals, Lin Han was not only their elder brother but also their martial arts mentor and idol. Lin Chen's words were deeply unsettling. Although Lin Chen held the title of the second young master, in the eyes of the others, he could not hold a candle to even a toe of Lin Han. In a world that reveres the strong, if one lacks power, they cannot expect respect from others. You are but a mere peak-level practitioner of the first tier. Yet you dare to criticize a peak-level practitioner of the second tier. It is utterly laughable. A young woman glared disdainfully at Lin Chen. Her name was Lin Yi. Possessing extraordinary talent, standing at the initial stage of the second tier, and she was the granddaughter of the elderly white-haired man, making her one of the outstanding youths of the Lin family. Despite the outcry against him, Lin Chen paid little heed. Suddenly, a long knife shot through the air from a distance, crashing before them with a piercing sound. This is senior brother Lin Han's blade. The crowd's eyes widened as they turned to the center of the square, their expressions shifting dramatically. For there, Lin Han was being overwhelmed by Feng Qi, utterly defenseless and even sustaining injuries. In that fleeting moment, how could this be possible? The crowd's faces paled, struggling to believe the scene before them. Their once mighty elder brother Lin Han, subdued by another, what could this mean? For a moment, the onlookers found it hard to accept the reality unfolding. They glanced at the impassive Lin Chen, their expressions filled with uncertainty, suddenly realizing they could not fathom him. It cannot be, brother Lin Han will not be defeated. Lin Yi clenched her delicate fists, her eyes filled with determination. In her perspective, the battle had only just commenced. Lin Han had undoubtedly not exerted his full strength. If he were to unleash his true power, how could Feng Qi possibly stand as a rival? Indeed, it must be so. The young master of the Lin family. Is this all the strength he possesses? Feng Qi mocked as he swung his fists. His punches were delivered with astonishing speed, each strike infused with ferocious power. Lin Han struggled to defend himself, enduring an uncountable number of blows. Fortunately, his physique was robust, otherwise, he would likely have been obliterated by now. At this moment, he felt utterly powerless, astonished by the overwhelming might of Feng Qi. The opponent surpassed him effortlessly in both speed and strength, leaving him with no opportunity for a counterattack. The two were simply not on the same level. Bang! Soon enough, Lin Han could no longer withstand the assault and was sent flying several meters by a single punch, crashing violently to the ground and shattering the earth beneath him. Lin Han, elder brother. The members of the Lin family gasped in shock, their eyes filled with concern. Chapter 57, The Realm of the Third Level. How could this be possible? Lin Yi's face turned pale as she grasped the reality before her. Lin Han was not concealing his strength, but rather, in the presence of Feng Qi, he had not even been afforded the opportunity to strike. There is nothing impossible, Lin Chen remarked calmly. Feng Qi is already at the initial stage of a third-level awakener, while Lin Han is merely at the pinnacle of the late second level. The disparity is immense, and defeat is inevitable. The onlookers exchanged complex glances, choosing silence in this moment.
Witnessing Lin Han in such a dire state deeply unsettled Lin Yi, who glared at Lin Chen and demanded, "Since you were aware of Feng Qi's capabilities, why did you not caution Brother Lin Han sooner?"
"I was merely conjecturing, perhaps Feng Qi is not truly a third-level awakener," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly.
"Humph." Lin Yi scoffed.
Her disdain for Lin Chen further ignited.
"Master Feng, your son conceals himself quite well," Xiao Dingtian remarked, laden with implication.
Feng Jiantao smiled lightly. "Compared to the exceptional young Master Xiao from the Xiao family, my son appears somewhat mediocre. However, he is more than capable of handling ordinary opponents."
Ordinary opponents? Was he implying that the young master of the Lin family, Lin Han, was merely an ordinary foe?
To label a second-level pinnacle awakener, gifted with Earth-grade talent
as ordinary is indeed a bold assertion. Such audacity in the Lin family's territory suggests he possesses some form of backing. Xiao Dingtian turned his gaze towards the unassuming man beside Feng Jiantao. Was this the source of his confidence? If so, the Lin family might encounter considerable trouble today,
as even he could not discern the true strength of this man. Observing the Lin family members, their expressions were far from pleasant.
Those from various factions present exchanged furtive glances, lost in their thoughts. "Miss, it seems the Lin family is about to face significant trouble. Should we lend a hand?"
Elder Zhou inquired, looking towards Bai Yuechu. Bai Yuechu spoke softly, "While assisting is certainly feasible, preventing the inevitable is quite impossible."
After all.
She cast a wary glance at the cloaked man, sensing the weight of his presence. Should he choose to intervene, she would be unable to withstand him.
"At Wuxiang Academy, there is Hong Baixiang,"
Bai Yuechu murmured, pondering the man's purpose for visiting the Lin family.
Could it be, like her, he sought that spiritual artifact? "Young Master Lin,
you truly are a waste," Feng Qi taunted as he approached Lin Han, his eyes brimming with mockery.
A standout among the younger generation of the Lin family?
I could suppress you with a mere wave of my hand.
The realm of the third level.
Lin Han struggled to rise, his pallor striking. Despite being a pinnacle second-level awakener, facing a third-level powerhouse left him with no chance of victory. After all, there exists a vast gulf between their realms. While there are indeed prodigies capable of challenging those above their tier, it was evidently clear that Lin Han was not one of them.
"Ah, have you finally realized?" "Alas!
It is too late," Feng Qi sneered coldly, no longer veiling his strength as the full force of a third-level awakener erupted forth, exuding an aura of annihilation. "Young Master Lin, prepare to meet your end." Feng Qi grinned menacingly, madness flickering in his eyes, for he intended to subdue Lin Han.
"Dare you?" Lin Chen,
wielding a spear, immediately positioned himself in front of Feng Qi. "Get out of my way."
Feng Qi, dismissing Lin Chen with a mere glance, unleashed a punch. Boom!
Lin Chen had no time to evade, and both he and his spear were sent flying.
Cough cough.
Once he steadied himself, Lin Chen coughed, his complexion grim. Feng Qi's casual strike had inflicted grave injuries upon him.
A third-tier awakener truly was formidable. Die!
Feng Qi launched another attack towards Lin Han. There was no escape for Lin Han, he could only watch helplessly as Feng Qi's fist hurtled towards him. Just as Feng Qi's fist was about to connect, a figure in green appeared between them, delivering a powerful palm strike.
Boom! Lin Han felt a sharp pain in his chest, staggering backward uncontrollably for several steps. "Lin Qingyu!"
Feng Qi's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the green-clad figure. In this critical moment, Lin Qingyu had intervened. Clad in green, her face devoid of expression. With the breeze tousling her hair, she resembled a celestial maiden under the moonlight. Though her Qinglin sword remained sheathed, an aura of lethal intent emanated from her. "Kill!" Feng Qi roared, his figure soaring into the air, an explosive force coalescing as numerous fist imprints rained down upon Lin Qingyu.
Heavenly grade talent? The foremost of the younger generation of the Lin family? Today, I shall force her to bow. Boom boom boom. Multiple fist imprints struck from the void. Lin Qingyu's countenance remained impassive.
With a mere shift of her figure, all of Feng Qi's attacks fell short.
Come to die. Feng Qi pursued relentlessly, unleashing another punch.
His momentum grand as a celestial steed. The clash between the two early-stage third-tier awakeners left many spectators only able to discern fleeting shadows.
While Feng Qi's strength was commendable, Lin Chen's swiftness surpassed his own.
Tang Hao remarked softly, despite the terrifying force Feng Qi had unleashed. Every punch had nearly met air, and the exertion was immense. In contrast, Lin Chen had only showcased her agility, her true power yet to be revealed.
This was concerning.
Feng Jiantao furrowed his brow, not anticipating the small girl from the Lin family would possess such speed. If this continued, Feng Qi might very well face defeat.
Regrettably, he could only watch helplessly. 3 minutes passed. The figures of Feng Qi and Lin Chen became distinctly visible to the onlookers. Feng Qi took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Lin Chen, do you only know how to evade? Have the courage to face me in battle."
Though he had erupted with formidable vigor moments ago, every punch had merely struck air, and he had not even brushed against the hem of Lin Chen's garment,
leaving him utterly frustrated. Whoosh!
No sooner had Feng Qi spoken than Lin Chen vanished from her position.
"Qi, be careful," Feng Jiantao immediately warned. Bang! Yet it was too late. Before Feng Qi could react, a green palm imprint struck his chest. He felt a sharp pain surge through him, and like a cannonball, he was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood mid-air. Tap tap tap. 30 meters away.
Feng Qilian staggered back several steps before steadying himself. His gaze fixed in horror upon Lin Chen, his ribs likely broken in multiple places, and even his internal organs displaced.
Cursed be it!
A look of terror surfaced on Feng Qi's face, as he faintly sensed that Lin Chen's previous strike had not been delivered with full force.
Otherwise,
he would surely be a corpse at this moment. What a formidable opponent Lin Chen is, possessing such terrifying prowess. Although both were at the initial stage of the third level of awakening, Lin Chen's strength was undoubtedly several times greater than Feng Qi's.
After all,
Lin Chen bore a heavenly-grade talent, while Feng Qi could at best claim a terrestrial-grade talent. In their equal realm, she could effortlessly crush him. Moreover, throughout the encounter, the Qinglin sword had yet to be unsheathed.
What scene would unfold if it were drawn?
Lin Chen's figure flickered, appearing before Feng Qi once more, preparing to strike again.
"I concede."
Feng Qi hastily raised his hand. Lin Chen furrowed her brow, halting her advance, and refrained from further action. She cast a glance at Feng Qi before turning to depart. At that moment, a sudden madness gleamed in Feng Qi's eyes. "Vile creature, perish!" With a swift motion of his hand, a steel needle shot forth, hurtling towards Lin Chen. Chapter 58. The realm of innate being. Hong Baixiang and Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated this moment. In an instant, her figure vanished from sight, deftly evading the assault of the steel needle. Whoosh! The Qinglin sword was drawn, a flash of azure light cutting through the air. The chilling sword energy surged forth,
unstoppable and overwhelming, leaving destruction in its wake.
Slash! Blood sprayed forth. A piercing scream erupted from Feng Qi, as one of his arms was severed cleanly from the shoulder, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. 3 meters away, Lin Chen held the Qinglin sword, her gaze indifferent. Yet at that moment, the eyes of those around her were filled with trepidation. The swift severing of Feng Qi's arm was indeed terrifying. What a formidable spirit sword!
Hong Baixiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a magical artifact, once encountered, must not be overlooked. "Qi-oh!"
Feng Jiantao roared, launching a domineering attack toward Lin Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, consumed by rage, as he sought to obliterate her with a single strike. With Feng Qi's arm severed, his strength would undoubtedly be diminished, rendered nearly useless. After all, Feng Qi was the heir of the Feng family. How could Feng Jiantao not be enraged?
At that moment,
he only wished to make Lin Chen suffer 1,000 deaths. Lin Chen reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Feng Jiantao.
Get away! Feng Jiantao shouted, striking at Lin Chen.
Humph! The two clashed, each stepping back 3 paces. Both were peak-level awakening realm warriors, their strengths nearly equal. Feng Jiantao chose not to engage further with Lin Chen, gritting his teeth as he charged once more at Lin Qingyu, his mind clouded by fury. Intent on eliminating her on the spot. Lin Qingyu's eyes were icy as she gripped the Qinglin sword tightly, unafraid of the impending assault from Feng Jiantao.
What was there to fear in battle? Die!
Feng Jiantao bellowed, his murderous intent palpable.
Dare to harm my daughter, and I will ensure the entire Feng family pays the price.
Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. The figure of Lin Qingzhou, formerly seated in a wheelchair,
transformed into a blur, reappearing just in front of Lin Qingyu.
He delivered a powerful punch aimed at the charging Feng Jiantao.
Bang! Feng Jiantao was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into several pillars in the square. What is happening? Wasn't Third Master Lin incapacitated? How can he stand? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Hiss! Can you sense the aura emanating from Third Master Lin? It's utterly inscrutable.
The crowd was astonished,
taken aback by the spectacle before them.
It must be noted that in his prime, Lin Qingzhou had been a nightmare for many, with countless peers unable to rise against him.
Now that he had regained his footing, how could this not be shocking? Eyes widened in disbelief.
The third master of the Lin family had risen again, and the power dynamics within Lingyun City were poised to be reshuffled.
Without even considering the younger generation. The mere presence of Lin Qingzhou was sufficient to herald the resurgence of the entire Lin family. No one could doubt this. After all, the former Lin Qingzhou was truly terrifying.
To this day, some present still feel a shiver of apprehension at the mere thought of Lin Qingzhou's past presence. A 5th-level awakener in the late stage.
Xiao Ding Tian's expression tightened, his heart equally shocked.
It is worth noting that before his incapacitation, Lin Qingzhou was a 4th-level awakener. After becoming disabled, he spent years confined to a wheelchair, living in the company of alcohol, and his cultivation not only stagnated but regressed significantly.
Yet now, he has achieved the late 5th-level realm. What could possibly have transpired? Qingzhou, you!
Lin Haitian suddenly stood up, his face alight with excitement. Lin Qingzhou had actually risen to his feet, and his strength had increased.
How could this not bring him joy?
After Lin Qingzhou's incapacitation, he had completely fallen into despair, leaving Lin Haitian profoundly disappointed.
But in this moment, he realized that the once spirited Lin Qingzhou had returned. Excellent, excellent.
Heaven bless the Lin family.
Heaven bless the Lin family. Lin Haitian laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. First, Lin Chen transformed from a waste into an awakener. And now Lin Qingzhou had risen from his disability. Surely this was divine favor for the Lin family? The Lin family is destined to prosper. Qingzhou.
Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, his emotions complex.
Father. Lin Qingyu stared blankly at Lin Qingzhou, a tear slipping from her eye.
Ever since Lin Qingzhou took to the wheelchair, he had been despondent, and as his daughter, witnessing her father's plight filled Lin Qingyu with sorrow. Thus, she had always harbored the ambition to find a cure for her father's ailment.
Regrettably, despite countless attempts, she had failed.
Yet now, seeing Lin Qingzhou standing before her heart swelled with exhilaration and joy. Lin Qingzhou smiled tenderly at Lin Qingyu and gently said, "I will explain the details to you later."
At this moment,
Lin Qingzhou turned his gaze to Lin Chen, acknowledging that he owed his ability to stand to Lin Chen. Were it not for the mysterious elixir Lin Chen provided, he might have remained bound to the wheelchair for life.
Ahem! A sudden cough interrupted the crowd's thoughts. Feng Jiantao, bloodied and battered, rose painfully from the ground. Clutching his chest, he glared at Lin Qingzhou with venomous resentment, saying, "Lin Qingzhou, I never expected you to rise again. it truly defies everyone's expectations. You have concealed your strength well. Have you been waiting for this moment for long?
Lin Qingzhou regarded Feng Jiantao with indifference, remaining silent.
But do you think you've won?
Feng Jiantao suddenly wore a mocking expression, respectfully addressing Hong Baixiang. Lord Hong, please take action and subdue the Lin family.
All eyes in the room turned to Hong Baixiang. Was this man the source of Feng Jiantao's audacity to provoke the Lin family? Just how powerful was he?
Lin Qingzhou's expression slightly tightened as he realized he could not discern this man's strength, which boded ill for the Lin family.
Amidst the crowd's uncertain gazes, Hong Baixiang rose. He cast a fleeting glance at the members of the Lin family and then remarked, "I owe him a favor, so I apologize." In an instant, Hong Baixiang appeared before Lin Qingzhou.
A tremendous pressure erupted from Hong Baixiang, and Lin Qingzhou, who was at the late stage of the 5th level, found himself unable to resist and was sent staggering back several dozen meters. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with shock.
What realm of strength does this person possess? To inflict such injury upon me merely with his aura, how terrifying!
Tang Hao and Xiao Ding Tian exchanged glances,
each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes.
Under the oppressive aura of Hong Baixiang, they too felt their insignificance, akin to ants, devoid of any will to resist. Below the innate level, all are but ants.
Bai Yuechu shook her head.
Even facing Hong Baixiang, she felt no sense of assurance. She was at the 5th level of the innate realm, while it was rumored that Hong Baixiang had already stepped into the 6th level a year ago. And perhaps now he had reached the 7th level of the innate realm.
Among those present, who could possibly stand against him?
Chapter 59, Murder and Treasure Theft. After intimidating Lin Qingzhou, Hong Baixiang cast a glance at Lin Qingyu.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingyu lunged forward,
her sword piercing towards Hong Baixiang. Faced with him, she dared not show any sign of complacency, thus, this strike was infused with her utmost strength. The long sword gleamed with sharpness, its azure aura slicing through the air, a swift thrust that manifested only as a chilling shadow to onlookers.
Boom!
As the long sword approached within a meter of Hong Baixiang, the azure aura intensified, exuding an overwhelming force.
Yet, Hong Baixiang showed no intention of evading. He merely extended his hand and flicked it lightly.
In an instant, it was as if a pebble had dropped into tranquil autumn waters, ripples emerging in layers.
Buzz!
The air trembled as a terrifying power erupted from the ripples, striking the Qinglin sword.
Clang!
The sword emitted a crisp sound. Lin Qingyu felt a colossal wave of force surging towards her, causing her hand to tremble and the Qinglin sword to slip from her grasp. The tremendous recoil hurled her back several meters, her internal energy churning uncomfortably.
Thud!
The Qinglin sword fell to the ground.
Hong Baixiang reached out,
a force of attraction pulling the sword into his hand.
A fine sword,
he praised. Though he had encountered spiritual weapons before, this particular sword radiated an extraordinary aura. It was evident that among spiritual artifacts, this sword was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. It was indeed fortuitous for a small, obscure family to possess such a treasure.
Suddenly, Hong Baixiang's brow furrowed as he tightened his grip. Buzzing!
The Qinglin sword began to thrash wildly. "Submitting to me is your rightful choice," Hong Baixiang declared coldly,
unleashing his innate aura to suppress the sword.
Yet, the more he exerted his strength, the more fiercely the sword resisted.
In a flash,
the Qinglin sword exuded a terrifying aura of destruction, as if it sought to obliterate the heavens and earth, truly formidable.
Hong Baixiang's expression shifted slightly,
and he immediately released his grip.
Whoosh! The Qinglin sword autonomously flew back into its sheath.
Hong Baixiang examined his hand, where a deep, menacing wound had appeared.
Blood flowing incessantly.
"It can indeed injure me, it is truly a remarkable sword," he marveled, a stronger desire to possess the Qinglin sword swelling within him. Such a spiritual artifact could only unleash its true power in his hands. "I shall tame you later, for now, I must clear the premises."
Hong Baixiang's tone was indifferent as he regarded the members of the Lin family. To seize treasures from others while leaving their families intact seems rather lacking in flavor.
A chill enveloped the Lin family members. If Lin Qingzhou, at the peak of the 5th rank, could not withstand this man's aura,
who among the Lin family could possibly contend with him? Even Xiao Dingtian and others chose to remain silent.
This man was insurmountable, even if they intervened. It would be futile and might lead to their own demise.
My brother is a student of the Star Academy, do you dare to harm him?
Wang Yi spoke sternly.
You little rascal! Wang Zhan cursed under his breath.
Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart, at such a critical moment.
The only one daring to step forward was his good brother, Wang Yi.
It seemed imperative to resolve the Lin family's predicament swiftly,
lest it interfere with his drinking escapades with Wang Yi.
After watching this spectacle for so long, it was time to stretch his limbs. Hong Baishan cast a glance at Lin Chen, remarking dismissively, a mere student from the Star Academy, killing him would be of no consequence. He then turned his gaze to Lin Qingyu, stating, however, you possess extraordinary talent.
Should you join the Star Academy? I would truly hesitate to lay a finger on you, what a pity.
He lamented the fact that Wanxiang Academy only accepted male students, otherwise,
he would have gladly welcomed her into the institution.
Lin Qingzhou immediately positioned himself in front of Lin Qingyu, his expression grave as he stared intently at Hong Baixiang.
Wang Yi felt a sinking sensation within. How could this man dismiss even the students of the Star Academy? Enough with the idle chatter, let us proceed. A terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped Hong Baixiang. Attack!
Lin Qingzhou commanded, his tone heavy, and the formidable members of the Lin family sprang into action.
Seeking death. Hong Baixiang waved his hand, unleashing a force that radiated outward from his center. Boom!
Before Lin Qingzhou and the others could approach Hong Baixiang, they were sent flying.
As Hong Baixiang concentrated his lethal power, poised to unleash carnage, a clear voice interjected, wait.
Bai Yuechu's voice rang out, calm yet firm. Hong Baixiang frowned slightly,
his imposing aura unwavering as he regarded her coolly.
I have no desire to become enemies with the Hunters Guild. But I also hope you recognize the reality of the situation. Bai Yuechu responded with a charming smile.
Is it truly necessary to annihilate an entire family just for a mere spiritual artifact? Hong Baixiang's expression remained impassive, unyielding. In this era, killing for treasure was a commonplace affair.
The Hunters Guild had undoubtedly engaged in similar acts before.
What right did Bai Yuechu have to lecture him?
Rules were dictated by strength.
Morality? Just a trivial notion. Fairness was merely an excuse sought by the weak for protection. Should a stronger individual attempt to seize his possessions? Hong Baixiang would accept the outcome.
Bai Yuechu continued, you represent the face of Wanxiang Academy, and should word of such a massacre spread,
it could tarnish the Academy's reputation and adversely affect your future endeavors.
The crowd was taken aback, they had not anticipated that she hailed from Wanxiang Academy. No wonder she looked down upon Lin Chen, who was on the verge of entering the Star Academy. Wanxiang Academy was a superpower akin to the Star Academy,
a gathering place for countless prodigious talents. The Lin family had stirred trouble with this individual. Was there any hope for their survival? He. Feng Jiantao's grin widened, more sinister than before.
He recognized that Hong Baixiang's identity was far from ordinary, yet he had not expected him to be a formidable figure from Wanxiang Academy.
Truly, fate was on his side. How would the Lin family manage to survive this ordeal? Hong Baixiang replied nonchalantly, enough with the pleasantries, let us get straight to the point.
Bai Yuechu smiled gracefully and stated, you may take the spiritual artifact, but you must not harm anyone from the Lin family.
After this matter, I will owe you a favor. What do you think? Hong Baixiang looked at Lin Qingyu and sneered, you intend to exchange a favor for a prodigy?
You must realize that if I agree, I will be plagued by endless troubles from now on. A prodigy with extraordinary talent, should they mature, poses a significant threat.
Having stolen their treasure, do you truly believe they will let you off the hook? Bai Yuechu replied with a serene smile, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid? Ha!"
Hong Baixiang shook his head. Nothing in the world had ever instilled fear in him. In comparison to eradicating a mere family, I value the favor of a lady from the Hunters Guild far more, thus I will concede to your request.
Hong Baixiang was indeed a decisive individual. Given Bai Yuechu's status, her favor was undoubtedly priceless.
He discerned clearly what held greater weight. Chapter 60, Lin Chen takes action as for the Lin family. Their fate rested solely on his word. Although there existed a prodigious talent among them, what significance did that hold? By the time the opponent matured, he would likely have ascended to become one of the most formidable beings in existence. Therefore, what was there to fear? Moreover, whether the other party could even reach such heights remained uncertain. "Thank you, Taoist Hong," Bai Yuechu said with a gentle smile. "I shall remember your words." Hong Baixiang stretched out his hand, reclaiming the Qinglin sword. This sword required further taming upon his return. "Wait. Lord Hong. Did you not promise to help me eradicate the Lin family?" Upon realizing that Hong Baixiang had no intention of acting against the Lin family, Feng Jiantao grew anxious. He had relinquished a treasured artifact from the Feng family's collection years ago to secure Hong Baixiang's assistance, and now he found that the man intended to withdraw. This was unacceptable. Hong Baixiang cast a cold glare at Feng Jiantao. "Favors come in various magnitudes. Clearly, your favor pales in comparison to that of Miss Yuechu. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have not resorted to slaying and plundering. How dare a mere insect presume to challenge him? One should feel gratitude for having their possessions taken. You." Feng Jiantao nearly choked on Hong Baixiang's words. Yet, recalling the man's formidable presence, he dared not retaliate. Instead, cursing Hong Baixiang's forebears silently in his heart. Bowing his head, he resigned to the situation. "Stop. The Qinglin sword is a treasured heirloom of the Lin family. What right do you have to take it?" Just as Hong Baixiang was about to depart, a voice laced with fury pierced the air. The crowd tensed. How could someone be so reckless at such a moment? They turned to find the speaker was none other than Lin Yi. As she caught sight of the onlookers, her expression fluctuated between anger and regret. Witnessing Lin Han being bested had ignited her suppressed fury. And the sight of Hong Baixiang seizing the Qinglin sword had caused it to erupt. But after the outburst, she felt immediate remorse. "This is bad." Bai Yuechu sighed inwardly. Hong Baixiang halted, his gaze now fixed on Lin Yi, cold as ice. Lin Yi felt a jolt of fear at his frigid stare, her complexion paling dramatically. I regret it. You shall perish," Hong Baixiang declared chillingly. In an instant, the Qinglin sword in his grasp transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Lin Yi. The speed was blinding, she could only watch in terror, unable to evade. "Eh!" The elder with white hair's expression shifted drastically as he rushed towards her, but it was too late. Just as the Qinglin sword was poised to strike Lin Yi down, a hand suddenly extended from the side, effortlessly grasping the incoming weapon. "You are not wrong, the Qinglin sword is indeed a treasured possession of the Lin family. What right do you possess to take it?" Lin Chen stood beside Lin Yi, holding the Qinglin sword with a calm demeanor as he regarded Hong Baixiang. "Lin Chen." Lin Yi stared in astonishment at Lin Chen, realizing that he had just saved her. The young man. A flicker of astonishment crossed Hong Baixiang's eyes. The force he had exerted when launching the Qinglin sword was sufficient to obliterate a 9th-level awakener. Yet, this individual had effortlessly caught it. What could this possibly mean? For reasons unknown, Hong Baixiang sensed an unusual disturbance. The onlookers, equally bewildered, struggled to comprehend how Lin Chen, at the peak of the late 1st level, managed to intercept the Qinglin sword. "Do you desire this sword so fervently? Then take it." With a swift motion, Lin Chen sent the Qinglin sword soaring back towards Hong Baixiang. "Little rascal!" Hong Baixiang extended his left hand, projecting a force to create a barrier,
intending to block the incoming sword.
However, he was unaware of the formidable power now coursing through the Qinglin sword.
Crack!
Upon contact, the barrier shattered like tofu, disintegrating instantly.
What?
A jolt of shock surged through Hong Baixian, prompting him to retract his hand. Despite his quick reflexes, he was still caught in the wake of the sword's power.
Boom! Hong Baixian was hurled back to the edge of the square.
His expression darkened as he stared at his left hand, which was now a gruesome sight. Blood and flesh mangled, with exposed bone, a horrifying spectacle. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have lost his hand entirely. With a piercing sound, the Qinglin sword descended,
embedding itself into the ground.
Meanwhile, Lin Chen stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, poised atop the sword's hilt. Bathed in moonlight, the gentle breeze tousled his garments,
enhancing his striking presence. Wow! So handsome! Hiss! What is happening?
Young Master Lin actually managed to injure that man.
Goodness!
The situation tonight has been a whirlwind.
I can't make sense of it.
The crowd was once again left in a state of confusion, their minds swirling with questions. Whether it was the members of the Lin family, Wang Yi, or Chief Feishue, they were all rendered speechless, unable to utter a word.
Was this truly the Lin Chen they knew?
Even when Lin Chen transitioned from an ordinary individual to an awakener, they were not overly shocked, but at this moment, they were thoroughly astounded.
Lin Chen had managed to injure a formidable figure from the Wanxiang Academy? The innate realm? No, something was amiss.
In Bai Yuechu's eyes lingered a look of uncertainty. If Lin Chen had indeed demonstrated the ability to harm Hong Baixian, who existed within the innate realm,
did that not imply that Lin Chen had reached that same level of power?
Yet, the awakening pearl had clearly indicated he was merely at the peak of the late first level. The awakening pearl, a creation of the most powerful factions united, typically yielded accurate results.
Thus, how could one explain the scene before them?
To wound an individual akin to a 7th level awakener while being merely at the peak of the late first level, who would believe such a tale if it were to circulate? You lack the strength to even wield this sword, what right do you have to claim it?
Lin Chen remarked with indifference. Arrogant!
Hong Baixian retorted with a cold snarl. Prepare to receive my divine elephant fist. Hong Baixian unleashed a formidable martial technique, gripping his divine fist as a colossal golden elephant materialized behind him. The elephant exuded an imposing aura, its might resonating throughout the heavens and ages, instilling profound terror. With a thunderous roar, the golden elephant advanced,
its massive feet stomping towards Lin Chen, emanating an overwhelming force.
This was the earth-level martial art of the Wanxiang Academy, the Divine Elephant Fist. It was said that this technique comprised 9 tiers, and upon reaching its pinnacle, one could shatter the void and suppress the heavens. A martial skill that transcended all laws through sheer power. Observing Hong Baixian's aura, it was evident he had mastered the 5th tier, the might of the giant elephant.
At this level, one could harness the ancient giant's formidable power, unleashing devastating strength.
Bai Yuechu remarked solemnly. A commendable martial technique, yet it falls short. As the golden elephant charged, Lin Chen casually threw a punch.
Boom! A cataclysmic force erupted from his fist, obliterating the once majestic golden elephant, which dissipated into the ether. Put! Hong Baixian was violently rebounded by the overwhelming force, staggering back several steps before spitting out a mouthful of blood.
A consequence of the tremendous backlash that left him somewhat pale. He hurriedly retrieved a vial of potion and swallowed it in haste.
Chapter 61, The Body of All Things. After consuming the potion, Hong Baixian's chaotic aura gradually calmed.
He cast a wary glance at Lin Chen, filled with trepidation. Originally at the 7th level of the innate realm, coupled with the earth-level martial technique, the divine elephant palm,
he believed he could contend even with an ordinary 8th level innate expert.
Yet, he had been grievously wounded by this individual with a mere casual strike, revealing the terrifying extent of his power. With such limited strength, his ambition to annihilate the Lin family seemed rather far-fetched. Lin Chen shook his head, extending his hand as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly into his palm. In an instant, a massive handprint, spanning 100 meters, coalesced. Whoosh! Lin Chen leaped into the void, delivering a single palm strike towards Hong Baixiang below. Buzz! A fierce wind howled. The air quivered violently as the domineering handprint enveloped the entire plaza, then rapidly descended with overwhelming force. Swish! Gale swept down from above, tousling Hong Baixiang's hair and garments, creating a cacophony of sound. The formidable pressure bore down upon him, and he struggled to lift his head, his expression gravely tense. The might of his opponent's casual palm was comparable to an earth-level martial technique. Under the weight of this strike, he felt his own insignificance. Akin to a mayfly in a torrential downpour, destined for a fleeting existence, now hastening his demise. However, passivity was not in his nature. Earth-level martial technique, divine elephant force. Hong Baixiang roared, unleashing another earth-level technique as he transformed into a colossal elephant, charging into the air. In the void, a 10-meter giant elephant struggled against the descending 100-meter handprint. Underneath this colossal handprint, the giant elephant appeared minuscule, on the verge of obliteration. Crack! Suddenly, fissures appeared across the giant elephant's body, unable to withstand the might of the massive handprint. The force of the handprint intensified once more, and the giant elephant's form was uncontrollably crushed downward, plummeting towards the ground. Bellow! The giant elephant emitted a defiant roar, ultimately disintegrating beneath the weight of the handprint. Boom! The palm imprint struck the plaza. The entire area sank 3 meters, reduced to ruins. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, sending weaker individuals flying. Dust rose to a height of 10 meters, reminiscent of a blast site. In the heavens, Lin Chen, clad in black, exuded an air of tranquility. Enveloped in starlight, he appeared like a deity, instilling awe in all who beheld him. Lin Xiao, so handsome! Some women in attendance exclaimed, for in a world where strength reigns supreme, there existed an inexplicable admiration for the powerful among them. This person is truly terrifying, Bai Yuechu remarked gravely. Despite Hong Baixiang's status as a prominent figure at the 7th level of the innate realm, before Lin Chen, he seemed as insignificant as an ant, utterly devoid of resistance. Indeed, one must not underestimate the world's denizens. Before arriving in Lingyun City, she had brimmed with confidence in her 5th level innate power, even considering herself a standout among the younger generation. However, after encountering true power twice since coming to Lingyun City, her pride had been thoroughly shattered. As the dust settled, Hong Baixiang's figure materialized before the crowd. At this moment, he lay pitifully within a colossal palm print, his body stained crimson with blood, revealing stark white bones, all shattered. Every inch of him marred, his breath shallow and labored. His condition was 100 times worse than Lin Chuan's previous plight. A collective gasp of shock escaped the crowd as they turned their fearful gaze back to Lin Chen. The methods employed by this young master of the Lin family were indeed terrifying. Those who had once harbored unrealistic notions about the Lin family now abandoned such thoughts. It became clear to everyone that in Lingyun City, it was far preferable to provoke the Tang or Shao families than to incur the wrath of the Lin family. From this moment forth, the Lin family would be unstoppable. Crack! 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 As the crowd pondered, a series of crisp sounds echoed. They paused, drawn to the source of the noise. To their astonishment, the sounds emanated from Hong Baixiang. Could it be? A look of shock flashed across Bai Yuechu's beautiful eyes, as if she had realized something profound. Crack! 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 A mysterious force enveloped Hong Baixiang. The broken bones throughout his body began to rejoin autonomously. Not only the bones, but his flesh also rapidly regenerated, with blood flowing back from the ground into his body. His form was undergoing a frantic restoration, the faint aura around him gradually intensifying, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Such a bizarre spectacle sent shivers down the onlookers' spines.
He has actually cultivated the celestial technique, the body of all manifestations, Bai Yuechu marveled. The Wanxiang Academy boasts a formidable celestial-level body refinement technique known as the body of all manifestations, rumored to consist of 4 tiers: Lingxiang, Yuanxiang, Longxiang, and Tianxiang. Lingxiang represents the initial stage, transforming the mundane into the spiritual, where the body shifts from a mortal form to a spiritual one, with every bone, drop of blood, an inch of skin undergoing revolutionary change, emanating immense power. Once the spiritual body emerges, all will submit.
Yuanxiang signifies strength, transforming the body into a vessel,
where the spiritual body further strengthens, turning the physical form into an indestructible spiritual artifact, capable of shattering all instruments, unmatched and unstoppable. Longxiang embodies the fusion of might and vessel, birthing inner divine power. Reaching this stage allows one to manifest the power of the dragon, breaking through myriad laws with effortless grace. Tianxiang represents the pinnacle, the culmination of all manifestations, where the power of the dragon ascends to celestial might, soaring to unimaginable heights, plucking stars from the heavens and swallowing the sun and moon, an unstoppable force against gods and Buddhas alike. This technique is one of the most potent body refinement arts at Wanxiang Academy, and it is said to be exceedingly difficult to master. Countless prodigies have attempted to cultivate it, yet none have succeeded.
It was unexpected that Hong Baixiang had indeed succeeded.
His talent was truly formidable. Now that he had cultivated the body of all manifestations, the battle ahead held an air of uncertainty.
Lin Chen, witnessing the bizarre transformation of Hong Baixiang,
felt a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Should this individual continue on this path, unforeseen complications could arise.
Just as he was about to make his move, Lin Chen intervened. The body of all things, is it?
A commendable martial technique, Lin Chen remarked, hoping that Hong Baixiang would not disappoint him in the following moments, otherwise it would indeed be rather dull. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted.
He had reached the 8th layer of the innate realm. Hong Baixiang had actually broken through. Ha ha ha.
From destruction comes rebirth. Not only has he mastered the body of all things, but he has also ascended to the 8th layer of the innate realm.
Shouldn't I express my gratitude to you?
The booming laughter of Hong Baixiang resonated. At this moment, he had risen to his feet, his injuries fully healed, and his presence was magnitude stronger than before. Even more astonishingly, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had grown from 2 meters tall to an imposing 2.5 meters.
Chapter 62, What use are you to me?
Hong Baixiang stood with his upper body bare, his bronze skin enveloped in an aura of ancient and enigmatic runes. These symbols emanated a faint golden glow, rendering him akin to an ancient titan, captivating and awe-inspiring. Simultaneously, he exuded an inexplicable pressure, as if the very essence of his bloodline constrained those around him,
deterring any approach.
This was the might of a spiritual entity. In battles of equal standing, if one side possessed a spiritual body, the opposing side would suffer considerable suppression, making it arduous to unleash their full potential.
To express my gratitude, I shall grant you the most exalted death. Hong Baixiang's voice was calm,
his confidence bolstered by his innate 8th level and the wondrous body he possessed.
Wondrous body, awaken. The heavens trembled as Hong Baixiang leapt into the void, arms outstretched.
In an instant, the golden runes upon him erupted in a myriad of golden light, transforming him into a colossal figure of gold, formidable and awe-inspiring.
Kill!
Hong Baixiang clenched his fist and charged towards Lin Chen. His strength and speed had multiplied 100-fold. In the blink of an eye, he was before Lin Chen, the overwhelming pressure of his spiritual entity crushing the very earth beneath him. His golden fist struck towards Lin Chen's head with thunderous ferocity.
Quite an impressive momentum, Lin Chen remarked, disregarding Hong Baixiang's spiritual pressure as he retaliated with a punch of his own.
This blow bore a hint of his true strength.
Bang! The two fists collided in an instant. Boom!
Unique forces radiated from the point of impact, spreading outward like boiling seas, the air seething and waves crashing.
In that moment, sand and stone were sent flying, the very heavens quaked, as if stars were plummeting and the primordial chaos was reversing. The next instant, a golden figure shot backward like a cannonball, crashing into 7 stone pillars before finally coming to a halt. How is this possible? Bai Yuechu sprang to his feet. His eyes filled with disbelief as the ripples of the confrontation settled. The innate 8th level, combined with the wondrous body, had been sent flying by a single punch from Lin Chen. What kind of prodigy was this second young master of the Lin family? Cough, cough. Hong Baixiang struggled to rise from the ground, pain coursing through his body. One of his arms dangled limply, clearly broken. And the confidence that once filled his gaze had been replaced by sheer terror. Despite being at the innate 8th level and empowered by the wondrous body, he had believed he could contend even with a 9th level opponent. Yet, he had been effortlessly sent flying, and now, one of his arms lay broken. What level of mastery did this Lin Chen possess? Had he transcended the innate 9th level? A sense of inexplicable dread began to take root within Hong Baixiang's heart. Is this all the strength you possess? After sending Hong Baixiang flying, Lin Chen's expression darkened. He had anticipated a more formidable challenge following Hong Baixiang's breakthrough. Yet he found him disappointingly weak, unable to withstand even a fraction of Lin Chen's power. It was truly a waste of his time and effort. So weak. What use are you to me? Lin Chen exclaimed with anger, instantly appearing before Hong Baixiang, unleashing hundreds of fists in a relentless barrage. Not good. Hong Baixiang's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly mobilized his wondrous body to defend himself. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. 1 minute later, as the echoes of the fist faded away, Hong Baixiang knelt on one knee, his body marred with bruises of blue and purple, his complexion pallid, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite the seemingly superficial injuries, he had sustained severe internal damage, with multiple organs compromised. Were it not for the presence of a spiritual entity, he might have been obliterated by now. With a sudden crash, Lin Chen appeared before Hong Baixiang and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Hong Baixiang felt an excruciating pain in his torso and was propelled toward the Lin family disciples, crashing to the ground and shattering it, blood splattering in a grim spectacle. Moments later, with a clang, Hong Baixiang grasped the long blade that had fallen from Lin Han's hands, struggling to rise. His aura was feeble, a shadow of its former self, yet his eyes burned with indomitable fighting spirit. Fight! Hong Baixiang roared, unleashing the remnants of his strength, a frigid blade aura erupting forth. Swoosh! In response to Hong Baixiang's strike, Lin Chen effortlessly brandished his Qinglin sword, which instantly materialized in his grasp. Clang! He gently drew the sword from its sheath. Sizzle! A streak of azure light sliced through the night, a sword aura sweeping across 100 meters. The murderous intent radiated outward, chilling the atmosphere. As the moonlight grew cold and the stars trembled, instinctively, the onlookers closed their eyes, sensing the temperature plummeting, the air turning frigid and piercing. Suddenly, Hong Baixiang halted. His gaze dimming, his aura dwindling to a mere whisper. Crack! The long blade in his hand shattered into two, crashing to the ground. A gruesome wound appeared on his chest, the Vajra body cleaved open by a single strike, blood gushing forth. Under the moonlit night, Lin Chen, wielding the Qinglin sword, approached Hong Baixiang with an impassive expression. Qinglin sword. Lin Qingyu stared in awe at Lin Chen beneath the moonlight. The sight of him drawing the sword astonished her, yet it felt oddly natural. At that moment, Lin Chen's formidable figure, akin to a deity, was indelibly etched in her mind. Let us proceed. Lin Chen raised the Qinglin sword, the sword aura enveloping him, poised to strike down Hong Baixiang. Lin Daoyu, please hold. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yuechu stepped forward. Do you intend to stop me? Lin Chen pointed his sword at Bai Yuechu. Bai Yuechu's heart tightened, and she replied solemnly. I would never dare to impede Lin Daoyu. However, Hong Baixiang is a core disciple of the Wanshan Academy. Should he perish here? The Academy will undoubtedly seek retribution against the Lin family. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, his tone indifferent. Is that a threat? Bai Yuechu shook her head, speaking earnestly. Not a threat, merely a suggestion. If he desires to annihilate the Lin family, he must be prepared to face death. The Wanxiang Academy does not intimidate me. Lin Chen replied coolly, if he wishes to destroy the Lin family, he must be prepared to pay the ultimate price. The Wanxiang Academy does not frighten me. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yuechu proposed, what if I were to exchange a favor for his life? A glimmer of hope flickered in Hong Baixiang's downcast eyes. If he could live, he would certainly prefer not to die. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he declared, your favor cannot buy his life. Step aside. Bai Yuechu, upon encountering Lin Chen, was resolute and unwilling to relent. She clenched her teeth and proposed, what if we exchanged a favor from the Hunters Guild? Lin Chen scrutinized Bai Yuechu and replied, a favor from the Hunters Guild certainly warrants my consideration. Yet, I am curious, is this truly worth it for you? Bai Yuechu responded earnestly, I am a businesswoman, as long as there is profit to be gained, it is worth pursuing. Just as I previously represented the Lin family. Hong Baixiang possesses an extraordinary talent. Not only has he reached the 8th level of the innate realm, but he has also cultivated the 10,000 forms body. It is conceivable that he may one day ascend to the celestial realm, making him a promising investment. It must be noted that Bai Yuechu is quite astute. Should she save Hong Baixiang, she would repay the favor owed to him while simultaneously securing a debt of gratitude in return. Furthermore, she would not abandon Lin Qingyu. Such cunning strategy is indeed befitting of a businessperson. She aims to balance the interests of 3 parties, yet she seems to have overlooked the complexities of public opinion. Chapter 63, A Long Road Ahead? Very well, I can grant you a reprieve, Lin Chen replied indifferently, subsequently sheathing the Qinglin sword. The expressions of the Lin family members shifted slightly, sensing that Lin Chen's decision was rather reckless. This individual possessed formidable strength. If he were to remain alive, he would undoubtedly become a fearsome ticking time bomb for the Lin family. However, at this moment, none dared to sway Lin Chen's resolve. It is settled. Seeing Lin Chen acquiesce so readily, Bai Yuechu was both surprised and slightly relieved. Lin Chen then turned to Hong Baixiang. His tone cold, my decision not to kill you stems not only from a favor owed to the Hunters Guild, but primarily because of the old man's birthday. I do not wish to incite bloodshed, as it would be too ominous. Therefore, be gone. He then glanced at Feng Jiantao and Feng Qidao, and you too. Leave as well. All right, we shall take our leave. Feng Jiantao, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously. He was so frightened that he dared not linger any longer. He hurriedly led Feng Qi away. Had he known Lin Chen was this terrifying, he would have refrained from provoking the Lin family tonight. Now, not only had he lost face, but Feng Qi had also lost an arm. How infuriating! Hong Baixiang remained silent, his head bowed as he departed quietly. Lin Daoyu, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Bai Yuechu announced before turning to leave. It was evident she was concerned Lin Chen might change his mind, thus wishing to escort Hong Baixiang a short distance. Am I the kind of person to go back on my word? Lin Chen displayed a look of disdain. The old man's birthday banquet was about to commence. Everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks, Lin Chen proclaimed, moving towards Wang Yi. Ha ha ha. Enjoy your meal and drinks. Lin Haitian laughed heartily, his face aglow. Let us toast to the old man. Lin Laozu, our Zhao family has not performed well in the past, I hope you will bear with us. Our Zhang family has yet to collaborate with the Lin family. After this toast, I hope Lin Laozu will grant us an opportunity. The crowd promptly raised their glasses. Their expressions filled with utmost respect. The prosperity of the Lin family had become an established fact. Now was not the time to curry favor. Cheers! Let us drink! Lin Haitian exclaimed, downing his drink with great exuberance. In these past decades, tonight was his most joyful occasion. How could he not indulge in drink to match his elated spirits? Lin Chen took a seat beside Wang Yi.
Wang Yi appeared somewhat reserved at this moment. Lin Chen seemed so unfamiliar to him that he no longer dared to address him as a brother.
Lin Chen patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and poured him a glass of wine. "Are you afraid?"
Upon hearing this, Wang Yi immediately flushed,
exclaiming loudly, "How could I be afraid?
"No matter how formidable you become, we are brothers."
Not only am I unafraid, but I am also very proud."
Ha ha ha.
Indeed.
We are brothers.
Let us drink. Lin Chen laughed, feeling a sense of relief.
The bond he shared with Wang Yi was among his most cherished treasures, and he wished for it to remain untainted by any complex emotions. Clearly, Wang Yi possessed a strong capacity for acceptance.
The two continued to drink, exchanging toasts with ease. As the revelry continued, Wang Yi's initial reserve dissipated entirely.
The Lin family members surrounding him, however, were markedly less at ease, even hesitant to approach Lin Chen too closely. At this moment, they lacked the courage to draw near the second young master of the Lin family.
Reflecting on their previous mockery of Lin Chen,
they felt an overwhelming urge to chastise themselves for their foolishness. Lin Yi's complexion was pale, and she dared not utter a word.
27 spirit crystals? Luck?
Shi Fei Shui let out a soft sigh, realizing that Lin Chen had deceived everyone.
My nephew Wang Yi possesses unparalleled insight,
Wang Zhan proclaimed with pride. While many scoffed at his words, they could not deny that the young man from the Wang family indeed had a keen eye.
As half an hour passed, the group had consumed a considerable amount of drinks.
Lin Songqiong, somewhat inebriated, turned to Lin Qingzhou and said, "I'm feeling a bit tipsy.
I leave this to you." Songqiong, your tolerance is lacking. Yu Ziming laughed heartily. Lin Songqiong jested back, "Isn't it because of your relentless prodding?"
Laughter erupted among the others, who found it amusing that the esteemed head of the Lin family had such a modest capacity for liquor.
In a narrow alley,
Feng Jiantao and Feng Qi were hurrying along, wary of a potential ambush from the Lin family, choosing the most secluded path home. "That wretched Lin Xingyu severed my arm. I will make her wish she were dead," Feng Qi seethed. Knowing that the loss of an arm would severely diminish his prowess, all thanks to Lin Xingyu's actions.
At that moment,
he yearned to see her suffer 1,000 tortures to relieve his fury.
Feng Jiantao gritted his teeth. "Let us discuss this matter later. Even if revenge is in order, we must plan carefully."
After enduring such humiliation tonight, he too felt a surge of anger. Yet, he understood that some matters required more than mere rage, they needed meticulous strategizing. "One day, I shall eradicate the Lin family," Feng Jiantao vowed silently.
"Plan carefully?"
"I fear you may not have the opportunity," a cold, indifferent voice suddenly interjected.
"Who?" Feng Jiantao's heart raced, on high alert. Swoosh! In response,
a gleaming blade flashed through the air.
Thud! Thud!
2 crimson sprays erupted as blood burst forth from the foreheads of Feng Jiantao and Feng Qi, leaving them unable to discern who had claimed their lives. Not long after their demise, a group of cloaked figures emerged in the alley.
"They are dead?" Lin Songqiong's expression turned grave.
The Feng and Lin families had long been at odds, and this turn of events favored the Lin family. He could not afford to let the Feng family's heirs escape. After all, he understood the folly of letting a tiger return to the mountains. Thus, Lin Songqiong had come, feigning drunkenness, to ambush the two, only to discover they were already dead. With their demise, the Feng family posed no further threat. "Immediately follow me to annihilate the Feng family," Lin Songqiong commanded decisively, rallying his companions to action. In the mountains, Hong Bai Xiang trudged onward, having consumed several vials of potions to regain a modicum of strength. At this moment, his countenance was dark, a clear indication of a setback.
Nevertheless, he had firmly etched this incident into his memory. The Lin family. Lin Chen. The days ahead are long, you shall await my reckoning.
A glimmer of cold light flickered in Hong Baixiang's eyes. As he walked, he suddenly halted. Before him, upon a massive boulder, he discerned a gaunt figure, hands clasped behind, with their back turned toward him. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the individual in an aura of mystery. Who might this esteemed person be? Hong Baixiang inquired in a low voice, though a hint of vigilance lingered in his gaze, for the presence of this individual in the mountains was decidedly peculiar, and he found it difficult to gauge their strength. How do you perceive this mountainous realm? A gentle voice emerged. The figure turned around, donning an alluring mask, the moonlight reflecting off it, rendering them almost diabolical. Chapter 64. I am not a murderous person. Hong Baixiang paused for a moment, then spoke. This place is adorned with mountain flowers and clear springs, where one can hear the chirping of insects and the singing of birds. It is truly beautiful. The masked man replied softly, since you say so, I am relieved. Hong Baixiang, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? As he spoke, he began to retreat. The masked man continued with a gentle tone, I intended to bury you here, fearing you might be dissatisfied. It seems my worries were unfounded. Upon hearing this, Hong Baixiang did not hesitate to turn and flee. However, the masked man's speed was swifter, and in an instant, he stood before Hong Baixiang once more. If you are so content, why do you wish to escape? The masked man questioned, astonished. Realizing there was no escape, Hong Baixiang gazed at the masked figure and asked, Are you a member of the Lin family? The masked man appeared slightly slender and shorter, his voice not resembling Lin Chen's, thus ruling out the possibility of him being the second young master of the Lin family. Could he be another expert from the Lin clan? The masked man responded with confusion, What member of the Lin family? Not from the Lin family. Hong Baixiang felt a slight relief. It seemed that this individual truly was not from the Lin clan. He continued, Do I have enmity with you? The masked man replied, No. Hong Baixiang pressed on. Have I offended you in any way? The masked man shook his head, Certainly not. In a low voice, Hong Baixiang asked, Then why do you wish to kill me? He had thought that escaping the Lin family meant leaving the wolf's den, only to find himself in the tiger's mouth. He regretted not heeding Bai Yuechu's advice to accompany him a little further. Alas, it was too late for remorse now. The masked man smiled lightly. Because I covet a treasure that you possess. A treasure? Hong Baixiang was taken aback and then produced an ancient talisman. Is this what you speak of? This talisman came from the Feng family. Sensing its significance, Hong Baixiang had promised to assist Feng Jiantao with a task upon receiving it, which was why he had ventured to the Lin family. The masked man nodded, Indeed. Hong Baixiang's heart stirred as he thought, If I were to give this talisman to you, would you grant me my life? Since the other party's objective was this item, giving it to him seemed prudent, surviving was paramount. However, to his despair, the masked man shook his head and said, That is not possible. Why? Hong Baixiang exclaimed in surprise. Because. Before the masked man could finish, he struck with a palm. Hong Baixiang had no strength to resist and was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Within the blood mist, the talisman floated, ancient and extraordinary. The masked man reached out, and the talisman flew into his hand as he remarked coolly, To kill for treasure, one must first eliminate the person before seizing the treasure. Do you not understand such a simple principle? After calmly storing the talisman, the masked man said nonchalantly, Friend, after watching for so long, will you not come out? You possess remarkable strength, came a voice with a light sigh, and a white-robed man with a spear and strikingly sharp features appeared not far away. The unparalleled martial king, Luo Dongchang. It was unexpected for such an individual to appear in this secluded mountainous region. Yet at this moment, the gaze of the unrivaled martial king towards the masked figure was laden with apprehension. Luo Dongchang was well aware of Hong Baixiang, but it was indeed perplexing that such a character could be so easily dispatched in this desolate terrain. Even if this incident were to spread, few would likely believe it. Friend, I perceive your strength is commendable. Would you care for a friendly spar? The masked man fixed his gaze upon Luo Dongchang. Luo Dongchang's heart sank.
And he replied nonchalantly, "Pray tell, do you seek a friendly contest or an execution?"
The masked man shook his head, asserting, "I am not one who revels in bloodshed. I merely wish to engage in a friendly exchange."
"Very well, then. Prepare yourself." Without affording Luo Dongcheng an opportunity to decline, the masked man unleashed a powerful palm strike.
A sense of dread engulfed Luo Dongcheng as his complexion paled. In an instant, he found himself overwhelmed by the force of the strike. The earth trembled violently as the mountains crumbled, a testament to the sheer magnitude of the assault. Moments later, the masked man hovered in the air, murmuring in disbelief.
"You survived such a blow? Truly resilient." The masked figure was none other than Lin Chen. Given his nature, how could he allow Hong Baixiong to live?
With adversaries seeking to annihilate your entire lineage, allowing a survivor would be sheer folly. This time, he had unwittingly repaid a favor to the Hunteress Guild. 500 meters away, Luo Dongcheng plummeted to the ground, his form drenched in blood and utterly disheveled.
What terrifying power!
Fortuitously, I possessed a protective talisman, otherwise
I would be lost.
He uttered solemnly, producing a piece of tortoise shell, which, though once vibrantly green, was now marred by several cracks.
Merely a friendly spar? Not one who delights in killing? Continue your charade.
Had he not summoned his talisman with sufficient swiftness, he might have met the same fate as Hong Baixiong. The recollection of that fearsome palm strike sent shivers down Luo Dongcheng's spine.
It seems henceforth, I must not indulge in idle spectating.
Should I encounter such a fiend again, 10 deaths would not suffice.
As the banquet progressed to its midpoint, Chi Feishue took her leave. Reflecting upon the evening's events,
her emotions became tangled. Who could have anticipated that Lin Chen, often dismissed as a mere fool, was, in fact, an extraordinary and cunning adversary? Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she might never have believed such a transformation.
What a deeply concealed persona Lin Chen possesses. Everyone has been deceived. Moreover, Chi Feishue pondered the downfall of the Song family. Could there be a connection?
Suddenly, Chi Feishue halted, her aura erupting with intensity.
What a coincidence!
Before her stood Lin Chen, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at her with an enigmatic expression. Recognizing him, Chi Feishue reined in her aura and softly inquired, "Lin Chen,
were you not at the banquet? What brings you here?"
The ethereal gleam in Lin Chen's eyes faded as he displayed a gentle smile. "I had a bit too much to drink, so I stepped out for some fresh air to clear my head."
"The banquet is not yet over. Why did you choose to leave?"
Chi Feishue sighed lightly. "The banquet is filled with nothing but boisterous men, it grows tiresome."
"Ah, I see."
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
Then smiled and said, "Allow me to see you off."
Chi Feishue, with a gentle smile, replied, "There's no need for that. You are the second young master of the Lin family, you have enough to attend to tonight, so please, don't trouble yourself." Lin Chen did not insist.
"Well then. Farewell." After Chi Feishue waved her hand with a smile, she departed from the scene, making no mention of the events of the evening. Once Chi Feishue had left, Lin Chen sighed softly, "Am I truly such a bloodthirsty person that she feels the need to fear me?" 300 meters away,
Chi Feishue emerged from an alley, gazing at her hands, which were slick with perspiration.
"Did he truly intend to kill me with that haunting gaze?" she murmured.
Yet, through this experience, she came to understand that some matters, even if perceived, suspected, or contemplated, must remain forever unspoken, best left unthought. Otherwise, they may invite unnecessary troubles. Chapter 65. Beneath Qingfeng Mountain. After the banquet concluded, Yu Ziming departed with Yu Jinghong and Yu Linger. Along the way, Yu Ziming turned to Yu Jinghong and asked, "Have you decided on a suitable marriage partner?" Yu Jinghong replied softly, "Not entirely, but I have a general target in mind. I will engage with him further. If we find common ground, the matter can be settled." She felt little resistance towards the union, as the future of the Yu family rested solely on her shoulders.
Yu Ziming felt a stir within him and smiled. "And who might that be?"
Yu Jinghong answered, "Lin Han." The smile on Yu Ziming's face faltered.
And he expressed his confusion, isn't it Lin Chen?
Given his extraordinary performance this time, he would undoubtedly be the prime candidate for marriage. Yu Jinghong smiled gracefully. I possess a clear understanding of my own worth. While I am confident, I do not believe I am worthy of Lin Chen. It is rare to see things clearly. Lin Chen's future, she believed, lay far beyond the Lin family and Lingyun City, in realms far more mysterious and distant.
How could an ordinary person hope to remain by his side?
At the very least, Yu Jinghong felt she did not possess such qualifications.
Yu Ziming paused for a moment,
then let out a wry smile, clearly grasping the nuances of the situation.
Yu Linger lowered her head, lost in thought.
Perhaps contemplating the figure of the handsome man wielding a long sword, bathed in moonlight. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Guild, an elderly man hurried to meet Bai Yuechu.
Miss Hong Baixiang is dead,
he reported respectfully.
Bai Yuechu's expression darkened, and she ground her teeth. Was it Lin Chen?
The elder replied gravely, it was not him.
The assailant appears to be Luo Dongcheng. Luo Dongcheng.
Bai Yuechu was taken aback, perplexed as to how this matter could involve him.
She was well aware of the legendary martial king, Luo Dongcheng.
Rumored to possess unfathomable strength, he was a prodigy of the Star Academy. On par with Hong Baixiang in terms of power. She fixed her gaze on the elder and demanded, elaborate on this matter.
The elder recounted, upon receiving your command, I immediately went to the mountains in search of Hong Baixiang.
When I arrived at the scene, the area had been laid to waste. In such circumstances,
the severely weakened Hong Baixiang could not have survived.
I happened to witness Luo Dongcheng leaving the site, seemingly wounded, likely a result of Hong Baixiang's last desperate strike.
Luo Dongcheng.
Bai Yuechu's brows knitted tightly, her heart filled with frustration. What was supposed to be a lucrative deal had been thwarted by this individual. It seemed fate had conspired against Hong Baixiang. Unfortunately, with Hong Baixiang's death, her business venture had suffered a significant loss. Furthermore, according to the news relayed by Elder Zhou,
Lin Xingyu appeared to have little inclination to join the Hunters Guild.
Bai Yuechu understood that her attempt to protect Hong Baixiang had already incited displeasure among the Lin family. Thus, it was unlikely that Lin Xingyu would consider joining the Hunters Guild. It seemed she had been too greedy. Bai Yuechu mused quietly, initially intending to weigh all options. Yet unexpectedly found herself at a total loss, which imparted a profound lesson upon her. It seems that henceforth, one must not take matters too much for granted. The following day, Xiao Chun, your aunt has prepared a hangover soup for you. Do drink it while it's warm, Huang Yuji said with a gentle smile,
presenting a bowl of soup to Lin Chen.
Thank you, Aunt, Lin Chen replied with a smile as he accepted the soup. It smells delightful, Lin Chen exclaimed,
inhaling the fragrant aroma. Then quickly drink it while it's hot.
If you wish for more soup in the future, feel free to ask your aunt. And I shall prepare it for you, Huang Yuji said with a warm smile. Lin Chen nodded lightly. You enjoy it, I shall step outside for a moment. Huang Yuji smiled as she turned to leave, but just before stepping out, she added with a complicated tone, Xiao Chen, there were faults in my actions before.
Please do not take it to heart. As Huang Yuji exited the room, the smile on Lin Chen's face faded into tranquility as he placed the soup on the table. Wang.
A yellow blur leaped towards him.
Hong Hong pounced into Lin Chen's embrace, licking his face enthusiastically, its tail wagging like a fan. Lin Chen gently patted Hong Hong's head, a warm smile gracing his face. I will be away for a few days, you should stay here and cultivate. When I return,
I hope to witness your growth and strength. He retrieved 20 spirit crystals to give to Hong Hong.
Wang Wang Wang.
Hong Hong's eyes lit up at the sight of the spirit crystals. Now an early-stage mutated beast, consuming these 20 crystals would undoubtedly enhance its power significantly. What a treasure! I love it. One bite, and it will be delectable. Lin Chen playfully tapped Hong Hong's head, cautioning, remember, do not consume them all at once, or you may not withstand the power of the spirit crystals.
1. Hong Hong acknowledged with a nod, indicating its understanding. Not long after,
Lin Chen quietly departed from the Lin family home.
At the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, there stood an inn named Zaya Shanju, a rather unassuming title. However, the presence of an inn here was somewhat extraordinary.
The proprietor was a handsome monk, clad in a white robe, with long, sword-like brows and eyes resembling autumn waters,
bright and deep like obsidian.
His lips were red, his teeth white, and a red lotus flower adorned his brow, exuding an air of elegance and striking beauty. Had he long hair, he might easily be mistaken for a beautiful woman. At this moment, he lounged lazily in a chair, sipping wine.
Ah! Customers have arrived.
The handsome monk suddenly revealed a smile, though it bore a charmingly wicked twist that contrasted with his refined demeanor.
In that instant, a plain-looking man dressed in blue entered the inn.
Upon seeing the monk, the blue-clad man was momentarily taken aback, then murmured, "Only the green mountains remain. I see not you, yet behold this monk, as beautiful as a maiden, truly a striking monk."
Upon hearing this, the monk was momentarily taken aback.
He scrutinized the young man in the azure attire, and then a sly smile crept upon his lips. "In comparison to me, you seem to lack a certain finesse,"
he remarked.
Lin Chen responded with a light-hearted smile, "I perceive your skills are quite remarkable, and I wish to engage in a friendly spar with you. If you would be so gracious as to oblige."
The monk chuckled softly, "I am merely an ordinary monk, unacquainted with the ways of combat and conflict. However,
I do possess a fine selection of exquisite wines. If you wish to indulge, I would be more than willing to accompany you." Lin Chen sighed lightly. "Your wine must be quite expensive, and I find myself in a bit of a financial bind."
The monk replied, "It is complimentary." "Thank you, esteemed monk." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen chose a seat and settled down. The monk simply responded.
Chapter 66, Capsized in the gutter. He placed 2 jars of wine before Lin Chen and then took a seat beside him. As he unsealed the jars,
a rich aroma of wine instantly filled the entire inn. A fine wine indeed. Lin Chen inhaled the fragrant scent.
This exquisite beverage, known as Anren Shaohan,
was crafted by an elderly wine connoisseur using pure mountain spring water, assorted grains, and various herbs as ingredients.
After being aged for a century in the cellar,
this remarkable wine finally emerged, characterized by its natural cellar fragrance, enduring aroma, and infinite aftertaste.
It was a true delicacy among wines. So much so that even the old winemaker seldom indulged in it. The monk's eyebrows danced with delight, his tone tinged with pride. Lin Chen, intrigued, inquired, "If this wine is so precious that even its maker is reluctant to drink it, how come you have so much here?"
In a corner of the inn,
dozens of jars of the same wine were displayed. With a smile, the monk replied, "That old winemaker has passed away, and I emptied his cellar of all its contents."
Understanding dawned on Lin Chen as he nodded.
"I, the monk Wu Chen, shall share a sip with you."
Wu Chen picked up the jar of wine before him and was about to take a hearty gulp. "I am Wang Yi." Lin Chen also lifted his jar but refrained from drinking. Noticing Lin Chen's hesitation, Wu Chen curiously asked, "Why do you not partake, Wang Zhizhu?"
With a gentle sigh, Lin Chen replied, "Today, upon encountering this fine wine, I find myself reminiscing about my hometown."
Wu Chen, intrigued, responded, "Does your hometown boast similar exquisite wines?"
Lin Chen nodded and elaborated, "The fine wines of my homeland are best complemented by distinctive dishes, which can only be prepared with specially crafted knives."
"Specially crafted knives?"
Wu Chen mused, puzzled as to how the conversation shifted from wine to knives.
What was this Wang Zhizhu trying to convey?
Lin Chen explained. "The chefs in my hometown have a peculiar habit. When purchasing knives, they insist on acquiring the very knife held by the seller. For it is that knife which is specially made, ensuring that the dishes prepared are extraordinarily delectable." At this point, Wu Chen grasped Lin Chen's intent. After such a convoluted discourse, he realized Lin Chen merely wished to savor the wine in his possession, perhaps fearing that poison might be in the jar before him. Truly, one should not judge another's heart by their own petty standards, I, a humble monk, am not of such a nature.
Wang Zhizhu. Please enjoy my jar of wine.
Wu Chen offered his own jar to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen accepted the jar, momentarily taken aback. Why do you offer me your wine? Master Wu Chen? Why indeed? Do you not possess an inkling of the answer? How could one run an inn without such knowledge?
A gruff voice interjected, filled with displeasure. Wang Zhizhu, you may drink first. I must attend to some guests and will return shortly to drink with you, Wu Chen said apologetically.
Go ahead.
Master Wu Chen, Lin Chen replied softly. Inside the inn, a group of over a dozen individuals appeared, all armed. Leading them was a burly man wielding a long knife. This individual was formidable, a mid-level Tianshang, indicating he was not a local of Lingyun City. Since the emergence of the Qingfeng Mountain's secret realm, many had flocked to the foot of the mountain. This was merely a small contingent, many more would surely follow.
Esteemed guests, what would you like to drink? Wu Chen raised the open jar of wine, beckoning to the crowd. Good heavens!
In this day and age, even monks have taken to running taverns. How peculiar indeed.
What? Has a monk forsaken his spiritual path for the sake of profit?
A burly man, with a long knife slung over his shoulder, wore a teasing smile.
Another onlooker interjected.
I heard not long ago that a certain esteemed monk descended from the mountains and purchased several buildings in the capital, living a life akin to that of a landlord.
How enviable! Wu Chen chuckled softly. Monks, too, need to make a living. Please, everyone, take a seat. With that, he began to pour the wine. Ah!
The burly man laughed, pointing to the wine in the corner. Set that jar aside, bring out the wine from over there.
Wu Chen smiled,
setting down the jar and fetching several bottles from the corner.
The burly man, eyeing the bottles before him, remarked playfully, What good is wine without meat? Monk! Fetch us some meat. Please wait a moment.
Wu Chen replied with a gentle smile as he headed toward the kitchen.
Once Wu Chen left,
the playful expression faded from the burly man's face. He spoke in a deep voice, This monk is rather intriguing. Though we are beneath Qingfeng Mountain, where many mutated beasts roam and danger lurks, here stands an inn run by a monk. How odd. Brother, he is merely a humble monk.
What do we have to fear with our numbers? One retorted. Indeed, if he serves us faithfully, all is well.
But should he harbor any ill intentions?
Let him ascend to the heavens. Another chimed in.
This wine looks enticing, let us indulge a little, brother. The group whispered amongst themselves. Do not touch the wine just yet, be wary of unexpected treachery, the burly man cautioned coldly. Earlier, he had deliberately provoked the monk, yet the monk remained unfazed,
which made him uneasy.
But brother, look. That man is drinking, surely the wine is safe.
One pointed to Lin Chen, who was enjoying his drink. An ordinary person?
The burly man scrutinized Lin Chen, his brow furrowing. After observing for a moment and seeing no signs of trouble, he declared, Everyone may partake, but do not overindulge.
Excess can lead to mishaps. Rest assured, brother, we know our limits. The group chuckled, eagerly pouring their drinks. Excellent wine.
As it flowed down their throats,
excitement lit their faces.
They drank deeply, filling their cups several times. Meanwhile, the burly man abstained, not a drop touching his lips, despite his rugged exterior.
He was astutely cautious. 3 minutes later, a series of thuds echoed.
One by one, those beside the burly man collapsed. There is something amiss, the wine is poisoned. He bellowed, springing to his feet with his knife in hand. But in the next moment, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his head spinning, even his grip on the knife loosening.
What is happening?
He gasped, bewildered.
He had not even tasted the wine, yet he was afflicted by the poison?
As he succumbed, he cast a bewildered glance at Lin Chen, confusion etched in his eyes. Why had this man, who had been drinking freely,
remained unaffected while they all fell?
At that moment, Wu Chen emerged from the shadows, revealing a devilishly charming smile to the crowd. He began to deftly search through the belongings of those present, his technique so skillful that Lin Chen couldn't help but admire his expertise.
In no time,
Wu Chen had amassed a considerable collection of items, including over 200 spirit crystals, an array of weapons, and various peculiar artifacts. Once he had thoroughly rifled through everyone,
he waved his hand, sending them all flying out of the inn.
Shortly thereafter, the air outside was filled with the ferocious roars of beasts. The bloody banquet outside the inn, however, did not faze Lin Chen in the slightest. He continued to indulge in his drink.
"Master Wu Chen, what remarkable skills you possess,"
Lin Chen murmured. The burly man had been sufficiently cautious, yet he still fell victim to this trap.
"That monk is truly insidious and deceitful. This establishment is nothing short of a den of iniquity."
Indeed, in such a brief span of time, Wu Chen had managed to pillage over 200 spirit crystals, an astonishingly swift acquisition compared to Lin Chen's own arduous efforts. The ancient adage rang true: gold belts come from murder and arson, while repairing roads leaves no corpses. This path, it seems, warrants a closer acquaintance.
With a smile,
Wu Chen remarked, "Such mere survival tactics are hardly worth mentioning. I hope I have not embarrassed you, Master Wang." He continued, "However, do not think too ill of me.
I have not poisoned the wine.
If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon these individuals for their poor tolerance. Especially that burly man who couldn't withstand even the fragrance of the wine. How laughable." Lin Chen, however, remained unconvinced. He was certain the wine was laced with poison.
A potent one at that, capable of even tainting the aroma.
Otherwise, the burly man would not have succumbed. As for Lin Chen himself, his strength rendered him immune to such trivial toxins. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, Wu Chen produced 10 spirit crystals and placed them before him.
Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What is the meaning of this, Master Wu Chen?"
Wu Chen chuckled lightly, "Brother Wang Yi, let us befriend one another and foster mutual cooperation." Lin Chen casually pushed the 10 spirit crystals back towards Wu Chen, then coldly responded, "Master Wu Chen, you underestimate me, Wang.
I am not one to resort to treachery for wealth. 10 spirit crystals? You think to test an old hand with such trifles?"
Chapter 67, Heartfelt regret. Observing Lin Chen's indifference, Wu Chen produced 100 spirit crystals and remarked, "A mere token of appreciation. I hope my brother Wang Yi will graciously accept." Lin Chen, maintaining his composure, gathered all the spirit crystals on the table to his chest and complimented, "Brother Wu Chen, your wine is truly aromatic." Wu Chen's lips twitched slightly before he smiled and replied, "Indeed, and the flavor intensifies with each sip."
"Ha ha. Then I must indulge a little more. Brother Wu Chen, let us raise a glass."
Lin Chen poured 2 cups of wine. "Cheers." Wu Chen lifted one of the cups, and the 2 clinked glasses before downing their drinks. Before long, a new group of individuals entered the tavern, comprising about a dozen people. However, this group was significantly stronger than the previous one, with the weakest among them being a level 4 awakener. The most formidable of the lot was a young man clad in luxurious brocade robes, exuding an air of arrogance. He was a level 7 initial awakener, boasting greater prowess than Feng Wuhan from the Starry Academy, indicating his remarkable background.
"Young Master Luo, spirit crystals."
A middle-aged man beside the young master, a level 4 intermediate awakener, observed with keen eyes.
He was a notable figure in Lingyun City.
Yet now he served as the young master's lackey. At that moment, the spirit crystals piled before Lin Chen and those displayed on the adjacent table sparkled conspicuously. The young man known as Luo turned to Lin Chen and Wu Chen, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Two ordinary individuals?
Quite fortunate.
Young master, be wary of treachery. These two boldly displaying their spirit crystals seem suspicious. Moreover, I noticed some fresh blood outside the tavern when we entered," another elder cautioned.
"His strength not to be underestimated as a level 6 initial awakener."
Luo contemplated for a moment, then replied, "Let us observe for now." Lin Chen and Wu Chen exchanged glances, each recognizing the weighty implications in the other's eyes.
Esteemed guests, please take a seat. Wu Chen smiled as he approached to greet them, carrying 2 jars of exquisite wine. This wine is our tavern's most renowned, heartfelt regret. I invite you all to partake. Wu Chen added with a grin. Luo, with a playful glint in his eyes, remarked, "Is it heartfelt regret or heartbreaking regret?" With hands clasped in a gesture of reverence. Wu Chen sighed, "Ba. Fine wine for honored guests is our tavern's tradition." Luo uncorked the 2 jars and poured 2 cups, offering one to Wu Chen. "As we are but humble guests, might the proprietor extend us some favor?" Of course, Wu Chen replied without a hint of hesitation. Accepting the 2 cups and swiftly consuming the contents. Luo scrutinized Wu Chen, jesting, "So you are a monk of sorts. Now, I pose a question, where did those spirit crystals originate?" Wu Chen replied softly, "They are merely rewards from previous patrons. Today, many generous guests have arrived from Qingfeng Mountain, making business quite prosperous for our tavern." Luo inquired further, "And who might these individuals be?" Wu Chen shook his head, "Alas, I do not know their identities. But from their conversations, it seems they hail from Tiandu. One of them, if I recall correctly, is named Luo Dongchang, and he was notably extravagant, however. They have since ascended the mountain. This elucidates why the inn appears to thrive yet seems devoid of patrons. They have all ascended the mountain." Luo Dongchang. Luo Xiao's expression shifted slightly, and he pointed at Lin Chen, inquiring how to account for the spirit crystal before him. Wu Chen explained. "He is the second shopkeeper of this establishment. We split the spirit crystals he earns daily." "What then accounts for the bloodstains at the entrance?" The elder beside Luo Xiao queried in a grave tone. Wu Chen sighed softly. "The previous guest, Master Luo, was quite lavish, which drew the attention of others. Many attempted to seize his spirit crystals, but they were all swiftly subdued on the spot. It was then that I learned of Master Luo's esteemed name through the gasps of onlookers. As for the bodies of those subdued, they were consumed by a mutated beast." Although Wu Chen's explanation contained some inconsistencies, it was nonetheless plausible. The pivotal mention of Luo Dongcheng rendered Luo Xiao and the others momentarily oblivious to certain details. How audacious to attempt to rob the martial king, Luo Dongcheng, truly reckless. Luo Xiao scoffed, then addressed Wu Chen, "Enough, you may leave now. We shall summon you if needed." "Very well, please enjoy," Wu Chen replied, retreating. The middle-aged man gazed intently, stating, "It seems there are no significant issues." The elder, however, furrowed his brow. "Yet I still sense something amiss. It would be prudent for the young master to remain cautious. Uncle Wu, do not fret unnecessarily, even if there were an issue. We would not be intimidated. My 7th level cultivation is more than sufficient to suppress any schemes," Luo Xiao proclaimed with arrogance. In Tiandu, he dared not boast of his prowess. Yet in such a modest setting, he felt like a dragon crossing the river. In truth, he hoped the 2 individuals in the shop would instigate trouble, providing him a legitimate opportunity to seize the spirit crystals. Good advice is often wasted on the reckless. Sighed the elder softly, choosing to remain silent. This young master possesses commendable talent and strength, yet his temperament leaves much to be desired. Prolonged indulgence may lead to dire consequences. "Drink up," Luo Xiao declared loudly. The others promptly poured their drinks and began to revel. As time passed, the middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, greedily exclaiming, "Luo Xiao, those spirit crystals!" He was a notorious rogue from Tiandu, accompanying Luo Xiao in hopes of securing some gains. With the spirit crystals now within reach, he could hardly contain himself. Luo Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Leave no survivors. You take 1, I take 9. Understood." The middle-aged man grinned wickedly. The others felt a twinge of regret. Realizing such a boon had fallen to the burly man, they would need to be more proactive in the future. Meanwhile, the elder remained vigilant, prepared to spring into action at the slightest disturbance. The middle-aged man approached Lin Chen with a short blade in hand, launching an immediate and swift attack. Whoosh! Yet, in the next instant, a chopstick pierced his brow. The man stood momentarily stunned before collapsing. This unfolding scene left the others in astonishment. Seeking death. The elder's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he swiftly closed the distance to Lin Chen. Bang! Before Lin Chen could intervene, the old man collapsed to the ground, his eyes reflecting a look of confusion before slipping into unconsciousness. Like the burly man before him, he had remained vigilant and had not partaken in any wine. Wu Chen! It's time to close the net, Lin Chen murmured. Bang! 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 Luo Xiao and the others widened their eyes before falling, unaware of the poison Wu Chen had employed, rendering even a 7th-level awakener utterly defenseless. Wu Chen stepped forward, demonstrating his adept skills. Once he had completed his search, he gestured, and the group was hurled out of the inn. At that moment, with his hands pressed together, Wu Chen sighed softly, "Amitba. I am not of the wicked path. All I seek is to survive and protect myself in this era where the strong devour the weak. If none of you harbored greed, this would merely be an inebriation." Alas! Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon Wu Chen, finding his demeanor reminiscent of a past online acquaintance consumed by obsession, unable to cease until their desires were fulfilled. After a brief pause, they entered a state of enlightenment, wielding the power to pluck stars from the heavens, only to turn around and report the transgression and act most disgraceful. Hypocritical monk! In contrast, I consider myself a breath of fresh air. The realms of Awakener, Level 9, Innate Realm, Extraordinary Realm, Cosmic Realm, Celestial Realm. Each realm is divided into 9 levels from the innate stage onward. The realms of Cultivators, Chi Refinement Stage, Foundation Establishment Stage, Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Out of Body Stage. Spirit Severing Stage, Body Integration Stage, Tribulation Stage, Great Ascension Stage, Immortal Realm. Each realm is also divided into 9 levels. The fundamental distinction between the two is that Awakener focuses on exploring the mysteries of the human body, mastering martial arts, while Cultivators refine their chi. Delving into the laws of the universe, pursuing the elusive path of immortality, an endeavor far more profound, thus boundless, rendering Cultivators invincible. While comparisons can be drawn between Awakener and Cultivator strengths, their realms cannot be directly equated. The disparate cultivation systems inherently resist such correspondence. A note: in this world, Lin Chen stands as the sole cultivator. Chapter 68, What is the Wrong? Wu Chen placed the gathered spirit crystals in the most conspicuous location, intending to stir the greed within people's hearts. Indeed, such temptation is difficult for many to resist. Consequently, several groups of individuals, driven by the desire to kill and seize treasure, ultimately paid a heavy price for their avarice. Regardless of their identity or status, Wu Chen welcomed all who arrived. Of course, some managed to suppress their inner greed, leading Wu Chen to allow them to sleep peacefully without resorting to violence. From this, it appeared that this monk adhered to certain principles. As twilight approached, the number of mutated beasts outside began to increase, with several formidable creatures fixating their gaze upon the inn. Yet, they seemed to hesitate, deterred by an invisible force, and thus did not dare to enter. Lin Chen, who had been acting as a drinking accomplice, had consumed quite a bit. However, the rewards were substantial. The burlap sack before him contained over 600 spirit crystals. Was this not a more straightforward endeavor than risking life and limb to hunt zombies and mutated beasts? Brother Wang Yi, do you think the monk's methods are too bloody? Wu Chen sat beside Lin Chen, a hint of sighing in his eyes. Lin Chen replied solemnly, "How can the affairs of cultivators be labeled as bloody? Moreover, they sought to kill and rob, while we act in self-defense. What is wrong with that?" The crux of the matter was that Wu Chen had orchestrated everything from the beginning. Lin Chen had merely been drinking, so what was it to him? If there were any wrongdoing, it could only be said that he had taken a portion of stolen goods. No, it was not merely sharing the spoils. This monk, so sinister, made it a righteous act to claim half of his spirit crystals. How could it be deemed as sharing the spoils? In this light, he truly felt himself to be a refreshing stream. Amit Ba. Well said, well said. Listening to Brother Wang Ye's words is worth 10 years of meditation.
Wu Chen smiled with a hint of charm, but his gaze towards Lin Chen carried a trace of wariness.
He regarded himself as an evil monk.
Yet this Wang disciple appeared even more like a nefarious practitioner, managing to present robbery and murder with such righteous indignation that it left others feeling inferior.
The twilight deepened.
Wu Chen lit a stick of incense, and a gentle fragrance spread throughout the room. The unconscious individuals slowly opened their eyes.
What has happened?
One of them awoke, shock evident on his face as he hurriedly checked his body.
Fortunately, nothing was missing.
The group exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit with a sense of dread in their hearts. They had fainted without realizing it. Surely, this inn was extraordinary. Earlier, they had suppressed their greed, understanding that this place was not ordinary, which is why they refrained from reckless actions. Little did they expect to still fall victim. Thankfully, they were unscathed.
Otherwise, not only would they have failed to enter the Qingfeng Mountain's secret realm, but their survival today would have been in jeopardy.
The gazes of the crowd towards Wu Chen and Lin Chen were filled with trepidation. Wu Chen casually explained, the inn's signature drink, the soul-devouring wine, is a strong liquor.
You all simply drank too much.
Regardless of whether they listened, Wu Chen paid them no mind, his attention drawn to the outside of the inn.
At that moment,
several powerful figures approached the establishment. Among them was the unparalleled martial king, Luo Dongcheng, clad in white robes, accompanied by Elder Chu and Yi Jianjia. Beside him stood Baiyu Chu, adorned in a snow-white gown and a veil, flanked by two elders. A mysterious figure clad in a gray raincoat and a wide-brimmed hat wielded a long sword, emanating an aura of chilling menace that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Beside him stood a remarkably handsome young man, his bright eyes and radiant smile enchanting. Flanked by two exquisite beauties, Yuli and Yunhong Nian, renowned figures from the moonlit Nine Towers. Yuli cradled a long box, its contents seemingly extraordinary. A total of 10 individuals gathered, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, indicating that many had perished here. Yunhong Nian licked her crimson lips, revealing a seductive smile. Elder Chu spoke in a grave tone, there are numerous formidable mutated beasts in the vicinity, yet this inn remains unscathed. It appears the establishment is not without its own intricacies. Perhaps it is the people within that are extraordinary, the handsome young man remarked with a gentle smile.
Esteemed guests, since you have arrived, why not step inside?
The voice of Wu Chen resonated within the inn.
Given the host's invitation, how could we refuse? Wouldn't you agree, Brother Luo?
The handsome young man responded with a grin. Luo Dongcheng cast a fleeting glance at him, disregarding the comment, and proceeded into the inn with Yi Jianjia and Elder Chu. The handsome young man, unfazed, followed suit.
Upon entering the inn, gasps of astonishment erupted from the patrons within. Is that the unparalleled martial king Luo Dongcheng?
He is indeed a formidable innate realm expert.
Isn't that Yuli and Yunhong Nian from the moonlit Nine Towers? Who is the gentleman accompanying them?
If I am not mistaken, he must be the illustrious young Master Jin, a prodigy rarely seen in action, yet here he is.
What of the swordsman in the raincoat? Why do I have no recollection of him?
The crowd murmured quietly, for they hailed from the heavenly capital and were well versed in such matters. However, Luo Dongcheng and his companions' gazes fell upon Lin Chen and Wu Chen.
Ordinary individuals? Innate realm? No wonder the mutated beasts dare not approach. This is indeed intriguing, young Master Jin chuckled softly.
Lin Chen bore no trace of the aura of a celestial awakener, leading the crowd to perceive him as merely an ordinary man. In contrast, Wu Chen was a genuine celestial awakener, his strength formidable, having reached the innate realm, and his cultivation evidently high, likely at the 9th level of the innate realm. As for those who had previously met their demise, they had not yet stepped into the innate realm, thus unable to sense the power emanating from Wu Chen.
Otherwise, even with 100 lives,
they would not have dared entertain thoughts of murder and theft.
Would you gentlemen prefer to stay or indulge in a drink? Wu Chen inquired with a smile.
As nightfall approaches, we shall certainly require lodgings, and fine wine must not be overlooked, young Master Jean replied cheerfully, seeking a seat.
Wu Chen grinned mischievously. We have 4 grades of rooms, grade A for 100 spirit crystals, grade B for 50, grade C for 30, and grade D for 10.
As for the exquisite wine, it is 50 spirit crystals per barrel. Taking advantage of the imminent opening of the Qingfeng Mountain's secret realm, he intended to profit from every opportunity, for once the fervor subsided, he would find himself troubled over the acquisition of resources once more.
Young Master Jean sighed.
Remarking on the steep price, 3 rooms of the 3rd tier and a jar of fine wine. As he spoke, he produced a handful of luminous spirit crystals.
The radiant gems lay before them, yet none dared entertain any ill intentions.
3 rooms of the 3rd tier and 1 jar of wine. 1 room of the 4th tier.
Without wine.
One by one, the others retrieved their spirit crystals, facing an unknown yet formidable innate realm expert. No one would dare act recklessly.
Thus, Luo Dongcheng and his companions settled into the inn.
Through their conversations, it was revealed that the secret realm of Qingfeng Mountain would open tomorrow.
And the main contingent would arrive then.
In their room, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 3rd sacrificial mission had commenced.
The Hell Furnace's 3rd sacrificial task had been activated. Task details: subdue the green-faced ghost monk and complete the sacrifice.
Success would yield 2 sword techniques as a reward, while failure would result in the forfeiture of the shadow demon mask. The green-faced ghost monk.
Lin Chen's expression turned contemplative, an ethereal glow flickering in his gaze. At 3 a.m, Lin Chen exited his room.
In the courtyard, he encountered Wu Chen.
With hands clasped behind his back, Lin Chen softly inquired, "Isn't it late, Wu Chen? Why aren't you resting?"
Wu Chen stepped aside, chuckling lightly. For some reason, I feel somewhat restless, perhaps it is too stifling inside. I came out for a breath of fresh air.
And you, Brother Wang Yi, why are you still awake? Lin Chen replied, "The night is delightful.
I wanted to admire the moon and listen to the chirping of crickets and the songs of birds."
I see.
Wu Chen looked up at the darkened sky. I have always been curious about the fate of that vintner. Did he truly drink himself to death, or?
Lin Chen fixed his gaze on Wu Chen, who,
with hands pressed together, spoke with a hint of sorrow. He indeed drank himself to death. He was my master, a hopeless drunkard, impervious to advice.
It is lamentable and tragic.
Lin Chen pondered. I recall there is a Qingshan temple atop Qingfeng Mountain. I take it you hail from there, Brother Wu Chen.
Indeed. Wu Chen confirmed. Lin Chen lowered his hands, smiling as he remarked, "These clouds are rather vexing, obscuring the moon.
Since the moon is hidden, I shall not disturb you further."
Brother Wu Chen. Rest well. Wu Chen softly replied, "Yes." Lin Chen returned to his room, while Wu Chen closed his eyes. All around, the cries of mutated beasts echoed.
Yet a strange sense of tranquility enveloped him.
Chapter 69, The 7 Great Families. The following day, in the early morning, outside the inn. Brother Wu Chen. You appear weary. Did you not rest well last night?
Lin Chen observed as Wu Chen yawned repeatedly. Wu Chen replied with a hint of melancholy, "Indeed, sleep eluded me. I was plagued by nightmares, dreaming that someone had stolen my spiritual crystals.
I was startled awake several times."
Lin Chen chuckled softly. What occupies the mind by day often manifests in dreams by night.
Given that you amassed a considerable fortune in spiritual crystals yesterday,
it is only natural to feel a sense of unease. Wu Chen clasped his hands together, his expression imbued with compassion. All mortals are susceptible to greed, anger, and ignorance. Having neglected my rituals and cleansing for some time, it is inevitable that malevolent thoughts arise. It seems I must make a pilgrimage to the mountains.
How fortuitous.
We too are bound for the mountains.
Might Master Wu Chen allow us to accompany you?
A melodious voice chimed in, reminiscent of a babbling brook, as Baiyu Chu appeared.
Clad in a flowing white gown.
Her skin was as pristine as snow, with long, graceful legs and a slender waist, her enchanting visage partially obscured by a veil.
Luo Dongchang and the others emerged from the inn as well. Mount Qingfeng, with its numerous mutated beasts and complex terrain, posed a challenge. Especially in the early morning when the mist enveloped the surroundings, making it easy to lose one's way. A guide would certainly alleviate much unnecessary trouble. Wu Chen responded gently. This is, of course, no trouble at all. After having profited handsomely last night, it is only fitting to lend a helping hand today. With that, Wu Chen secured the inn and led the group up the mountain. Mount Qingfeng rises over 1,300 meters, standing as the tallest peak in the region. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, it was a popular tourist destination, with multiple paths winding upwards, allowing visitors to tread upon the azure stone steps while admiring the breathtaking scenery. Midway up the mountain, there stood a temple, Qingshan Temple, where many travelers would come to light incense and bathe, seeking peace and health. However, after the resurgence of spiritual energy, the scenic allure of Qingfeng Mountain fell into disrepair, becoming home to numerous fearsome mutated beasts, with vines and thorns obstructing the paths. Wu Chen led the group along a relatively spacious route. Along the way, they encountered many corpses and bloodstains, remnants of those who had fallen victim to the mutated beasts. Many had ascended the mountain before them. They encountered a few powerful mutated beasts along the way, but the aura emanating from the group was enough to deter them. An hour later, they reached the summit. Before them, clouds swirled, revealing glimpses of countless majestic mountains shrouded in mist. Towering pines and oddly shaped boulders adorned the mountainside, while cliffs were draped in thorns and weeds, evoking a sense of grandeur and enigma. The endless expanse of mountains lay beneath them, shrouded in fog, resembling an abyss. A careless misstep could lead to a fatal plunge. I ask the green mountains when they will grow old, the green mountains inquire when I shall find leisure, Wu Chen mused. Mount Qingfeng soars into the clouds. Though I have ascended countless times and know it well, each visit brings forth a unique state of mind. Luo Dongchang, holding a long spear, gazed into the distance with a detached expression. Without climbing the heights, how can one appreciate the breathtaking panorama of myriad mountains? How can one glimpse the vastness of the heavens and earth? The towering peaks of mountains offer their exhilarating allure, while the gentle slopes of hills provide a sense of tranquility. Serene forest trails invite exploration, and vast grasslands beckon for galloping freedom. Each landscape possesses its own unique charm, dependent solely on the choices of those who behold it. With a benevolent countenance, Wu Chen gazed into the distance, clearing his throat softly. Ahead lay a grand plaza atop a colossal mountain, capable of accommodating no fewer than 1,000 individuals. In the center stood a weathered stone tablet, its inscription somewhat obscured. Yet upon closer inspection, the words Qingfeng Mountain could be discerned. The plaza's edge met a precipice, where ancient, robust pines stood in sullen rows, shrouded in mist, lending them an ethereal quality. At that moment, 300 to 400 people had already gathered in the plaza. Suddenly, the heavens trembled with a resounding roar. A gigantic firebird hurtled through the sky at an astonishing speed, obscuring the firmament as billowing clouds surged ominously. This was a crimson-hued flying vessel, its specially crafted metallic shell emitting a faint glow, appearing both immensely heavy and indestructible, akin to a roaring beast of steel. Surrounding the vessel were numerous energy orbs, exuding an aura of advanced technology that was both captivating and oppressive. A large character for Qin adorned the vessel. Quickly, step aside. This is the Qin family's Qi-Yen flying vessel, exclaimed the crowd in astonishment, hastily dispersing. The Qin family is one of the 7 great clans of Tiandu, renowned for their formidable prowess and unfathomable depth, with no one daring to provoke them. The mere price of the Qi-Yen flying vessel was a staggering 100,000 spiritual crystals, underscoring the terrifying strength of the Qin family. With a thunderous sound, the side door of the vessel swung open. A contingent clad in black armor, resembling technological warriors, began to leap from the vessel, ultimately landing with precision on the plaza. This black-armored squad consisted of 108 individuals, each possessing at least mid-level third-tier awakening capabilities. They formed a disciplined line, wielding specialized firearms, their expressions stern and their gazes icy,
deterring anyone from approaching. The Qin family's black armored guards, one wonders who leads them this time, Elder Chu remarked with a faint smile. Soon, a young man sprang forth from the vessel, appearing in the plaza with a flash. Clad in black armor and wielding a magnificent golden sword, he exuded an air of nonchalance, though his presence was undeniably formidable. Qin Feng, the sixth young master of the Qin family, a peak 7th-tier awakener, White Yuechu casually declared, dismissing the young man's significance as that of a mere insect. Now that the Qin family has arrived, it is likely that representatives from the other clans will not be absent either, Elder Chu noted. As if on cue, 6 more flying vessels emerged from the void, each marked with surnames, Zhou, Lu, Su, Zhou, Shen, and Ning. Together with the Qin family, they constituted the 7 great clans of Tiandu. These clans, aloof and unassailable, held a position of esteem, with no one daring to offend them. However, this was contingent upon the absence of superpowers such as the Star Academy. When faced with such entities, even the mightiest clans must tread carefully. For a single superpower could easily obliterate the 7 great clans multiple times over. It seemed as though it had been prearranged. The number of representatives from the 7 prominent families was roughly equal, each accompanied by a contingent of over 100 individuals. The leading youth from each of the 7 families, both male and female, exhibited prowess predominantly within the 7th and 8th levels. With so many people present, I propose we eliminate a portion of them. This secret realm is to be jointly governed by our 7 illustrious families. I wonder how you all feel about this suggestion. A young man from the Zhou family, his expression shrouded in shadows, spoke with calm indifference. Even before the secret realm had manifested, he sought to claim it, which undeniably revealed an insatiable appetite. Upon his utterance, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. They had toiled to arrive here in hopes of discovering opportunities within the secret realm. If it were to be monopolized by the 7 families, would they not return empty-handed? Brother Zhou, that proposal is quite astute and remarkably straightforward, remarked a young man from the Lu family. A faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded those around him with a glint of amusement. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and a few others remained silent. What a joke! The secret realm does not belong solely to your 7 families. By what right do you assert control? One individual scoffed. Boom! Yet. Scarcely had this person finished speaking when Zhou Hong struck him down, reducing him to a mist of blood. Zhou Hong coldly surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Who stands in favor, and who opposes? Step forward." Chapter 70, The opening of the secret realm. Silence enveloped the crowd, each individual rendered speechless by fear. If it were merely Zhou Hang and a few others, no one would feel intimidated, however. One must not forget that the combined forces of the 7 great clans numbered over 700. Moreover, the airships above had yet to depart. Their energy orbs aimed at this very spot. Resistance would spell death. Many displayed their dissatisfaction but dared not utter a word, lowering their heads in submission. Observing the silence, Zhou Heng's lips curled into a cold smile. If you wish to avoid death, leave this place immediately, otherwise, you may find it impossible to escape later. The youth of today are not particularly strong, yet their arrogance knows no bounds, a teasing voice echoed. Who seeks death? Zhou Heng's gaze turned icy. In an instant, he was sent sprawling backward, a crimson handprint emblazoned across his face. Who did that? Zhou Heng's expression darkened, pain radiating through his features. Ah! Young Master Jin appeared at the center of the square, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You dare to court death? Kill him! Zhou Hong glared at young Master Jin with venomous eyes, as a prodigy of the Zhou family. Being publicly humiliated in front of so many was a blow to his future. Before the 100-strong team of the Zhou family could retaliate, anguished screams pierced the air. And they fell in droves. In less than 10 seconds, 100 members of the Zhou family were annihilated. Yu Li and Yun Hongyan materialized beside young Master Jin. Before 2 9th-level awakeners, the Zhou family's team was not but a collection of insignificant insects. A mere swarm of ants, Yun Hongyan remarked. Her voice laced with an alluring charm, yet no one dared to entertain any thoughts of desire, for they had just witnessed her ruthless nature. Yuli and Yun Hongyan from the moonlit Nine Towers have arrived. Gasps of disbelief swept through the crowd. This is young Master Jean, the unparalleled prodigy of the moonlit Nine Towers, possessing a status even higher than that of Yuli and Yun Hongyan. Zhou Hong had offended young Master Jean, sealing his fate. Deservedly so. Let us see how he continues to act so arrogantly. Anticipation flickered in the hearts of the onlookers, eager for Zhou Heng's downfall. Zhou Heng's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling. He may not have known who young Master Jean was, but he recognized Yu Li and Yun Hongyan. Both were merciless killers, and offending them meant certain doom. And now, this young Master Jean held a rank above them. I am Zhou Heng of the Zhou family. I was blind and disrespectful towards young Master Jean, please forgive me. Zhou Heng hastily knelt in apology. In the face of death, dignity held no value. Seeing Zhou Heng kneel brought a sense of satisfaction to the crowd. Look at the arrogant little brat, is he still so bold now? Weren't you just so full of yourself? Young Master Jean smiled lightly. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Zhou Heng's heart leaped with joy at these words, a sigh of relief escaping him. Just as he opened his mouth to express gratitude, he found his head severed from his body. Blood splattered as his head rolled across the ground, lifeless and unblinking. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Yuli clutched a crescent blade in her hand. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, struck by fear. Truly, the individuals from the 9-story moon tower regarded the scions of noble families with disdain. Willing to kill without a moment's hesitation. Lu Mubai lowered his head, panic evident in his eyes. The composure he once possessed had vanished entirely. Are you intending to maintain control here? Young Master Jean cast a glance at the representatives of the other 6 prominent families. A bunch of fools. The secret realm is fraught with peril. The greater the number of participants, the better. Yet they foolishly aspire to monopolize it. Where is their intellect? Nay. Xin Feng and the others shook their heads in trepidation. At this moment, they were still reeling from Zhou Heng's demise. Just moments ago, he had been vibrantly alive. Only to have his head severed in an instant, a scene so gruesome it rendered them utterly speechless. In the presence of true power, even the most arrogant scions of noble families dare not utter a word. In the void, a Zhou family flying vessel hovered. Damn it! The young master was slain by that woman. Initiate the energy missile strike at once. A middle-aged man in the co-pilot's seat exclaimed, his eyes as red as blood. Humph! Open your eyes and behold the formidable figures nearby, the unparalleled Martial King Luo Dongcheng, Elder Chu from the Star Academy, and Miss Baiyu Chu of the Hunters Guild. Launch an energy missile? You must be delusional. A voice from the pilot's seat responded coldly. Energy missiles are weapons of mass destruction. Effective only against ordinary awakening realm practitioners. When faced with a powerhouse like Luo Dongcheng, they are utterly useless. In fact, by the time the missile is fired, the opponents might have already struck. Moreover, offending these individuals would spell doom not only for them but likely result in the complete annihilation of the Zhou family as well. The middle-aged man finally grasped the gravity of the situation and spoke somberly, then what shall we do? Zhou Heng was at least a young master of the Zhou family. His death before our eyes leaves us in a difficult position upon our return. The pilot replied indifferently, simply report the truth. He understood that even if the Zhou family learned of this incident, they would not dare to confront young Master Jean and his companions. Arrogant and overbearing. They deserved their fate. Compared to other noble family scions, they were nothing but brainless fools. As they witnessed the flying vessel retreating, Yun Hongyan displayed a glimmer of mockery. Suddenly, a resounding bell tolled, its sound reverberating as if emanating from the void or from the annals of time itself, shaking one's very soul. At last, it has arrived. Luo Dongcheng's expression shifted, a trace of solemnity flickering in his eyes. The secret realm harbors treasures, yet it is not without its dangers. Typically, each time the realm opens, numerous lives are extinguished. Even someone of his innate caliber would not dare to claim certainty in returning alive. Beneath the swirling mists, at the horizon of the mountains, a golden sun emerged, its rays cascading forth, illuminating the cloud cover, which billowed with vibrant hues, enveloping the world. Amidst the clouds, a mysterious celestial island floated into view. Adorned with endless forests, marshes, and plains, as well as a towering, enigmatic mountain. Atop this mountain stood a magnificent hall, divine light emanating from within, crafted with unparalleled artistry. A sight of breathtaking beauty. However, the more exquisite the locale, the more terrifying the concealed perils that lie in wait. The island is shrouded in mist, exuding an air of profound mystery, with faint echoes of terrifying creatures roaring from above. Is this truly a secret realm? It resembles an ethereal isle, utterly enchanting. A testament to the wisdom of the ancients that leaves one in awe. Secret realms are indeed bizarre and wondrous, some may manifest as caves, others as tombs, while some may unveil entirely new worlds, or even a distant planet. That enigmatic palace surely conceals treasures beyond imagination, the crowd murmurs with excitement. Suddenly, a magnificent rainbow bridge, over 300 meters in length, materializes, stretching from the sky above the island to the edge of the plaza, a marvel of natural creation. Friends, the secret realm has revealed itself. If we do not enter now, when shall we? A voice booms. Instantly, 1,000 individuals surge towards the rainbow bridge. To their exhilaration, the bridge proves to be tangible, alleviating any lingering fears. Charge! Seize it! Attack! The throng roars, their eyes ablaze with fervor, blood coursing like fire through their veins. Akin to a pack of famished warriors encountering a beguiling nymph. Before long, only Lin Chen and a few others remain on the scene. We shall proceed first, young Master Jin declares as he, along with Yuli and Yun Hongyan, leaps onto the rainbow bridge. Luo Dongcheng, Baiyu Chu, and the sedge-clad swordsman swiftly follow suit. Soon, only Lin Chen and Wu Chen are left. Brother Wang Yi, we shall meet in the secret realm, Wu Chen states decisively, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once Wu Chen disappears, Lin Chen steps onto the rainbow bridge. The 300 meters are traversed in an instant. At the end of the rainbow bridge lies an endless forest. Lin Chen selects a spot and leaps down. Chapter 71, The Mantis Catches the Cicada. While the yellow bird lies in wait in the depths of the forest, the secret realm proves to be anything but simple. Lin Chen mused to himself, taking a moment to exercise caution and avoid any unforeseen pitfalls. Having made up his mind, he concealed himself in the shadows. At that moment, a colossal elephant, towering over 10 meters, emerged abruptly. Its blood-red eyes glowed with ferocity, and its scaly body moved with astonishing speed, exuding an aura of immense power. Trees fell before it, leaving behind gigantic footprints in the earth. Perched upon a tree, Lin Chen observed intently. This elephant emanates a potent energy, at least comparable to an 8th-level qi refining cultivator. And its presence seems distinct from that of mutated beasts. Indeed, being cautious was the right approach. Encountering such a formidable creature upon entering is a clear indication that even stronger foes may lie ahead. One must not let their guard down. Maintaining a low profile and exercising discretion are the quintessential strategies for survival. Of course, when the moment to act arrives, one must strike decisively, swift, accurate, ruthless, and without mercy. Hesitation may lead to peril. As Lin Chen navigated through the thicket, he deliberately avoided any confrontation with beasts, regardless of their strength. Slaying these creatures held no purpose. Unnecessary battles required no further contemplation. What truly mattered was how to extract the greatest benefit from this secret realm. 10 minutes elapsed. Lin Chen stumbled upon a golden spiritual herb, flourishing beside a tranquil pool. With 9 leaves of a striking golden hue, its roots were prominent, and its stout stalks bore intricate patterns, suffused with an alluring aura of spiritual energy. At a mere glance, Lin Chen discerned that this herb was extraordinary. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively and chose instead to remain hidden, for the presence within the pool gave him pause. Suddenly, an excited voice pierced the air. Spiritual herb. A 4th-level awakener appeared, his gaze fixated fervently on the golden herb.
In Blue Star, spiritual herbs and exotic fruits are exceedingly rare, typically found only within the confines of the purple mist. It is well known that many potent potions are concocted from these herbs, rendering them highly coveted and prohibitively expensive for ordinary awakeners. Even if one had no use for it, it could still fetch a handsome price. My luck is exceptional, the awakener exclaimed, rushing toward the golden herb without a second thought. However, before he could lay a finger on it, a flash of cold light shot forth. And before he could react, his head was severed from his body, blood spraying and staining the pool. A mere 4th-level awakener dares to covet the spiritual herb? A figure clad in black emerged, his strength not to be underestimated, a 6th-level initial awakener. It was effortless for him to ambush a 4th-level awakener. The herb is mine. The black-clad figure sneered as he reached out to pluck the precious plant. From his concealed vantage point, Lin Chen wore a sardonic smile. Just as the black-clad man was about to seize the herb, a massive crocodile erupted from the pool, its cavernous jaws agape. This is... Ah! The black-clad man let out a horrific scream as he was swallowed whole by the giant crocodile, having had no opportunity to resist. After swallowing the cloaked figure, the giant crocodile once again submerged into the depths of the water. Danger lurked everywhere. The more one let their guard down, the more likely a deadly threat would emerge. And it was at this very moment. A glint of determination shone in Lin Chen's eyes as he flickered into action, appearing by the edge of the pool. Without a moment's hesitation, he plucked the spiritual herb and turned away, executing the maneuver with seamless precision. Moments later, a furious roar erupted, startling a multitude of birds into flight. An overwhelming force was unleashed, transforming the area within 100 meters of the pool into a wasteland. 500 meters away, Lin Chen emerged, holding the golden spiritual herb. Generally speaking, the more potent the spiritual herb, the more formidable the guardian beast. Lin Chen mused, recalling the giant crocodile from earlier, whose power was indiscernible yet instilled a sense of threat. Had he attempted to seize the spiritual herb initially, even if successful, he would have inevitably confronted the giant crocodile, a risk not worth taking. Someone was approaching. Lin Chen's figure vanished from sight. Soon, 2 teams materialized in the vicinity. One was led by Lu Mubai, while the other was commanded by a talented young woman from the Ning family, seemingly named Ning Zijing. With a series of mechanical clicks, the sound of armor being unlocked echoed. Among the 2 teams, 8 individuals removed their helmets, revealing 8 elderly men with snow-white hair standing before the assembly. Greetings, esteemed elders. Lu Mubai and Ning Zijing promptly bowed, their expressions filled with utmost respect. Indeed. The 8 elders nodded gently. Lin Chen swiftly discerned the realm of the 8 individuals and was not overly surprised. After all, they were from one of the 7 great families of Tiandu. It was inconceivable that they would send only a band of insignificant beings for such an important event as the opening of the secret realm. With the assistance of these 8 elders, they would undoubtedly secure more treasures within the secret realm. Ironically, the Zhou family had not dispatched any formidable figures, otherwise, Zhou Hang, that fool, would not have met his tragic end. Lu Mubai remarked with a faint smile, previously, he was Zhou Hong, now he is merely a fool. One elder replied flatly, it is not that the Zhou family did not wish to send reinforcements, but their experts are currently exploring the abyssal cave, leaving them unable to respond. However, this is advantageous for us, as it eliminates one competitor. Ning Zijing added softly, the other 4 families have likely sent numerous experts. We must not let our guard down. Lu Mubai pondered, in comparison to the other 4 families, my greatest concern lies with other individuals, such as young Master Jin, Luo Dongcheng, and Baiyu Chu. These individuals pose significant dangers. Yet, should the opportunity arise, they could be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a twinge of introspection. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their exterior. In this world, whether human or ghost, all wore a mask, some were cunning and treacherous, while others concealed daggers behind smiles.
A careless misstep could lead to irreparable consequences.
In contrast, he considered himself a refreshing anomaly.
The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, Lin Chen thought, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Subsequently, he stealthily followed the two teams,
ever vigilant for an opportunity.
After traversing nearly 1,000 meters, a fruit tree came into view, adorned with several fruits radiating a verdant glow.
Extraordinary fruit?
A collective gasp escaped the crowd, swiftly followed by expressions of fervent desire.
Even for those of noble lineage, the exotic fruit held immense value. Who could resist its allure?
2 elders were appointed to harvest the rare fruit, while the others remained vigilant, ready to retreat at a moment's notice.
Lu Mubai spoke in a hushed tone.
His eyes filled with caution.
Act now.
From each faction, a formidable innate expert was dispatched to gather the coveted fruit. With remarkable speed, they reached the base of the fruit tree in an instant. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently.
A colossal figure descended from the heavens, crashing onto the earth with tremendous force.
Sending shockwaves through the ground, fierce winds howled, and the air thickened with pressure. It was a gigantic black gorilla, its size akin to a small mountain.
At that moment,
it pounded its chest furiously, producing a cacophony that made the eardrums ache, its overwhelming presence rendering the onlookers unable to lift their heads.
With a thunderous roar,
the gorilla unleashed a punch directed at the 2 elders beneath the tree. Overwhelmed by the creature's formidable aura, the elders felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. As the massive fist hurtled toward them, there was no time for contemplation, they instinctively dodged. Yet, they were still a heartbeat too late. And the punch sent them hurtling away, blood spraying as they crashed against the sturdy tree. Terrified, they scrambled to their feet and fled without a second thought. This beast is insurmountable, retreat swiftly.
Lu Mubai's expression changed as he decisively withdrew.
Ning Zijing reacted with equal swiftness, darting several meters away in an instant. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, fleeing for their lives. With a fearsome roar, the gorilla leaped into action, pursuing them relentlessly. Soon, the air was filled with chilling cries of despair. Meanwhile, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to gather all the fruit. Chapter 72, The Excessive Shearing of Wool. In a secluded part of the dense forest, Xinping encountered 3 distinguished individuals. A man clad in yellow, who was the illustrious representative of the Shen family, paid his respects. Before him stood none other than young Master Jean and his companions.
Young Master Jean nodded lightly. Why have the 7 great families maintained their formidable presence?
It is not solely due to their own immense strength but also because each family is subtly backed by formidable powers. It is evident that the true pillar of the Shen family is the moonlit 9-story tower. Among the 7 families, some share close ties while others are embroiled in conflict. Notably, the Shen and Zhou families have had considerable friction in recent years. Thus, the sudden aggression of young Master Jean towards the Zhou family warrants scrutiny.
It is unfortunate that Zhou Heng found himself in the path of calamity. Was there any reason not to strike? Suddenly, a fearsome roar echoed through the woods.
Young Master Jin's expression shifted, and he spoke in a grave tone. This forest is teeming with ferocious beasts, we must retreat at once.
Meanwhile,
after a harrowing battle with a gorilla, Lu Mubai and Ning Zijin's team had suffered significant losses. With over half of their members gone and 2 innate elders severely injured, a disastrous start to their expedition. Yet, the dangers of the forest were far from over. Within a mere half-hour, the group faced several more skirmishes, leaving only 30 or so survivors, a truly devastating toll. While others drew the attention of foes,
Lin Chen reaped substantial rewards, gathering numerous spiritual herbs and exotic fruits.
The wool has been excessively sheared, the sheep are nearly depleted, Lin Chen mused.
Realizing the diminishing value of the remaining companions, rendering their continued association unnecessary. However, one cannot traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet, even the unsuspecting may become prey.
Just as Lin Chen departed, he was targeted by a formidable porcupine, equivalent to the 9th layer of qi refinement.
The 2-meter-tall purple porcupine.
adorned with sharp quills extending 20 centimeters, fixed its blood-red gaze upon Lin Chen, saliva dripping from its mouth, indicating its hunger. With a roar, the purple porcupine launched itself at Lin Chen. Seeking death, Lin Chen bellowed, delivering a powerful punch. The blow struck the porcupine's head directly, causing it to shriek in agony and crash to the ground, its once vibrant eyes dimming. In an instant, the ground trembled, trees splintered, and an even larger purple porcupine emerged. Measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in height, its body was enveloped in purple scales, significantly more formidable than its predecessor, now glaring furiously at Lin Chen. It was unmistakably the parent of the porcupine Lin Chen had just vanquished. Kill! Lin Chen declared decisively, launching an immediate counterattack with a mystical lunar seal. With a deafening roar, the colossal purple porcupine arched its back, its body quaking as hundreds of sharp quills shot towards Lin Chen in a frenzied barrage. Boom! The mystical lunar seal collided with the massive quills, and in an instant, the projectiles were obliterated. The force of the Shenhua seal remained undiminished as it swiftly struck the colossal purple porcupine. A resounding crash echoed through the air. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, transforming the surrounding area into a desolate ruin within 100 meters, as trees splintered and fell. A massive crater formed on the ground, leaving the giant purple porcupine a grotesque mass of flesh. So feeble? Lin Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated that this giant purple porcupine possessed the strength of a Foundation establishment stage beast, offering him a chance to hone his skills. Little did he expect that a mere strike would turn it into a mere paste. Have I perhaps underestimated my own strength? Lin Chen mused. How could one not underestimate? The opponent could annihilate everything in sight, and for Lin Chen, dispatching a Foundation establishment stage creature was but a trifling task. Lin Chen gazed into the distance, where a pair of eyes, the size of lanterns, were fixated on him. It was a golden tiger. Its aura even more formidable than that of the giant purple porcupine. A man and a tiger locked eyes across the clearing. The atmosphere grew oddly tense. Gulp! The golden tiger swallowed hard before turning and dashing deeper into the forest. Lin Chen, quick as an arrow, gave chase. A howl rang out shortly, followed by a chilling series of cries echoing through the woods. After dispatching the golden tiger, as Lin Chen was tending to its carcass, a group of individuals suddenly emerged, surrounding him. Kid, that beast's corpse is mine. You'd best be on your way, a chilling voice declared. The crowd parted to reveal a bald man clad in a black coat, wielding a massive axe, his head marked by a gruesome scar that was quite terrifying. A mid-level 5th tier awakened. Lin Chen seemed oblivious, continuing to attend to the golden tiger's remains. Seeking death. Seeing Lin Chen's disregard, the bald man's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he swung his axe towards Lin Chen. Just as the axe was a mere meter away, a graceful figure appeared before Lin Chen, brandishing a long sword, exuding an aura of righteousness akin to a heroic maiden. Clang! The sword met the axe with a resounding clash, sparks flying, and astonishingly, the axe was sent flying. A girl, around 18 or 19, donned in a flowing pink dress, wielded a sword 3 feet long, her face adorned with a playful expression. Do not fret, young man. With this heroine by your side, they cannot harm you, she declared coolly. A beginner 6th tier awakened, such was her prowess. Kill her, the bald man commanded with a frigid glare. Instantly, the crowd lunged at the girl. Yet, she remained unfazed, wielding her sword with grace and agility amidst the throng. Cries of anguish erupted as one after another fell. However, she refrained from delivering fatal blows. Soon, only the bald man remained. His expression darkened. Just as he was about to strike, a sword was pressed against his neck. Do not move, the girl's clear voice rang out. The bald man trembled, hastily raising his hands, terror-stricken. Heroine, spare me. With a swift kick, the young girl sent the bald man flying, then sweetly declared, take your people and leave. Should I ever catch you bullying the weak again, you shall face dire consequences. As she spoke, she brandished her delicate fists in a gesture of threat. The bald man quickly regained his footing and, in a flustered manner, retreated with his companions. The girl lifted her snow-white chin and addressed Lin Chen. "There is no need for thanks, simply remember my name. I am Yi Jianli, a heroine destined to become a formidable innate realm warrior." With that, she elegantly sheathed her sword and departed with grace. In that fleeting moment, she resembled a fool. Lin Chen shook his head and turned his gaze towards the fading figures of the bald man and his entourage. 100 meters away, the bald man seethed with resentment. Muttering, "You insolent girl, should you ever fall into my clutches, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. You have no chance." Suddenly, a chilling voice interjected. "Your opportunity has vanished." Startled, the bald man looked up just in time to see a flurry of green leaves hurtling towards him. Blood splattered. And before any cries could escape their lips, he and his companions collapsed, each pierced through the forehead by a leaf. "Young man, save me!" "No, flee for your life!" a panicked voice cried out. A massive two-headed green python was relentlessly pursuing a woman, drawing closer. Was it not the very girl who had just proclaimed her chivalry? She now appeared utterly helpless. With a fearsome roar, the two-headed python swiftly closed in on Yi Jianli, its gaping maw ready to consume her. "It's over, I'm finished," she exclaimed in terror. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, turned, and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 73, The Celestial Eye. The forest teemed with peril. Lin Chen did not linger long. Just as he stepped out of the woods, he heard an excited voice call out, "Brother Wang Yi, what a coincidence!" At that moment, Wu Chen was being relentlessly pursued by a terrifying azure sky bull python. Seeing Lin Chen, his face lit up with joy as he hurried over. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Indeed, what a coincidence it was. However, when he noticed the blood-red lotus flower clutched in Wu Chen's hand, his eyes flickered with intrigue. "Do not panic, Brother Wu. I shall assist you in slaying this beast," Lin Chen declared solemnly, swiftly forming a hand seal. With a resonant hum, the surrounding spiritual essence was instantly drained. Two lunar sigils coalescing before rapidly launching forth, their power immense and fearsome. By heavens! Wu Chen's countenance changed dramatically upon seeing the two lunar sigils hurtling toward him. He uttered a curse and swiftly dodged. Boom! The two lunar sigils struck the azure sky bull python in an instant. Roar! The python bellowed in fury. And in the next heartbeat, a mist of blood enveloped the air as it was obliterated. 100 meters away, Wu Chen clambered up from the dust. His face as pale as a ghost. "Brother Wu, this beast has been vanquished by me," Lin Chen said with a smile. Though his gaze remained fixated on the blood-red lotus in Wu Chen's grasp. This lotus appeared to be even more extraordinary than the golden spiritual herb he had previously acquired. Imbued with a richer aura. Wu Chen took a slight step aside, stowing the lotus in a cloth bag, and replied coldly, "Brother Wang. Had I not dodged swiftly just now, I might have perished under your attack." Lin Chen awkwardly chuckled. "I have only just learned this martial technique and have yet to master it fully. Please forgive me, Brother Wu. I assure you it will not happen again." "Ah. I see. It appears I misjudged you, Brother Wang," Wu Chen replied apologetically. Thereafter, one refrained from casting blame, while the other avoided discussing the matter of lethal intent. The two conversed jovially, the atmosphere harmonious, as if the earlier turmoil had never transpired. "Brother Wu, shall we proceed to the Grand Hall together?" Lin Chen proposed with a smile. "That sounds splendid. With our combined strength, the journey shall be smooth and unimpeded," Wu Chen responded with a grin. "By the way, I wish to inquire, how is it that you perceive my true strength when others cannot?" Lin Chen voiced his curiosity. As a cultivator, his aura differed fundamentally from that of the awakened, causing others to regard him as an ordinary individual. Yet, Wu Chen had discerned something unusual during their first encounter, piquing Lin Chen's interest. Wu Chen chuckled lightly. The Buddhist sect possesses 6 supreme esoteric doctrines known as the 6 divine powers.
I happen to have cultivated one of them. The celestial eye, which grants me the ability to perceive things that ordinary people cannot. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that you were extraordinary. Of course, that is all I can ascertain. As for your true realm and strength, I am utterly unable to fathom. In this,
he spoke no falsehood. From the very first glimpse of Lin Chen, he discerned that Lin Chen was an exceedingly perilous character. However, the true depths of his realm and strength remained inscrutable, likely due to his insufficient mastery of the heavenly eye technique. It is said that when the heavenly eye reaches consummation, one can perceive the profound truths of the 3 realms, penetrate the cycles of life and death, dispel the illusions of the world, unimpeded by any barriers, embodying an enigmatic essence. Nevertheless, after years of cultivation, Wu Chen discovered that the claims surrounding this technique were excessively embellished.
With a newfound understanding, Lin Chen jestingly inquired, "Such an extraordinary heavenly eye, I wonder if it can be shared?"
As a denizen of Earth and a graduate of archaeology, Lin Chen was naturally aware of the 6 supernatural abilities of Buddhism. These 6 powers include the heavenly eye, heavenly ear, mind reading, fate perception, divine foot,
and exhaustion of leakage.
It is rumored that each of these divine abilities possesses remarkable prowess, and should one master them, they would undoubtedly wield extraordinary might. Thus, Lin Chen harbored certain thoughts.
Of course, he held no real hope. How could the profound truths of Buddhism possibly be disseminated? Indeed, it can be shared. Wu Chen replied earnestly.
Much to Lin Chen's surprise,
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Exchange of knowledge, then?
Wu Chen continued. The lunar seal technique demonstrated by Brother Wang Yi earlier was quite remarkable.
Shall we exchange insights?
First, teach me your heavenly eye technique, Lin Chen stated.
Certainly. Let us walk and share. Wu Chen readily agreed. Subsequently,
the two exchanged their respective arts as they traversed the terrain. As they walked, they found themselves in a marshy area.
This lunar seal technique is truly profound and unfathomable.
I can comprehend not a shred of it, Wu Chen marveled. That is to be expected, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. He imparted 2 of the 4 lunar seals to Wu Chen, deliberately altering much of the content, creating a blend of truth and illusion. If he could indeed acquire the heavenly eye technique in exchange for just 2 lunar seals, it would be a remarkable bargain. Even 4 would not necessarily be a loss. Moreover, the lunar seal technique originated from a forge, specifically designed for cultivators, and Wu Chen might not grasp its nuances at all.
Conversely,
Lin Chen sensed an air of mystique in the heavenly eye technique imparted to him by Wu Chen, an elusive essence that vanished at critical moments.
It seemed Wu Chen, too,
was holding back. He could not possibly divulge the entirety of the heavenly eye technique to Lin Chen. Wu Chen cast a meaningful glance at Lin Chen, indeed imparting only a portion of the heavenly eye technique, with some content modified. Additionally, to cultivate the heavenly eye, one must possess an exceptionally rare Buddhist root. And under such conditions, he did not believe Lin Chen could gain much. Both were wagering that the other could not comprehend the secret arts they transmitted. They remained indifferent to whether the other might fall into madness.
And if one does go mad? Should one's own cultivation technique falter, what concern is it of mine? You too, come here.
At that moment, a dispassionate voice resounded. A 6th-tier awakener clad in crimson and yellow armor approached them, gesturing with his hand as a dozen awakener figures surged forth, encircling the pair.
Wu Chen inquired, "Do you have business with us?"
The 6th-level awakened being spoke with indifference. "This place is under the control of the Chiu family. You two shall accompany me to gather spiritual herbs ahead. Once the task is accomplished, the Chiu family will certainly reward you. However, should you refuse?" The implication of the threat was abundantly clear. To forge a connection with one of the 7 great families, the Chiu family, is indeed a stroke of fortune for us both. Thus, we kindly request your guidance.
Wu Chen responded courteously. You are quite astute for a monk.
Rest assured, you shall not be neglected once our endeavor is successful. A faint smile of satisfaction flickered across the sixth-level awakened being's face as he led the two forward.
Lin Chen and Wu Chen exchanged a glance, their expressions laced with intrigue. Were they to be mere pawns in this game?
After advancing several dozen meters, they encountered a contingent of several dozen individuals. At the forefront stood a woman clad in immaculate white armor, her figure voluptuous and her demeanor exuding an air of aloof elegance.
Esteemed Miss,
these two are the ones I brought to gather spiritual herbs, the sixth-level awakened being said respectfully, bowing to the woman. This lady was known as Qiuning Shuang,
the leader of the Qiu family's expedition, possessing formidable strength at the late 7th level.
Chapter 74, Remarkable Depths of the Marsh and a Blood-Red Expanse. A myriad of spiritual herbs thrived. This sanguine territory appeared as if corroded by molten lava, cloaked in a toxic mist that exuded a pungent stench, while the boiling heat resonated with gurgling sounds. Surrounding it lay the skeletal remains of colossal beasts, resembling a graveyard for mythical creatures.
At this moment,
7 individuals approached the Crimson Zone with palpable anxiety. Suddenly, the ground writhed, and several legs sank into the mire. Panic-stricken, they struggled desperately, yet the more they fought,
the deeper they became ensnared. Miss Qing, save us!
They cried in terror. Qing Shuang regarded them with indifference, showing no intention to assist. Only when they were nearly engulfed did she coldly remark, "A bunch of useless fools." The Qiu family had brought over 30 people to gather spiritual herbs. And this was the last batch, yet the harvest had been meager, inciting her displeasure. With a stoic expression, Qing Shuang turned to Lin Chen and his companion, commanding,
"You two, go harvest the herbs immediately."
To her, the lives of others were inconsequential, as long as she could procure the herbs.
The demise of all present would matter little.
Lin Chen and his companion exchanged knowing glances, seemingly oblivious to her command.
"What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather the herbs,"
a sixth-level awakened one coldly admonished. "You should realize that serving Miss Qing is a privilege earned over several lifetimes, do not squander it."
"Such fortune, I fear I may not handle it well. Brother Wan, shall I entrust it to you?" Wu Chen looked toward Lin Chen.
Lin Chen shook his head, replying, "This mire is too treacherous, perhaps it is better left to you, Brother Wu Chen."
"Very well. As the Buddha says, if I do not enter hell, who will?"
Wu Chen clasped his hands together. He then strode forward, calmly addressing Qing Shuang, "Esteemed lady, I am here to rob you.
Kindly surrender the spiritual herbs and any valuables you possess." Qing Shuang was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere turned exceedingly strange as the onlookers stared at Wu Chen in disbelief. Was this monk's mind addled? To attempt a robbery against Qing Shuang was truly audacious.
Recovering her composure, Qing Shuang's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she icily commanded,
"Eliminate these two." The sixth-level awakened one, seething with rage, unleashed a powerful strike. However, Wu Chen reacted even more swiftly, pointing a finger through the air.
With a sickening sound, the sixth-level awakened one stalled momentarily, blood gushing from his 7 orifices before he collapsed to the ground, a grotesque blood hole now marring his brow.
Witnessing this,
the others turned pale and immediately launched an assault against Lin Chen and Wu Chen. With a swift motion, Lin Chen raised his hand, unleashing a blade of spiritual energy. The assailants had no time to evade, and were cleaved in two, their blood staining the ground, mingling with the crimson territory. From a multitude, only Qing Shuang remained. Her expression shifted to one of shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled into the distance, clearly realizing she had encountered insurmountable resistance.
"Lady, you shall not escape."
A shadow devoid of dust moved swiftly, positioning itself before Qiuning Shuang.
Cold frost palm.
Qiuning Shuang, realizing escape was futile, narrowed her eyes and unleashed a powerful strike. A chilling palm imprint coalesced and rushed towards Lin Chen. Observing this, the shadow merely flicked a finger.
Crack!
The icy palm imprint shattered.
Boom! Qiuning Shuang coughed up blood.
Her body sent flying by the overwhelming force, her pristine white armor now marred by several cracks.
This armor was specially crafted. Even a 9th-tier awakener might struggle to break it. Yet now, it was shattered by a mere finger, revealing the terrifying prowess of her opponent, undoubtedly a preternatural expert. The shadow approached Xiaoning Shuang with calm composure. "Master, I implore you to cease." Xiaoning Shuang exclaimed hastily, her gaze filled with panic. "Brother Wang Yi, how remarkable it is. She still dares to plead for mercy." A playful smile flickered across the shadow's face. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "When a woman requests cessation, it merely signifies a desire for continuation, thus, proceed with the execution." The shadow replied with a sinister charm, "Indeed, once a man is stirred to action, how can he halt?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoning Shuang trembled. "I am the daughter of the Qiu family, you cannot slay me, for the Qiu family will not spare you." Lin Chen frowned, "Foolishness, it is the beasts of the secret realm that seek your life, not us." A wave of terror washed over Xiaoning Shuang as she comprehended the reality. The seemingly unremarkable man was far more ruthless than the charming monk, eager to kill at the slightest provocation. Regret filled her heart. Why had she antagonized these two? "I, in my compassion, do not wish to commit further acts of slaughter. There are numerous spiritual herbs ahead. I beseech you, fair maiden, to gather them for us. If you fulfill this task, I shall spare your life. What say you?" The shadow spoke softly. "I agree," Xiaoning Shuang replied without hesitation. The situation was dire. If she refused, it was likely the monk would obliterate her with a single gesture. For now, preserving her life was paramount. The preternatural experts of the Qiu family were elsewhere. Once they arrived, they would ensure these two faced unspeakable suffering. Lin Chen and the shadow exchanged a knowing smile, relishing the fear they instilled in their pawn. "Please." The shadow smiled. With no other choice, Xiaoning Shuang advanced to gather the spiritual herbs. The shadow intently observed her retreating figure, saying, "Brother Wang Yi, be prepared to act at a moment's notice." Lin Chen calmly picked several nearby spiritual herbs before responding, "Agreed." The shadow smirked slightly but chose not to elaborate further. Roar! Just as Xiaoning Shuang neared the blood-red zone, the swamp began to writhe violently. Two colossal crocodiles, each 50 meters long, surged forth from the mire, lunging towards her. "Damn it!" Xiaoning Shuang's face turned ashen. Disregarding the spiritual herbs, she fled in a frenzy. The gigantic creatures showed no intention of sparing her, their massive bodies leaping as they pursued her relentlessly, covering ground with astonishing speed. At that moment, Lin Chen and his companion darted towards the blood-colored area, initiating a swift and audacious heist. A minute later, the two colossal crocodiles returned. Without a word, Lin Chen and his companion each found a position to escape. Roar! Two colossal crocodiles immediately pursued them. 3 hours later, the two traversed marshes and plains, ultimately converging at the foot of a mysterious towering mountain, rising 3,000 meters into the heavens. The enigmatic palace lay concealed within the mist, revealing a glimpse of its grandeur, beckoning one to unveil its entirety. "Wuchan, your bag appears quite capacious," Lin Chen remarked, fixated on the pouch at Wuchan's waist. Wuchan replied earnestly, "In comparison to Brother Wang Ye's ring, it still falls considerably short." A shared understanding passed between them. At the base of the mountain, a considerable number of individuals had gathered. Among them were Luo Dongchang, young Master Jin, and Baiyu Chu, all appearing somewhat disheveled, evidently having suffered significant setbacks within the secret realm. Upon the arrival of the two, several nodded in acknowledgement. "Young man, we meet again." At this moment, a familiar voice resonated in Lin Chen's ear. Chapter 75, Surrender. The seat amidst the crowd, Yi Jianli, cradling a long sword, gazed playfully at Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Typically, such whimsical young women were troublemakers, often accompanied by a host of complications. It was best to avoid interaction. "Su Xiao. That little thief is over there." An excited voice rang out from a distance. Indeed, trouble was upon them. A group of approximately 50 individuals was making its way toward them.
Leading the pack was Su Zi, a prodigy of the Su family, one of the 7 great clans. A man in his early 20s, and at the mid-level of the 7th rank. Among the group were 3 elder members of the Su family, each at the 6th layer of innate mastery. Upon spotting Su Zi, Yi Jianli promptly waved at Lin Chen, saying, "Young man, you were right earlier. In the world of martial arts, if you cannot win, you must flee. I shall take my leave now. May we meet again by chance." With that, she began to escape to the side. "Block her!" Su Zi shouted angrily. The crowd surged forward and swiftly intercepted Yi Jianli. "Little thief, surrender the seed." "And I shall spare your life," Su Zi glared at her. Previously, while in the forest, he had discovered a mysterious seed. Fearing the powerful beasts that might guard it, he had observed it for a moment, only to find that the seed had been snatched by this girl. Infuriated, he had immediately pursued her, not anticipating that she would prove to be quite formidable, leading to several near escapes. Now that he had encountered her again, he certainly would not let her slip away. Yi Jianli retorted haughtily, "That seed was found by me on the ground, why should I give it to you?" In truth, she felt quite aggrieved. After narrowly escaping from the jaws of a 2-headed giant python, she had barely taken a few steps before stumbling upon a beautiful seed. Just as she had picked it up to examine it, a group of hostile individuals had come charging toward her. Thus began her frantic flight. Were it not for her moderate prowess and a stroke of good fortune, she would have certainly met her end by now. Believe it or not, I picked up a seed from the ground and was pursued by a horde in the secret realm. Is there a more unjust fate than this? Refuse to comply? Then perish. Kill her. Su Zi commanded with a wave of his hand, and the crowd surged toward Yi Jianli. "Humph. Do you truly think I fear you?" Yi Jianli drew her sword, and with her initial strength at the 6th level, she was indeed a force to be reckoned with. As her sword rose and fell, adversaries began to fall. "What a bunch of useless fools!" Su Zi scoffed. With a swift step, he appeared before Yi Jianli, delivering a powerful punch. Yi Jianli's expression shifted slightly as she quickly raised her sword to defend herself. Clang! Su Zi's fist struck her longsword, unleashing a torrent of violent force. Yi Jianli was sent flying, sword and all. With her mere 6th level initial strength, she was no match for Su Zi, who stood at the mid-level of the 7th rank. 10 meters away, Yi Jianli clutched her longsword, her complexion pale, a hint of blood at the corner of her mouth. Die! Su Zi leapt into the air, preparing to strike her once more. Struggling to grip her sword, Yi Jianli did not believe she could withstand Su Zi's punch. Yet, holding her sword, she resolved that even in death, she would unleash one final strike. At that moment, Yi Jianli suddenly realized that the sword in her hand was beyond her control, and it automatically swung towards Su Zi. Boom! The sword energy shot forth for 10 meters. Before Su Zi could react, he was enveloped by the sword's aura. Sizzle! Blood splattered. As the sword energy dissipated, Su Zi's body plummeted to the ground. A gruesome 20-centimeter long sword wound marred his chest, blood gushing incessantly from the injury. His breath faint, teetering on the brink of death. The crowd stared in astonishment at Yi Jianli, stunned by the scene before them. This sword carried a certain weight. Young Master Jin remarked with surprise. What intrigued him was how this woman, at the early 6th level, could severely injure Su Zi, who was at the mid-7th level. Yi Jianli was equally bewildered. How was the sword moving of its own accord? And the power was terrifying. Was she wielding the sword, or was the sword wielding her? Zi! An elder of innate realm swiftly approached Su Zi and began to assess his injuries. The next moment, his eyes turned blood red as he glared at Yi Jianli and exclaimed, "Little thief, I shall kill you." The aura of innate energy erupted like a raging dragon, exuding sheer terror. Many in the crowd displayed expressions of horror, retreating in fear of being caught in the aftermath. Innate level 6. Luo Dongcheng cast a fleeting glance before losing all interest. Kill!
The elder lunged towards Yi Jianli in an instant. His overwhelming presence made it difficult for her to breathe. Whoosh! At that moment, the sword in her hand struck out once more. A piercing scream echoed. The elder's arm from the Su family was severed, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. I didn't mean to. Yi Jianli stammered in panic. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more strikes followed. Ah! The elder's other arm and one leg were chopped off, rolling on the ground like a mangled puppet. Gulp! The crowd swallowed hard, their gazes towards Yi Jianli filled with dread. What on earth was happening with this girl? Observing this, young Master Jin lost his earlier composure, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. He regarded the unfolding events with increasing uncertainty. For a 6th level early stage to injure a mid-7th level was indeed shocking, yet somewhat within reason. However, now, a 6th level early stage had nearly reduced an innate level 6 expert to a mere stump with 3 strikes. This was utterly astonishing. Could it be that sword? Yet, it hardly appeared to be a spiritual weapon. Young Master Jin furrowed his brow, perplexity flooding his mind. Luo Dongchang and the others shared similar sentiments. Wu Chen gazed at Lin Chen, contemplating the unfathomable prowess of this brother Wang Yi. Elder brother. The other 2 elders of the Su family had bloodshot eyes, filled with rage and sorrow, yet dared not attack Yi Jianli. This enchantress was far too enigmatic. Let us take Z and leave this place. The elder of the Su family on the ground, stifling his pain, spoke with terror. After the members of the Su family departed, Yi Jianli noticed that everyone around her was staring intently. She hastily clarified, "It truly wasn't me." Startled, the crowd recoiled as if struck by a sudden fright, their gazes towards Yi Jianli now filled with wariness, genuinely fearing her potential to wield her sword against them. At that moment, they regarded Yi Jianli as an exceedingly perilous entity. Lin Chen approached Yi Jianli with a calm demeanor. "Where is the seed?" he inquired directly. "What seed?" Yi Jianli paused in confusion for a moment. Soon, she realized and instinctively retrieved a seed the size of a peach pit, radiating a spectrum of colors. "What about it?" she questioned Lin Chen, her brow furrowed in bewilderment. In an instant, Lin Chen snatched the seed from her grasp and nonchalantly declared, "Now it belongs to me." I saved your life, and you dare to seize my possession. This is utterly dishonorable. Return my seed at once." Yi Jianli protested vehemently. It was indeed the seed that had led her to be relentlessly pursued. Although she was unaware of its precise significance, she sensed its remarkable nature. Lin Chen replied placidly, "Now everyone knows you possess an extraordinary seed. Can you truly safeguard it? Who would dare to take what is mine? I would cleave them in 2 with a single stroke." Yi Jianli brandished her sword, startling those around her once more. Lin Chen gently patted Yi Jianli on the shoulder and spoke meaningfully, "You must learn to recognize your true strength." Yi Jianli faltered slightly, her confidence wavering. Lin Chen continued softly, "I shall keep this seed safe for you. I will return it once we exit the secret realm." Yi Jianli scrutinized Lin Chen with skepticism, naturally disbelieving his words. "I cannot protect it myself, but you, a mere novice, have no right to take my seed. You little thief." Suddenly, a tempest arose, and the ground trembled violently. A beam of light descended from the void, enveloping those at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 76, The Blood-Red Battle Blade. As the crowd regained their senses, they found themselves standing in the vast square before the Grand Hall. The square, expansive and measuring approximately 20,000 square meters, was flanked by 108 bronze pillars, each with a diameter of 2 meters and soaring to a height of 30 meters. The pillars, majestic and reaching for the heavens, were adorned with ancient totemic carvings resembling dragons and winds, shrouded in an aura of mystery. The ground was paved with white jade slabs, now yellowed with the passage of time and covered in a thick layer of dust. Turning their gaze to the Grand Hall,
It revealed itself as a magnificent structure forged entirely of bronze, meticulously crafted and exuding an overwhelming presence, almost as if it were the work of divine artisans. The hall was divided into 4 tiers, each standing 25 meters tall, towering into the sky, surrounded by swirling clouds and ethereal purple mists, reminiscent of a celestial abode. However, upon closer inspection, the hall's exterior was marred by the ravages of time. Patches of tarnished bronze and rust were evident, and cobwebs adorned the corners, imparting an air of desolation and solitude. The assembled individuals were momentarily awestruck by the hall's grandeur, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror jolted them back to reality. Corpses, so many corpses! Before them lay a grim sight, a mass of decaying bodies, ancient armor, and rusted weapons strewn across the square. The once enigmatic Grand Hall now emanated an eerie and foreboding atmosphere due to the presence of these remains. The crowd wore solemn expressions, realizing the peril that this place harbored. Lin Chen pondered quietly, "This place is fraught with danger, caution is paramount." In the midst of their contemplation, another voice pierced the air, "I hope we haven't arrived too late." A new group emerged within the square, comprised of members from several prominent families, the Qin, Liu, Ning, and Xiu clans. The Qin family, once boasting a contingent of 100, now numbered only 30. Led by Qin Feng, accompanied by 4 innate realm warriors. The Liu and Ning families, originally 200 strong, had dwindled to a mere handful, with 2 of their 8 innate realm fighters perished, suffering significant losses. The Qiu family was left with just 3 aged innate warriors. Among the 7 great families of Tiandu, only the Shen family incurred minimal losses, retaining over 90 members, having followed young Master Jin along the way, thus avoiding numerous dangers. One elder from the Qin family inquired of the Qiu clan, "How is it that only the 3 of you remain?" The 3 innate warriors from the Qiu family snorted in disdain. Their contingent of over 100 had nearly been obliterated, and their leader, Xiaoning Shuang, had vanished without a trace, resulting in catastrophic losses. They could only hope to find valuable treasures within the Grand Hall to compensate for their misfortunes. One of the awakened individuals picked up a rusted long knife from the ground, observing its weathered state. The onlookers exchanged knowing smirks, recognizing that even the finest weapons, when subjected to the ravages of time, lose their edge and become mere relics of decay. With a determined grip, the awakened warrior struck the long knife against the short blade in his possession. A sharp crack echoed in the air as the short blade shattered into pieces. The crowd, once filled with derision, suddenly fell silent. "Wow! This blade is remarkably sharp, I've stumbled upon a treasure." A celestial awakener was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with excitement. "These are divine weapons. Everyone, act quickly." In an instant, the onlookers reacted, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they rushed toward the other weapons. "This spear is mine, let anyone dare to snatch it from me. How dare you? Know your place." "Ah, stop. I don't want it anymore." Just moments ago, the crowd deemed these weapons worthless, yet now they fought fiercely, blood spilling as they vied for possession. One individual, having just acquired a weapon, was immediately reduced to a gruesome pulp by 100 attacks. In the face of divine arms, how many could resist the allure? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, discreetly stepping back. Luo Dongchang and others similarly refrained from engaging, opting to observe instead. While these weapons were indeed impressive, they did not warrant the chaos of a scramble. Suddenly, a blood-red battle blade soared into the sky. A terrifying pressure erupted. Before some could react, they were cleaved in 2 by the blade. "This is a spiritual weapon." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "That spiritual weapon belongs to the Qin family." A congenital expert from the Qin family dashed toward the blood-red blade, his eyes filled with greed. Within the entire Qin lineage, there was but one spiritual weapon. Acquiring this blade would exponentially enhance his combat prowess. "Step aside, that blade is the property of the Qiu family." 3 congenital experts from the Qiu family surged forward. Having already suffered significant losses, obtaining this blade would help mitigate their setbacks.
You think you're worthy? The experts from the Lu and Ning families were equally unwilling to yield. The blood-red battle blade hovered ominously in the center of the square. The Qin family's congenital expert was the first to approach it, seizing the blade triumphantly. This spiritual weapon is mine. Ha ha ha. Boom. At that instant, the blood-red blade unleashed a ferocious aura. Bang. The Qin family expert was sent flying 100 meters away. And those who rushed in were likewise repelled by the blade's formidable force. What terrifying power! This blade, even among spiritual artifacts, is undoubtedly among the finest. An expert from the Lu family exclaimed, his gaze growing ever more avaricious. Let us all strike together and seize the blade. An expert from the Ning family proposed. Agreed. The 6 congenital experts from the 2 families charged once more toward the blade. Yet, the other family's experts would not stand idly by, they immediately moved to intercept them. The battle among the congenital experts commenced. In an instant, a tempest brewed, their might resonating through the heavens, as various terrifying attacks erupted in a frenzy. A kaleidoscope of power swept across the square, and the overwhelming aftermath instilled fear in the hearts of many weaker celestial awakeners. The individuals who had previously fought for the divine weapons quickly retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Is this what a battle among congenital experts looks like? It is utterly terrifying. Merely the breath of a formidable innate expert renders me hesitant to raise my gaze. Their innate power is indeed terrifying. Below the realm of the innate, all are but mere ants, and I now fully comprehend the profound essence of this statement. The enduring prominence of the 7 great families of Tiandu is inextricably linked to these innate beings. The pallor on the faces of the onlookers and the shock reflected in their eyes are palpable. Battles among innate experts are exceedingly rare. And I never anticipated witnessing such a fierce clash of innate powers today. This journey has proven worthwhile. Lord Jin. Xin Ping glanced at young Master Jin. Despite his utmost efforts to conceal his emotions, the fervor in his eyes was unmistakable. The emergence of a spiritual weapon had undoubtedly stirred his spirit. Young Master Jin replied with an air of indifference, let them contend for now. Yet, a flicker of coldness passed through his gaze. How dare this lad harbor designs upon that battle blade? Such a spiritual weapon rightfully belongs to him. Who dares to obstruct? They shall be met with merciless retribution. Chapter 77, If I Were to Become a Transcendent Being, the Shen-level martial art, Fiery Palm. A formidable innate expert from the Qin family held flames aloft. His eyes ablaze with fire, resembling a deity of flames as he single-handedly confronted 3 innate masters from the Qiu family. His sweeping attacks compelled the 3 Qiu family experts to yield step by step. With such meager strength, how dare they obstruct me? Truly a sign of ignorance. The Qin family's innate expert spoke with an air of dominance, his strikes exceedingly fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura. He was at the 7th level of the innate realm. While the 3 from the Qiu family were merely at the 6th level, even united, they were no match for him. Qin Yong, cease your arrogance. One of the Qiu family's innate masters bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals, unleashing a surge of icy power from his being. Receive my frost fist. The icy fist imprint surged forth like a tempest, equally formidable in its might. Trivial. Qin Yong remained undeterred, unleashing flames that struck outwards. With a thunderous roar, the icy fist imprint was consumed by the flames, a terrifying blaze erupting over 10 feet, akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, possessing the ferocity to annihilate all. The Qiu family's innate master spat blood, hurtling backward over 100 meters, his complexion pallid. Waste! Qin Yong scoffed disdainfully, turning to assault the other 2 Qiu family experts. The clashes among other innate masters were equally fearsome, showcasing a plethora of martial techniques, each more grandiose than the last, exhibiting unparalleled dominance. This spectacle drew astonished gazes from onlookers. Soon, an innate expert from the Lu family detached himself from the fray, swiftly advancing towards the blood-red warblade. Should he seize control over that blade, he could easily cut down the Qin and Qiu families with a single strike. The blood-red blade lay before him. And just as he reached out to grasp it, You, an ant at the 6th level of the innate realm, dare to touch this blade? A dispassionate voice echoed in his ears. Boom! Before the Lu family's innate expert could react, he was sent flying as if a kite with its string severed. Young Master Jean appeared beside the blood-red warblade, surveying the combatants. Desist in your struggles, this blood-red warblade is mine. The innate experts seethed with rage. Impudent brat! Xin Yong struck down the two foes in front of him and surged forward like a raging inferno, flames preceding his arrival. Boom! The flames enveloped young Master Jean immediately. This is the consequence of arrogance, Xin Yong declared coldly. Is it? Young Master Jin's chilling voice resonated as he casually waved his hand, dispersing the flames. Emerging unscathed before Xin Yong. How is this possible? Xin Yong exclaimed in shock, yet his response was swift as he launched another palm strike. Just as this palm was about to connect with young Master Jean, he suddenly vanished. So swift. Xin Yong's gaze sharpened, unable to discern how young Master Jean had disappeared. In the next moment, young Master Jean reappeared before Xin Yong, raising his hand and clenching his fist, a tremendous power erupting instantaneously. Bang! A resounding blast echoed. Xin Yong felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. Great Elder! Xin Feng's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly stepped forward to catch Xin Yong. Cough, cough. Xin Yong violently coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and trembled as he spoke. Innate level 8. What? Innate level 8. The other innate experts, who had initially planned to strike against young Master Jean, immediately halted, their gazes towards him filled with dread and seriousness. If even Xin Yong, at innate level 7, had been knocked back by a single punch, they would be courting death by intervening. I shall claim this battle blade. Now, who dares to oppose? Young Master Jean scanned the crowd. The innate experts from several prominent families promptly retreated 10 meters, resolutely abandoning their pursuit. Had they stood a chance against young Master Jean, they would have charged forward without hesitation, but alas, they were no match. There was no need to waste their energy. After all, a spiritual weapon had already manifested outside the Grand Hall. What treasures might lie within? Miss, shall we intervene? Whispered the two elders by Bai Yuechu's side. Bai Yuechu shook her head, saying, let us observe for now. Young Master Jin's attempt to seize this crimson battle blade will not be an easy feat. As she anticipated, the next moment, Luo Dongqing stepped forward. Young Master Jean raised an eyebrow and addressed him, Brother Luo, you already possess the void-piercing spear. Why contend with me for this battle blade? Luo Dongqing, clad in a white star robe, replied with a gentle smile, spiritual weapons are always beneficial to have in abundance. Even if I have no use for it, our Star Academy still has 2 individuals present, do they not? The crowd turned their eyes towards Elder Chu and Yi Jianxia, filled with envy, wishing to be the adornments of the martial king. Young Master Jean fell silent for a moment before saying, a battle between us may lead to mutual destruction. He glanced at Wu Chen and the sedge-clad swordsman beside him. No matter. Luo Dongqing planted the void-piercing spear into the ground. Enough. Young Master Jean said no more. After all, it was merely a battle. What was there to fear? As the two prepared to fight, the crowd's interest was piqued. One was the unparalleled martial king of Star Academy, while the other was the prodigy of the moonlit 9-story tower. Who would emerge victorious? Please. Luo Dongqing clasped his fists in salute. Swish. Young Master Jean hesitated no longer and, like lightning, dashed before Luo Dongqing, delivering a punch with incredible speed, decisive and ruthless, devoid of any hesitation. The moonlit 9-story tower was a notorious assassin organization. Assassins excel in 3 key areas: patience, speed, and ruthlessness. Patience allows them to lie in wait for days or even decades for their target. Some assassins spend years planning for a single objective, a testament to their obsession. Speed emphasizes swiftness and precision, delivering a lethal blow without granting the prey a moment to react. With blinding speed, an assassin may execute a kill beyond their level. If unsuccessful, they retreat without a trace, never lingering.
Ruthlessness is paramount for an assassin. One must be devoid of emotions, merciless in pursuit of their goals,
unwilling to rest until they achieve their aim.
The greatest taboo for an assassin is to confront their target head-on.
Young Master Jin evidently comprehended this principle. Thus upon his arrival, he unleashed his utmost speed, striving to swiftly vanquish Luo Dongcheng. Battle Heaven Fist.
The aura surrounding Luo Dongcheng erupted wildly, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens, resembling an invincible warlord as he unleashed a domineering punch towards young Master Jin. This was a celestial-level martial technique, extraordinarily formidable.
Buzz.
This punch, capable of shattering the very essence of existence, reverberated through time and space, summoning howling winds and causing the air to momentarily congeal, only to erupt like a meteor colliding with the earth, generating a terrifying wave of energy.
Boom! The fists of the two clashed together.
Instantly, the air exploded with sound,
and the very heavens trembled.
Centered around them, two vastly different forces swept outward in all directions. Many were knocked to the ground, their faces marked by sheer terror.
How utterly fearsome!
Is this truly the strength of prodigious talents? Before them, I felt as insignificant as an ant.
Even the slightest trace of their aura rendered my breath labored. Should I ever attain the innate realm?
The crowd's expressions shifted, for the mere collision of their strike produced a grandeur far surpassing the previous battles of the innate powerhouses.
What would the outcome be if they continue to clash?
The onlookers were filled with anticipation. Suddenly, young Master Jin was forced to retreat 100 meters. Chapter 78, Starlit Step. Such terrifying power. I never imagined you had reached the 9th level of innate strength. Young Master Jin gazed intently at Luo Dongcheng, his expression grave, as he felt a tingling in his arms and a surge of blood vitality. Dressed in pristine white, Luo Dongcheng smiled and replied, "It has been some time." The crowd was astonished, their eyes now reflecting a newfound reverence towards Luo Dongcheng, a respect for the formidable.
With Luo Dongcheng's current prowess, how many among the younger generation could possibly rival him? I once thought Hong Baixiang was already extraordinary, yet Luo Dongcheng is even more fearsome.
It is no loss that Hong Baixiang perished at his hands, Bai Yuechu remarked solemnly.
Hong Baixiang, at the 8th level of innate strength, could contend with those at the 9th level. Just how formidable must Luo Dongcheng be at the 9th level?
Truly, he is the unrivaled martial king, a title only he deserves. Young Master Jin spoke earnestly, "I am merely at the pinnacle of the 8th level of innate strength and know I am no match for Brother Luo.
However,
I have practiced a martial technique for some time and would appreciate your guidance."
Luo Dongcheng replied softly, "Guidance is too much to ask, please show me your technique." Shadow killing technique.
In an instant, young Master Jin vanished from sight.
Where has he gone?
The crowd exchanged puzzled glances.
Young Master Jin has unleashed the shadow killing technique, capable of taking down those at the 9th level.
I wonder if the unrivaled martial king can withstand it, Yun Hongyan teased with a smile. Yuli remarked coolly, "This battlefield is not in young Master Jin's favor, the outcome is unpredictable."
Yun Hongyan responded playfully, "A true hunter always seeks to turn an unfavorable environment into a beneficial one.
What appears to be a plain land to you may very well seem like a majestic, untamed mountain to him." Yuli chose not to argue.
Suddenly,
she furrowed her brow, sensing someone was watching her, yet when she turned, there was nothing.
As young Master Jin vanished, Luo Dongcheng remained composed, closing his eyes.
Eyes can deceive, thus, I shall listen with my ears.
If my ears cannot hear, then I will feel with my heart. If even my heart cannot sense, then I am already lost.
Swish! A sound of slicing air suddenly rang in his ears. At that moment, he stepped aside slightly. A cold light flashed,
and young Master Jin's figure disappeared once more.
The world fell into an eerie silence. Luo Dongcheng suddenly opened his eyes, deliberately exposing a flaw. It was then that young Master Jin reappeared before him, transforming his finger into a blade, striking with incredible speed.
Swish! The sound of air being pierced echoed. The fingertip landed squarely on Luo Dongqing's brow. Not good. The martial king. Elder Chu and Yi Jianjia gasped in shock. Those present turned pale. All stunned by young Master Jin's sudden strike. Vanishing into thin air only to reappear instantaneously, how could one defend against such an attack? Some displayed grave expressions. Realizing that should young Master Jin ever seek to assassinate them, it would spell certain doom. In that moment, the crowd's apprehension towards the moonlit 9-story tower escalated to new heights.
Young Master Jin's finger indeed struck Luo Dongqing's brow, yet at that moment,
he revealed an expression of shock.
Just as he prepared to unleash the shadow-killing technique again, he felt his body grow heavy.
Bang! A tremendous force struck.
And young Master Jin's body crashed violently to the ground, raising a cloud of dust.
Young Master Jin! Yuli exclaimed in astonishment. What has happened? The crowd wore expressions of shock. This is the star-treading step. Elder Chu revealed his excitement. The star-treading step.
A celestial-level martial art from the Stellar Academy, evolved from the Big Dipper, allowing one to traverse distances with remarkable speed, leaving behind 7 astral shadows. Enabling the pursuit of the sun and moon, its mastery shrouded in mystery. Many elders from the Stellar Academy had practiced this technique, yet the results were meager.
Merely enhancing their speed slightly.
Furthermore, the immense energy required to execute this martial skill meant that few could sustain it, rendering it unpopular within the academy.
It was unexpected that Luo Dongqing had actually mastered it. You have been defeated. Luo Dongqing's voice echoed in young Master Jin's ear. To the astonishment of the onlookers, there were indeed 2 figures of Luo Dongqing in the square, one of which was gradually dissipating, clearly an illusion. Young Master Jin slowly rose from the ground, sighing. I did not anticipate that Brother Luo had mastered the star-treading step, it is I who have lost. A flicker of concealed resentment flashed in his eyes. Luo Dongqing said nothing further and directly approached the blood-colored battle knife. The crowd watched in stunned silence, hesitant to make a move. An illusion formed by concentrated power?
Lin Chen mused thoughtfully.
Mississippi.
As Luo Dongqing was about to grasp the blood-colored battle knife, the 2 elders beside Bai Yuechu narrowed their eyes.
Bai Yuechu shook her head, saying, It's futile, you are no match for him. The 2 elders did not argue.
Recognizing their own strength at the peak of the innate 8th level, but facing Luo Dongqing, who was at the 9th level, was undoubtedly a path to certain defeat.
No.
Perhaps it was a matter of life and death. It was known that Luo Dongqing had seemingly defeated young Master Jin with just 2 moves.
Without even employing the void-piercing spear.
If he had used that weapon, none could have withstood him.
Luo Dongqing grasped the hilt of the blood-colored battle knife. Suddenly, the knife trembled violently, slipping from his grasp and slicing towards him.
In an instant, a 10-meter arc of crimson light surged forth.
Luo Dongqing remained calm, striking towards the blood-colored light with his fist. Crack!
The crimson blade shattered, sent flying away.
The direction it flew. Oh!
That blade is no match for Luo Dongqing, and it has been sent flying.
Ah, this is bad, it's coming towards me.
Yi Jianli suddenly realized the blood-colored battle knife was hurtling towards her, her expression shifting to alarm as she instinctively extended her hand.
She then grasped it. The crowd stared wide-eyed, jaws dropped.
Even something the unparalleled martial king could not control was seized by her.
What on earth? How extraordinary!
Luo Dongqing was taken aback as well, yet he refrained from contesting her for it, as the memory of Yi Jianli wielding her sword vividly lingered in his mind.
He felt somewhat at a loss. However, the members of other prominent families remained oblivious to this revelation. Seeing that Luo Dongqing did not make a further move, the crowd felt a surge of relief and immediately surged toward Yi Jianli. Amit Ba.
Noble lady, I perceive a dark omen upon your brow, foretelling great calamity.
Please
relinquish this blade to me, I shall endeavor to dispel your misfortune.
Wu Chen moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching for the weapon in Yi Jianli's grasp. Boom! The blade unleashed a fearsome energy. Wu Chen felt a jolt in his hands and swiftly withdrew. Amit Ba. Alas, I am powerless to aid you against your impending doom. Pray. Take heed. With his palms pressed together, Wu Chen retreated. A spiritual weapon possesses its own essence. If it does not belong to oneself, one should relinquish all desire for it. However, should one possess the strength to subdue it, then indeed, the more the merrier. Clutching the crimson blade, Yi Jianli felt an overwhelming surge of power. An illusion that she could cleave the heavens asunder with a single stroke. Hand over the blade. Lin Chen stated coldly. His gaze upon Yi Jianli tinged with an unsettling peculiarity. By what right? Yi Jianli immediately tightened her grip on the blood-red weapon. After all, it was a spiritual artifact. This villain had already stolen her seeds, and now he sought to seize her precious artifact. How utterly despicable. Lin Chen turned his gaze toward the approaching throng and inquired. Can you withstand them? Yi Jianli's expression shifted once more. She hesitated, realizing that she truly could not hold them off, unless the blade unleashed its power. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen snatched the weapon from her, declaring, "The monk has foretold your dark fate. I shall shield you from this calamity. And do remember that you owe me a favor." Chapter 79, Indeed, they are in cahoots. Wu Chen's lips twitched. A monk like me feels ashamed to associate with you. Return my battle blade at once. Yi Jianli immediately reacted, her delicate face flushed with indignation. A darkened brow? Is it not this scoundrel who has stolen my seed, causing me immense frustration? Now he has taken my spiritual weapon and expects me to owe him a favor. What kind of person is this? How utterly shameless! Have I not saved your life? Must you repay my kindness with such treachery? Lin Chen spoke in a low voice. Silence. At that moment, the blood-red battle blade began to struggle. Humph. Lin Chen scoffed, and a surge of potent spiritual energy flooded into the blade. The previously thrashing weapon instantly became remarkably tranquil. What the hell? A mere commoner can grasp the blood-red battle blade? What is going on? Do you think a commoner could safely come here? What kind of intelligence is that? I suddenly feel I could do it too. It's just a matter of reaching out to grasp it. After over 20 years of cultivation, I could hold it tightly and ensure it remains immobile. Oh? By your tone, do you think you could wield several? The crowd scoffed. How dare you, a mere misfit, challenge the heavens? You are courting death. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Lin Chen. One thing was tolerable. After all, Yi Jianli had previously wielded her sword against the innate, her strength unfathomable, making it plausible for her to grasp a spiritual weapon. However, why could an unremarkable pedestrian, devoid of any aura of the awakened, also grasp the blood-red battle blade? Was it not said that spiritual weapons possessed their own spirit? Kid, put down the battle blade, and I shall spare your life. The members of several great families glared at Lin Chen, as if he refused, they would make him vanish from existence. Seeing this, Wu Chen revealed a playful smile. He could not discern Lin Chen's true strength and wondered if these individuals could provoke some of his abilities. Lin Chen approached Wu Chen, holding the blood-red battle blade, and coldly declared, "My brother Wu Chen is an unparalleled being of the innate realm. You ants must first pass his test if you wish to seize the blade." Wu Chen was taken aback, quickly retorting, "I do not." Lin Chen sneered, "My brother does not wish to waste words with you. Come at us together." "Very well. Then we shall slay you all." The crowd was utterly enraged. One young Master Jin, at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the innate, was formidable enough. They could not contend with him and accepted that. Likewise, they could not provoke Luo Dongcheng, who was at the 9th layer of the innate. But now, a mere pedestrian and a bald man dared to speak such bravado. What audacity was this? Did they truly believe that the great families were mere sickly cats? As the crowd surged towards him, Wu Chen lamented, "Brother Wan Yi, you have led me to ruin. Calling each other brothers, they were indeed in collusion. Kill. The assaults became increasingly ruthless, and in an instant, dozens of attacks rained down upon Wu Chen. Wu Chen stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. However, he understood he could not evade his fate. He stepped forward and swiftly formed a Buddhist mudra. Formless catastrophe finger. Wu Chen exclaimed. Suddenly, a colossal golden finger materialized in the void. Boom! The golden finger struck out in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and the attacks of the crowd were instantly dispersed. The overwhelming force sent everyone flying. Cough, cough. As they hurriedly steadied themselves, their eyes filled with an endless astonishment. Innate. This monk is actually a powerful innate master. Hiss. To be able to send so many strong individuals flying with a single move. He must at least be at the 8th level of the innate realm. Thankfully, I refrained from intervening earlier, they thought, initially perceiving him merely as a bald man. Only to realize he was a great Buddha. How short-sighted they had been. At this moment, members of several prominent families were equally frustrated. Having suffered repeated setbacks, their family's prestige was in jeopardy. How would others perceive these families now? Would they consider them cowardly? Yet, what could be done? They were powerless to fight back. Luo Dongchang and the others regarded Wu Chen with trepidation. They had long been aware of Wu Chen's formidable strength. But witnessing that single finger made them realize they had underestimated him. That single move was at least a heavenly level martial skill. When did monks become so affluent? Lin Chen disdainfully regarded the members of the prominent families and remarked, "My brother is a 9th level innate master. Do you truly believe that you insignificant ants can shake the tree?" The 7 great families, self-proclaimed as superior, were utterly laughable. The members of the prominent families were exasperated. The 7 great families of Tiandu prided themselves on being above the fray. Whenever they presented their identities in public, they would invariably receive utmost respect. Yet now, their once proud lineage was belittled by this seemingly ordinary young man, whom they found utterly detestable. However, some began to suspect that this arrogant youth might be a hidden powerhouse, considering they had repeatedly faced setbacks. Moreover, the fact that he wielded a battle blade was rather peculiar. Should they provoke another formidable figure, they would have to find a crack in the ground to hide. Brother Wang Yi, I expended immense energy with that finger. Could you possibly provide me with a spirit herb for recovery? Wu Chen gazed at Lin Chen with a hint of grievance. He had intended to take advantage of the situation and discreetly obtain something, but instead, he found himself pushed into the water by Lin Chen. This time, he truly found himself sullied, obscuring his Buddha light and transforming into a rogue. It seemed he had forged an enmity with these prominent families. Should he eliminate them all? The more he pondered, the more troubled he became. What could alleviate his worries but a spirit herb? Lin Chen replied, "A single spirit herb is nothing, why not?" Wu Chen's eyes brightened, such generosity. Lin Chen looked at the members of the prominent families and calmly stated, "My brother has exhausted himself and urgently requires a spirit herb to replenish his energy. You all should swiftly produce one." What? The crowd stared in disbelief, their anger boiling over. They were the ones injured. Why should they be compelled to provide a spirit herb? This young man was truly insufferable. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Are you reluctant?" Lu Mubai cast a cold glare at Lin Chen and replied, "Do not be overly excessive, my good sir." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Excessive? Your methods are so ruthlessly brutal that had it not been for my brother's considerable strength, we would have been reduced to mere pulp by your assaults. And yet, you dare to speak of excess? You came here with an imposing demeanor to seize what is not yours, only to leave empty-handed and defeated. I merely seek a modicum of compensation, and you label my request as excessive? This is a classic case of you attempting to reason while behaving like a rogue." And now, when I adopt a similar stance, you wish to engage in discourse, are you not being rather presumptuous? Lin Chen fixed his gaze on Lu Mubai and asserted.
Since you have stepped forth, you shall procure this medicinal herb on their behalf. Chapter 80, Acknowledgement of Dignity Initially. Some indignant members of the aristocracy shifted their gazes at this moment.
Lu Mubai's expression darkened as he proclaimed, "Do not deceive yourself.
I concede that Master Wu Chen possesses formidable strength, yet you must comprehend that our esteemed families are not to be trifled with.
The innate realm is by no means the ultimate destination for the awakened."
The implication of a threat was unmistakable. There exist entities within their lineage that surpass even the innate realm.
Lin Chen calmly retorted, "Are you attempting to intimidate me? Quite well. You have successfully instilled fear within me.
Now, you must compensate me with 10 spiritual herbs." Previously, he had perceived this individual as somewhat astute, however. It now appeared that he was merely a fool who could not discern the prevailing circumstances.
At such a juncture, daring to issue threats was indeed commendable bravery. What could one gain by becoming the scapegoat? Lu Mubai's gaze sharpened. "So, you truly hold our 7 great families in such low regard?"
Lin Chen scoffed. "It is not that I disregard the 7 great families, but rather, you overestimate your own significance."
"You?" Lu Mubai clenched his fists tightly.
Were it not for his apprehension regarding Wu Chen's might, he would have relished the opportunity to obliterate the individual before him with a single strike. He had emerged with his own intentions, following the setbacks endured by several great families, if he could restore a modicum of dignity at a crucial moment. His status within the aristocracy would undoubtedly ascend to new heights.
Consequently, the resources he could acquire would increase correspondingly.
Regrettably, his calculations were flawed. Dignity is not procured through mere words, but rather through strength.
If a simple threat could compel someone to retreat, then where lies the concept of self-destruction? Sometimes,
without taking risks, one remains oblivious to the extent of their potential defeat.
We have provided 1 spiritual herb.
Ning Zijing stepped forward, holding a single herb in her hand.
This time, the alliance of their 2 great families had yielded nearly a little over 10 spiritual herbs. Lin Chen cast a detached glance at Ning Zijing and remarked, "1? I specified 10. Is your hearing impaired? Impudent." Lu Mubai's fury had reached its zenith. Lin Chen addressed Wu Chen, "Brother Wu Chen?" Cough, cough.
Wu Chen lightly coughed, his tone feeble. "The earlier gesture consumed a significant amount of my energy. 1 spiritual herb may scarcely suffice to replenish my losses.
10 spiritual herbs would be justified.
The more, the merrier."
"Ah, dear brother, you are attempting to corner me."
Ning Zijing took a deep breath and acquiesced. "Very well, 10 herbs it shall be."
"Zijing."
Lu Mubai attempted to interject, but he was silenced by Ning Zijing's stern gaze, which indicated her clearer perception of the situation.
Did he not see the other families observing with cold indifference? Continuing to entangle themselves would only serve to provide entertainment for onlookers. One must be prepared to pay a price for taking the lead. Let us hope that next time, such folly will be avoided. Ha! With the 10 spiritual herbs secured,
Lin Chen generously allocated 2 to Wu Chen, refraining from any betrayal. After all, one must cultivate long-lasting relationships. One cannot expect to command a horse while denying its sustenance. Wu Chen accepted the herbs with a smile, relieved that Lin Chen did not hoard them for himself, a concern he had initially harbored. It seems he had misjudged Lin Chen's character.
The onlookers could only watch helplessly as the 2 divided their spoils.
A flicker of intense murderous intent flashed in Lu Mubai's eyes.
Young Master Jin gazed thoughtfully at Lin Chen, lost in contemplation. "Let us venture into the main hall," he suggested.
Luo Dongsheng, wielding the piercing spear, strode purposefully towards the grand hall, followed closely by the eager crowd, all anticipating the treasures that lay within. Upon entering the first level of the hall, they were greeted by the sight of a sprawling medicinal field, dominated by an ancient bronze alchemical furnace positioned in the center. There, amid the verdant expanse, stood a solitary spirit herb, a ground surge golden lotus. Its sharp, pointed petals rose upright, densely clustered like a sphere, adorned with enigmatic patterns,
all shimmering in a resplendent golden hue.
"The spirit herb is mine," exclaimed the throng as their eyes gleamed with fervor, rushing towards the precious golden lotus, while many others surged towards the alchemical furnace. With the medicinal field, the spirit herb, and the alchemical furnace laid out before them, it was evident that the true treasures must lie within the furnace, possibly containing ancient elixirs of extraordinary potency. It was known that an esteemed figure from the Star Academy had once discovered an ancient elixir in a secret realm, enabling him to transcend a significant realm overnight, thus becoming the most formidable being in that realm. Hence, every single ancient elixir was worth its weight in gold. In stark contrast to the comparatively modest effects of ordinary potions, Luo Dongchang and his companions were fixated on the elixirs, while Lin Chen's sole focus remained on the ground surge golden lotus. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe.
"Insects, be gone. The ground surge golden lotus belongs to me."
A powerful innate expert from the Chiu family struck down those in his path with a single palm, rushing towards the coveted lotus without a moment's hesitation, yanking it from the earth with fervor. "Old fool of the Chiu family, perish!" shouted an innate expert from the Qin family, launching a punch.
The two clashed fiercely, sending the ground surge golden lotus soaring into the air. "Seize it!" others cried,
rushing towards the floating prize. Just as they drew near, Lin Chen extended his hand, and the golden lotus flew into his grasp.
"Die! Lu Mubai!"
Having kept a vigilant eye on Lin Chen, saw him seize the golden lotus, and with no ally in sight, a glimmer of malice flickered in his gaze. Unable to contain himself, he lunged towards Lin Chen, aiming a lethal punch at his head, convinced the insignificant insect could not evade his strike.
However, he had miscalculated.
What awaited him was a surge of crimson blade energy.
Boom! A 10-meter-long blade aura erupted, slicing directly into Lu Mubai's chest. He was instantly propelled backward,
crashing violently against the wall of the hall, blood splattering and staining the surface crimson.
Thud!
Lu Mubai fell to the ground, coughing blood, his eyes wide with terror. A grotesque gash marring his chest, blood oozing forth, soaking the bone beneath in a dreadful red.
This sudden turn of events stunned the onlookers into silence. Some individuals,
who initially sought to seize the golden lotus, abruptly halted, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld Lin Chen. Indeed, this man was playing the role of the underdog. To effortlessly cleave Lu Mubai aside with a single strike indicated that he was at least an 8th-level awakener. Moreover, considering the prior circumstances with several formidable challengers, it was highly likely that he was also a congenital realm powerhouse. No wonder he could wield the blood-red battle blade.
Damn it, this cunning rascal! Mubai!
Ning Zijing hastened to Lu Mubai's side, her complexion pale and panic-stricken upon witnessing his grievous condition, a stark contrast to her earlier composure.
"Are you trying to provoke me?"
Lin Chen, brandishing the blood-red battle blade, advanced step by step toward Lu Mubai. Ning Zijing lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with fury as she fixed her stare upon Lin Chen.
"Dare to harm Mubai?
You are truly deserving of death.
Kill him!"
Members of the Lu and Ning families immediately surged toward Lin Chen, among them 6 congenital realm warriors.
With such a formidable assembly, even a 7th-level congenital powerhouse would find it challenging to emerge unscathed. "Ha!"
Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle, swinging his blade at the foremost congenital realm warrior.
Put!
In the next instant, this warrior was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain, erupting in a torrential spray. Chapter 81, a sudden bloodbath. Having slain a formidable innate realm expert, Lin Chen did not pause.
Wielding his blood-red warblade, he swiftly plunged into the throng.
With each man he encountered, his blade struck with an inexorable ferocity, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. Where the crimson blade passed, blood would inevitably be spilled. The air was filled with anguished cries and incessant chorus of despair. In less than 30 seconds, all the elite warriors of the Lu and Ning clans were obliterated, their demise marked by brutal slaughter. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, no corpse lay undisturbed, the scene painted in a grotesque tableau of bloodshed. All were dead, utterly extinguished. 6 innate warriors had been dispatched with nearly 6 strokes of his blade. What manner of monstrosity was he? His prowess must at least be that of an 8th level innate. His methods were exceedingly ruthless, bearing no distinction from the wickedness of demonic forces. The onlookers stared in horror at Lin Chen, a figure reminiscent of a reaper. And in that moment, they realized how shockingly cruel this seemingly unremarkable man could be. Members of noble families. Capable of cold-blooded murder without a flicker of hesitation, did he not harbor any fear within? They appeared to have forgotten who had initiated this conflict. Had Lin Chen truly been an ordinary man, he would have met a far grimmer fate. Ignoring their fearful gazes, Lin Chen approached Lu Mubai, his expression devoid of emotion. You are not an ordinary person." Lu Mubai gasped, struggling to lift a trembling hand to point at Lin Chen. With a swift motion, Lin Chen's blade cleaved through the air, ending Lu Mubai's life. Lu Mubai had not been mistaken in one regard. How could a descendant of Yan and Huang ever be ordinary? Ning Zijing lay prostrate beside Lu Mubai's corpse, her gaze directed at Lin Chen not with fear, but with a seething malice, an endless well of resentment. Her eyes, now bloodshot, resembled those of a ravenous beast, yearning to rend Lin Chen into shreds, to extract his sinews, shatter his bones, and feast upon his blood and flesh. Without a glance, Lin Chen swung his blade once more, sending another head soaring into the air. Ning Zijing was dead. A killer must be prepared for the inevitability of death. Calmly, Lin Chen, clutching his bloodied warblade, strolled towards the alchemical furnace. The crowd hastily parted to grant him passage. Is this villain truly so ruthless? Yi Jianli's face turned pale, paralyzed by Lin Chen's bloody display. She had initially intended to seize the blood-red blade at an opportune moment, but now she relinquished that fanciful notion entirely. Against someone who slaughtered as easily as one would slice a watermelon, even a multitude of heads would prove insufficient. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed Luo Dongcheng and others back as they charged toward the alchemical furnace. A formation? Luo Dongcheng's gaze sharpened. He was no stranger to secret realms and understood the significance of formations. Before him, the alchemical furnace was shielded by a protective array. "Let us strike together to breach this formation," young Master Jin proposed. "Not so. Bai Yuechu cautioned softly, if there are elixirs within. Forcing the array open may cause irreparable damage to them." Luo Dongcheng nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Bai Yuechu's words. Breaking the formation with brute force was a last resort. "Allow me to give it a try," Wu Chen said with a gentle smile. The crowd regarded him with curiosity. Wu Chen said little, instead employing the celestial insight of the Buddhist realm to meticulously observe the formation before him. The onlookers held their breath in silence, refraining from interruption. 3 minutes elapsed. And suddenly, Wu Chen pointed decisively at a specific area of the formation. A low hum resonated. In that instant, the alchemical furnace trembled, and the formation dissipated. Whoosh! At that very moment, a radiant golden elixir soared from the furnace. Wu Chen reacted with remarkable swiftness, seizing the elixir and promptly departing. Just as Lu Dongcheng and the others prepared to pursue, 3 additional elixirs unexpectedly soared from within the furnace. The crowd immediately scrambled to claim them. One elixir was closest to Lu Dongcheng, who grasped it triumphantly. Young Master Jin, along with the 2 elders by Bai Yuechu's side and the raincoat-clad swordsman, contended for the remaining 2 elixirs. Yet, one individual moved with unparalleled speed. That was Lin Chen, who, like a flash of lightning, snatched both elixirs into his grasp. "Release the elixirs." Young Master Jin and the others immediately launched an attack on Lin Chen. With a swift slash, Lin Chen unleashed a surge of crimson blade energy, repelling several of them with a single strike. "If you wish to perish, feel free to persist," Lin Chen stated indifferently. "Innate level 9? Young Master Jin's expression darkened to the utmost. He had believed that his peak strength at innate level 8 would allow him to dominate the secret realm. only to find himself repeatedly confronted by formidable innate level 9 opponents, stirring a twinge of envy within him.
Why were all these individuals innate level 9? The two elders beside Bayuechu wore solemn expressions. Was the innate realm truly so commonplace now?
The raincoat-clad swordsman decisively made his way to the second layer of the secret realm.
Taking a deep breath, young Master Jin addressed Wang Yi, "My friend. You possess 2 elixirs, might you consider parting with one?"
"Of course, I could offer several spirit herbs in exchange."
Lin Chen regarded young Master Jin with a blank expression, as if perceiving a fool. Parting with something dear?
Such words were spoken so easily.
Did he believe he could trade ancient elixirs for mere spirit herbs? Sensing Lin Chen's silence, a flicker of concealed coldness flashed in young Master Jin's eyes. "Since you are unwilling to trade, so be it." With a wave of his hand,
he surged toward the second layer. Lin Chen gazed contemplatively at young Master Jin's retreating figure.
"This person gives me an unsettling impression."
"You should keep your distance from him," Lin Chen cautioned Chu Elder and Yi Jianjia. Both nodded in agreement. Given Wang Ye's ruthless demeanor, they certainly dared not offend him.
Mississippi.
The two elders appeared hesitant. Bayuechu smiled wryly. "Let us explore elsewhere. Remaining with these individuals will likely result in returning empty-handed." In the second layer of the Great Hall, only a handful of wooden racks were present, yet they stood utterly bare, devoid of any contents.
"Why is there nothing here?" The crowd's expression soured. Could it be that all the treasures of the second layer had been claimed by others?
Lin Chen began to wander through the second layer. Suddenly, in a concealed spot, he spotted a dusty scroll, so obscured that one could easily overlook it if not examined closely. A scroll. Young Master Jin also caught sight of the scroll, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he rushed towards it. Lin Chen swiftly picked up the scroll.
"You."
Young Master Jin furrowed his brow and said, "Taoist Wang Yi, I was the first to notice this scroll."
"And then?"
Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Young Master Jin's voice turned grave. "Throughout this journey, it seems all the treasures have fallen into your hands, Taoist Wang.
Do you not intend to share even a morsel with others?"
With that, he subtly gestured to Shinping.
Shinping immediately understood, stepping forward to declare, "Humph. We are all here in this secret realm seeking treasures. Why should you alone reap all the rewards? I propose."
But before Shinping could finish his sentence, a crimson blade of light cleaved him in half, blood